38637. The Hammer and the Cross, by Harry Harrison and John Holme. Copyright 1993 by Harry Harrison and John Holme. All rights reserved. Read by Bruce Huntey.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. In AD 865, the many kings of an alternate world England are at war with each other and the Church of Rome. But soon the kings are engaged in conflict with invading Vikings. A young adopted boy named Shef finds himself at the center of the battles between the Norsemen who follow the gods of Asgarth, carrying the hammer of Thor, and those who hold with the way of the cross. Violence and some strong language. 1993. From the book jacket. What if the gods of Asgard challenged Christianity for the future of mankind? Harry Harrison, best-selling author of the acclaimed West of Eden trilogy, returns to alternate history with a major new work, a thrilling and thought-provoking adventure set on an Earth both similar to and radically different from our own. 865 A.D. Warring kings rule over the British Isles, but the Church rules over the kings. Powerful bishops and black-robed priests fill their cathedrals with gold while threatening all who oppose them with damnation. But there are those who do not fear the priests, and they are the dreaded Vikings of Scandinavia. Among these northern invaders, those who follow the way of the gods of Asgard carry the hammer of Thor as their emblem, and they are sworn to increase mankind's knowledge and strength by conquest and by craft. And as Viking warlords cast hungry eyes upon a weak and divided Britain, the Way collides with the Church, launching an all-out war between the hammer and the cross. At the center of this bloody conflict is Shef, bastard son of a Norse raider and a captive English lady. A smith and a warrior, he is driven by strange visions that seem to come from Odin himself. Torn by divided loyalties, Shef alone dares to imagine new weapons and tactics with which to carve out a kingdom, and threaten the holy power of Rome itself. About the author. Harry Harrison is the author of many popular science fiction novels and series, including West of Eden, The Stainless Steel Rat, and Bill the Galactic Hero. His novel Make Room, Make Room was filmed as Soylent Green. Among the awards he has received are the Prix Jules Verne and the Nebula Award. He now lives in Ireland. Other books by Harry Harrison. The Jupiter Plague, Montezuma's Revenge, One Step from Earth, Planet of No Return, Planet of the Damned, The QE2 is Missing, Queen Victoria's Revenge, A Rebel in Time, Skyfall, Stainless Steel Visions, Stonehenge, A Transatlantic Tunnel Hurrah. Reader's Note: the maps found in the print edition are not included in this recording. End of note. Qui credit in filium habet vitam aeternam, qui autem incredulus est filio, non videbit vitam, sed ira Dei manet super eum. He that believeth on the Son hath everlasting life, and he that believeth not the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of God abideth on him. John 3:36. Angusta est domus, utrosque tenere non poterit, non vult rex celestis cum paganis et perditis, nomine tenus regibus communionem habere, quia rex ille aeternus regnat in celis, ille paganus perditus plangit in inferno. The house is narrow, it cannot hold both. The King of Heaven has no wish to have fellowship with damned and heathen so-called kings, for the one eternal King reigns in heaven, the other damned heathen groans in hell. Alcuin, Deacon of York, A.D. 797. The greatest disaster ever to befall the West was Christianity. Gravissima calamitas, quam supra occidentem, accidens erat religio Christiana. Gore Vidal, A.D. 1987. Thrall. Chapter 1. Northeast coast of England, A.D. 865. Spring. A spring dawn on Flamborough Head, where the rock of the Yorkshire Wolds juts out into the North Sea like a gigantic fish-hook, millions of tons in weight. Pointing out to sea, pointing to the ever-present threat of the Vikings. Now the kings of the little kingdoms were uneasily beginning to draw together against this threat from the north. Uneasy and jealous, remembering the long hostilities and the trail of murder that had marked the history of the Angles and the Saxons, ever since they came here centuries ago. Proud war-smiths who overcame the Welsh, noble warriors who, as the poets say, obtained the land. Godwin the Thane cursed to himself as he paced the wooden palisade of the little fort erected on the very tip of Flamborough Head itself. Spring! Maybe in more fortunate parts the lengthening days and the light evenings meant greenery and buttercups and heavy-uddered cows, trooping to the byres to be milked. Here on the head it meant wind. It meant the equinoctial gales and the nor'easter blowing. Behind him the lone gnarled trees stood in line, one behind the other, like men with their backs turned, each successive one a few inches higher than the one to windward, so that they formed natural wind arrows or weathercocks, pointing out to the tormented sea. On three sides all round him the grey water heaved slowly like an immense animal, the waves starting to curl and then flattening out again as the wind tore at them, beating them down and leveling out even the massive surges of the ocean. Grey sea, grey sky, squalls blotting the horizon. No color in the world at all except when the rollers finally crashed into the striated walls of the cliffs, shattering and sending up great plumes of spray. Godwin had been there so long that he no longer heard the roar of the collision, noticed it only when the spray reached so high up the cliff that the water which soaked his cloak and hood and dripped onto his face turned salt instead of fresh. Not that it made any difference, he thought numbly. It was all just as cold. He could go back into the shelter, kick the slaves aside, warm his frozen hands and feet by the fire. There was no chance of raiders on a day like this. The Vikings were seamen, the greatest seamen in the world, or so they said. You didn't have to be a great seaman to know that there was no point in putting out on a day like this. The wind was due east. No, he reflected, due east a point north. Fine for blowing you across from Denmark, but how could you keep a longship from broaching to in this sea? And how could you steer for a safe landing once you arrived? No, no chance at all. He might as well be by the fire. Godwin looked longingly at the shelter with its little trail of smoke instantly whipped away by the wind, but turned his pace and began to shuffle along the palisade again. His lord had trained him well. "Don't think, Godwin," he had said. "Don't think maybe they'll come today and maybe they won't. Don't believe that it's worth keeping a lookout some of the time and it's not worth it the rest. While it's day, you stay on the head. Look out all the time. Or one day you'll be thinking one thing, and some Stein or Olaf will think another, and they'll be ashore and 20 miles inland before we can catch up with them. If we ever do. And that's 100 lives lost and 100 pounds in silver and cattle and burnt thatch. And the rent's not paid for years after. So watch, Thane, or it's your estates that will suffer." So his Lord Ella had said, and behind him the black crow Erkenbert had crouched over his parchment, his quill squeaking as he traced out the mysterious black lines that Godwin feared more than he feared the Vikings. 2 months' service on Flamborough Head to Godwin the Thane, he had pronounced. He is to watch till the 3rd Sunday after Ramis Palmarum. The alien syllables had nailed the orders down. Watch, they had said, and watch he would. But he didn't have to do it as dry as a reluctant virgin. Godwin bellowed downwind to the slaves for the hot-spiced ale he had commanded half an hour before. Instantly one of them came running out, the leather mug in his hand. Godwin eyed him with deep disfavor as he trotted over to the palisade and up the ladder to the watchkeeper's walkway. A damned fool, this one. Godwin kept him because he had sharp eyes, but that was all. Merla, his name. He had been a fisherman once. Then there had been a hard winter, little to catch. He had fallen behind with the dues he owed to his landlords, the Black Monks of St. John's Minster at Beverley, 20 miles off. First he had sold his boat to pay his dues and feed his wife and bairns. Then, when he had no money and could not feed them any longer, he had had to sell his family to a richer man, and in the end had sold himself to his former landlords. And they had lent Merla to Godwin. Damned fool! If the slave had been a man of honor, he would have sold himself first and given the money to his wife's kin, so at least they would have taken her in. If he had been a man of sense, he would have sold his wife and the bairns first and kept the boat. Then maybe he would have had a chance to buy them back. But he was a man of neither sense nor honor. Godwin turned his back on the wind and the sea and took a firm swallow from the brimming mug. At least the slave hadn't been sipping from it. He could learn from a thrashing if from nothing else. Now what was the whittle staring at? Staring past his master's shoulder, mouth agape, pointing out to sea. "Ships!" he yelled. "Viking ships 2 mile out to sea! I see 'em again! Look, master, look!" Godwin spun automatically, cursed as the hot liquid slopped over his sleeve, peered out into the cloud and rain along the pointing arm. Was that a dot there, out where the cloud met the waves? No, nothing. Or maybe. He could see nothing steadily, but out there the waves would be running 20 feet high enough to shelter any ship trying to ride out a storm under bare poles. "I see 'em!" yelled Merla again. "2 ships, a cable apart. Longships. No, master. Nors." Godwin hurled the mug over his shoulder, seized the slave's thin arm in an iron grasp, and slashed him viciously across the face, forehand, backhand, with a sodden leather gauntlet. Merla gasped and ducked, but did not dare to try to shield himself. "Talk English, you whores get, and talk sense." "A Nor, master. It's a merchant ship, deep-bellied for cargo." He hesitated, afraid to show further knowledge, afraid to conceal it. "I can recognize 'em by the shape of the prow. They must be Vikings, master. We don't use 'em." Godwin stared out to sea again, anger fading, replaced by a cold, hard feeling at the base of his stomach. Doubt. Dread. "Listen, Merla, to me," he whispered. "Be very sure. If those are Vikings, I must call out the entire coast watch, every man from here to Bridlington. They are only churls and slaves when all is said and done. No harm if they are dragged from their greasy wives. But I must do something else. As soon as the watch is called, I must also send riders into the minster at Beverley, to the monks of good St. John. Your masters, remember?" He paused to note the terror and the old memories in Merla's eyes. "And they will call out the mounted levy, the Thanes of Ella. No good keeping them here, where the pirates could faint at Flamborough and then be 20 miles off round Spurn Head before they could get their horses out of the marsh. So they stay back, so they can ride in any direction once the threat is seen. But if I call them out, and they ride over here in the wind and the rain on a fool's errand, and especially if some Viking sneaks in through the Humber while their backs are turned, well, it would be bad for me, Merla." His voice sharpened, and he lifted the underfed slave off the ground. "But by Almighty God in heaven, I'll see you regret it till the last day you live. And after the thrashing you get, that may not be long. But, Merla, if those are Viking ships out there, and you let me not report them, I'll hand you back to the black monks and say I could do nothing with you. Now, what do you say? Viking ships or no?" The slave stared out again to sea, his face working. He would have been wiser, he thought, to say nothing. What was it to him if the Vikings sacked Flamborough, or Bridlington, or Beverley Minster itself? They could not enslave him any more than he was already. Maybe foreign heathens would be better masters than the people of Christ at home. Too late to think that now. The sky was clearing momentarily. He could see, even if his weak-eyed landlubber of a master could not. He nodded. 2 Viking ships, master. 2 mile out to sea. Southeast." Godwin was away, bellowing instructions, calling to his other slaves, shouting for his horse, his horn, his small, reluctant force of conscripted freemen. Merla straightened, walked slowly to the southwest angle of the palisade, looked out thoughtfully and carefully. The weather cleared momentarily, and for a few heartbeats he could see plain. He looked at the run of the waves, the turbid yellow line 100 yards offshore, which marked the long, long expanse of tidal sandbanks which ran the full length of this barest and most harborless, wind and current-swept stretch of English shore. tossed a handful of moss from the palisade into the air, and studied the way it flew. Slowly, a grim and humorless smile creased his careworn face. Great sailors those Vikings might be, but they were in the wrong place, on a lee shore with the Widowmaker blowing. Unless the wind dropped, or their heathen gods from Valhalla could help them, they stood no chance. They would never see Jutland or the Vik again. 2 hours later, 50 men stood clustered on the beach south of the head, at the north end of the long, inletless stretch of coast that ran down to Spurn Head and the mouth of the Humber. They were armed, leather jackets and caps, spears, wooden shields, a scattering of the broad axes they used to shape their boats and houses. Here and there a sax, the short chopping sword from which the Saxons to the south took their name. Only Godwin had a metal helmet and mail shirt to pull on, a brass-hilted broadsword to buckle round his waist. In the normal way of things, men like these, the coast watch of Bridlington, would not hope or expect to stand on the shore and trade blows with the professional warriors of Denmark and Norway. Rather they would fade away, taking as much as they could of their goods and wives with them, waiting for the mounted levy, the Thane service of Northumbria, to come down and do the fighting for which they earned their estates and manor houses, waiting hopefully for a chance to swarm forward and join in the harassing of a beaten enemy, the chance of taking loot. It was not a chance which had come to any Englishman since Oakley 14 years before. And that had been in the south, in the foreign kingdom of Wessex, where all manner of strange things happened. Nevertheless, the mood of the men watching the Norse out in the bay was unalarmed, even cheerful. Almost every man in the coast watch was a fisherman skilled in the ways of the North Sea, the worst water in the world, with its fogs and gales, its monstrous tides and unexpected currents. As the day strengthened and the Viking ships were blown remorselessly closer in, Merla's realization had come to everyone. The Vikings were doomed. It was just a matter of what they could try next, and whether they would try it, lose, and get the wreck over with before the mounted levy Godwin had summoned hours before could arrive, resplendent in its armor, colored cloaks, and gold-mounted swords. After which, opinion among the fishermen felt, the chances of any worthwhile plunder for them were low, unless they marked the spot and tried later in secret with grappling irons. Quiet conversations ran among the men at the rear, with an occasional low laugh. "See," the town reeve was explaining to Godwin at the front, "the wind's east a point north. If they put up a scrap of sail, they can run west, north, or south." He drew briefly in the wet sand at their feet. "If he goes west, he hits us. If he goes north, he hits the head. Mind you, if he could get past the head, he'd have a clear run northwest away up to Cleveland. That's why he was trying his sweeps an hour ago. A few 100 yards out to sea, and he'd have been free. But what we knows and what they doesn't is there's a current. Hell of a current rips down past the head. They might as well stir the water with their—" He paused, not sure how far informality could go. "Why doesn't he go south?" cut in Godwin. "He will. He's tried the sweeps, tried the sea anchor to check his drift. It's my guess the one in charge, the Jarl, what they call them. He knows his men are exhausted. A rare old night they must have had of it, and a shock in the morning when they saw where they were." The reeve shook his head with a kind of professional sympathy. "They are not such great sailors," pronounced Godwin with satisfaction, "and God is against them, foul heathen church defilers." A stir of excitement behind them cut off the reply the reeve might have been incautious enough to make. The two men turned. On the path that ran along behind the high-water mark, a dozen men were dismounting. The levy, thought Godwin. The Thanes from Beverley? No, they could not possibly have arrived in this time. They must only now be saddling up. Yet the man in front was a nobleman. Big, burly, fair hair, bright blue eyes, with the upright stance of a man who had never had to plow or hoe for a living. Gold shone beneath his expensive scarlet cape, on buckles and sword pommel. Behind him strode a smaller, younger version of himself, surely his son. And on the other side of him another youth, tall, straight-backed like a warrior, but dark in complexion, poorly dressed in tunic and wool breeches. Grooms held the horses for 6 more armed, competent-looking men. A retinue, surely, a rich Thane's hearth troop. The leading stranger held his empty hand up. "You do not know me," he said. "I am Wulfgar." I am a thane from King Edmund's country, from the East Angles. A stir of interest from the crowd, the dawnings, his message might be of hostility. You wonder what I am doing here. I will tell you. He gestured out at the shore. I hate Vikings. I know more of them than most men. And, like most men, to my sorrow. In my own country, among the Northfolk beyond the Wash, I am the coast guard set by King Edmund. But long ago I saw that we would never get rid of these vermin while we English fought only our own battles. I persuaded my king of this, and he sent messages to yours. They agreed that I should come north to talk with the wise men in Beverley and in Eforwich about what we might do. I took a wrong road last night, met your messengers riding to Beverley this morning. I have come to help. He paused. Have I your leave? Godwin nodded slowly. Never mind what the low-born fish-churl of a reeve said. Some of the bastards might come ashore. And if they did, this lot might well scatter. A dozen armed men just might be useful. Come and welcome, he said. Wulfgar nodded with deliberate satisfaction. I am only just in time, he remarked. Out to sea, the penultimate act of the wreck was about to take place. One of the two Norse was 50 yards farther in than the other, her men more tired or maybe less driven by their skipper. Now she was about to pay the price. Her wallowing rolls in the waves changed angle, the bare mast rocking crazily. Suddenly the watching men could see that the yellow line of underwater sandbanks was on the other side of the hull. Crewmen exploded from the deck, and the planks where they had been lying ran furiously up and down, grabbing sweeps, thrusting them over the side, trying to pull their ship off and gain a few extra moments of life. Too late. A cry of despair rang thinly across the water as the Vikings saw it, echoed by a hum of excitement from the Englishmen on the shore. The wave, the big wave, the seventh wave that always rolls farthest up the beach. Suddenly the Nore was up on it, lifted and tilted sideways in a cascade of boxes and barrels and men, sliding from the windward into the leeward scuppers. Then the wave was gone, and the Nore smashed down, landing with a thump on the hard sand and gravel of the bank. Planks flew. The mast was over the side in a tangle of cordage. For an instant a man could be seen grasping desperately to the ornamented dragon prow. Then another wave covered everything, and when it passed, there were only bobbing fragments. The fishermen nodded. A few crossed themselves. If the good God spared them from the Vikings, that was the way they expected to go one day, like men with the cold salt in their mouths, and rings in their ears to pay kindly strangers to bury them. Now there was one more thing for a skillful captain to try. The remaining Viking was going to try it, to scud south with the wind abeam and all the easting he could get, rather than wait passively for death like his consort had. A man appeared suddenly at the steering oar. Even from 2 furlongs distance, the watchers could see his red beard wagging as he bellowed orders, could hear the echo of his urgency rolling across the water. There were men at the ropes, waiting, heaving together. A scrap of sail leapt free from the yard, caught instantly by the wind and tugged out. As the ship shot urgently toward shore, another volley of orders swung the yard round, and the boat heeled downwind. Within seconds, she was steady on a new course, picking up speed, throwing water wide from her bow wave as she raced away from the head down toward the spurn. "They're getting away!" yelled Godwin. "Get the horses!" He cuffed his groom out of the way, scrambled astride, and set off at a gallop in pursuit. Wulfgar, the stranger thane, only a pace or two behind, and the rest of their retinues following in a strung-out, disorderly line. Only the dark boy who had come with Wulfgar hesitated. "You're not hurrying," he said to the motionless reeve. "Why not? Don't you want to catch up with them?" The reeve grinned, stooped, picked a pinch of sand from the beach, and threw it in the air. "They've got to try it," he remarked. "Nothing else to do. But they're not going to get far." Turning on his heel, he indicated a score of men to stay where they were and watch the beach for wreckage or survivors. Another score of mounted men set off along the path behind the thanes. The rest, bunched together, began to trot purposefully but deliberately along the beach after the racing ship. As the minutes passed, even the landsmen realized what the reeve had seen straight away. The Viking skipper was not going to win his gamble. Twice already he had tried to force his ship's head out to sea, 2 men joining the red-bearded one as he strained at the steering oar, the rest of the crew bracing the yard round till the ropes sang iron-hard in the wind. Both times the waves had heaved remorselessly at the prow till it wavered, swung back, the ship's hull shuddering with the forces contending on it. And again the skipper had tried, turning back parallel with the coastline and building up speed for another dash to the safety of the open sea. But was he parallel with the coastline this time? Even to the inexperienced eyes of Godwin and Wulfgar it looked this time as if something was different. Stronger wind, heavier sea, the grip of the inshore current dragging at the bottom. The red-bearded man was still by the oar, still shouting orders for some other maneuver. The ship was still racing along, as the poet said, like a foamy-necked floater. But her prow was turning in inch by inch or foot by foot. The yellow line was perilously close to her bow wave. It was clear she was going to strike. One instant the ship was running full tilt. The next her prow had slammed into unyielding gravel. The mast snapped off instantly and hurled itself forward, taking half the crew with it. The planks of the clinker-built boat sprang outward from their settings, letting in the onrushing sea. In a heartbeat the whole ship had opened up like a flower, and then vanished, leaving only cordage streaming in the wind for a moment to show where she had been, and once again bobbing fragments in the water. Bobbing fragments, the fishermen noted interestedly as they panted up, this time rather closer to shore. One of them a head. A red head. "Is he going to make it, do you think?" asked Wulfgar. They could see the man clearly now, 50 yards out in the water, hanging still and making no effort to swim farther as he eyed the great waves pounding in to destroy themselves on the shore. "He's going to try," replied Godwin, motioning men forward to the watermark. "If he does, we'll grab him." Redbeard had made his mind up and started to swim forward, hurling the water aside with great strokes of his arms. He had seen the great wave coming behind him. It lifted him, he was swept forward, straining to keep himself on top of the wave as if he could propel himself up the beach, and land as weightlessly as the white foam that crawled almost to the soles of the Thane's leather shoes. For 10 strokes he was there, the watchers turning their heads up to look at him as he swung to the crest of the wave. Then the wave in front, retreating, checked his progress in a great swirl of sand and stone. The crest broke, dissolved, smashed him down with a grunt and a snap, rolled him helplessly forward, dragged him back with the undertow. "Go in and get him," yelled Godwin. "Move, you hare-hearts! He can't hurt you." 2 of the fishermen darted forward between the waves, grabbed an arm each, and hauled him back, for a moment waist-deep amid the smother, but then out, the red beard braced between them. "He's still alive," muttered Wulfgar in astonishment. "I thought that wave was enough to break his spine." The Redbeard's feet touched the shore. He looked round at the 80 men confronting him. His teeth showed suddenly in a flashing grin. "What welcome," he remarked. He turned in the grip of his 2 rescuers, placed the outside of his foot on one man's shin, raked it down with full weight onto the instep. The man howled and let go the brawny arm he was clutching. Instantly the arm swept across, 2 fingers extended, driving deep into the eyes of the man still holding on. He, too, shrieked and fell to his knees, blood starting from between his fingers. The Viking plucked the gutting knife from his belt, stepped forward, seized the nearest Englishman with one hand, and stabbed savagely upwards with the other. As the fisherman's mates leapt back, shouting in alarm, he snatched a spear, whipped the knife back, and hurled it, grabbed a sax from the hand of the fallen man. 10 heartbeats after his feet touched the shore, he was the center of a semicircle of men, all backing away from him, except the 2 still lying at his feet. His teeth showed again as he threw his head back in a wild guffaw. "Come now," he shouted gutturally. "I won, you many. Come to fight with Ragnar. Who is great one who comes first? You, or you?" He flourished his spear at Godwin and Wulfgar, now isolated, mouths gaping, by the fishermen still drawing respectfully back. "We'll have to take him," muttered Godwin, drawing his broadsword with a wheep. "I wish I had my shield." Wulfgar followed suit, stepping sideways, pushing back the fair-haired boy who stood a pace behind him. "Go back, Ulfgar. If we can disarm him, the churls will finish it for us." The two Englishmen edged forward, swords drawn, facing the bear-like figure which stood grinning, waiting for them, the blood and water still surging round his feet. Then he was in motion, heading straight for Wulfgar, moving with the speed and ferocity of a charging boar. Wulfgar sprang back in shock, landed awkwardly, a foot twisting under him. The Viking missed with a left-hand slash, poised the right arm for a downward killing thrust. Something jerked the Redbeard off his feet, hurled him backward, struggling helplessly to free an arm, twisted him round and threw him heavily into the wet sand. A net. A fisherman's net. The Reeve and two more jumped forward, seized handfuls of tarry cordage, jerked the net tighter. One twitched the sacks from an enmeshed hand. Another stamped savagely on the fingers, holding the spear, breaking shaft and bones in the same movement. They rolled the helpless man quickly, expertly, like a dangerous dogfish or herring shark. They straightened, looking down, and waited for orders. Wulfgar limped over, exchanging glances with Godwin. "What have we caught here?" he muttered. "Something tells me this is no two-ship chieftain out of luck." He eyed the garments of the netted man, reached down and felt them. "Goatskin," he said. "Goatskin with pitch on." He called himself Ragnar. "We've caught Lothbrok himself. Ragnar Lothbrok. Ragnar Hairy Breeks." "We can't deal with him," said Godwin in the silence. "He'll have to go to King Ella." Another voice broke in, the voice of the dark boy who had questioned the Reeve. "King Ella," he said. "I thought Osbert was king of the Northumbrians." Godwin turned to Wulfgar with weary politeness. "I don't know how you discipline your people in the Northfolk," he remarked. "But if he were mine and said something like that, I'd have his tongue torn out. Unless he's your kin, of course." Wulfgar's knuckles whitened on his sword hilt. In the lightless stable no one could see him. The dark boy leaned his face on the saddle and let himself slump. His back was like fire, the wool tunic sticky with blood, rasping and pulling free at every movement. The beating had been the worst he had ever suffered, and he had suffered many, many thrashings from rope and leather, bent over the horse trough in the yard of the place he called home. It was that remark about kin that had done it, he knew. He hoped he had not cried out so that the strangers would hear him. Toward the end he hadn't been able to tell. Pained memories of dragging himself out into the daylight. Then the long ride across the wolds, trying to hold himself straight. What would happen now they were in Eforwich? Once upon a time the fabled city, home of the long-departed but mysterious Rome folk and their legions, had stirred his fervent imagination more than the songs of glory of the minstrels. Now he was here, and he only wanted to escape. When would he be free of his father's guilt, of his stepfather's hate? Shef pulled himself together and began to unbuckle the girth, dragging at the heavy leather. Wulfgar, he was sure, would soon formally enslave him, put the iron collar round his neck, ignore the faint protests of his mother, and sell him in the market at Thetford or Lincoln. He would get a good price. In childhood, Shef had hung around the village forge, drawn by the fire, hiding from the abuse and the thrashings. Slowly he had come to help the smith, pumping the bellows, holding the tongs, beating out the iron blooms, making his own tools, making his own sword. They would not let him keep it once he was a slave. Maybe he should run now. Slaves sometimes got away. Usually not. He pulled off the saddle and groped round the unfamiliar stable for a place to stow it. The door opened, bringing in light, a candle, and the familiar cold, scornful voice of Alfgar. "Not finished yet? Then drop it. I'll send a groom. My father is called to council with the king and the great ones. He must have a servant behind his chair to pour his ale. It is not fitting for me to do it, and the companions are too proud. Go now. The king's bower thane waits to instruct you." Shef plodded out into the courtyard of the king's great wooden hall, new built within the square of the old Roman ramparts, into the dim light of the spring evening, almost too tired to walk straight. And yet inside him something stirred, something hot and excited. Council? Great ones? They would decide the fate of the prisoner, the mighty warrior. It would be a story to tell Godive, one that none of the wiseacres of Emneth could match. "And keep your mouth shut," a voice hissed from inside the stable. or he will have your tongue torn out. And remember, Ella is king in Northumbria now, and you are no kin to my father. Chapter 2. We think he's Ragnar Lothbrok. King Ella asked his council. How do we know? He looked down a long table with a dozen men seated round it, all of them on low stools except for the king himself, who was on a great carven high seat. Most of them were dressed like the king or like Wulfgar, who sat at Ella's left hand, in brightly colored cloaks, still pulled round them against the draughts that swirled in from every corner and closed shutter, making the tallow-dipped torches flare and eddy, gold and silver round wrists and brawny necks, clasps and buckles and heavy sword belts. They were the military aristocracy of Northumbria, the petty rulers of great blocks of land in the south and east of the kingdom, the men who had put Ella on the throne and driven out his rival Osbert. They sat on their stools awkwardly, like men who spent their lives on foot or in the saddle. 4 other men stood out against them, grouped at the foot of the table as if in conscious isolation. 3 wore the black gowns and cowls of the monks of St. Benedict, the 4th the purple and white of a bishop. They sat easily, bending forward over the table, wax tablets and styli ready to record what was said or to pass their thoughts to one another in secret. One man made ready to answer his king's question. Cuthred, captain of the bodyguard. We can't find anyone to recognize him, he admitted. Everyone who ever stood face to face with Ragnar in battle is dead, except, he remarked courteously, the gallant thane of King Edmund who has joined us. However, that doesn't prove this one is Ragnar Lothbrok. But I think he is. One, he won't talk. I reckon I'm good at getting people to talk, and anyone who won't is not a common pirate. This one for sure thinks he's somebody. Another, it fits. What were those ships doing? They were coming back from the south. They'd been blown off course. They hadn't seen sun nor stars for days. Otherwise, skippers like that, and the Bridlington Reeve says they were good, wouldn't have got into that state. And they were cargo ships. What cargo do you take south? Slaves. They don't want wool, they don't want furs, they don't want ale. Those were slavers on their way back from the countries down south. The man's a slaver who's a somebody, and that fits Ragnar. Doesn't prove it, though. Cuthred took a heavy pull at his ale mug, exhausted by eloquence. But there's one thing that makes me sure. What do we know about Ragnar? He looked round the table. Right, he's a bastard. Church despoiler, agreed Archbishop Wolf here from the end of the table. Ravisher of nuns, thief of the brides of Christ. Assuredly his sins shall find him out. I dare say, agreed Cuthred. One thing I have heard about him is this, and I've only heard it about him, not all the other church despoilers and ravishers there are in the world. Ragnar is very big on information. He's like me. He's good at getting people to talk. The way he does it, I hear, is this. A note of professional interest crept into the captain's voice. If he catches someone, first thing he does, no talk, no argument, is gouge one eye out. Then he still doesn't talk. He reaches round and gets the man's head ready for the next one. If the man thinks of something Ragnar really wants to know while he's getting ready, all right, he's in business. If he doesn't, well, too bad. They say Ragnar wastes a lot of people, but then churls aren't worth a lot on the block. They say he reckons it saves him a lot of time and breath. And our prisoner has told you this is his view, too. It was one of the black monks who spoke, his voice dripping condescension. In the course of a friendly discussion on professional matters. No. Cuthred took another pull at his ale. But I looked at his nails. All clipped short, except the right thumbnail. It's been grown an inch long, hard as steel. I got it here. He tossed a bloody claw onto the table. So it's Ragnar, said King Ella in the silence. So what do we do with him? The warriors exchanged puzzled looks. Like you mean beheading's too good for him? Ventured Cuthred. We should hang him instead? Or something worse? Put in one of the other nobles. Like a runaway slave or something? Maybe the monks. What was that story about Holy Saint... the one with the gridiron, or... His imagination ran out. He fell into silence. I have another idea, said Ella. "We could let him go." Consternation faced him. The king leaned forward from his high seat, his sharp, mobile face and keen eyes passing to each man in turn. "Think. Why am I king? I'm king because Osbert." The forbidden name sent a visible shudder through the listening men, and called an answering twinge from the lacerated back of the servant who stood listening behind Wulfgar's stool. "Because Osbert could not defend this kingdom against the Viking raiders. He just did what we'd always done. Told everyone to keep a lookout and organize their own defense. So we had 10 shiploads land on a town and do what they liked while the other towns and parishes pulled the blankets over their heads and thanked God it wasn't them. What did I do? You know what I did. I pulled everyone back except the lookout stations. I organized the rider teams. I set up the mounted levies at the vital places. Now they come down on us, we have a chance of coming down on them before they get too far, of teaching them a lesson. New ideas. I think we need another new idea here. We can let him go. We can do a deal with him. He stays away from Northumbria. He gives us hostages. We treat him as an honored guest till the hostages come. We send him off with a pile of presents. Doesn't cost us too much. Could save us a lot. By the time he's exchanged, he'll have got over Cuthred's conversation with him. All part of the game. What do you say?" The warriors looked at each other, eyebrows rising, heads shaking in surprise. "Might work," muttered Cuthred. Wulfgar cleared his throat to speak, a look of displeasure crossing his reddened face. He was cut off by a voice from the black monks at the end of the table. "You may not do that, my lord." "May not. Must not. You have other duties than those in this world. The Archbishop, our reverend father and former brother, has reminded us of the foul deeds done by this Ragnar against Christ's church. Deeds done against us as men and Christians. Those we are commanded to forgive. But deeds done against Holy Church, those we must avenge with all our heart and all our strength. How many churches has this Ragnar burned? How many Christian men and women carried off to sell to the pagans, and worse, to the followers of Mohammed? How many precious relics destroyed, and the gifts of the faithful stolen? It would be a sin against your soul to forgive these deeds. It would imperil the salvation of every man around this table. No, King, give him to us. Let us show you what we have made for you, for those who molest Mother Church. And when the news of that reaches back to the pagans, the robbers from the sea, let them know that Mother Church's arm is as heavy as her mercy is long. Let us give him to the serpent pit. Let us make men talk of the wormyard of King Ella." The king hesitated fatally. Before he could speak, the sharp agreement of the other monks and of the archbishop was echoed by the rumble of surprise, curiosity, approval from his warriors. "I have never seen a man given to the worms," said Wulfgar, his face beaming with pleasure. "It is what every Viking in the world deserves, and so I shall say when I return to my own king, and I shall praise the wisdom and the cunning of King Ella." The black monk who had spoken rose to his feet. Erkenbert, the dreaded archdeacon. "The worms are ready. Have the prisoner taken to them, and let all attend, councillors, warriors, servants, to see the rake and the vengeance of King Ella and Mother Church." The council rose, Ella among them, his face still clouded by doubt, but swept along by the agreement of his men. The nobles began to jostle out, calling already for their servants, friends, wives, women to join them, to see the new thing. Shef, turning to follow his stepfather, looked back at the last moment to see the black monks still clustered in a little knot at the end of the table. "Why did you say that?" muttered Archbishop Wulfhere to his archdeacon. "We could pay a toll to the Vikings and still save our immortal souls. Why did you force the king to send this Ragnar to the serpents?" The monk reached in his pouch and, like Cuthred, threw an object on the table, then another. "What are those, my lord?" "This is a coin, a gold coin, with the script of the abominable worshippers of Mohammed on it. It was taken from the prisoner." "You mean he is too evil to let live?" "No, my lord." "The other coin?" "It is a penny from our own mint here in Evelwich. It has my own name on it, see? Wulfhere. A silver penny." The archdeacon picked up both coins and stowed them back in his pouch. A very bad penny, my lord. Little silver, much lead. All the church can afford in these days. Our slaves run away, our churls cheat on their tithes. Even the nobles give as little as they dare. Meanwhile, the heathens' pouches drip with gold, stolen from believers. The church is in danger, my lord. Not that she may be defeated and pillaged by the heathen, grievous though that is, for from that we may recover. It is that the heathens and the Christians may make common cause. For then they will find that they have no need of us. We must not let them deal. Nods of agreement, even from the archbishop. So, to the serpent. The serpent pit was an old stone cistern from the time of the Rome folk, with a light roof hastily erected over it to keep off the drizzle. The monks of St. Peter's Minster and Eforwich were tender of their pets, the shining worms. All last summer, the word had gone out to their many tenants scattered across the churchlands of Northumbria. Find the adders, seek them out in their basking places on the high fells, bring them in. So much remission of rent, so much remission of tithes for a foot-long worm. More for a foot and a half. Disproportionately more for the old, the grandfather worms. Not a week had passed without a squirming bag being delivered to the custos viperarum, the keeper of the snakes, its contents to be lovingly tended, fed on frogs and mice, and on each other to promote their growth. Dragon does not become dragon till it has tasted worm, the custos would say to his brothers. Maybe the same is true of our adders. Now lay brothers racked torches round the walls of the stone court to augment the evening twilight, carried in sacks of warm sand and straw, and spread it on the floor of the pit to make the serpents fiery and active. And now the custos too appeared, smiling with satisfaction, waving along a gang of novices, each the proud, if careful, bearer of a leather sack that hissed and bulged disconcertingly. The custos took each bag in turn, held it up to the crowd, now pushing and jostling round the low walls of the cistern, undid the lashings, and slowly poured the struggling inhabitants down into the pit. He moved a few paces as he did each one to distribute his serpents evenly. His task done, he stepped back to the edge of the lane kept open for the great ones by brawny companions, the king's own hearth troop. They came at last. The king, his council, their body servants, the prisoner pushed along in the middle of them. There was a saying among the warriors of the north, a man should not limp while both his legs are the same length. And Ragnar did not limp now, yet he found it hard to hold himself straight. Cuthred's ministrations had not been gentle. The great ones fell back when they came to the edge of the pit and let the prisoners see what he faced. He grinned through broken teeth, his hands tied behind him, a powerful guard holding each arm. He still wore the strange shaggy clothes of tarred goatskin which had brought him his name. Erkenbert, the archdeacon, pushed forward to face him. "That is the worm yard," he said. "Ormgarth," corrected Ragnar. The priest spoke again in simple English, the trade talk of the merchants. "Know this. You have a choice. If you become Christian, you live. As a slave. No Ormgarth then for you. But you must become Christian." The Viking's mouth twisted in contempt. He spoke in reply, still in the trade tongue. "You priests, I know your talk. You say I live. How? As a slave, you say. What you not say, but I know, is how. No eyes, no tongue. Cut legs, cut hawk sinews. No walk." His voice rose to a chant. "I fought in the front for 30 winters. Always I struck with the sword. 400 men I killed, 1,000 women I ravished, many minsters I burned, many men's bairns I sold. Many have wept for me. I never wept for them. Now I come to the Ormgarth, like Gunnar the God-born. Do your worst. Let the shining worm sting me to the heart. I shall not ask for mercy. Always I struck with the sword." "Get on with it," snarled Ella from behind the Viking. The guards began to hustle him forward. "Stop," Erkenbert called. "First bind his legs." They tied the unresisting man roughly, pulled him to the edge, balanced him on the wall, then, he, looking round at the pushing but silent crowd, shoved him over. He fell a few feet, landing with a thump on top of a pile of crawling snakes. Instantly they hissed, instantly they struck. The man in the shaggy tunic and breeches laughed once from the ground. "They cannot bite through," called a voice in disappointment. "His clothes are too thick." "They may strike at his hands or face," called the serpent keeper, jealous for the honor of his pets. One of the largest adders indeed lay a few inches from Ragnar's face, the two staring almost eye to eye, the forked tongue of the one almost touching the chin of the other. A long moment of pause. Then, suddenly, the man's head moved, shooting sideways, teeth agape. A threshing of coils, a mouth spitting blood, the snake lay headless. Again the Viking laughed. Slowly he began to roll, humping his body despite the bound arms and legs, trying to fall on the snakes with the full weight of hip or shoulder. "He's killing them!" cried the Kustos in mortal pain. Ella moved forward in sudden disgust, clicking his fingers. "You and you. You've got stout boots on. Go in and lift him out. I'll not forget this," he added in an undertone to the disconcerted Erkenbert. "You've made a damned fool of all of us. Now, you men, free his arms, free his legs, cut his clothes off, bind him again. You and you, go fetch hot water. Serpents desire heat. If we warm his skin, they will be drawn to it. One more thing. He will lie still this time to thwart us. Bind one arm to his body and tie the left wrist to a rope. Then we can make him move." They lowered the prisoner again, still grinning, still unspeaking. This time the king himself steered the lowering to the spot where the snakes lay thickest. In a few moments they began to crawl to the warm body steaming in the chill air, writhing over it. Cries of disgust came from the women and servants in the crowd, as they imagined the scales of the fat adders brushing over bare skin. Then the king jerked his rope again and again. The arm moved, the adders hissed, the disturbed one struck, felt flesh, struck again and again, filling the man's body with their poison. Slowly, slowly, the awed watchers saw his face begin to change, to puff, to turn blue. As his eyes and tongue began to bulge, finally he called out once more. "Gnuthia mundo grisir ef galtar hag visi," he remarked. "What did he say?" muttered the crowd. "What does that mean?" "I know no Norse," thought Shef from his vantage point, "but I know that bodes no good." "Gnuthia mundu grisir ef galtar hag visi." The word still rang in the mind of the massive man, weeks later and hundreds of miles to the east, who was standing in the prow of the long ship, easing gently up toward the Shellan shore. It was sheer chance that he had ever come to hear them. Had Ragnar been talking to himself alone? He mused. Or had he known someone would hear, would understand and remember? It must have been very long odds against anyone in an English court knowing Norse, or anyway enough Norse to understand what Ragnar had said. But dying men were supposed to have insight. Maybe they could tell the future. Maybe Ragnar had known or had guessed what his words would do. But if those were the words of fate, which would always find someone to speak them, they had chosen a strange route to come to him. In the crowd pushing round the Ormgarth, there had been a woman, concubine to an English noble, a leman, as the English called such girls. But before she had been bought for her master in the slave mart of London, she had plied the same trade in the court of King Maelsechnaill in Ireland, where much Norse was spoken. She had heard, she had understood. She had had the wit not to tell her master. Lemons without wit did not live to see their beauty fade. But she had whispered it to her secret lover, a trader going south. He had passed it on to the other members of his caravan. And among them there had been another slave, a former fisherman on the run, one who had taken special interest in it because he had seen the actual capture of Ragnar on the shore. In London, thinking himself safe, the slave had made a story of it to earn himself mugs of ale and hunks of bacon in the waterfront booths where all men were welcome, English or Frankish, Frisian or Dane, as long as their silver was good. And so the tale had come in the end to northern ears. The slave had been a fool, a man of no honor. He had seen in the tale of the death of Ragnar only excitement, strangeness, humor. The massive man in the long ship, Bronn, saw in it much more. That was why he brought the news. The boat was gliding in now along a long fjord, reaching into the flat, rich countryside of Sjælland, easternmost of the Danish islands. There was no wind. The sail was furled up against the yard, the 30 oarsmen rowing a steady, unhurried, practiced stroke, the ripples of their progress fanning out across the flat pond-like sea to caress the shore. Cows moved gently in rich meadows, fields of thickly shooting grain stretched into the distance. The air of peace was totally deceptive, Bronn knew. He was at the still center of the greatest storm in the north, its peace guaranteed only by hundreds of miles of war-torn sea and burning coastline. As they rowed in, he had been challenged 3 times by naval patrols, heavy coastal warships never designed for the open sea, filled with men. They had let him through with increasing amusement, always keen to see a man try his luck. Even now 2 ships twice the size of his were cruising behind him just to make certain there was no escape. He knew, his men knew, that worse lay ahead. Behind him the helmsman passed the steering oar to a crewman and strolled forward to the prow. For a few moments he stood behind his skipper, his head barely reaching the huge man's shoulder blade, and then spoke. He spoke softly, taking care not to be overheard even by the foremost rowers. "You know I'm not one to question decisions," he murmured. "But since we're here, and we've all stuck our pizzles well and truly in the wasp's nest, maybe you won't mind me asking why?" "Since you came so far without asking," replied Bronn in the same low tones, "I'll give you 3 reasons and charge you for none of them. 1. This is our chance to gain lasting glory. This will be a scene for saga makers and for poets until the last day, when the gods fight the giants and the brood of Loki is loosed on the world." The helmsman grinned. "You have enough glory already, champion of the men of Hålogaland. And some men say the ones we are going to meet are the brood of Loki, especially one of them." 2, then. That English slave, the runaway who told us the tale, the fisherman running from the Christ monks. Did you see his back? His masters deserve all the woe in the world, and I can send it to them." This time the helmsman laughed aloud, but gently. "Did you ever see anyone after Ragnar had finished talking to him? And those we are going to visit are worse, especially one of them. Maybe he and the Christ monks deserve each other. But what of all the others?" "So then, Steinulf, it comes to 3. Bronn lifted gently the silver pendant which hung round his neck and lay on his chest, outside the tunic. A short-hafted, double-headed hammer. "I was asked to do this, as a service." "By whom?" "Someone we both know, in the name of the one who will come from the north." "Ah, well, that is good enough for both of us. Maybe for all of us. But I am going to do one thing before we get too close to the shore." Deliberately, making certain his skipper saw what he was doing, the helmsman took the pendant which hung round his own neck and tucked it inside his tunic, pulling the collar so that no trace of the chain showed. Slowly Bronn turned to face his crew and followed suit. At a word, the steady beat of the oars in the calm water checked. The oarsmen shuffled chains and pendants out of sight. Then the beat of oars resumed. At the jetty ahead, men could now be seen sitting or strolling, never looking at the approaching war-boat, giving a perfect impression of total indifference. Behind them a vast dragon hall lay like an upturned keel. Behind it and round it a vast confusion of sheds, bunkhouses, rollers, boatyards on the edge of the fjord, smithies, stores, rope-walks, corrals, barracoons. This was the heart of a naval empire, the power center of men intent on challenging kingdoms, the home of the homeless warriors. The man sitting on the very end of the jetty ahead of him stood up, yawned, stretched elaborately, and looked in the other direction. Danger. Bronn turned to shout orders. 2 of his men standing by the halyards ran a shield up to the masthead, its new painted white face a sign of peace. 2 others ran forward and eased the gaping dragon head off its pegs on the prow, turning it carefully away from the shore and wrapping it in a cloth. More men on shore suddenly became visible, now prepared to look directly at the boat. They gave no sign of welcome, but Bronn knew that if he had not observed proper ceremonial, his welcome would have been very different. At the thought of what might have happened, might still happen, He felt his belly give an unaccustomed twinge, as if his manhood was trying to crawl back within him. He turned his face out to the far shore to ensure no expression betrayed him. He had been taught since he could crawl, never show fear, never show pain. He valued this more than life itself. He knew also that in the gamble he was about to take nothing could be less safe than a show of insecurity. He meant to bait his deadly hosts, draw them into his story, appear as a challenger, not a suppliant. He meant to offer them a dare so shocking and so public that they would have no choice but to take it. It was not a plan that allowed half measures. As the boat nosed into the jetty, ropes were thrown, caught, snubbed round bollards, still with the same elaborate air of carelessness. A man was looking down into the boat. If this had been a trading port, he might have asked the sailors what cargo, what name, where from. Here the man raised one eyebrow. Bronn, from England. There are many men called Bronn. At a sign, 2 of the ship's crewmen swung a gangplank from ship to jetty. Bronn strolled across it, thumbs in belt, and stood facing the dockmaster. On the level boards he was looking down, far down. He noted with inner pleasure the slight shift of the eyes as the dockmaster, no stripling himself, weighed up Bronn's bulk, realized that man to man at least he was outmatched. Some men call me Viga Bronn. I come from Hålogaland in Norway, where men grow bigger than Danes. Killer Bronn. I have heard of you, but there are many killers here. It needs more than a name to be welcome. I have news. News for the kinsmen. It had better be news worth hearing if you disturb the kinsmen, coming here without leave or passport. News worth hearing it is. Bronn looked directly into the dockmaster's eyes. Come to hear it yourself. Tell your men to come and hear it. Anyone who cannot be bothered to hear what I have to say will curse his laziness till the last day he lives. But of course, if you all have an urgent appointment in the privy, let me not ask you to keep your breeches up. Bronn brushed past the other and strode wordlessly toward the plume of smoke rising from the great longhouse, the hall of the noble kinsmen, the place no enemy had seen and left alive and free to tell the tale, the Breiðraborg itself. His men trooped off the ship and silently began to follow him. The dockmaster's lips twitched, finally with amusement. He made a sign, and his men, picking their spears and bows from concealment, began to straggle inland. A flag dipped in acknowledgment from the still vigilant outpost on the headland 2 miles off. Light shone into the hall from many open shutters, but Bronn halted when he got inside to let his eyes adjust, to look around, to get the feel of his audience. In later years he knew this scene would be famous in song and saga, if he played it right. In the next few minutes he would gain either imperishable glory or unthinkable death. Inside the hall many men were sitting, standing, loitering, playing at one game or another. None looked at him as he came in or at the other men silently filtering in behind him, but he knew they had registered his presence. As his eyes cleared, he saw slowly that though there was no apparent order in the hall, indeed a careful avoidance of it, a pretense that all warriors, all true Drengir, were equal, still the groupings of the men were all subtly poised on one center. At the end of the hall there was a little space no one ventured into. There 4 men were grouped, all seeming intent on their own concerns. He walked toward them, the padding of his soft seaman's shoes audible in what had indiscernibly become silence. He reached the 4 men. "Greetings," he said, pitching his voice loud, for the audience clustered around and behind him. "I have news. News for the sons of Ragnar." One of the 4 glanced over his shoulder at him, went back to paring his fingernails with a knife. Great news it must be for a man to come to the Breiðraborg without invitation or passport. Great news it is. Bronn filled his lungs and controlled his breathing. For it is news of the death of Ragnar. Utter silence now. The man who had spoken continued his paring, intent on his left index finger, the knife slicing. Blood sprang out, the knife cut on down to the quick and the bone. The man made no sound and no movement. A second one of the 4 spoke, picking up a stone piece from the checkerboard to make his move, a powerful, thick-shouldered man with grizzled hair. Tell us, he remarked, his voice carefully unperturbed, deliberately refusing to show unmanly emotion. How did our old father Ragnar die? For it is not to be surprised at, since he was getting on in years. It all began on the coast of England, where he was wrecked. According to the story I heard, he was caught by the men of King Ella. Bronn changed his voice slightly, as if to match or to mock the second Ragnarsson's studied pretense of imperturbability. I do not suppose they had much trouble, for as you say, he was getting on in years. Maybe he offered no resistance. The grizzled man still held his draftsman, his fingers closing on it tighter, tighter. Blood spurted out from under his fingernails, splashed on the board. The man put the piece down, moved it once, twice, lifted the captured draftsman to the side. I take, Ivar, he remarked. The man he was playing with spoke. He was a man with hair so fair it was almost white, swept back off his pale face and held with a linen headband. He looked at Bronn with eyes as colorless as frozen water under lashes that never blinked. What did they do once they had caught him? Bronn looked carefully into the pale man's unblinking stare. He shrugged, still elaborately unconcerned. They took him to King Ella's court at Iforwich. It was no great matter, for they thought him only a common pirate of no importance. I believe they asked him some questions, had some little sport with him. But then, tiring of him, they decided they might as well put him to death. In the dead silence, Bronn studied his fingernails, conscious that his baiting of the Ragnarssons had almost reached its climax of danger. He shrugged again. Well, they gave him to the Christ priests in the end. I expect he did not seem worthy of death from the warriors. A flush shot into the pale man's cheeks. He seemed to be holding his breath, almost choking. The flush deepened, till his face was scarlet. He began to sway to and fro in his chair, a kind of coughing coming from deep in his throat. His eyes bulged. The scarlet deepened to purple. In the dim light of the hall, almost to black. Slowly the swaying stopped. The man seemed to win some deep internal battle within himself. The coughing died. The face ebbed back to a startling pallor. The fourth man who stood by his three brothers watching the draughts game was leaning on a spear. He had not moved or spoken, had kept his eyes down. Slowly now he raised them to look at Bronn. For the first time the tall messenger flinched. There was something in the eyes he had heard of, but had never believed. The pupils astonishingly black, the iris around them as white as new-fallen snow, startlingly clear, and surrounding the black totally like the paint around an iron shield boss. The eyes glinted like moonlight on metal. How did King Ella and the Christ priests decide to kill the old man in the end? Asked the fourth of the Ragnarssons, his voice low, almost gentle. I suppose you will be telling us it did not take much doing. Bronn answered bluntly and truthfully, taking no more risks. They put him in the serpent pit, the wormyard, the Ormgarth. I understand there was some little trouble, as to begin with the snakes would not bite, and then, from what I heard, Ragnar bit them first. But in the end, they bit him, and he died. It was a slow death, and no weapon mark on him. Not one to be proud of in Valhalla. The man with the strange eyes did not move a muscle. There was a pause, a long pause, as the intently watching audience waited for him to make some sign that he had heard, for him to show some failure in self-control like his brothers. It did not come. The man straightened finally, tossed the spear he had been leaning on to a bystander, hooked his thumbs in his belt, prepared to speak. A grunt from the bystander, a grunt of surprise, drawing all eyes to him. Silently he held up the tough ash-wood spear he had been thrown. On it men could see indentations, marks where fingers had gripped. A slight hum of satisfaction ran round the hall. Before the man with the strange eyes could speak, Bronn interrupted, seizing the moment. Pulling his mustache thoughtfully, he remarked, There was one other thing. Yes? After the snakes had bitten him, as he lay dying, Ragnar spoke. They did not understand him, of course, for he spoke in our tongue, in the Norrent Mal. But someone heard, someone passed it on. In the end, I was fortunate enough to come by it. I have no invitation and no passport, as you said just now. but it occurred to me you might be interested enough to want to know." "What did he say, then, the old man dying?" Bronn lifted his voice loudly so that it filled the whole hall, like a herald issuing a challenge. "He said, 'Gnuthia mundu grisir elfgaltar hagvisi.'" This time there was no need to translate. The whole hall knew what Ragnar had said. If they knew how the old boar died, how the little pigs would grunt. "So that is why I came uninvited," called Bronn, his voice still high and challenging, "though some told me it might be dangerous. I am a man who likes to hear grunting, and so I came to tell the little pigs. And you must be the little pigs, from what men tell me. You, Halfdan Ragnarsson." He nodded to the man with the knife. "You, Ubi Ragnarsson, the first drafts player. You, Ivar Ragnarsson, famous for your white hair. And you, Sigurd Ragnarsson. I see now why men call you Orm I Alga, the Snake Eye. It is not likely that my news has pleased you, but I hope you will agree that it was news you should be told." The four men were on their feet now, all facing him, the pretense of indifference gone. As they took in his words, they nodded. Slowly they were beginning to grin, their expressions all the same, looking for the first time as if they were all a family, all brothers, all sons of the same man. Their teeth showed. It was the prayer of the monks and minster men in those days. Domine libera nos a furore nomanorum. Lord, deliver us from the fury of the Northmen. If they had seen those faces, any sensible monk would have added immediately, Sed praesepe, Domine, a humore eorum. But especially, Lord, from their mirth. "It was news we should be told," said the Snake Eye, "and we thank you for bringing it. At the start we thought you might not be telling all the truth about this matter, and that was why we may have seemed displeased. But what you said at the end, that was our Father's voice. He knew someone would hear it. He knew someone would tell us. And he knew what we would do. Didn't he, boys?" A gesture, and someone rolled forward a great round chopping block, an oak trunk sawn off. A heave from the four brothers together, and it crashed down firm on the floor. The sons of Ragnar clustered round it, facing their men, each raising one foot and placing it on the block. They spoke together, following the ritual. "Now we stand on this block, and we make this boast that we will invade England in vengeance for our father," so Halfdan said. "Capture King Ella and kill him with torments for Ragnar's death," so Ubi. "Defeat all the kings of the English and bring the land into subjection to us," so Sigurd the Snake Eye. "Wreak vengeance on the Black Crows, the Christ priests who counseled the Ormgarth," so Ivar spoke. They ended again together. "And if we go back on our words, let the gods of Asgarth despise us and reject us, and may we never join our father and our ancestors in their dwellings." As they ended, the smoke-blackened beams of the longhouse were filled with a roar of approval from 400 throats, the jarls, the nobles, the skippers, and the helmsmen of the whole pirate fleet in unison. Outside, the rank and file, gathering from their booths and bunkhouses, nudged each other with excitement and anticipation, knowing that a decision had been made. "And now," the Snake Eye yelled over the din, "pull out the tables, spread the boards. No man may inherit from his father till he has drunk the funeral ale. And so we shall drink the Arval for Ragnar, drink like heroes. And in the morning we shall gather every man and every ship and take our way to England, so that they shall never forget us nor be quit of us. But now drink, and stranger, sit at our board and tell us more of our father. There will be a place for you in England once it is ours." Far away, Shef, the dark boy, the stepson of Wulfgar, lay on a straw pallet. The mist was still rising from the dank ground of Emneth, and only a thin old blanket covered him from it. Inside the stout timbered wooden hall, his father Wulfgar lay in comfort, if not in love, with the boy's mother, the Lady Thrith. Alfgar lay in a warm bed in a room by his parents, and so too did Godive, the concubine's child, Wulfgar's daughter. At Wulfgar's homecoming they had all eaten lavishly of the roasted and the boiled, the baked and the brewed, duck and goose from the fens, pike and lamprey from the rivers. Shef had eaten rye porridge and gone out to his solitary hut by the smithy where he worked, to have his only friend dress his new-got scars. Now he was tossing in the grip of a dream, if dream it was. He saw a dark field somewhere on the edge of the world, lit only by a purple sky. On the field lay shapeless huddles of rags and bone and skin, white skulls and rib cages showing through the remains of gorgeous garments. Round the huddles, everywhere on the field, hopped and swarmed a great army of birds, huge black birds with black beaks, stabbing savagely into eye sockets and pecking bone joints for a morsel of flesh or marrow. But the bodies had been picked over many times, the bones were dry. The birds began to croak loudly and peck at each other instead. They ceased, they grew quiet. They clustered together to where 4 blackbirds were standing. They listened as the 4 croaked and croaked in ever louder and more menacing tones. Then the whole flock rose as one into the purple sky, circled and closed formation, then banked slowly like a single organism and flew directly toward him, toward Shef, to where he was standing. The leader flew straight at him. He could see the remorseless, unblinking golden eye. The black beak pointed at his face. It did not pull back. He could not move. Something was holding his head firm and rigid. He felt the black beak driving deep into the soft jelly of his eye. Shef woke with a shout and a start, leaping straight off the pallet, clutching his thin blanket round him as he stared out of the hole in his hut's wall into a marshy dawn. His friend Hunt called from the other pallet. "What is it, Shef? What frightened you?" For a moment he could not reply. Then it came out as a croak. He did not know what he was saying. "The ravens! The ravens are on the wing!" Chapter 3. "Are you certain it is the great army itself which has landed?" Wulfgar's voice was angry but unsure. It was news he did not want to believe, but he did not dare to challenge the messenger openly. "There is no doubt," said Edrich, the king's thane, trusted servant of Edmund, king of the East Angles. "And this army is led by the sons of Ragnar?" Even more fearful news for Wulfgar, thought Shef, as he listened to the debate from the back of the room. Every freeman in Emneth had crowded into their lord's hall, summoned by runners. For though a freeman in England could lose everything, land right, folk right, even kin right, for failing to answer a lawful summons to arms, for that very reason it was also their right to hear all issues debated publicly before they answered any call. Whether Shef had any right to join them was another matter. But he had not been collared as a slave yet, and the freeman standing by the door to verify presence and absence still owed Shef for his mended plowshare. He had grunted doubtfully, looked at the sword and shabby scabbard at Shef's side, and decided not to press the point. Now Shef stood at the very back of the room among the poorest cottagers of Emneth, trying to hear without being seen. "My men have spoken to many churls who have seen them," said Edrich. "They say this army is led by 4 great warriors, the sons of Ragnar, all of equal status. Every day the warriors gather round a great banner with the sign of a black raven. It is the Raven Banner, which the daughters of Ragnar wove all in one night, which spreads its wings for victory and droops them for defeat. It was a familiar story and a fearful one. The deeds of the sons of Ragnar were famous all over northern Europe, wherever their ships had sailed, England, Ireland, France, Spain, and even the lands beyond in the Middle Sea, from which they had returned years before laden with booty. So why had they now turned their fury on the poor and puny kingdom of the East Angles? Anxiety grew on Wulfgar's face as he pulled his long moustache. "And where are they camped?" "In the meadows by the Stour, south of Bedrick's ward." Edrich, the king's thane, was visibly beginning to lose his patience. He had been over this several times before, and in more than one place. It was the same with every petty landowner. They didn't want information, they wanted a way out of their duty. But he had expected better from this one, famous for his hatred of the Vikings, a man, so he told it, who had stood sword to sword with the famous Ragnar himself. "So what are we to do?" The order of King Edmund is that every freeman of the East Angles capable of bearing arms is to muster at Norwich. Every man over 15 winters and under 50. We will match their host with ours." "How many of them are there?" called one of the richer tenants from the front. 300 ships. "How many men is that?" "They row 3 dozen oars mostly," said the King's Thane briefly and reluctantly. This was the sticking point. Once the yokels realized what they were up against, they might be hard to move. But it was his duty to tell them the truth. There was a silence while every mind confronted the same problem. Shef, faster than the others, spoke aloud. 300 ships and 3 dozen oars. That's 900 dozen. 10 dozen is a long 100. More than 10,000 men. All of them warriors," he added more in amazement than fear. "We can't fight them," said Wulfgar decisively, turning his glare away from his stepson. "We must pay tribute instead." Edrich's patience was at an end. "That is for King Edmund to decide, and he will pay less if the great army sees that it is matched by a host of equal size. But I am not here to listen to talk. I bring a summons to obey, you and the landholders of Upwell and Outwell and every village between Ely and Wisbeach. The King's order is that we shall muster here and set out for Norwich tomorrow. Every man liable for military service from the village of Emneth must ride or be liable to penalty and punishment from the King. Those are my orders, and they are your orders too." He turned on his heel, facing the room full of stirring, unhappy men. "Freemen of Emneth, what do you say?" "Aye," said Shef compulsively. "He's not a freeman," snarled Ulfgar from his place by his father. "Then he damned well should be, or he shouldn't be here. Can't you people make your minds up about anything? You've heard your king's commands." But Edrich's words were drowned by a slow, reluctant mutter of assent from 60 throats. In the Viking camp by the Stour, things were very different. Here the 4 sons of Ragnar made the decisions. They knew each other's minds too well for more than the briefest discussion. "They'll pay in the end," said Ubi. He and Halfdan were very much like the rest of their army in both physique and temperament. Halfdan ruddy, the other already grizzled, both of them powerful and dangerous fighters, not men to be trifled with. "We must decide now," grunted Halfdan. "Who shall it be, then?" asked Sigurd. All 4 men considered for a few moments. Someone who could do the job, someone experienced. At the same time, someone they could afford to lose. "Sigvard," said Ivar finally. His pale face did not move. His colorless eyes remained fixed on the sky. He spoke only the one word. What he said was not a suggestion, but the answer. He who was called the Boneless One, though never in his presence, did not make suggestions. His brothers considered, approved. "Sigvard," called out Sigurd Snake-Eye. A few yards away, the Jarl of the Small Isles bent over his game at knucklebones. He finished his cast to show a proper spirit of independence, but then straightened and walked hopefully over to the little group of leaders. "You called out my name, Sigurd. You have 5 ships? Good. We think the English and their little King Edmund are trying to play stupid games with us. Resisting, trying to bargain. No good. We want you to go out and show them who they're dealing with. Take your ships up the coast, then round to the west. Push inland, do as much damage as you can, burn some villages. Show them what could happen if they provoke us. You know what to do." "Yes, done it before." He hesitated. "But what about spoils?" "Anything you get, it's yours. But loot isn't what this is about. Do something that they will remember. Do it as Ivar would do it." The Jarl grinned again, but more hesitantly, as most men did when the name of Ivar Ragnarsson the Boneless was mentioned. "Where will you land?" asked Ubi. "Place called Emneth. I was there once before. Found me a nice little chicken." The Jarl's grin was cut off this time by a sudden movement from Ivar. Sigvard had given a stupid reason. He was not going on this mission to repeat the escapades of his youth. It was unwarrior-like. It was also the kind of thing Ivar did not discuss. The moment passed. Ivar leaned back in his chair and turned his attention elsewhere. They knew Sigvarth was not the best in the army. One of the reasons they were letting him go. "Do the job and never mind chickens," said Sigurd. He waved a hand in dismissal. At least Sigvarth knew the mechanics of his profession. At dawn 2 days later, his 5 ships were sweeping cautiously into the mouth of the river Ouse, with the tide still on the flow. An hour's rowing at high tide took them as far inland as the water would bear, until the boats' keels grated on the sand. The dragon prows nuzzled in, the men poured ashore. Instantly the assigned ship guards backed water, pulled their wave coursers offshore to the mud banks, and waited there for the ebb tide to ground them out of reach of any counterattack from the local levies. The youngest and swiftest men of Sigvard's command had already moved out. Finding a small stud of ponies, they cut down the lad in charge and raced off to round up more. As they captured the horses, they sent them back to the main body. By the time the sun struggled through the morning mists, 120 men were pounding along the twisted and muddy paths towards their goal. They rode in a hard, disciplined group, keeping together without advance or flank guards, counting upon strength and surprise to drive through any resistance. When their path took them up to any inhabited place, farmhouse, garth, or hamlet, the main body halted for as long as it might take a man to piss. The lighter men on the better horses swept round to the flanks and rear and halted, to prevent any escapes that might raise the alarm. Then the main body attacked. Their orders were simple, so simple that Sigvarth had not even bothered to repeat them. They killed every person they met, man, woman, child, or babe in cradle, immediately, without halting to ask questions or seek for entertainment. Then they remounted and drove on. No looting, not yet. And, on the strictest of instructions, no fire. By midday, a corridor of death was slashed through the peaceful English countryside. Not a single person was left alive. Far behind the attackers, men were beginning to notice that their neighbors were not astir, were finding horses missing and corpses in fields, were ringing the church bells and lighting their alarm beacons. But ahead of the Vikings, there was not the slightest suspicion of their deadly presence. The party from Emneth had set out considerably later in the day than Sigvard's men. They had had to wait for the reluctant contingents from Upwell, Outwell, and beyond. Then there was a long delay while the landholders of the area greeted each other and ponderously exchanged courtesies. Next, Wulfgar decided that they could not start on empty bellies, and generously called for mulled ale for the leaders and small beer for the men. It was hours after sunrise when the 150 armed men, the military service of 4 parishes, set off down the road through the marsh which would lead them across the Ouse and in the end to Norwich. Even at this early stage they were already trailed by stragglers whose girths had broken or whose bowels had loosened, or who had slipped off to make their farewells to their own wives or to other men's. The troop rode without precautions and without suspicion. The first inkling they had of the Vikings' presence was as they came round a bend in the road and saw heading toward them a tight-packed column of armed men. Shef was riding just behind the leaders, as close to Edrich the king's thane as he dared to go. Speaking up at the council had got him Edrich's favor. No one would send him back while Edrich was watching. Yet he was still there, as Ulfgar had taken pains to point out to him, as a smith, not as a freeman on military service. At least he still had his self-forged sword. Shef saw them as soon as the others, and heard the startled cries of the leaders. "Who are those men?" "It's the Vikings." "No, it can't be. They're in Suffolk. We're still negotiating." "It's the Vikings, you porridge brains. Get your fat arses off your horses and form up for battle. You there, dismount, dismount! Horse-holders, to the rear. Get your shields off your backs and form up." Edrich the king's thane was by this time bellowing at the top of his voice, whirling his horse round and riding into the tangled confusion of the English column. Slowly men began to appreciate the situation, to drop from their saddles, to root desperately for weapons that they had stowed for comfortable riding, to edge toward the front or toward the rear, depending on personal inclination, boldness, or cowardice. Shef had few preparations to make, the poorest man in the column. He dropped the reins of his nag, a grudging loan from his stepfather, pulled the wooden shield from his back, and loosened his only weapon in its sheath. All the armor he had was a leather jacket with such studs as he had been able to collect sewn onto it. He took position immediately behind Edrich and stood ready, his heart beating fast and excitement clutching his throat, but all outweighed by a vast curiosity. How would the Vikings fight? What was the nature of battle? On the Viking side, Sigvard had grasped the situation as soon as he saw the first riders coming toward him. Dropping his heels from their tucked-up riding position, he rose in his saddle, turned, and bellowed a brief command to the men behind him. Instantly, the Viking column dissolved in practiced disarray. In a moment, they had all dismounted. 1 man in 5, already told off for the task, seized horse reins and led the mounts to the rear, bending down, as soon as they were clear of the throng, to drive pegs into the ground and knot the reins to them. As soon as this was done, the 24 horse handlers clustered in the rear and formed a reserve. Meanwhile, the others halted for the space of 20 heartbeats, some in grim silence, others swiftly reknotting their shoes, or gulping water or pissing as they stood. Then all simultaneously unslung shields, loosened swords, passed their axes to shield hands, poised the long battle spears in their casting hands. Without further words, they spread into a line 2 deep, from edge to edge of the road, where it dissolved into swamp on either side. At a single shouted word from Sigvard, they stepped forward at a brisk walk, the flanks falling back until the line formed a broad, shallow arrow, pointing directly at the English levies. At its apex was Sigvard himself. Behind him, his son Jörvard led a picked dozen, the men who, when the English line was broken, would sweep through and round to the rear, cutting men down from behind and turning setback into rout. Facing them, the English had formed into a rough line 3 or 4 deep, also extending from edge to edge of the road. They had solved their problem with the horses by abandoning them, dropping reins and leaving the animals to stand or trot away. Among the mob of ponies there were also a few men who had slunk quietly to the rear, not many. After 3 generations of raid and war, many of the English had personal grudges to pay off, while none wished to be exposed to the derision of his neighbors. Shouts of encouragement rose from all the men who thought their rank entitled them to do so, but no orders. Glancing round, Shef saw that he was very much alone immediately behind the group of armored nobles. As the Viking arrow drove toward the English line, men had unconsciously edged to left or right. Only the most determined were there to take the first blow, where the weight would fall if Wulfgar and his colleagues were to fail. The wedge formation was said to be the invention of the Viking war god. What would happen when it struck? Spears began to fly from the English line, some falling short, some battered aside by the shields of the leaders. Suddenly, simultaneously, the Vikings began to trot forward. 1, 2, 3 paces, and the throwing arms of the leaders drew back and a shower of javelins whirred at the English center. In front of him, Shef saw Edrich adroitly twist his shield boss so that one spear flew over his head and far to the back of the line, and smash another with the edge so that it fell at his feet. A few paces to one side, a noble dropped his shield to block a spear aimed at his belly, choked and fell sideways as another ripped through his beard and throat. Another landholder cursed as 3 spears found his shield at once, tried to knock them free with his sword, then frenziedly struggled to pull the strap from his elbow and drop the now clumsy encumbrance, dragging down his arm. Before he could succeed, the Viking wedge was on them. In front of him, Shef saw the Viking leader swing a mighty blow at Wulfgar. The Englishman caught it on his shield, tried to stab in reply with his sword. But the Viking had already recovered and swung again with all his force, backhand. Once more Wulfgar parried with a mighty clang as his own blade met the Viking's, but he was already off balance. With a sudden thrust, the Viking clubbed him in the face with his sword pommel, thrust a shield boss into his ribs, and hurled him aside by main force. As he stepped forward to stab, Shef sprang at him. For all his size, the Viking leader was amazingly fast on his feet. He jumped back a pace and slashed at the boy's unarmed head. Shef had realized 2 things already from his 3 heartbeats observation of real battle. 1, in battle everything must be done with full force, with none of the unconscious restraint of training or practice. He put all his smithy-hardened muscle into the parry. 2, in battle there could be no interval or pause between blows. As the Viking swung again, Shef was already braced for him. This time his parry caught the blow higher up. He felt a clang and a snap, and the fragment of a blade whirred over his head. Not mine, thought Shef, not mine. He stepped forward and stabbed exultantly for the groin. Something knocked him sideways and backwards. He staggered, caught his balance, and found himself shoved aside again by the figure of Edrich, bellowing something in his ear. As he glanced round, Shef realized that while he exchanged blows with their leader, the tip of the Viking wedge had broken through. Half a dozen English nobles lay on the ground. Wulfgar, still on his feet, was backing dazedly toward Shef, but a dozen Vikings were facing him, pouring through the broken line. Shef found himself shouting, brandishing his sword, daring the foremost of the Vikings to come on. For a heartbeat, the man and the boy stared into each other's eyes. Then the man wheeled left, following his orders, moving through the gap to roll up the English line and drive the flankers into the swamp in disorder and confusion. "Run for it!" shouted Edrich. "We're beat! Nothing to do now. Run now, and we can get away." "My father!" shouted Shef, lunging forward to try to grasp Wulfgar by the belt and haul him back. "Too late, he's down." It was true. The dazed Thane had taken another smashing blow on the helmet and staggered forward, to be enveloped by a wave of enemies. The Vikings were still fanning sideways, but at any moment some would press forward and overwhelm the few men left standing in the center. Shef found himself seized by the collar and hustled, half-choking, to the rear. "Damned fools! Half-trained levies! What can you expect? Grab a horse, boy!" In seconds, Shef was cantering down the track the way he had come. His first battle was over, and he had run from it within seconds of the first blow being struck. Chapter 4. The reeds at the marsh's edge moved slightly in the morning breeze. They moved again, and Shef peered out at the empty countryside. The Viking raiders were gone. He turned and waded back through the reeds to the path he had found the previous evening. The small island was hidden by low trees. Edrich, the king's thane, was eating the cold remains of their dinner from the night before. He wiped greasy fingers on the grass and raised his eyebrows. "Nothing in sight," Shef said. "Quiet. No smoke that I could see." They had fled the battle knowing it was lost, seeking only to save their own lives. There had been no sign of pursuit when they abandoned their horses and fled on foot into the marsh where they had spent the night. An oddly comfortable and pleasant night for Shef. He thought about it with mixed feelings of both pleasure and guilt. It had been an island of peace in a sea of anxiety and trouble. Just for one evening there had been no work to do, no duty that could possibly be performed. All they had to do was hide, protect themselves, and stay as comfortable as possible. Shef had splashed off into the marsh and quickly found them a dry island in the midst of the pathless fen, where it was certain that no stranger would ever penetrate. It had been easy to put up a shelter made out of the reed which the marsh folk used for thatching. Eels had been snared in the sluggish water, and Edrich, after brief consideration, had seen no harm in making a fire. The Vikings had other things to do and weren't going to come splashing all the way over here just because of a bit of smoke. In any case, before darkness fell, they could see smoke rising all around them. "The raiders on their way back," said Edrich. "They don't mind sending up signals when they're retreating." Had he ever run from a battle before? Shef asked cautiously, nagged by the worry that kept on surfacing every time memory brought back the picture of his stepfather going down, engulfed by a tide of enemies. "Many times," Edrich replied in the curious camaraderie of this day stolen out of time. "And don't think that was a battle, just a skirmish. But I've run for it often, too often. And if everybody did that, we'd have a lot fewer dead men on our side. We never lose very many while we're standing and fighting. But once the Vikings break through, it's just a slaughter. Just stop a moment and think of it. Every man who gets off the field is saved for another stand-up fight on even terms another day. Trouble is," he smiled grimly, "the more often it happens, the less likely most people are to be willing to try again. They lose heart, and there's no need for it. We lost yesterday because nobody was ready, not physically, not in their minds either. If they'd spend a tenth of the time they spend in whining afterwards, in getting ready beforehand, we'd have no need ever to lose a battle. As the proverb says, often the deed, late in doom, diminishes in all successes. Starves he later. Now show me your blade." Face unmoving, Shef drew it from its scuffed leather scabbard and passed it over. Edrich turned it thoughtfully in his hands. "It looks like a hedger's tool," he remarked, "or a reed-cutter's bill. Not a real weapon. Yet I saw the Viking Jarl's sword snap on it. How did that happen?" "It is a good blade," Shef replied. "Maybe the best in Emneth. I made it myself, forged in strips. Much of it is soft iron. I beat it out myself from the iron blooms they send us from the south. But there are layers, too, of hard steel. A thane from March gave me some good spearheads in payment for work I did for him. I melted and beat them out, and then I twisted the iron and steel strips round each other and forged the whole into a blade. The iron lets it bend, the steel gives it strength. In the end, I welded on a cutting edge of the hardest steel I could find. 4 man-loads of charcoal the whole work cost me." "And with all that work you made it short and single-edged, like a work tool. Put on a plain oxbone handle with no guard, and then you left it out in the wet and let it get rusty." Shef shrugged. "If I swaggered round Emneth with a warrior's weapon on my hip and serpent patterns glittering on the blade, how long would I have kept it? The rust is just enough to discolor the blade. I make sure it eats no further." "That was the other question I meant to ask you. The young thane said you were not a freeman. You behave as if you were in hiding. Yet in the fight you called Wulfgar father. There is some mystery here. The world is full of thanes' bastards, God knows. But no one tries to enslave them." Shef had faced the same question many times, and in another time or place would not have answered. But in the island in the fen, speaking one to another, status forgotten, the words came. "He is not my father, though I call him that. 18 summers ago the Vikings raided here. Wulfgar was away from Emneth then, but my mother, the Lady Thrith, was here with her baby son Alfgar, my half-brother, her child and Wulfgar's. A servant got Alfgar away when the raiders came in the night, but my mother was taken." Edrich nodded slowly. All this was familiar enough, but still his question was not answered. There was a system in these matters, at least for those of rank. After a while, surely, the husband might have expected to hear from the slave-marts of Hedeby or Kalpang, to tell him such and such a lady was ransomable at a price. If he did not, then he could have considered himself a widower, free to marry again, to set his fine silver bracelets on another woman who would rear his son. Sometimes, it was true, such arrangements were disturbed by the arrival 20 years later of some withered crone who had managed to outlive her usefulness in the north, and bribe her way God knew how onto a ship that would take her home. But not often. Neither case explained the young man sitting before him. "My mother returned only a few weeks later, pregnant with me. She swore that my father was the Jarl of the Vikings himself. When I was born she wanted me named Halfden, because I am half a Dane, but Wulfgar cursed her. He said that was a hero's name, the name of the king who founded the race of the Shieldings, from whom the kings of England and Denmark both claim descent. Too good for me, and so I was given a dog's name instead. Shef." The young man dropped his eyes. "That is why my stepfather hates me and wants to make me a slave, why my half-brother Alfgar has everything, and I nothing." He had not told the full story. How Wulfgar had pressed and pressed his pregnant wife to take birthwort, to kill the rapist's child in her womb. How he himself had only been saved by the intervention of Father Andreas, who had denounced fiercely the sin of child murder, even of a Viking's child. How Wulfgar in his rage and jealousy had taken a concubine and bred on her Godive the Beautiful, so that in the end there had been 3 children growing up in Emneth: Alfgar the true-born, Godive, child of Wulfgar and his slave leman, Shef, child of Thrith and the Viking. The king's thane passed back the hand-forged blade in silence. Still a mystery, he thought. How had the woman escaped? Viking slavers were not usually so careless. "What was the name of this Jarl?" he asked. Of my father? My mother says his name was Sigvarth, the Jarl of the Small Isles, wherever they are." They sat for a while in silence, then stretched out for sleep. It was late the next day when Shef and Edrich walked cautiously out of the reeds. Well fed and unharmed, they approached what they could already see were the ruins of Emneth. All the buildings were burnt, some mere heaps of ash, others with blackened timbers protruding. The thane's house and stockade were gone, the church, the smithy, the huddle of wattle and daub houses for the freemen, the lean-tos and sand-pit houses of the slaves. A few people still moved, stumbling haphazardly here and there, poking in the ashes or joining those already clustered round the well. As they came into the village area, Shef called to one of the survivors, one of his mother's maids. "Truda, tell me what happened. Are there more?" She was shaking, gaping up at him with horror and amazement, looking at him unharmed, his shield, sword. "You better come see your mother. My mother's still here?" Shef felt a slight lift of hope at his heart. Maybe the others would be there too. Could Alfgar have gotten away? And Godive? What of Godive? They followed the maid as she hobbled clumsily along. "Why does she walk like that?" muttered Shef, looking at her painful limp. "Been raped," said Edrich briefly. But Truda's no virgin." Edrich answered the unspoken question. "Rape's different. If you have 4 men hauling at you while another does it, all of them excited, tears sinews, breaks bones sometimes. Even worse if the woman tries to fight them." Shef thought of Godive again, and his knuckles whitened as he gripped the inside of his shield boss. It was not only the menfolk who paid for lost battles. They followed Truda in silence as she limped before them to a makeshift shelter, a collection of planks propped on half-burnt timbers and leaning against a fragment of stockade saved from the flames. She reached the shelter, looked inside, muttered a few words, and waved them in. The Lady Thryth lay inside, on a heap of old sacking. From the grim look of pain on her face and the awkward way she sprawled, it was obvious that she, too, had been through Truda's experience. Shef knelt beside her and felt for her hand. Her voice was just a whisper, weakened by terrible memory. "We had no warning, no time to prepare. No one seemed to know what to do. The men rode straight here after the battle. They couldn't make up their minds. Those pigs caught us while they were still arguing. They were all round us before anyone knew that they had come." She grew silent, writhed a bit in pain, looked up at her son with empty eyes. "They are beasts. They killed everyone who showed fight. Then they gathered the rest of us together outside the church. It was beginning to rain by then. First they picked out the young girls and the pretty girls, and some of the boys, for the slave markets, and then they brought out their prisoners from the battle, and then—" Her voice began to quake, and she pulled her stained apron up to her eyes. "And then they made us watch." Her voice was drowned in tears. After a few moments, she seemed to remember something and moved suddenly. She gripped Shef's hand and for the first time looked directly at him. "But, Shef, it was him. It was the same one as last time." "Sigvard Jarl?" asked Shef, his mouth thick. "Yes. Your... What did he look like? Was he a big man, dark hair, white teeth?" "Yes, with gold bracelets all up his arm." Shef thought back to the moments of conflict, felt again the snap of the sword breaking, and the moment of delight with which he had stepped forward to stab. Could it be that God had saved him from a terrible sin? But if that were the case, what had God been doing afterward? "Couldn't he protect you, Mother?" "No. He didn't even try." Thryth's voice had gone hard and controlled again. "When they broke ranks after the show, he told them to loot and enjoy themselves till the war horns blew. They kept their slaves, tied them together. But the rest of us, Truda and the ones they weren't keeping, we were just handed over. He recognized me, Shef, and he remembered me. But when I begged him just to keep me for himself, he laughed. He said I was a hen now, not a chicken, and hens must look after themselves, especially hens who flew away. So they used me like Truda. They used me more because I was the lady, and some of them thought that this was something very funny." Her face twisted with anger and hatred, her pain forgotten for the moment. "But I told him, Shef. I told him that he had a son, and that his son would one day seek him out and kill him." "I did my best, Mother." Shef hesitated, another question forming on his lips. But Edrich, behind him, spoke first. "What did they make you watch, lady?" Again Thryth's eyes filled with tears. Unable to speak, she waved vaguely at the outside of the shelter. "Come," said Truda. "I will show you the Vikings' mercy." The 2 men followed her out, across the ashy remains of the village green, to where another makeshift shelter had been set up near the ruin of the Thane's house. A small huddle of people stood outside it. Occasionally one would break away and walk inside, look and come out again. Their expressions were unreadable. Grief? Anger? Mostly, thought Shef, it was just plain fear. Inside the shelter stood a horse trough half filled with straw. Shef recognized at once Wulfgar's blond hair and beard. But the face between them was that of a corpse, white, waxy, the nose pinched and the bones sticking through the flesh. Yet the man was not dead. For a moment Shef could make no sense of what he saw. How could Wulfgar lie in a horse trough? He was too big. He was 6 feet tall, and the horse trough, Shef knew it well from the beatings of his youth, was barely 5 feet long. There was something missing. Wulfgar had something wrong with his legs. His knees reached the bottom of the trough, but then there were only clumsy bandages, wrapped round and round the stumps with dark blood and foul matter clotted in them. A smell of corruption and of burning drifted up to Shef. With growing horror he saw that Wulfgar appeared to have no arms either. The bits that were left were crossed on his breast, the limbs ending in stumps and bandages just below the elbows. A voice murmured behind them. They brought him out in front of us all. Then they held him over a log and chopped off his arms and legs with an axe. Legs first. After each one they seared the stump with a red-hot iron, so that he would not die from loss of blood. First he cursed them and fought, but then he began to beg them to leave him just one hand, so that he could feed himself. They laughed. The big one, the Jarl, said they would leave him everything else. Leave him his eyes, so he could see fair women, and his balls, so he could desire them. But he would never be able to take down his own breeches, never again. Never do anything for himself again, Shef realized. He would depend on others for every action of life, from eating to pissing. They've made him a heimnar, said Edrich, using the Norse word. A living corpse. I've heard of this before, never seen it. But don't trouble yourself, boy. Infection, pain, loss of blood. He won't live long. Incredibly, the wasted eyes in front of them opened. They shone with pure malevolence on Shef and Edrich. The lips parted, and a dry, snake-like whisper came forth. The runaways. You ran and left me, boy. I will remember. And you, King Thane. You came, exhorted us, would have us fight. But where were you when the fighting ended? Have no fear, I will live yet to be avenged on you both. And on your father, boy. I should never have reared his get, or taken back his whore either. The eyes closed, the voice was still. Shef and Edrich walked out into the thin drizzle that was beginning once again. I don't understand, said Shef. What did they do it for? That I do not know, but I can tell you one thing. When King Edmund hears of this, he will be in a fury. Raid and murder under truce, that's normal enough. But this, done to one of his men, a former companion. He will be of two minds, perhaps feeling that he must spare his people more of the same. But then again, he may decide he is honor-bound to seek vengeance. It will be a difficult decision for him. He turned to look at Shef. Will you come with me, lad, when I take him the news? You are not a freeman here, but it is plain to see that you are a fighter. There is nothing for you now in this place. Come with me, and you will be my servant till we can get you proper equipment and armor. If you can fight well enough to stand up to a Jarl of the heathens, the king will make you his companion, no matter what you were here in Emneth. The Lady Thrith was walking toward them, leaning heavily on a stick. Shef asked her the question that had been burning in his mind since he first saw the smoke from ravaged Emneth. Godive. What has happened to Godive? Sigvarth took her. She has gone to the Vikings' camp. Shef turned to Edrich. He spoke firmly, without apology. They say I am a runaway and a slave. Now I will be both. He unbuckled his shield and dropped it on the ground. I shall make for the Viking camp down by the Stour. One more slave. They may take me in. I must do something to rescue Godive. You won't last a week, said Edrich, voice cold with anger. And you will die a traitor to your people and to King Edmund. He turned on his heel and walked away.
"And to the blessed Christ himself,"
added Father Andreas, appearing from the shelter.
"You have seen the pagans' deeds. Better to be a slave in Christendom than a king among such as they."
Shef realized that he had made the decision quickly, perhaps too quickly, without thinking. But having done this, he was now committed. Thoughts tumbled in his head. I have tried to kill my father. I have lost my foster father to a living death. My mother now hates me for what my father did. I have lost my chance to be free, and have lost one who would have been my friend. Such thoughts would not help him now. He had done this all for Godive. Now he must finish what he had begun. Godive woke with a splitting pain in her head, smoke in her nostrils, and someone struggling beneath her. Terrified, she struck out and pushed herself away. The girl on whom she had been lying began to whimper. As her eyes cleared, Godive realized she was in a wagon, a moving wagon creaking along a puddled road. Through its thin canvas tilt, light shone on its cramped interior, packed with humanity, half the girls of Emneth lying one on top of another. A steady chorus of moans and sobbing rose from them. The small square of light at the back of the wagon suddenly darkened, and a bearded face showed at it. The sobbing dissolved into shrieks, and the girls clutched at each other, or tried to hide themselves behind their companions. But the face only grinned, its white teeth gleaming brilliantly, shook a finger in warning, and withdrew. The Vikings! Godive remembered it all in one instant, everything that had happened. The wave of men, the panic, her dart for the marsh, the man rising in front of her to catch her by the skirt, the overmastering terror she had felt at being held by a grown man for the first time in her uneventful life. Her hand flew suddenly to her thighs. What had they done while she was unconscious? But though the pain in her head grew and grew, there was no throb, no soreness in her body. She was a virgin. She had been a virgin. Surely they could not have raped her and left her feeling nothing. The girl next to her, a cottager's daughter, one of Alfgar's playmates, saw the movement and said, not without malice, "Don't be afraid. They did nothing to any of us. They're keeping us for sale. And you a maiden, too. You have nothing to fear till they find you a buyer. Then you will be like the rest of us." The memories kept arranging themselves. The square of people, with armed Vikings all round the outside, and inside the square her father being dragged forward, shouting and offering terms to the log. The log. The horror when she realized what they were going to do, as they had spread-eagled her father and the axeman had stepped forward. Yes, she had run forward, screaming and clawing at the big man. But the other, the one he had called son, had caught her. Then what? She felt her head gingerly. A lump. A splitting pain on the other side from the lump. But she looked at her fingers. No blood. She was not the only one treated like that. The Viking had hit her with a sandbag. The pirates had been in the trade a long time and were used to dealing with human cattle. At the start of a raid, charge in with axe and sword, spear and shield, to kill the menfolk or the warriors. But after that, even the flat of a sword or the back of an axe were unhandy weapons for stunning, too easy to slip, to fracture a skull or slice an ear from some valuable piece of merchandise. Even a clenched fist was unsafe, given the oar-pulling strength of the man behind it. Who would buy a girl with a broken jaw, or one with her cheekbones smashed and set awry? The skinflints of the outer isles, maybe, but never the buyers for Spain or the choosy kings of Dublin. So in Sigvard's command, and in many others, the men detailed for slave-taking carried in their belts or hooked inside their shields a quietener, a long sausage of canvas stoutly sewn and filled inside with dry sand collected carefully from the dunes of Jutland or of Skåne. A smart blow with that, and the merchandise lay still and gave no further trouble, no risk of damage. Slowly the girls began to whisper to each other, their voices trembling with fear. They told Godive what had happened to her father. Then what had happened to Truda, to Thrith, and to the rest. How they had finally been loaded into the wagon and pulled off down the track toward the coast. But what would happen next? Late the next day, Sigvard, the Jarl of the Small Isles, also felt an inner chill, but with far less apparent cause. He sat now at his ease in the great tent of the army of the sons of Ragnar, at the Jarl's table, comfortably full of best English beef, a horn of strong ale in his hand, listening to his son Jörvarth tell the story of their raid. Though he was only a young warrior, he spoke well. It was good also to let the other Jarls and the Ragnarssons see that he had a strong young son who would, in the future, have to be taken account of. What could be wrong? Sigvarth was not a man given to self-examination, but he had also lived a long time and had learned not to ignore the prickles of oncoming danger. There had been no trouble coming back from the raid. He had taken the column of wagons and booty not back along the Ouse, but down the channel of the Nene. The ship guards, meanwhile, had waited on their mud bank till an English force appeared, had traded jeers and stray arrows with them for a while, watched them slowly assemble a force of rowing boats and fisher craft, and then, at the appointed time, had kedged themselves off on the tide and sailed gently up coast to the rendezvous, leaving the English behind, fuming. And the march to the rendezvous had gone well. The most important thing was that Sigvarth had done exactly what the Snake-Eye had said. Torches in every thatch and every field, every well with a few corpses down it. Examples, too, brutal ones, nailed to trees or mutilated, not dead, to tell their tale to everyone they knew. Do it like Ivar would, the Snake-Eye had said. Well, Sigvarth had no illusions about being in the boneless one's class when it came to brutality, but no one could say he hadn't tried. He had done well. That countryside would not recover for years. No, it wasn't that disturbing him. That had been a good idea. If there was anything wrong, it was further back. Reluctantly, Sigvarth realized that it was the memory of the skirmish that was troubling him. He had fought in the front for a quarter of a century, killed 100 men, taken a score of battle wounds. That skirmish should have been easy. It hadn't been. He had broken through the English front line like so many times before, brushed the fair-haired Thane out of his way almost with contempt, and got through to the second line as ragged and disorganized as ever. And then that boy had come out of the ground. He hadn't even a helmet or a proper sword, only a freedman or the poorest of the cottagers' children. Yet 2 parries and Sigvard's own sword was in pieces, and he himself off balance with his guard too high. The fact was, Sigvarth concluded, if that had been single combat, he would have been a dead man. It was the others coming up on each side who had saved him. He did not think anyone had noticed, but if they had, some one of the bolder heads, the front men or the duellers, might be thinking of calling him out even now. Could he face them? Was his son Jörvarth strong enough yet for his vengeance to be feared? Maybe he was getting too old for the business. If he couldn't settle a half-armed boy, and an English boy at that, then perhaps he was. At least he was doing the right thing now. Getting the Ragnarssons on your side, that could never be a bad idea. Jörvarth was coming to the end of his tale. Sigvarth turned in his chair and nodded at his 2 henchmen waiting near the entrance. They nodded back and hastened out. So we burned the wagons on the shore, threw in a couple of churls that my father in his wisdom had kept back, a sacrifice to Aegir and to Ran, boarded ship, ran down the coast to the river mouth, and here we are, the men of the small isles under famous Sigvarth Jarl, and I, his lawful son Jörvarth, at your service, sons of Ragnar, and ready for more. The tent erupted in applause, horns banged on tables, feet stamped, knives clashed. The men were in a good temper at this fair start to the campaign. The Snake-Eye rose to his feet and spoke. Well, Sigvarth, we said you could keep your plunder, and you have earned it. So you need have no fear of telling us your good luck. Tell us, how much did you take? Enough to retire and buy yourself a summer home in Shelon? Little enough, called Sigvarth, to groans of disbelief. Not enough to make me turn farmer. There are only poor pickings to be expected from country thanes. Wait till the great, the invincible army sacks Norwich, or York, or London. Cries of approval now, and a smile from the Snake-Eye. It is the minsters we must sack, full of gold which the church priests have wrung from the fools of the south. No gold and little silver from the countryside. But some things we did take, and I am ready to share the best of it.
Here, let me show you the finest thing that we found." He turned and waved his followers in. They pushed through the tables, leading with them a figure draped completely in sacking, a rope round its waist. The figure was pushed to the front of the center table, and then in 2 movements the rope was cut, the sacking whisked away. Godiva emerged blinking into the light, facing a horde of bearded faces, open mouths, clutching hands. She shrank back, tried to turn away, and found herself staring into the eyes of the tallest of the chieftains, a pale man, no expression on his face, and eyes like ice, eyes that never blinked. She turned again, looking almost with relief at Sigvard, the only face she could even recognize. In this cruel company she was like a flower in a patch of dank undergrowth. Pale hair, fine skin, full lips more attractive now as they parted with fear. Sigvard nodded again, and one of his men ripped down at the back of her gown, tearing at it until the fabric tore, then stripping it from her despite screams and struggles, until the young girl stood naked but for her shift, her youthful body clear for all to see. In an agony of fear and shame she crossed her hands over her breasts and hung her head, waiting for whatever they would do with her. "I will not share her," called out Sigvard. "She is too precious for sharing, so I will give her away. I give her to the man who chose me for this expedition, in thanks and in hope. May he use her well and long and vigorously. I give her to the man who chose me out, wisest of all the army. It is to you I give her, you, Ivar." Sigvard ended with a shout and a raise of his horn. Slowly he realized that there was no answering shout, only a confused murmur, and that from the men farthest away from the center, the ones who, like him, knew the Ragnarssons least and were the latest comers to the army, no horns were raised. Faces seemed suddenly troubled or blank. Men looked away. The chill at Sigvard's heart came back. Maybe he should have asked first, he thought to himself. Maybe something was going on that he didn't know about. But where could the harm be in this? He was giving away a piece of plunder, one that any man would be glad to own, doing it publicly and honorably. Where could be the harm in making a gift of this girl, a maiden, a beautiful maiden, to Ivar? Ivar Ragnarsson, nicknamed— Oh, Thor, aid him, why was he so nicknamed? A terrible thought possessed Sigvard. Was there meaning in that nickname? The Boneless. Chapter 5. 5 days later, Shef and his companion lay in the slight shelter of a copse, staring across flat water meadows to the earthworks of the Viking camp a long mile away. For the moment, at least, their nerve had failed. They had had no trouble getting away from ruined Emneth, which normally might have been the most difficult task for the runaway slave. But Emneth had had troubles of its own. No one, in any case, considered himself Shef's master, and Edrich, who might have thought it his duty to keep anyone from going over to the Vikings, seemed to have washed his hands of the whole business. Without opposition, Shef had gathered his few possessions, quietly lifted a small store of food which he kept in an outlying shelter, and had made his preparations to leave. Still, someone had noticed. As he had stood hesitating over whether to bid a farewell to his mother, he had become aware of a slight figure standing silently next to him. It was Hund, boyhood friend, child of slaves on both sides, perhaps the least important and lowest-ranking person in the whole of Emneth. Yet Shef had learned to value him. There was no one who knew the marshes better, not even Shef. Hund could slide through the water and take more hens on their nests. In the foul and crowded hut he shared with his parents and their litter of children, there was often an otter cub playing. The very fish seemed to come to his hands, to be caught without rod or line or net. As for the herbs of the countryside, Hund knew them all, their names, their uses. Already, though he was 2 winters younger than Shef, the humble folk were beginning to come to him for simples and for cures. In time to come he might be the cunning man of the district, respected and feared even by the mighty, or action might be taken against him. Even the kindly Father Andreas, Shef's preserver, had several times been seen to look at him with doubt in his eyes. Mother Church had no love for competitors. "I want to come," Hund had said. "It will be dangerous," Shef had replied. Hunt had said nothing, as was his custom, when he felt nothing more needed to be said. It was dangerous to stay in Emneth, too, and Shef and Hunt in their different ways increased each other's chances. "If you are coming, you will have to get that collar off," Shef had said, glancing at the iron collar which had been fitted round Hunt's neck at puberty. "Now is the time. No one is interested in us. I'll get some tools." They had sought shelter in the marsh, not wanting to draw attention. It had been a difficult business getting the collar off even so. Shef had filed through it, first putting rags inside the collar to save Hunt's neck from rasps. But once broken through, it had been hard to get the tongs inside the circlet to bend it open. In the end, Shef had lost patience, wrapped the rags round his hands, and pulled the collar open by main strength. Hunt had rubbed the calluses and wheels where the iron had worn his neck and stared at the U-shape of the bent collar. "Not many men could do that," he had observed. "Need will make the old wife trot," Shef had answered dismissively. Yet secretly he was pleased. He was coming into his strength. He had faced a grown warrior in battle. He was free to go where he would. He did not yet know how he could do it, but there must be a way to freak or dive, and then leave the disasters of his family behind. They had set out without further words. But trouble had begun at once. Shef had expected to have to dodge a few inquisitive people, sentries, maybe levies heading for the muster. Yet from the first day of travel he had realized that the whole countryside was beginning to buzz like a wasp's nest stirred with a stick. Men cantered down every road. Outside every village groups waited, armed and hostile, suspicious of every stranger. After one such group had decided to hold them, ignoring their story of being sent to borrow cattle from a relative of Wulfgar's, they had had to break and run for it, dodging spears and outdistancing their pursuers. But clearly orders had gone out, and the folk of East Anglia had for once decided to obey wholeheartedly. There was fury in the air. For the last 2 days, Shef and Hunt had crept through the fields and hedges, going painfully slowly, often on their bellies in the mud. Even so, they had seen patrols out, some of them horsemen commanded by a thane or a king's companion, but others, and these the more dangerous ones, moved quietly on foot like themselves, armor and weapons padded to prevent jingle or clink, marshmen in the lead, carrying bows and hunters' slings for ambush or stalk. They meant, Shef realized, to keep the Vikings in, or at least to prevent them coming out in small parties for private plunder. But at the same time they would be only too happy to catch and hold, or kill, anyone they thought might have any intention of giving the Vikings aid, information, or reinforcement. Only in the last couple of miles had the danger receded, and that, the pair soon understood, was only because they were now within the range of the Vikings' own patrols, these easier to avoid, but at the same time more menacing. They had spotted one group of men waiting silently within the borders of a small wood, maybe 50 of them, all mounted, all armored, great axes resting on shoulders, the man-killing battle spears bristling above them like a great-tipped thorn thicket. Easy to see, quite easy to avoid. But it would take a full-scale incursion by the English to drive them off or defeat them. The village patrols would stand no chance. These were the men to whose mercy they now had to trust themselves. It did not seem as easy now as it had at Emneth. To begin with, Shef had had a vague idea of reaching the camp and declaring his relationship to Sigvarth. But there would be far too much chance of being recognized, even from the few seconds of contact they had had. It was terrible luck that had brought him into hand-to-hand combat with the one person in the camp who might, or might not, have accepted him. But now Sigvarth was one person they had to avoid at all costs. Would the Vikings accept recruits? Shef had an uneasy feeling that much more would be needed than willingness and a hand-forged sword. But they could always use slaves. Again, Shef had an uneasy feeling that he himself might do for a laborer or galley slave in some far-off country. But Hunt had nothing visibly valuable about him. Might the Vikings just let him go, like a fish that was too small for the pan? Or would they take the easy way out of dealing with an encumbrance? The evening before, when they had first caught sight of the camp, the two youths' keen eyes saw a party come out of one of the gates and start digging a hole. A little later, there had been no doubt about the contents of the cart that creaked out and emptied a dozen bodies unceremoniously down the pit. Pirates' camps had a high wastage rate. Shef sighed. "It doesn't look any better than it did last night," he said. "But we'll have to move sometime." Hunt gripped his arm. "Wait, listen. Can you hear something?" The sound strengthened as the two youths turned their heads this way and that. Noise. Song. Many men singing together. The sound, they realized, was coming from the other side of a slight rise, maybe 100 yards to their left, where the water meadows ran into a tangle of uncultivated common. "It sounds like the monks singing at the great minster at Ely," murmured Shef. A foolish thought. There would be neither monk nor priest left within 20 miles of this place. "Shall we look?" whispered Hunt. Shef made no reply, but began to crawl slowly and carefully toward the sound of deep-voiced singing. It could only be the pagans in this spot, but maybe a small group of them would be easier to approach than the whole army. Anything was better than simply walking out across that flat plain. After they had covered half the distance on their bellies, Hunt gripped Shef's wrist. Silently he pointed up a slight slope. 20 yards away, beneath a huge old hawthorn, stood a man, motionless, his eyes scanning the ground. He leaned on an axe 2/3 his own height. A burly man, thick-necked, broad across paunch and hip. At least he did not seem built for speed, Shef reflected. And he was standing in the wrong place if he wanted to be a sentry. The two youths exchanged a glance. The Vikings might be great seamen. They had much to learn about the art of stealth. Gently, Shef snaked forward, angling away from the sentry, round a thicket of bracken, between and beneath a tangle of gorse, Hunt crawling immediately behind him. Ahead, the noise of singing had ceased, replaced by a single voice talking. Not talking, exhorting, preaching. Could there be secret Christians even among the heathen? Shef wondered. A few yards on, he parted the bracken stems and peered silently down into a little dell, hidden from view. There 40 or 50 men sat on the ground in a rough circle. All carried swords or axes, but their spears and shields were propped up or planted in the ground. They sat within a corded-off enclosure made of a dozen spears with a thread running between them. From the thread, at intervals, dangled clumps of the bright red berry that the English called quickbeam, now in autumn brilliance. At the center of the enclosure, with the men seated round it, a fire burned. Next to it was planted a single spear, point up, its shaft gleaming silver. One man stood by the fire and the spear, his back to the hidden watchers, speaking to the men round him in tones of persuasion, of command. Unlike the others, and unlike anyone else Shef had ever seen, his tunic and breeches were neither natural homespun in color, nor dyed green, nor brown, nor blue, but a brilliant white, white as the inside of an egg. From his right hand there dangled a hammer, short-hafted, double-headed, a blacksmith's hammer. Shef's keen sight locked on the front row of sitting men. Round every neck a chain. On every chain a pendant displayed on the chest. They were of different kinds. He could see a sword, a horn, a phallus, a boat. But at least half the men wore the sign of a hammer. Shef rose abruptly from his concealment and walked forward into the dell. As they saw him, 50 men leapt simultaneously to their feet, swords coming out, voices raised in warning. A grunt of amazement behind him, a crashing of feet through the bracken. The sentry was behind him now, Shef knew. He did not turn to look. Slowly the man in white turned to meet him, the two facing each other across the berry-fringed thread, looking each other up and down. "And where are you come from?" said the man in white. He spoke English with a strong, burring accent. "What shall I say?" thought Shef. "From Emneth? From Norfolk? That will mean nothing to them." "I come from the north," he said aloud. The faces in front of him changed. Surprise, recognition, suspicion. The man in white gestured his followers to hold still. "And what is your business with us, the followers of the Asgarth there, the Asgarth way?" Shef pointed to the hammer in the other's hand, the hammer pendant round his neck. "I am a smith like you. My business is to learn." Someone was translating his words now to the others. Shef realized Hunt had materialized at his left, and there was a threatening presence just behind them both. He kept his eyes fixed on those of the man in white. "Show me a sign of your craft." Shef pulled his sword from its sheath and passed it over, as he had to Edrich. The hammer-bearer turned it over and over, looked at it intently, flexed it gently, noting the surprising play in the thick, single-edged blade, scratched with his thumbnail at the surface discoloration of old rust. Carefully he shaved a patch of hair from his forearm. "Your forge was not hot enough," he remarked, "or you lost patience. Those steel strips were not even when you twisted them. But it is a good blade. It is not what it seems, and neither are you. Now tell me, young man, and remember, death is just behind you. What is it that you want? If you are just a runaway slave like your friend," he gestured toward Hun's neck with the telltale marks on it, "maybe we will let you go. If you are a coward who wants to join the winning side, maybe we will kill you. But maybe you are something else, or someone else. Say then, what do you want?" "I want Godive back," thought Shef. He looked into the pagan priest's eyes and said, with all the sincerity he could muster, "You are a master smith. The Christians will let me learn no more. I want to be your apprentice, your learning knave." The man in white grunted, handed back Shef's sword, bone-hilt first. "Lower your axe, Kari," he said to the man behind the pair. "There is more here than meets the eye. I will take you as a knave, young man. And if your friend has any skill, he may join us too. Sit, both of you, to one side till we have finished what we were doing. My name is Thorvin, which is to say the friend of Thor, the god of the smiths. What are yours?" Shef, flushed with shame, dropped his eyes. "My friend's name is Hund," he said, "which is to say dog. And I, too, I have only a dog's name. My father— No, I have no father. They call me Shef." For the first time Thorvin's face showed surprise and more. "Fatherless," he muttered, "and your name is Shef. But that is not only a dog's name. Truly, you are uninstructed." Shef felt his spirits sinking as they moved toward the camp. He was not afraid for himself, but for Hund. Thorvin had told the pair of them to sit to one side while they finished their strange meeting. First him talking, then some kind of discussion in the burring Norse Shef could almost follow, and then a skin of some drink passed ceremoniously from hand to hand. At the end, all the men had gathered in little groups and joined hands in silence on one subject or another. Thorvin's hammer, a bow, a horn, a sword, what looked like a dried horse's penis. No one had touched the silver spear till Thorvin had gone over, pulled it briskly into two parts, and rolled them up in a cloth bag. A few moments later the enclosure had been broken up, the fire put out, the spears reclaimed, the men of the group already drifting away in fours and fives, moving warily and taking different directions. "We are followers of the way," Thorvin had said in partial explanation to the two youths, still speaking his careful English. "Not everyone wishes to be known as such. Not in the camp of the Ragnarsons. Me they accept." He tugged at the hammer pendant on his chest. "I have a skill. You have a skill, young smith-to-be. Maybe it will protect you. What of your friend? What can you do?" "I can pull teeth," replied Hund unexpectedly. The half-dozen men still standing round had grunted in amusement. "Ten draga," remarked one of them. "That idrot." "He says, to draw teeth, that is an accomplishment," Thorvin translated. "Is it true?" "It is true," supplied Shef for his friend. "He says it is not strength you need. It is a twist of the wrist. That and knowing how the teeth grow. He can cure fevers, too." "Tooth-drawing, bone-setting, fever-curing," said Thorvin. "There is always a trade for a leech among women and warriors. He can go to my friend Ingolf. If we can get him there. See you two if we can get to our own places in the camp. My forge, Ingolf's booth. We may be safe. Till then," he shook his head, "we have many ill-wishers, some friends. Will you take the risk?" They had followed him mutely, but wisely. As they came toward it, the camp looked more and more formidable. It was enclosed by a high earth rampart, with a ditch outside it, each side at least a furlong in length. Lot of work in that, thought Shef. Lot of spadefuls. Did that mean they were going to stay a long time, that they thought it worth doing so much? Or was it a matter of course to the Vikings, a routine? The rampart was crowned with a stockade of sharpened logs. A furlong. 220 yards. 4 sides. No, from the lay of the land, Shef realized suddenly that one side of the camp was bounded here by the river Stour. On that side he could even see prows projecting into the sluggish stream. He was puzzled, until he realized that the Vikings must have pulled their ships, their most precious possessions, up on the mud flats there, then grappled them together so that they themselves formed one wall of the enclosure. Big. How big? 3 sides. 3 times 220 yards. Each log in the stockade may be a foot wide. 3 feet to a yard. Shef's mind, as it so often did, tried to grapple with the problem of numbers. 3 times 3 times 220. There must be a way to know the answer to that, but this time Shef could see no shortcut to finding it. It was a lot of logs, anyway, and big ones, too, cut from trees hard to find down here on the flats. They must have brought the logs with them. Dimly, Shef began to discover an unfamiliar notion. He knew no word for it. Making plans, perhaps. Planning ahead. Thinking things out before they happened. No detail was too small for these men to trouble with. He suddenly realized that they did not think war was only a matter of the spirit, of glory and speeches and inherited swords. It was a trade, a matter of logs and spades, preparation and profit. More and more men came into view as they trudged up to the ramparts, some of them simply lounging at ease, a group round a fire apparently cooking bacon, others throwing spears at a mark. They looked very much like Englishmen in their grubby woolens, Shef decided. But there was a difference. Every group of men Shef had ever seen before had had in its proportion of casualties, men not fit to stand in the line of battle, men whose legs had broken and been set awry, men undersized, deformed, men with bleared eyes from the marsh fever, or with old head injuries that affected the way they talked. There were none like that here. Not all were of great stature, Shef was rather surprised to see, but all looked competent, hard-bitten, ready. Some adolescents, but no boys. Bald men and grizzled men, but no palsied elders. Horses, too. The plain was covered with horses, all hobbled, all grazing. It must take a lot of horses for this army, Shef thought, and a lot of grazing for those horses. In a way, that might be a weak point. Shef realized that he was thinking as an enemy scouting for opportunities. He was not a king or a thane, but he knew from experience that there was no way to guard all those herds at night, whatever you did. A few true marshmen could reach them however many patrols you had out, could cut them loose and frighten them off, maybe ambush the horse guards in the night as well. Then how would the Vikings feel about going on guard duty, if the guards made a habit of never coming back? Shef felt his spirits sink again as they came up to the entrance. There was no gate, and that was ominous in itself. The track led straight up to a gap in the rampart 10 yards broad. It was as if the Vikings were saying, "Our walls protect our goods and keep in our slaves, but we don't need them to hide behind. If you want to fight, march up to us. See if you can get past our gate guards. It is not these logs that protect us, but the axes that felled them." 40 or 50 men stood or sprawled by the gap. They had an air of permanence. Unlike those outside, they all wore mail or leather. Spears were propped against each other in clumps, and shields were in easy reach. These men would be ready for battle within seconds, wherever an enemy might erupt from. They had been scanning Shef, Hund, Thorvin, and party, 8 men all told, for minutes as they came into sight. Would they be challenged? At the gate itself a big man in mail strolled forward and stared at them thoughtfully, making it clear he had noted the 2 newcomers and everything about them. After a few moments he nodded and jerked a thumb towards the inside. As they passed into the camp itself, he called a few words after them. "What does he say?" hissed Shef. "He says, 'On your own head be it.' Something like that." They walked on into the camp. Inside all appeared to be confusion, yet it was a confusion with an underlying regularity, a sense of overriding purpose. Men were everywhere, cooking, talking, playing at knucklebones or squatting over game boards. Canvas tents stretched in all directions, their guy ropes an inextricable tangle. Yet the path in front of them was never obscured or encroached on. It stretched straight forward 10 paces broad, even its puddles neatly filled with loads of gravel, and the signs of passing carts barely visible on the beaten earth. These men work hard, Shef thought again. The little group pressed forward. After 100 yards, when by Shef's calculation they must have been almost in the middle of the camp, Thorvin stopped and beckoned the other two up close. "I whisper, for there is great danger. Many in this camp speak many languages. We are going to cross the main track that runs north to south. To the right, to the south, down by the river with the ships, is the encampment of the Ragnarsons themselves and their personal followers. No wise man willingly goes there. We shall cross the track and go straight on to my forge near the gate opposite. We will walk straight forward, not even looking down to our right. When we reach the place, we will go right into it. Now move, and take heart. Not far now." Shef kept his eyes rigidly down as they crossed the broad track, but he wished he could have ventured a moment's gaze. He had come here because of Godive. But where would she be? Did he dare ask for Sigvard Jarl? Slowly they moved through the crowds again till they could see the east stockade almost in front of them. There, a little separated from the others, stood a roughly constructed shelter, open on the side facing them, inside it the familiar apparatus of the smithy: anvil, clay hearth, pipes, and bellows. Round it all ran the threads, with the vivid scarlet splashes of quick-beam berries dangling from them. "We are here," said Thorvin, turning with a sigh of relief. As he turned, his eyes passed beyond Shef, and the color drained suddenly from his face. Shef turned with a sense of doom already on him. In front of him there stood a man, a tall man. Shef realized he was looking up at him. Realized, too, how rarely he had done that in the last few months. But this was a man strange for reasons well beyond size. He was wearing the same wide homespun breeches as everyone else, but no shirt or overtunic. Instead, his upper body was wrapped in something like a wide blanket, of a plaid colored a startling yellow. It was pinned over his left shoulder, leaving his right arm bare. Projecting above his left shoulder was the handle of an enormous sword, so great it would have trailed along the ground if slung from a belt. In his left hand he carried a small round buckler with a central grip. An iron spike a foot long stuck out from the center of it. Behind him crowded a dozen others in the same garb. "Who are these?" he snarled. "Who let they in?" The words were strangely accented, but Shef could understand him. "The gate wards let them in," Thorvin replied. "They will do no harm. These two, they are English. Enskir. The camp is full of English. Aye, with chains round their necks. Give them to me. I'll see they fettered." Thorvin paced forward between Shef and Hund. His 5 friends spread out, facing the dozen half-naked men in yellow plaids. He gripped Shef's shoulder. "I have taken this one into the forge, to be my learning knave." The grim face, long-mustached, sneered. "A bonny weight. May ye have other uses for him. The other." He jerked a thumb at Hund. "He goes to Ingolf. He's no there yet. He's had a collar on his neck. Give him to me. I'll see he does no spying." Shef felt himself taking a slow pace forward, stomach contracting with fear. He knew resistance was hopeless. There were a dozen of them, all fully armed. In a moment one of those mighty swords would be hacking the limbs from his body or the head from his neck. Yet he could not let his friend be taken. His hand crept to the hilt of his short sword. The tall man leapt back, hand reaching over shoulder. Before Shef could draw, the long sword had whipped free. All round weapons flashed, men sprang on guard. "Hold!" cried a voice, an immense voice. While Thorvin and the plaid-wearer had been talking, their group had become the focus of total attention for yards around. 60 or 80 men now stood in a ring, watching and listening. From the ring now stepped the biggest man Shef had ever seen, taller than Shef by head and shoulders, taller than the man in the plaid, and broader, heavier by far. "Thorvin," he said. "Murtagh," nodding to the strangely dressed one. "What's the stir?" "I'm taking that thrall there." "No." Thorvin seized Hans suddenly and pushed him through the gap in the enclosure, clenching his hand round the berries. "He is under the protection of Thor." Murtagh strode forward, sword raised. "Hold!" The immense voice again, threatening this time. "You have no right, Murtagh." "What's it to you?" Slowly, reluctantly, the immense man reached inside his tunic, fumbled, brought out a silver emblem on a chain. A hammer. Murtagh cursed, swept his sword back, spat on the ground. "Take him, then. But you, boy." His eye turned to Shef. "You touched your hilt to me. I catch you on your own before long. Then you're dead, boy." He nodded to Thorvin. "And Thor is nothing to me. No more than Christ and his whore of a mother. You'll not fool me like you've done him." He jerked a thumb at the immense man, turned and walked away down the track, head high, swaggering like one who has met a defeat and will not show it, his fellows straggling after. Shef realized he had been holding his breath and let it out with careful and affected ease. "Who are those?" he asked, looking at the retreating men. Thorvin replied not in English, but in the Norse they had been using, speaking slowly, with stress on the many words the languages had in common. "They are the Gadgedlar, Christian Irishmen who have left their God and their people and turned Viking. Ivar Ragnarsson has many in his following and hopes to use them to become King of England and Ireland as well. Before he and his brother Sigurd turned their minds back to their own country, to Denmark and Norway beyond. And there may they never come," added the immense man who had saved them. He bobbed his head to Thorvin with odd respect, even deference, looked Shef up and down. "That was bold, young swain. But you have irked a mighty man. I, too. But for me it has been long in the coming. If you need me again, Thorvin, call. You know that since I took the news to the Brethrabor, the Ragnarssons have kept me with them. How long that will last now that I have shown my hammer, I do not know. But in any case I am growing tired of Ivar's hounds." He strolled away. "Who was that?" asked Shef. "A great champion from Hålogaland in Norway. He is called Viga Bran the Killer." "And he is a friend of yours?" "A friend of the way, a friend of Thor, and so of Smith's." "I do not know what I have got into," thought Shef to himself. "But I must not forget why I am here." Unwillingly his eyes drifted away from the enclosure where Hund still stood, toward the danger center, the southern river wall of the Viking base, the encampment of the Ragnarssons. She must be there, he thought suddenly. Godive. Chapter 6. For many days Shef had no time to think of his quest for Godive, or anything else for that matter. The work was too hard. Thorvin rose at dawn and worked on sometimes into the night, hammering, reforging, filing, tempering. In an army of this size, there seemed to be innumerable men whose axe heads had come loose, whose shields needed a rivet, who had decided that their spears needed reshafting. Sometimes there would be a line of men 20 long, stretched from the forge to the edge of the precinct and on down the lane that led to it. There were also harder and more complex jobs. Several times men brought in mail shirts, torn and bloody, asking for them to be repaired, let out, altered for a new owner. One at a time, each link of the mail had to be laboriously fitted into 4 others, and each of the 4 others into 4 others. "Mail is easy to wear, and it gives freedom to the arms," Thorvin had remarked when Shef finally ventured to grumble. "But it does not give protection against a fierce stroke, and it is hell on earth for smiths." As time went by, Thorvin handed over the routine jobs more and more to Shef, and concentrated on the difficult or special items. Yet he was rarely far away. He talked continually in Norse, repeating himself as often as was necessary. Sometimes, in the beginning, using mime until he was sure Shef understood. He spoke English well enough, Shef knew, but he would never use it. He insisted, too, that his apprentice spoke back to him in Norse, even if all he did was repeat what had been said to him. In fact, the languages were close to each other in vocabulary and in basic style. After a while, Shef caught the trick of repronunciation and began to think of Norse as a bizarre and aberrant dialect of English, which had only to be imitated, not really learned from the beginning. After that, matters went well. Thorfinn's conversation was also a good cure for boredom or frustration. From him and from the men who stood waiting their turn, Shef learned a great many things that he had never heard before. The Vikings all seemed enormously well informed about everything that had been decided or intended by their leaders, and had no scruples about discussing it or criticizing it. One thing that soon became clear was that the great army of the pagans, feared throughout Christendom, was by no means a unit. At its heart were the Ragnarsons and their followers, maybe half the total. But to these were attached any number of separate contingents, joined to share the loot, of any size from the 20 ships brought down by the Orkney Jarl to single crews from villages in Jutland or Skåne. Many of these were already dissatisfied. The campaign had started well enough, they said, with the descent on East Anglia and the establishment of the fortress as a base. Yet the idea had always been not to stay too long, but to gather horses, acquire guides, and then move suddenly from a firm base in the East Anglian kingdom against the true enemy and target, the kingdom of Northumbria. Why not land with the ships in Northumbria in the first place? Shef had asked once, wiping the sweat from his forehead and signaling to the next customer. The stocky, balding Viking with the dented helmet had laughed, loudly but without malice. The really tricky part of a campaign, he had said, was always getting started, getting the ships up the river, finding a place to beach them, getting horses for thousands of men, contingents turning up late and going down the wrong river. If the Christians had the sense they were born with, he had said emphatically, spitting on the ground, they would pick us off before we got started almost every time. Not with the snake eye in charge, another man had remarked. Maybe not, the first Viking had agreed. Maybe not with the snake eye, but lesser commanders. Do you remember Ulfkettel down in Frankland? So better to get your feet planted before you tried to hit, they had agreed. Good idea. But this time it had gone wrong. Their feet were planted too long. It was that their King Edmund, most of the customers agreed, or Jatmund, as they pronounced it. And the only question was, what was making him act so stupid? Easy to ravage his country till he gave in. But they didn't want to ravage East Anglia, the customers complained. Takes too long, too thin pickings. Why in hell didn't the king just pay up and come to a sensible deal? He'd had a warning. Maybe too much of a warning, Shef thought, remembering the wasted face of Wulfgar in the horse trough, and that indefinable buzz of rage which he had felt in the fields and woods on their journey. When he asked why the Vikings were so determined to march on Northumbria, largest but not by any means richest of the English kingdoms, the laughter at that question took a long time to die down. Eventually, when he unraveled the tale of Ragnar Lothbrok and King Ella, of the old boar and the little pigs who would grunt, of Viga Brann and his taunting of the Ragnarsons themselves in the Breithraborg, a chill fell on him. He remembered the strange words he had heard from the blue-swelling face in the snake pit of the archbishop, the sense of foreboding he had known at the time. Now he understood the need for revenge, but there were other things about which he remained curious. "Why do you say hell?" he asked Thorfinn one night after they had put their gear away, and were sitting mulling a tankard of ale on the cooling forge. "Do you believe there is a place where sins are punished after death? Christians believe in hell. But you're no Christian." "What makes you think hell is a Christian word?" answered Thorfinn. "What does heaven mean?" For once he used the English word, Heofan. "Well, it's the sky," answered Shef, startled. "Also the Christian place of bliss after death. The word was there before the Christians came. They just borrowed it, gave it a new meaning. Same with hell. What does Hulda mean?" This time he used the Norse word. "It means to cover, to hide something. like Hellion in English. So, hell is what is covered, what's underground. Simple word, just like heaven. You can put what meaning you like to it after that. But your other question. Yes, we do believe there is a place of punishment for your sins after death. Some of us have seen it. Thorvin sat silent for a while, as if brooding, unsure how far to speak further. When he broke the silence, it was in a half-chant, slow and sonorous, like the monks of Ely Minster Shef had heard once, long ago, singing on the vigil of Christmas Eve. A hall stands, no sunlight on it, on Dead Man's Strand. Its doors face northward. From its roof rain poisoned drops. Its walls are made of woven serpents. There men writhe in woe and anguish, murder wolves and men forsworn, those who lie to lie with women. Thorvin shook his head. Yes, we believe in punishment for sins. Maybe we have a different idea from the Christians about what is a sin and what is not. Who are we? It is time I told you. It has come to me several times that you were meant to know. As they sipped their warm, herb-scented ale in the glow of the dying fire, the camp quietening around them, Thorvin, fingering his amulet, spoke. This is how it was. All this began, he said, many generations before, maybe 150 years ago. At that time, a great Jarl of the Frisians, the people on the North Sea coast opposite England, had been a pagan. But because of the tales that had been told him by missionaries from Frankland and from England, and because of the old kinship felt between his people and the now Christian English, he had decided to take baptism. As was the custom, baptism was to take place publicly in the open air, in a great tank that the missionaries had constructed for all to see. After the Jarl Radbod had been immersed and baptized, the nobles of his court were to follow, and soon after that the whole earldom, all the Frisians. Earldom, not kingdom, for the Frisians were too proud and independent to allow anyone the title of king. So the Jarl had stepped to the side of the tank, clad in his robes of ermine and scarlet over the white baptismal garment, and put one foot down onto the first step of the tank. He actually had his foot in the water, Thorvin asserted. But then he turned and asked the head of the missionaries, a Frank whom the Franks called Wulframen, or Wolf-Raven, whether it was true that as soon as he, Radbod, accepted baptism, his ancestors who now lurked in hell along with the other damned, would be released and allowed to wait for their descendants' coming in the courts of heaven. No, said the Wolf-Raven, they were pagans who had never been baptized, and they could not receive salvation. No salvation except in the church, reinforcing what he said with the Latin words, nulla salvatio extra ecclesiam, and for that matter no redemption once in hell. De infernis nulla est redemptio. But my ancestors, said the Jarl Radbod, never had anyone speak to them of baptism. They had not even the chance to refuse it. Why should they be tormented forever for something they knew nothing about? Such is the will of God, said the Frankish missionary, perhaps shrugging his shoulders. At that Radbod took his foot out of the baptismal tank and declared with oaths that he would never become a Christian. If he had to choose, he said, he would rather live in hell with his blameless ancestors than go to heaven with saints and bishops who had no sense of what was right. And he began a great persecution of Christians throughout all the jarldom of the Frisians, arousing the fury of the Frankish king. Thorvin drank deep of the ale, then touched the small hammer that hung about his neck. Thus it began, he said. Radbod Jarl was a man of great vision. He foresaw that as long as the Christians were the only ones with priests and books and writing, then what they said would come in the end to be accepted. And that is the strength and at the same time the sin of the Christians. They will not accept that anyone else has so much as a splinter of the truth. They will not deal. They will not go halfway. So to defeat them, or even to hold them at arm's length, Radbod decided that the lands of the north must have their own priests and their own tales of what is the truth. That was the foundation of the way. The way, prompted Shef, when Thorvin seemed disinclined to continue. That is who we are. We are the priests of the way. And our duties are threefold, and ever have been since first the way came to the lands of the north. One is to preach the worship of the old gods, the Aesir, Thor and Odin, Frey and Ul, Tyr and Njörð, and Heimdall and Balder. Those who put full faith in these gods carry an amulet like mine, made in the design of whichever god they love the best. A sword for Tyr, a bow for Ul, a horn for Heimdall, or a hammer for Thor, such as I wear. Many men carry that sign. Our second duty is to support ourselves by some trade, as I support myself by smithcraft. For we are not permitted to be like the priests of the Christ God, who do no work themselves, but take tithes and offerings from those who do, and enrich themselves and their minsters, till the land groans beneath their exactions. But our third duty is hard to explain. We must take thought for what is coming, what will happen in this world, not the next. The Christian priests, you see, believe that this world is only a resting place on the way to eternity, and that the true duty of mankind is to get through it with as little harm to the soul as possible. They do not believe that this world is in any way important. They are not curious about it. They do not want to know any more about it. But we of the way, we believe that in the end a battle will be joined, so great that no man can conceive of it. Yet it will be fought in this world, and it is the duty of us all to make our side, the side of gods and men, stronger when that day comes. So the duty laid on us all, besides practicing our skill or art, is to make that skill or art the better for what we learn. Always we must try to think what we can do that is different, that is new. And the most honored among us are those who can think of a skill or art that is entirely new in itself, that no man has ever heard of or thought of before. I am far from the heights of such men as those. Yet many new things have been learned in the north since the time of Radbod the Jarl. Even in the south they have heard of us, in the cities of the Moors, in Cordova and Cairo, and the lands of the Blue Men. There is talk of the way and what is happening in the north among the Mayus, the fire worshippers, as they call us. They have sent emissaries to watch and learn. But the Christians do not send to us. They are still confident in their single truth. They alone know what is salvation and what is sin. "Is it not a sin to make a man a Heimnar?" asked Shef. Thorvin looked up sharply. "That is not a word I have taught you, but I forgot. You know more of many things than I have thought fit to ask you. Yes, it is a sin to make a man a Heimnar, whatever he has done. It is a work of Loki, the god in whose memory we burn the fire in our enclosures next to the spear of his father Odin. But few of us wear the sign of Odin, and none wear that of Loki. To make a man a Heimnar, no. That has the mark of the boneless one about it, whether he did it himself or not. There are more ways than one of defeating the Christians, and Ivar Ragnarsson's way is foolish. It would come to nothing in the end. But there, you have seen already for yourself that I have no love for the creatures and the hirelings of Ivar. Now, go to sleep." And with that Thorvin swilled down his mug, retired to the sleeping tent, and left Shef to follow him thoughtfully. Working for Thorvin had given Shef no chance at all to pursue his quest. Hund had been taken off almost immediately to the booth of Ingolf the Leech, also a priest of the way, but one dedicated to Idun the Healer some distance away. After that the two had not seen each other. Shef was left to the routine duties of a smith's assistant, made more trying by being confined to the enclosure of Thor, the forge itself, near it a small sleeping tent and an outhouse with a deep-dug latrine, the whole surrounded by the cords and the quickbeam berries, which Thorvin called rowan. "Don't step outside the cords," Thorvin had told him. "Inside you are under the peace and protection of Thor, and killing you would bring down vengeance on the killers. Outside," he shrugged, "Murtagh would think himself happy to find you wandering around on your own." Inside the precinct Shef had stayed. It was the following morning when Hund came. "I have seen her. I saw her this morning," he whispered as he slipped into place beside the squatting Shef. For once, Shef was alone. Thorvin had gone off to see about their turn for baking bread in the communal ovens. He had left Shef grinding wheat kernels into flour in the hand quern. Shef jumped to his feet, spilling flour and unground kernels all over the beaten earth. "Who? You mean Godive? Where? How? Is she—" "Sit down, I beg." Hund started to scrape hurriedly at the spilt mess. "We must look normal. There are always people watching in this place. Please listen. The bad news is this. She is the woman of Ivar Ragnarsson, the one they call the Boneless. But she has not been harmed. She is alive and well. I know, because as a leech Ingolf gets everywhere. Now he has seen what I can do. He often takes me with him. A few days ago he was called to see the Boneless One. They would not let me enter. There is a strong guard round all their tents. But while I was waiting outside for him, I saw her pass. There could be no mistake. She was not 5 yards off, though she did not see me." "How did she look?" asked Shef, painful memory of his mother and Truda forcing itself forward. "She was laughing. She looked happy." Both youths fell silent. From all that both had heard, there was something ominous in anyone feeling or seeming happy anywhere within the range of Ivar Ragnarsson's power. "But listen, Shef, she is in terrible danger. She does not understand. She thinks that because Ivar is courteous and speaks well and does not use her immediately as a whore, then she is safe. But there is something wrong with Ivar, maybe in his body, maybe in his head. He has ways of easing it. Maybe one day Godive will be one of them. You have to get her out, Shef, and soon. And the first thing is to let her see you. What we do after that I cannot guess, but if she knows you are near, at least she will be thinking of a chance of passing a message. Now I have heard another thing. All the women of all the Ragnarssons and their highest chiefs will be going out from the tents today. I have heard them complaining. They say they have not had a chance to wash anywhere except in the filthy river for weeks. They mean to go out this afternoon and wash their clothes and themselves. They are going out to a backwater, maybe a mile off. Could we get her away? Don't even think about it. There are thousands of men in the army, all of them desperate for women. There will be so many trusted guards on that trip, you won't be able to see between them. The best thing you can do is make sure she sees you. Now this is where they are going to go." Hunt began to explain the lay of the land, hastily, pointing to add emphasis to his words. "But how am I to get away from here? Thorvin, I thought of that. As soon as the women start to leave, I will come here and say to Thorvin that my master needs him to come and put a final edge on the tools he uses for opening men's bellies and heads. Ingolf can do marvelous things," Hunt added, shaking his head in admiration. "More than any church leech I have ever heard of. When Thorvin hears that, he will come with me. Then you must leave here, slip over the wall, and get well ahead of the women and the guards, so you can meet them accidentally on the path." Hund was right about Thorvin's reactions. As soon as Hund sidled up to him with the request and explanation of why he was needed, Thorvin had agreed. "I will come," he said, putting down his hammer and searching for whetstone, oilstone, sleekstone. He went off without further ado. And then things went wrong. 2 customers in line, and neither of them ready to be put off, both of them knowing full well that Shef never left the precinct. Those got rid of, a third wandered up full of inquiries and surprise and desire to talk. When he finally stepped over the rowan-festooned cords for the first time, Shef realized that he was now bound to do the most dangerous thing he could in this crowded campment full of eyes and bored intelligences. Hurry. Yet hurry he did, loping through the crowded lanes with never a look at the interested faces, cutting suddenly through the ropes of a few deserted tents, up to the wall with its stockade of logs, 2 hands on the sharp man-high poles, and over them in one powerful vault. A shout from somewhere told him that he had been seen, but there was no hue and cry. He was going out, not in, and no one had reason to call thief. Now he was out on the plain, still dotted with horses and exercising men, with the tree line of the backwater a mile away. The women would make their way along the river, but it would be suicide to run up after them. He had to get there first, and had to be walking innocently back, or better still, to be standing where they would pass. Nor could he go near the gateway, where the guards stood noting all that went on. Heedless of the danger, Shef stretched his legs and began to run across the meadow. Within 10 minutes, He had reached the backwater and was strolling along the muddy lane which led beside it. No one there yet. Now all he had to do was look like a member of the army taking his ease. Difficult. There was one thing that set him off from the others. He was on his own. Outside the camp and even inside it, the Vikings went round in ship's crews, or at least with an oar-mate to bear company. He had no choice. Just walk by them. Hope that Godive had the eyes to see him and the wit to say nothing. He could hear voices ahead, women calling out and laughing, men's voices among them. Shef stepped round a bank of hawthorn and saw Godive in front of him. Their eyes met. At the same moment he saw a blaze of saffron plaids all round her. He looked convulsively to either side, and there was Muirtach, not 5 yards away, striding towards him, a cry of triumph on his lips. Before he could move, hard hands had him by each arm. The rest were crowding up behind their leader, their female charges for the moment forgotten. "The little cocksparrow," gloated Muirtach, thumbs in belt. "The one who showed his hilt to me. Come out for a look at the womenfolk, is it? And an expensive look it's bound to be. Here, boys, take him aside a few paces." He unsheathed his long sword with a chilling wheep. "We don't want the ladies to be dashed by the sight of blood." "I'll fight you," said Shef. "That you won't. Am I a chieftain of the Gadgedlar, and to be matched with a runaway with the collar hardly off his neck?" "There's never been collar on my neck," snarled Shef. He could feel a heat rising within him from somewhere, driving out the chill of fear and panic. There was only one small chance here. If he could draw them into treating him as an equal, he might live. Otherwise, he would be a headless corpse in a bush within a minute. "My birth is as good as yours, and I speak the Danish tongue a deal better." "That is true," said a chilly voice from somewhere behind the plaids. "Muirtach, your men are all watching you. They should be watching the womenfolk. Or does it need all of you to deal with this lad?" The crowd in front of Shef melted away, and he found himself staring into the eyes of the speaker. Almost white eyes. They were as pale, Shef thought, as pale as ice in a dish of the thinnest maple wood, carved so thin it was almost transparent. They did not blink, and they waited for Shef's eyes to drop. Shef tore his own eyes away with an effort. Felt fear that instant, knew death was very close. "You have a grudge, Muirtach?" "Yes, Lord." The Irishman's eyes, too, were dropped. "Then fight him." "Oh, now, I said before." "Then if you won't, let one of your men fight him. Pick the youngest. Let a boy fight a boy. If your man wins, I'll give him this." Ivar plucked a silver ring from his arm, threw it in the air, replaced it. "Step back and give them room. Let the women watch as well. No rules, no surrender," he added, teeth flashing in a chill and humorless smile. "To the death." Seconds later, Shef found himself staring once more into Godive's eyes, round now with terror. She stood at the front of a ring 2 deep, women's clothes intermixed with bright saffron plaids, and scattered through them also the scarlet cloaks and gold arm rings of jarls and champions, the aristocracy of the Viking army. In the midst of them, Shef caught sight of a familiar figure, the giant frame of Killer Bronn. On impulse, Shef stepped over to him as the others prepared his opponent for battle on the far side of the ring. "Sir, lend me your amulet. I will return it, if I can." Impassively, the champion pulled it over his head and handed it over. "Kick your shoes off, lad. Ground slippery." Shef took the advice. He was beginning consciously to breathe hard. He had been in many wrestling matches and had learned that it would prevent that momentary stillness, the unreadiness to fight that looked like fear. He peeled his shirt off, too, donned the hammer amulet, drew his sword, and threw the sheath and belt aside. It was a big ring, he thought. Speed would have to do it. His enemy was coming out of his corner, plaid also thrown aside, stripped like Shef to his breeches. In one hand he held the long sword of the Gadgedlar, thinner than the usual broadsword, but a foot longer. In the other hand he had the same spiked targe as his fellows. A helmet was pulled down over his braided hair. He did not look much older than Shef, and in a wrestle Shef would not have feared him. But he had the long sword, the shield, a weapon in each hand. He was a warrior who had seen battle, fought in a dozen skirmishes. From somewhere outside him an image formed in Shef's mind. He heard again the solemn voice of Thorvin chanting. He stooped, picked a twig from the ground, threw it over his adversary's head like a javelin. "I give you to hell," he called. "I give you to Dead Man's Strand." A buzz of interest rose from the crowd, cries of encouragement. "Go on, Flan boy. Get him with your buckler." No voice encouraged Shef. The Irish Norseman padded forward, then attacked swiftly. He feinted a thrust at Shef's face, turned it into a sideways backhand slash aimed at the neck. Shef ducked under it, stepped away to his right, dodged the thrust with the spiked buckler. The Viking paced forward, swung again, backhand up, forehand down. Again Shef stepped back, feinted to step right, stepped left again. For an instant he was to his adversary's side, with a thrust possible at the bare right shoulder. He leapt back instead and moved rapidly to the center of the ring. He had already decided what to do, and he felt his body answering perfectly, light as a feather, buoyed up by a force that swelled his lungs and raced the blood through his veins. He remembered for an instant the way that Sigvard's sword had broken and the fierce joy that had filled him. Flan, the Irishman, came in again, swinging the sword faster and faster, trying to box Shef in against the bodies of the ring. He was quick, but he was used to men standing up to him to trade blows and catching them on blade or buckler. He did not know how to deal with an opponent who simply tried to avoid him. Shef jumped a wide sweep at knee level and saw that the Irishman was beginning to pant already. The Viking army was made of sailors and horsemen, strong in the arm and shoulder, but men who walked little and ran even less. The shouting in the background was getting angry as the watchers grasped Shef's tactic. They might start to close in and narrow the ring. As Flan tried his favorite backhand sweep downward, a little slower now, a little too predictable, Shef stepped forward for the first time and parried fiercely, aiming the base of his thick blade at the tip of the long sword. No snap. But as the Irishman hesitated, Shef slashed out of the parry at the back of the other man's arm. A quick spurt of blood. Shef was out of reach again, refusing to follow up his advantage, circling to his right, changing step as the other man advanced, and then moving to his left again. He had seen the momentary shock in the warrior's eyes. Now there was blood running down over Flan's sword hand, quite a lot of it, enough to weaken him in a few minutes if he did not finish things quickly. For 100 heartbeats they stood close to the center of the ring, Flan trying now to thrust as well as cut, stabbing out with his buckler, Shef parrying as well as dodging, trying to knock the sword from his enemy's blood-smeared hand. Then Shef felt suddenly the confidence draining from his enemy's blows. Shef began to move again, springing on tireless feet, circling his opponent, moving always to the left, trying to get behind the other's sword arm, careless of the energy he expended. Flan's breath came almost as a sob. He hurled the buckler at Shef's face and followed it with a ripping upward stab. But Shef was in a crouch, knuckles of his sword hand on the ground. His parry deflected the thrust far over his left shoulder. In an instant, Shef straightened and drove his own sword deep beneath the naked, sweating ribs. As the stricken man shuddered and staggered away, Shef seized him in a wrestler's grip round the neck and poised his sword again. Shef heard through the yelling the voice of Killerbran. "You gave him to Nostrand," it shouted. "You must finish him." Shef looked down at the pallid, terror-stricken, still-living face in the crook of his arm and felt a surge of fury. He drove the sword deeply home through the chest and felt the pain of death leap through Flan's body. Slowly he dropped the corpse, retrieved his sword, saw Murtach's face pale with rage. He stepped over to Ivar, where he stood with Godive now at his side. "Most instructive," said Ivar. "I like to see someone who can fight with his head as well as his sword arm. You have saved me a silver ring, too. But you have cost me a man. How are you going to pay me back?" "I am a man as well, Lord." "Join my ships, then. You will do as a rower, but not with Murtach. Come to my tent this evening, and my marshal will find you a place." Ivar looked down for a moment, considering. "There is a notch on your blade. I did not see Flan put it there. Whose blade was it?" Shef hesitated an instant. But with these men the bold course was always wisest. He spoke loudly, challengingly. "It was the sword of Sigvarth Jarl." Ivar's face tightened. "Well," he said, "this is no way to wash women or sheets. Let us be on our way." He turned, pulling Godive with him, though for an instant her face remained fixed, looking agonizedly at Shef. Shef found himself staring up at the bulk of Viga Bran. He slowly pulled off the amulet. Bran weighed it in his hand. "Normally, I would say, keep it, boy, you earned it. If you live, you will be a champion one day. I say it, Bran, champion of the men of Halogalan. But something tells me the hammer of Thor is not the right sign for you, smith though you are. I think you are a man of Odin, who is called also Bileg, and Baleg, and Bulwark." "Bulwark?" said Shef. "Am I a doer of evil, a bale worker?" "Not yet. But you may be the instrument of one who is. Bale follows you." The big man shook his head. "But you did well today for a beginner. Your first kill, I believe, and I am talking like a spaewife. Look, they have taken his body. But they have left the sword and shield and helmet. They are yours. It is the custom." He spoke like one setting a test. Slowly Shef shook his head. "I cannot profit from one I gave to Nostran, to Dead Man's Strand." He picked up the helmet, threw it into the muddy water of the stream, hurled the buckler up into a bush, put his foot on the long, thin sword, bent it once, twice, into unusability, left it lying. "You see," said Bran, "Thorvin never taught you to do that. That is the sign of Odin." Chapter 7. Thorvin showed no surprise when Shef returned to the smithy and told him what had happened. He grunted a little wearily when Shef finally told him that he would be joining the contingent of Ivar, but said only, "Well, you'd better not go looking like that. The others would laugh at you. Then you'll lose your temper and worse will happen." From the pile at the back of the smithy he dug out a spear, recently reshafted, and a leather-bound shield. "With these you'll look respectable." "Are they yours?" "Sometimes people leave things in for repair, don't come back for them." Shef took the gifts and then stood awkwardly, his rolled blanket and few possessions on his shoulder. "I must thank you for what you did for me." "I did it because it was my duty to the way, or so I thought. Maybe I was wrong. But I'm not a fool, boy. I am sure that you're after something I don't know about. I just hope it doesn't get you into trouble. Maybe our paths will run together again another day." They parted with no more words, Shef stepping for only the second time over the rowanberry cords of the precinct, and for the first time walking down the lane between the tents without fear, face forward, not looking furtively around him. He headed not for the encampment of Ivar and the other Ragnarsons, but for the tent of Ingolf the Leech. As usual, there was a small crowd standing round it, watching something. It dispersed as Shef strolled up, the last few men to leave carrying a stretcher with a bandaged shape on it. Hunt came to meet his friend, wiping his hands on a rag. "What were you doing?" Shef asked. "Helping Ingolf. It's amazing what he can do. That man there was wrestling, fell awkwardly. Leg broken, just like that. What would you do with that if you were back at home?" Shef shrugged. "Bandage it up. Nothing else you can do. In the end, it would heal." "But the man would never walk straight again. The bones would just join each other wherever they happened to be. The leg would be all lumps and twists, like Krubba, who was rolled on by his horse. Well, what Ingolf does is pull the leg out straight before he starts bandaging, squeezes hard to feel if the broken ends of the bone are together. Then he bandages the leg between two stakes, so that the whole thing stays straight while it is healing. But what is even more marvelous is what he does in cases like this one, when it's broken so badly that the bones are sticking up through the skin. If he has to, he even cuts back the bone, and opens the leg so that he can push the bone back straight. I didn't think that anyone would live through being opened and cut like that, but he is so quick, and he knows exactly what to do." "Could you learn to do it?" Shef asked, watching the glow of enthusiasm on his friend's normally sallow face. "With enough practice, enough instruction, and something else. Ingolf studies the bodies of the dead, to see how bones fit together. What would Father Andreas say to that? So you mean to stay with Ingolf?" The runaway slave nodded slowly. He pulled from under his tunic a chain. On it was a small silver pendant, an apple. "Ingolf gave it me. The apple of Idun the healer. I am a believer now. I believe in Ingolf and the Way. Maybe not in Idun." Hund looked at his friend's neck. "Thorvin has not converted you. You are not wearing a hammer." "I wore one for a bit." Shef spoke briefly about what had happened. "I may have a chance now of rescuing Godive and getting away. Maybe if I watch for long enough, God will be good to me." "God? Or Thor? Or Odin? I'm beginning to think that it makes no difference to me. Maybe one of them is watching. Is there anything I can do?" "No." Shef gripped his friend's arm. "We may not see each other again, but if you leave the Vikings, I hope one day I will have a place for you, even if it's just a hut in the fen." He turned and headed for the place he had not dared even to look at when they first entered the Viking camp days before, the Vikings' command tents. The domain of the 4 Ragnarsson brothers ran from east wall to west wall, a full furlong along the riverfront. At its heart, in the center, were the great meeting tent, with room in it for tables for 100 men, and the decorated tents of the brothers themselves. Round each of these 4 clustered the tents of women, dependents, the most trusted immediate bodyguards. Further away ran the lines of bivouac tents of the soldiers, usually 3 or 4 tents for every ship's crew, sometimes with smaller ones scattered through for the captains, helmsmen, and champions. The retinues of the brothers for the most part kept separate if close together. The Snake Eyes men were mostly Danes. It was common knowledge throughout the army that in time Sigurd would return to Denmark to challenge for the kingdom in Sjælland and Skåne, which his father had owned, and would go on one day to challenge for the rule of Denmark from the Baltic to the North Sea, a kingdom no man had possessed since the days of that King Gudfrith, who fought Charlemagne. Ubi and Halfdan, men with no stake and no claim to any throne other than that which their strength might bring them, recruited from anywhere, Swedes, Gauts, Norwegians, men from Gotland and Bornholm and all the islands. Ivar's men were mostly exiles of one sort or another. Many, no doubt, were mere murderers escaping vengeance or the rule of one law or another. But the bulk of his following came from the floating population of Norsemen, who for generations had been moving into the outer isles of the Celtic regions, the Orkneys and Shetlands, then the Hebrides, the Scottish mainland. For years these men had been tempered in the constant skirmishes of Ireland and Man, Strathclyde and Galloway and Cumbria. Among themselves they boasted, but the claim was fiercely rejected by many, especially the Norwegians, who viewed Ireland as their own property to keep or dispose of, that one day Ivar Ragnarsson would rule the whole of Ireland, from his castle by the Black Pool, the Dublin itself, and would then lead his victorious navies in triumph against the feeble kingdoms of the Christian West. The Wee Neil might still have a say in that, muttered the Gadgedlar among themselves, speaking Irish as none of the Hebridean or Scottish Norsemen would deign to. But they said it quietly. For all their race pride, they knew that they themselves were the most hated of all by their countrymen, apostates from Christ, accomplices of those who had brought fire and slaughter to every part of Ireland, who had done it for pay and for power, not merely for joy and for glory, as had been the Irish custom since the days of Finn and Cuchulainn and the champions of Ulster. Into this touchy and tinder-dry encampment, graded with differences and with excuses for quarrel, Shef walked as the cooking fires were lighting for the night meal. He was met by a marshal who heard his name, listened to his story, ran a disapproving eye over his shabby equipment, and grunted. He called a young man from the throng to show Shef his tent, sleeping place, and oar, and to introduce him to his duties. The man, Shef never caught his name, nor did he want to, told him that there were 4 jobs at which he would have to take his turn: ship guard, gate guard, pen guard, and, if necessary, guard on the tent of Ivar. Mostly they were assigned by crew. "I thought the Gadgedlar guarded Ivar," Shef said. The young man spat. "When he's here. When he's not, they go with him. But the treasure and the women folk stay behind. Someone has to look after them. Anyway, if the Gadgedlar got too far from Ivar, someone would take a dislike to them. Kettle Flatnose and his men have a spite against them, and Turval the Deaf, too, and a dozen more." "Would we be trusted to guard the tent of Ivar?" The young man looked at him aslant. "Shouldn't we be?" "I tell you, Ensker, If you are thinking of Ivar's treasure, you had better cut your thoughts right out of your head. It will be less painful that way. Did you ever hear what Ivar did to the Irish king at Noth?" As they walked round, he told him in detail what Ivar had done to kings and lesser men who had displeased him. Shef took little notice, looking with great interest at the camp. The tales were clearly meant to frighten him. The ships, he thought, were the weak point of the camp. Space had to be left clear for them to be drawn up on the muddy banks, so there could be no fortifications there. The ships themselves represented a sort of obstacle, but they were also the Vikings' most precious possession. If anyone got past the riverbank guards, they could be in among the ships with torch and axe, and they would be difficult to dislodge. The gate guards were a different matter. Surprising them would be hard. Any fight would be on level ground and on even terms, where the Vikings' great axes and iron-shafted javelins would have easy play. Anyone who did manage to get through them would in any case only find himself fighting his way through rank after rank of warriors, in a tangle of tents and ropes. The pens, now. They occupied an area of their own near the east wall, a sorry strip of posts hammered into the ground, leather ropes binding them together. Inside, men huddled under makeshift coverings of canvas against the rain. Iron fetters on their feet, iron manacles on their hands. Held together, though, Shef noted, only by leather. Chain was too dear. But by the time a man had chewed through the leather bonds, even the least alert guard should have noticed, and penalty for any disobedience in the slave pens was fierce. As Shef's guide pointed out, if you marked up a slave too much, you couldn't sell him anyway, so you might as well go ahead and finish the job to frighten the others. As he peered over the logs into the pen, Shef noticed a familiar-looking head lying on the ground, its owner sunk in a depth of despair. A blond head, curls matted with grime. His half-brother, son of the same mother, Ulfgar, part of the prey of Emneth. The head stirred as if sensing the eyes upon it, and Shef dropped his gaze instantly, as he would have done had he been stalking a doe or a wild pig of the marshes. "You haven't sold any slaves since you arrived?" "Nay. Too much trouble getting them out to sea, with the English ambushing all the time. Sigvard owns that lot." The young man spat again eloquently. "He's waiting for someone else to clear the road for him. Will, too." "Clear the road?" "Ivar's taking half the army out in 2 days, to make the king let Jotmund, Edmund you English call him, fight, or destroy his country for him. We'd rather have done it the easy way, but we wasted too much time already. Be bad news for Jotmund when Ivar catches up with him, I tell you." "Are we going out or staying here?" "Our crew stays." Again the young man looked half curiously, half angrily at Shef. "Why you think I'm telling you all this? We'll be providing guards all the time. I wish I was going. I'd like to see what they'll do to that king when he's caught. I told you about Noth. Well, I was there at the Boyne when Ivar robbed the tombs of the dead kings, and this Christ priest tried to stop us. What Ivar did, he—" The subject occupied the young man and his mates all through the dinner of broth, salt pork, and cabbage. There was a barrel of ale. Someone had taken a hatchet or an axe to its top, and they all dipped into it liberally. Shef drank more than he realized, the day's events circling in his head. His mind was revolving what he had learned, trying to put together the rudiments of a plan. He lay down that night exhausted. The Irishman leaping in death in his arms was a detail, a matter of the past. Then exhaustion seized him, drove him into sleep, into something more than sleep. He was looking out from a building, through a half-shuttered window. It was night, a bright moonlit night, so bright that the racing clouds above threw dim shadows even in the dark. And out there something had flashed. Something had flashed. There was a man standing next to him, gabbling out explanations of what the something might be, but he did not need them. He knew. A dull feeling of gloom grew within him. Against it, a rising tide of fury. He cut the explanations short. "That is not dawn from the east," said the Shef, who was not Shef. "Nor is it a dragon flying, nor the gables of this hall burning. That is the flashing of drawn weapons, of secret foes coming to take us in our sleep. For now war awakens, war that will bring about disaster for all the people. So rise now, my warriors, think of courage, guard the doors, fight heroically." In the dream, a stirring behind him as the warriors rose, gripped their shields, buckled their sword belts. But in the dream and over the dream, not in the hall, not part of the hero tale that was unfolding before his eyes, he heard a mighty voice, too mighty to come from a human throat. It was a god's voice, Shef knew, but not the voice anyone would have imagined of a god. Not dignified, not honorable. An amused, chuckling, sardonic voice. "O half-Dane, who is not of the half-Danes," it said, "do not listen to the warrior, the brave one. When trouble comes, do not rise to fight. Seek the ground. Seek the ground." Shef woke with a start, the smell of burning in his nostrils. For several seconds, half-drugged with fatigue, his mind circled around that. Strange smell, something acrid, like tar. What could be burning tar? Then there was a confusion of movement all around him. A foot stamping on his guts jerked him into full wakefulness. The tent was abroil, with men scrambling for breeches, boots, weapons, all in full darkness. There was a glare of fire on one side of the tent. Shef realized suddenly that there was a continuous roar in the background. Voices shouting, timber crackling, and over it all a deafening metallic clanging. The impact of blade on blade and blade on shield. The noise of full-scale battle. The men in the tent were shouting, crowding past each other. Voices outside shouting, yelling in English, voices suddenly only yards away. Shef understood suddenly, the mighty voice still ringing in his ears. He hurled himself back to the ground again, fighting his way to the middle of the floor, away from the walls. As he did so, the whole side of the tent caved in, and through it there flashed a spear blade. The young man who had guided him turned half toward it, his feet still trapped in folds of blanket, met the spear full in the chest. Shef grabbed the falling body and pulled it on top of him, feeling for the second time in a dozen hours the convulsive leap and start of a heart bursting. As he did so, the whole tent collapsed, and a wave of trampling feet ran over it, spears stabbing down into the trapped pile of struggling men. The body in his arms jerked again and again. In the darkness, inches away, there came screams of pain and fear. A blade plunged into the dirt, scraping against Shef's sprawling knee. Then suddenly the feet were gone. A rush of bodies and voices swarmed past in the lane outside. A new hubbub of clanging and shrieking broke out 10 yards toward the center of the camp. Shef knew what had happened. The English king had taken the Vikings' dare, had attacked their camp in the night, and by some miracle of organization and his enemies' overconfidence, had broken through or over the stockade, driving for the ships and the tents of the leaders, killing as many trapped in their blankets as they could. The English were pouring on, driving toward the center of the river line. Shef seized his breeches, his boots, and his sword belt, and wriggled past the corpses of his temporary fellows into the open, pulled the gear on, ran, keeping low to the ground. There was no one standing within 20 yards. Between himself and the stockade was a swath of leveled tents with bodies sprawled among them, some calling feebly for help or trying to struggle to their feet. The English raiders had charged through the camp, hacking frenziedly at anything that moved. They had left few survivors. Before the Vikings could recover, join together, the raiders would be deep in the heart of their enemy's fortress, the battle irrevocably won or lost. All along the river line there was glare and smoke, leaping up as sails caught or the fire took hold of some new tarred timber hull. Against the blaze a frieze of capering demons, hurling spears, swinging swords and axes. The English must have met little resistance down by the ships in their first charge, but the Vikings closest to the ships had rallied swiftly and fiercely to defend their wave stallions. What was going on by the tents of the Ragnarsons? Was this the moment? Shef thought with a calm and intent calculation which left no room for self-doubt. Was this the moment to try to get Godive out? No. Clearly there was battle and fierce resistance on all sides. If the Vikings beat off the assault, then she would remain as she was, a slave, the bed-slave of Ivar. But if the attack succeeded, and if he were there to save her? He ran, heading not toward the fighting, where one more half-armed man would find nothing but quick death, but in the opposite direction, toward the stockade walls, still dark, still quiet. Not completely. Shef realized now that there was battle not only close to him but also far away, in all directions round the further walls of the stockade. Spears were flying in the blackness, firebrands coming looping over the logs of the stockade. King Edmund had sent in simultaneous assaults from all sides at once. Each Viking had rushed to the nearest point of danger. By the time they realized where help was needed most, again Edmund would have won or lost. Like a shadow, Shef ran towards the slave pens. As he neared them, a figure lurched towards him in the fire-lit dark, its thigh black with blood, a longsword drooping in its hand. "Friendy," it said. "Help me a moment. Stop the bleeding." Shef stabbed once from below, twisted the sword, withdrew. One, he thought, grabbing up the sword. The pen guards were still there, clustered in tight formation in front of the pen's gates, clearly determined to resist any attempt to break through. All along the logs of the slave stockade, heads were bobbing, as the tethered slaves tried to peer over, to see what was happening. Shef lobbed the longsword over the nearest wall, followed it in one surge of motion. There was a yell as the guards spotted him, but no movement, undecided whether to guard the gate or to follow him. Figures all round him, stinking, clutching. Shef snarled abuse in English, pushed them away. With the longsword he slashed the leather bonds between one pair of hand manacles, did the same for the man's foot fetters, pushed the sword into the freed hands. "Start cutting them free," he hissed, turning instantly to the next man and drawing his own sword from its scabbard. The slaves saw what was happening, thrust their hands out, then snatched their leg bonds, held them up for an easy cut. In 20 heartbeats, half a score of slaves were free. The palisade gate creaked open, the guards deciding to come in and catch the intruder. As the first Viking came through, hands caught his arms and legs, a fist slammed into his face. In seconds he was on the ground, his axe and spear snatched away, blows swinging at his fellows who crowded after him from the light into the darkness of the pen. Shef slashed furiously at leather, then saw suddenly the hands of his half-brother Alfgar, a face staring at him in amazement and twisted rage. "We have to get Godive." The face nodded. "Come with me. You others, there's weapons at the gate. Cut yourselves free. Those with weapons who want to strike a blow for Edmund, over the wall and follow me." Shef's voice rose to a bellow. He sheathed sword, stepped to the wall, caught the top of the logs, and heaved himself over in a second powerful roll. Alfgar was with him a moment later, staggering from the shock of release, a score of half-naked figures swarming after him, and more pouring over the wall. Some ran instantly into the friendly dark. Others turned in rage toward their guards, still embroiled in their struggle round the gate. Shef ran back through the leveled tents with a dozen men behind him. Weapons lay everywhere for the snatching, dropped where their owners had died or still lying where they had been piled for the night. Shef hauled aside a tent flap rolled over a corpse, seized a spear and a shield. For a long, hard-breathing pause he studied the men who had followed him as they armed themselves too. Peasants mostly, he judged, but angry and desperate ones, maddened by what had happened to them in the pens. The one in the front, though, staring at him intently, rolls of muscle on arm and shoulder. He carried himself like a warrior. Shef pointed ahead, to the struggle still going on round the untouched command tents of the Viking army. "There is King Edmund," he said, "trying to kill the Ragnarsons. If he succeeds, the Vikings will break and flee and never recover. If he fails, they will hunt us all down again, and no village of any shire will be safe. We are fresh and armed. Let us join them, break through together." The released slaves surged as one toward the fighting. Alfgar held back. "You did not come with Edmund, half-armed and half-naked. How do you know where to find Godive? Shut up and follow." Shef sprinted ahead again, hurtling through the confusion towards the tents of the women of Ivar. Chapter 8. Edmund, son of Edwald, descendant of Redwald the Great, last of the Wuffingas, and now, by God's grace, king of the East Angles, glared through the eye-holes of his war mask in frustration and rage. They had to break through. One more thrust, and the desperate resistance of the Viking chiefs would crumble. The Ragnarsons would all die together in blood and fire. The rest of the great army would fall back in doubt and confusion. But if they held, he knew, in a few more minutes the war-wise Vikings would realize that the assaults on their perimeter were no more than angry peasants with torches, that the real attack was here, and then they would be down on the struggle by the river bank with their overwhelming numbers, and it would be the English who were caught like rats in the last unmown square of the hayfield. He, Edmund, had no sons. The whole future of his dynasty and his kingdom had now narrowed down to this yelling, clanging tumult. Maybe 100 men on each side, as the picked champions of the East English and the last hardcore of the Ragnarsson's personal forces fought it out. The one side straining every nerve in their bodies to break into the three-sided square of the Ragnarsson's tents down by the river. The other standing poised and confident among the tangle of their guy ropes, bracing themselves to hold out for 5 minutes more after the unimaginable shock of the English assault. And they were doing it, too. Edmund's hand tensed on the bloody sword hilt, and he swayed as if to move forward. Instantly, the brawny shadows on either side of him, the captains of his bodyguard, edged slightly forward, blocking him in with shield and body. They would not let him throw himself into the melee. As soon as the initial slaughter of sleeping men had stopped and the fight had begun, they had been in front of him. "Easy, Lord," muttered Wigga. "See Tota and the boys there. They'll get through these bastards yet." As he spoke, the battle surged in front of them, first a few feet forward as a Viking went down, and the English rushed at the momentary gap. Then back. Above the helmets and the raised shields, a battle-axe whirled, the thuds as it struck Lindenwood turning to a crash of steel on mail. The swaying mob ejected a body, cleft through its mail from neck to breastbone. For an instant, Edmund saw a giant figure twirling its axe in one hand like a boy's ox goad, daring the English to come on. They did fiercely, and all he could see was straining backs. "We must have killed 1,000 of the bastards already," said Eddie on his other hand. In a moment Edmund knew. One or the other of them would say, "Time to get out of here, Lord," and he would be hustled away, if they could get away. Most of his army, the country thanes and their levies, were already making for the rear. They had done their job, burst over the stockade behind the king and his picked strikers, massacred the sleepers, overwhelmed the ship guards, and set fire to as many beached longships as they could. But they had never expected to stand in line and exchange blows with the professional champions of the North. Nor did they mean to. Catch them asleep and unarmored, yes. Fight them awake and enraged, man to man, toe to toe. That was the duty of their betters. One break, Edmund prayed. Almighty God eternal, one break in this square, and we will be through and attacking them from all sides. The war will be over, and the pagans destroyed. No more dead boys in meadows, and children's corpses tossed down wells. But if they stand another minute, long enough for a mower to whet his scythe, then it is we who will break, and for me it will be the fate of Wulfgar. The thought of his tormented thanes swelled his heart till it seemed the links of his mail must snap. The king shoved Wigga aside and strode forward, sword raised, looking for a gap in the fighters where he could thrust forward. He shouted full-throatedly so that his voice echoed inside the metal of his ancient visor. "Break through! Break through! The horde of Redwald, I swear it, to the man who breaks their ranks, and 500s to the man who brings me the head of Ivar." 20 paces away, Shef gathered his little band of rescued prisoners in the night. Many of the tarred longships along the river were now blazing furiously, throwing lurid light on the battle. All around them the Vikings' bivouac tents were down, flattened by the English charge, their occupants dead or wounded. Only in one place in front of them, 8 or 10 pavilions still stood. The homes of the Ragnarssons, their chieftains, their guards, and their women. Round these the battle raged. Shef turned to Ulfgar and to the heavily muscled thane beside him, standing a pace in front of the little knot of half-armed, heavy-breathing peasants. "We have to break into those tents there. That's where the Ragnarssons are." And go dive, he thought silently. But only Ulfgar would care about that. In the firelight, the thane's teeth showed a mirthless smile. "Look," he pointed. For an instant again, as the battle cleared, 2 warriors showed in black silhouette, each leap of flame seeming to catch them in another contorted pose. The swords whirled, each blow parried fort à fort, the strokes coming forehand, backhand, at all angles, each one meeting a precisely timed counter. The warriors twisted and stamped, raising their shields, leaping over low strokes, moving with each blow into position for the next, trying to gain leverage even from the strokes of their enemy for a tiny advantage on the next counter, a weakened wrist, a strain, a hesitation. The thane's voice was almost affectionate. "Look at them, both sides. Those are the king's warmen and the best of the pirates. They are the Drengir, the hard-here Chempan. How long would we last against them? Me? Maybe I could give one a little trouble for half a minute. You? I don't know. These? He gestured with his thumb at the peasants behind him. Make sausage meat of them. Let's get out of here, said Alfgar abruptly. The peasant stirred and muttered. Suddenly the Thane had Alfgar by the arm, fingers sinking deep. No, listen. That is the king's voice. He is calling on his true men. Hear what he wants. He wants the head of Ivar, snarled a peasant. Suddenly they were all moving forward, raising spears, bracing shields, the Thane among them. He knows it won't work, Shef realized. But I know what will. He leapt in front of them, pointing, gesturing. Slowly the men caught his meaning, turned away, dropped their weapons, headed for the nearest of the blazing longships. Over the clash of steel the Vikings too heard the king's voice calling and understood him. Many of them had had English-bred slaves for years, and their fathers before them. "King Jatmund wants your head," cried one of the Jarls. "I don't want Jatmund's head," Ivar called back. "He must be taken alive." "What do you want him for?" "I will give that much thought. Something new. Something instructive. Something to put heart back into the men." This had all been much too close for comfort, Ivar reflected, edging from side to side to keep a clear view of the action. He would never have thought that the king of a little kingdom like this would have had the guts to challenge the great army in its own base. "All right," he said quietly to the Gadgedlar, waiting behind the battle line as his personal reserve. "No need to wait much longer. They aren't going to break through. Over here, between the tents. Now, when I give the word, we are going to charge. Go right through them. Don't bother to fight. I want you to catch the kinglet, King Jatmund. See him, there. The little man, the one with the war mask over his face." Ivar filled his lungs to shout over the din of battle in mockery of the cry of Edmund. 20 ounces of gold to the man who brings me the English king. But don't kill him. He must be taken alive." But before he could speak, he felt Muirtach and the Irish gasp and stiffen around him. "Will you look at that? It's a fiery cross coming for us. Macnahoigaslan. Mother of God, be merciful. What in the name of Odin is it?" Over the heads of the struggling men, a giant shape rushed toward them like a cross, a monstrous blazing cross. The ranks of the English parted. Killerbrann leapt forward with his axe raised. Then the huge timber fell forward, half-hurled by the capering furies who grasped it. Bronn sprang aside, tripped over a rope, and fell with a clang to the ground. Something struck Ivar a numbing blow on the shoulder. The Gadgedlar scattered in all directions as the waxed flax walls of the tent started to blaze. The shrieking of women rose to add itself to all the other noises of the battle. And instantly, running along the blazing timber itself, his face contorted with rage and delight, there came a half-naked churl, the slave manacles still on his wrist, hurtling through the scattered ranks of his captors. A spear stabbed at Ivar's face. Without thought he parried it, slicing the point from its shaft. At the same moment his shoulder shrieked protest. The peasant raced on, reversing his clumsy weapon and smashing it at the side of Ivar's head. The blow, the ground rising up, the fall into burning wax and skin. Struck by a peasant, Ivar's brain thought in the last instant of consciousness, darkness embracing him. But I am the champion of the North. Through the flames other figures came leaping. It's that boy, thought Ivar, the one who fought the duel by the washing place. But I thought he was one of mine. A bare foot landed in his testicles, and his body gave up the fight. Shef raced along the still smoldering timber of the longship's mast. He was aware that his hands were burned, swelling, puffy already with blisters. There was no time for that. He and the Thane and Alfgar had seized the smoldering timber, its yard still attached, as soon as the peasants had pulled it from the flame, had grasped the upper end, and had run toward the fighting battle line, struggling desperately to keep it upright till they could throw it into the warriors. But the instant they hurled it, a wave of furious peasants had run past them and over them. And behind him, he knew, came King Edmund's champions, all beside themselves with rage and fear and the passion to kill. He had to reach Godive first. In front of him, a churl rained blows on an amazed Viking with a broken spear staff. Something groaned and squirmed under his feet. Another peasant was down with a slash from the side. Yellow plaids seemed to be scattering in flight everywhere, the Gadgadlar in superstitious panic and fear of the fiery cross that had come to avenge their apostasy, and women shrieking. Shef swerved instantly to the left round a tent. Bulging sides, the screaming just beyond it. He drew his sword, bent, and scored it open at knee level, instantly catching the flap and hauling at it with all his strength. A wail of women erupted from it like water from a broken mill dam, in their shifts, in their gowns, at least one still naked from her sleep. Godive, where? That one there, the scarf over her head. Shef seized her shoulder, hauling her round to him, dragging the scarf down. A blaze of yellow hair, turned copper by the flames in the sky, and furious pale eyes, nothing like Godive's grey ones. A fist caught him full in the face, and he staggered back, full of shock and incongruous pain. All around him, heroes were dying, and he had just been punched on the nose. Then the woman was away, and Shef glimpsed a familiar body shape, not scuttling like the other women, but running full stride like a young deer. Straight into disaster. The English were everywhere now, inside the Viking square, taking their enemies from front and rear simultaneously, determined to wipe out the pirates' leadership and aristocracy in the scant seconds they had before rescue and revenge came down from the main camp. They were cutting at everything that moved, carried away with fear and triumph and long frustration. Shef was on her, throwing himself forward, catching her round the hips, and bowling her over just as a furious warrior, seeing something moving behind him, swung round and launched a body-severing blow at waist level. The two rolled sideways in a tangle of legs and dress and nails, as new combat clashed above them. Then he had a grip round her waist and was hauling her by main force into the shadow of a pavilion, tenanted only by corpses. "Shef!" "Me." He put his hand over her mouth. "Listen, we have to get away now. There won't be another chance. Go back to where I broke in. Everyone there is dead now. If we can just get through the fight, we'll be out there by the river. Understood? Now, let's go." Sword in one hand, clutching Godive tightly with the other, Shef stepped crouching into the night, eyes darting for a route through the 50 single combats that raged around him. The battle was over, Edmund thought, and he had lost. He had broken the Vikings' last ring, sure enough, thanks to that rabble of churls that had sprung from nowhere with the half-naked youth in their midst. In the last few minutes, he had done crippling execution among the great army's hardest of hardcores, so much that the army would never be quite the same again, or remember the camp on the Stour without a shudder. But he had not yet seen a Ragnarsson dead. There were little knots of men still fighting back to back, and the Ragnarssons must be among them. Only if he held this place of slaughter, defeated and killed every one of them, could he be sure of lasting victory. He would not get the chance to do it. Edmund felt the blood rage inside him cooling to a slow and wary calculation. Ominously, the noise from the main camp above the Ragnarssons' tents by the river had lessened. Stung by arrows from the palisades, harassed by mock assaults and parties of running knife-men in their rear, the Vikings had let the Ragnarssons deal with their own troubles in their own way. But you could not fool these veterans for long. They would not stand by forever while their leaders were destroyed. Edmund sensed that men were gathering beyond the reach of the flames. Those were orders being given. Someone was getting ready to come down like a war hammer on a hazelnut, with 1,000 men together. How many had he left on their feet and not escaped into the night? 50? "Time to go, Lord," muttered Wigga. Edmund nodded, knowing that he had reached the absolute last instant. His escape route was still clear, and he had a handful of champions round him to brush aside any scattered interceptors there might be between him and the east stockade. "Back," he ordered. "Back to where we broke in. We'll run for the stockade from there. But kill everyone on the ground, ours as well as theirs. Don't leave them for Ivar. And make certain every single one is dead." Ivar felt consciousness returning. Yet it would not come back all at once. It was there and not there. He had to grasp it quickly. Something terrible was coming toward him. He could feel the thump, thump, thump of heavy footsteps. It was a Draugr. Giant, swollen, blue as a 3-day corpse, strong as 10 men, with all the strength of those who live in the halls of the mighty, but come back to earth to vex their descendants, or to avenge their deaths. Ivar remembered who he was. In the same instant he realized who the Draugr must be. It was the Irish king Maelgwala, whom he had killed years before. Ivar remembered still his contorted face, glistening with sweat from rage and pain, but still cursing Ivar steadily and fearlessly as the wheels turned, and the strongest men of the army threw their weight on the levers. They had bent him back and back over the stone till suddenly, as his mind registered the snap of broken spine, Ivar awoke fully. Something over his face, skin, cloth. Had they wrapped him in his cloak all ready for burial? An instinctive movement checked a stab of agony from the right shoulder, but the pain burned away the mist from his head. He sat up instantly, more pain from his head, not the right side, the left side, the side opposite from where he had been hit. Concussion, then. He had felt that before. Get down and stay down. No time to do that now. He could tell where he was. Ivar lurched slowly to his feet, the effort sending a wave of nausea and giddiness through him. His sword was still in his hand, and he tried to lift it. No strength there. He dropped the blade and leaned heavily on it, feeling the point sink into the close-packed earth. He stared to the west between the ripped-open tents toward an arena where still 70 men fought desperately to buy time, or to annihilate their enemies, and saw doom approaching him. No Draugr, but a king. Heading straight toward him, evidently bent on escape, was the short, broad-shouldered figure in the war mask, the English kinglet, Jotmund. Flanking and following him were a half-dozen enormous men, big as Vikings, big as Viga Bran, obviously the king's own personal bodyguard, the very heart and soul of the king's warriors, the champan as the English called them. As they came, they were stabbing carefully, economically, professionally, at every figure that still lay on the ground. They were doing it just right. One of them he would have squared off to if he had been fighting fit and unwounded, and the men had needed to be encouraged. 6. And he could hardly hold a weapon, still less could he wield it. Ivar tried to shuffle his feet round to meet them, so that no one could say afterward that Ivar Ragnarsson, the champion of the North, had been caught unawares or trying to flee. As he did so, the war mask turned toward him. A cry of recognition broke from it, a wave, a pointing arm. All the English together broke into a run, charging toward him, swords raised, the bodyguard striving vainly to outstrip their king. As Edmund attacked, Shef, dodging from dark space to dark space round the edges of the conflict, saw the gap between the tangled tents, pushed Godive violently into it, and tensed his muscles for the final dart to liberty. Without warning, she had torn free of his grasp, was rushing ahead of him. She had seized a man by the arm, a wounded man, was holding him up. By Christ, it was Ivar! Hurt, done for, staggering as he stood. Shef's lips pulled back in a killing snarl, and he paced forward like a leopard. 1 step, 2, 3. Sword dropped to hip level, already aiming the fierce thrust upward beneath the chin where no armor covered. Then Godive was in front of him, clutching at his sword hand. He tried to throw her off, but Godive clung on, pounding his naked chest with her free hand, shrieking, "Behind you! Behind you!" Shef flung her off and spun to see a sword already slicing at his neck. His own sword met it with a clang, driving it up. A second blow came instantly after the first. He ducked under it and heard the whiz as it slashed the air, realized in the same instant that Godive was behind him and that he had to keep his own body between the swords and her. Then he was backing between a maze of guy ropes, 6 men crowding toward him behind the short figure in the fantastically molded and gilded war mask. It was the king. But no matter who it was or how many supporters he had, for just this one moment it was Shef the slave, Shef the dog, and the king of the East Angles facing each other. "Get out of the way," said Edmund, pacing forward. "You are an Englishman. You brought the ship's timber, you broke the line. I saw you. That is Ivar behind you. Kill him, let me kill him, and you will have the reward I promised." "The woman," Shef stammered. He had meant to say, "Just leave me the woman," but he had no time. Too late. As the gap between the tents widened, the champions of Edmund saw their chance. One was by the side of his king in an instant, stabbing furiously upward at the unarmored youth in front of him, converting the stab instantly into a slash, jerking his shield forward as the slash missed, to break a rib or smash a wrist. Shef stepped back, ducked, twisted, as he had against the Irishman Flann, making no attempt to strike back or parry. "You can have him," he yelled. He beat a thrust aside, ducked into a shield boss, and with the strength of desperation, grappled a wrist as thick as a horse's fetlock, twisted and hurled Wigga the champion over his thigh in a village green cross-buttock throw. He was on the ground, and legs were all around him, cries and blows and the clang of metal. A dozen Vikings had appeared, Viga Bran at their head, to protect their chief. Now it was the English king whose men had to close round him, to die one by one, while all the time Ivar called out for Jatmund to be spared, for the kinglet not to be killed. Taking no notice of the fray, Shef wriggled clear, saw Godive standing a few yards away from the edge of the battle, staring round in panic. He seized her by the arm and dragged her at full speed toward the dying fires of the longships and the muddy waters of the Stour. The English kingdom lay in ruins behind him, and if the pirates ever caught him again, his fate would be terrible. But Godive was unhurt. He had saved her, though she had saved Ivar. Chapter 9. The stars were paling in the eastern sky behind them as the young man and the girl stole carefully and cautiously through the depths of the wood. If he looked back, Shef could see the topmost branches now silhouetted against the sky, moving slightly in the breeze, the little wind that comes before dawn. Down at ground level, nothing of it could be felt. Where the two crossed the occasional clearing created by the fall of oak or ash, the dew soaked their feet. It would be a hot day, Shef thought, one of the last of the late, event-filled summer. It could not come soon enough for him. Both were cold. Shef wore only the boots and woolen breeches which he had snatched up when the English attack came. Godive had only her shift. She had stripped off her long dress before slipping into the water by the fired ships. She could swim like a fish, like an otter, and like otters they had swum out, under water for as many strokes as they could, concentrating on noiselessness and cutting out both splash and gasp. 100 slow strokes and 10 breaths up the river, against the slow, weedy current, eyes alert every time they came up for watchers on the bank. Then a careful filling of the lungs, while Shef warily eyed the stockade edge, where surely guards might still be posted. Then the deep dive and the long swim under water, till it was time to come up and repeat the otter stroke, on, for another quarter-mile, before he decided it might be safe to creep ashore. He had felt no chill while they were escaping, only a momentary prickle on his burned hands and body as he dashed into the water the first time. But now he was beginning to shiver uncontrollably, the great shudders racking his body. Shef knew that he was close to collapse. He would have to let go soon, lie down, let his muscles relax, and let his mind come to terms with the events of the last 24 hours. He had killed a man. No, 2 men. He had seen the king, something he might have expected to do once or twice in a lifetime. But this time the king had seen him, had even spoken to him, and he had stood toe-to-toe with Ivar the Boneless, champion of the North. Shef knew he would have killed him if it had not been for Godive. He could have been the hero of all England, of all Christianity. But she had stopped him. And then he had betrayed his king, delayed him, all but handed him over to the power of the pagans. If anyone were ever to know about that. But his mind shied away from the thought. They had escaped. He would ask Godive about her and Ivar when he could. As the light strengthened, Shef's eye caught the faint trace of a trail. It was overgrown, had not been used for weeks. That was good. Used last to flee from the Viking landing. But at the end of the trail there might be something, a hut, a shed. Anything left behind would now be worth its weight in silver. Now the trees were thinning. There was something in front of him. Not a hut, he realized, but a shelter, a lean-to made of branches. The coppicers must have made it to store their gear in as they worked through the forest, cutting the poles that all farmers relied on for hurdles and fencing, for handles, and for the centerpieces for their flimsy wattle and daub walls. There was no one there. Shef led Godive over. Turning her toward him, he held her hands in his own and looked down into her eyes. "What we have here," he said, "is nothing. One day I hope we will have a real house of our own, somewhere we can live together untroubled. That is why I came to take you back from the Vikings. It will not be safe to travel in the day. Let us rest as well as we can till evening." The coppicers had rigged up a bark gutter beneath the roof of rough shingles. It led to a large broken crock, full to overflowing with clear rainwater. One more proof that no one had been there for weeks. The boughs inside were covered with old torn strips of blanket. Stiffly the pair wrapped themselves, lay down huddled together, fell immediately into an exhausted slumber. Shef woke as the sun began to pierce through the branches. He rose, careful not to disturb the still sleeping girl, and crawled out of the shelter. Concealed beneath the boughs, he found flint and steel. Should he risk a fire, he wondered. Better not. They had water and warmth, but there was no food to cook. He would take what he had found with them when they left. Slowly, Shef was beginning to think of the future. He owned nothing now save his breeches, so every single possession he accumulated would be precious. He did not think they would be disturbed, not this day. They were still well within range of the Viking fighting patrols he had seen on his way into the camp. But the Vikings would have other things to think about for a while. Everyone would be at the camp, counting casualties, deciding what to do, probably fighting among themselves for control of the army. Had Sigurd the Snake-Eye survived? Shef wondered. If he had, even he might have trouble in reimposing his authority on a shaken army. As for the English, Shef knew that as he and Godive had left the river and started to make their way into the woods, there had been other folk about. The refugees from King Edmund's army, the ones who had fled, or at any rate, decided to retreat before the crisis of the battle. They were all making their way to their respective homes as fast as ever they could. Shef doubted if there would be an Englishman within 5 miles of the Viking encampment by now. They had guessed that their lord's attack had failed, and that he was dead. Shef hoped so, remembering what his pirate guide had told him about Ivar's ways with defeated kings. He lay in the sun on the blanket, feeling his body relax. A muscle jumped irregularly in his thigh. He waited for it to stop, looking at the puffed blisters on both hands. "Will it be better if I prick them?" Godive was at his side, kneeling in her shift, holding up a long thorn. He nodded. As she began to work on his left hand, and he felt the slow tears rolling down his arm, he held her warm shoulder with his right. "Tell me," he said, "why did you stand between me and Ivar? How was it with you and him?" Her eyes lowered. Godive seemed unsure what to say. "You know I was given to him, by Sigvard." "By my father. Yes, I know. What happened then?" She kept her eyes down, studying his blisters attentively. "They gave me to him at a banquet, with everyone watching. I only had this to wear. Some of them do terrible things to their women, you know, like Ubi. They say he takes them in front of his men, and if things do not go to his liking, he hands them over to the men then and there, to be used by all. You know I was a virgin. I am a virgin. I was very frightened." "You are virgin still?" She nodded. "Ivar said nothing to me then, but he had me brought to him in his tent that night, and he talked to me. He told me that he was not like other men. He is not a gelding, you know. He has sired children, or so he says. But he told me where other men can feel desire just at the sight of flesh, he needs something else." "Do you know what that something is?" asked Shef sharply, remembering the hints Hund had given. Godive shook her head. "I do not know. I do not understand. But he says that if men were to know how it is with him, they would mock him. In his youth the other young men called him the boneless one, because he could not do as they do. But he says he killed many men for mocking him, and discovered it was a pleasure to him. Now all those who laughed are dead, and only the closest suspect how it is with him. If everyone had known, Sigvard would not have dared to hand me over to him openly and publicly as he did. Now, he says, men call him the boneless because they fear him. They say that at night he turns, not into a wolf or a bear, like other skin changers, but into a dragon, a great long worm that creeps out in the night for its prey. Anyway, that is what they think now. And what do you think? Asked Shef. Do you remember what they did to your father? He is your father, not mine. But even I felt sorrow for him. And though Ivar did not do that, he gave the orders. That is the kind of thing he does. He may have spared you rape, but who knows what else he had in mind for you. You say he has children. Has anyone seen the mothers? Godive turned over Shef's palm and began to lance the blisters that covered it. I don't know. He is hateful and cruel to men, but that is because he fears them. He fears they are more manly than he is. But how do they show it, this manliness? By violating those who are too weak, by taking their pleasure from pain. Maybe Ivar has been sent by God, as a punishment for men's sins. Do you wish I had left you with him? Hardness edged Shef's voice. Slowly Godive bent over him, abandoning her thorn. He felt her cheek against his naked chest, her hand sliding along his sides. As he pulled her up next to him, her loose shift slid from one bare shoulder. Shef found himself staring at a naked breast, its nipple girlish pink. The only woman he had seen before like this was the slut Truda, heavy, sallow, coarse-fleshed. His roughened hands began to stroke Godive's skin with disbelieving tenderness. If he had thought of this happening, and he had often, lying by himself in a fisherman's hut or deserted forge, it was years in the future, after they had found a place, after he had deserved her and made a home where they could be safe. Now, in the wood, in the clearing, in the sunlight, without blessing of priest or consent from parents. You are a better man than Ivar or Sigvard or any other man I have ever met, sobbed Godive, her face still buried in his shoulder. I knew you would come for me. I only feared they would kill you for it. He pulled at her shift, her legs squirming beneath him as she turned onto her back. We should both be dead by now. It is so good to be alive with you. There is no blood between us. We have different fathers, different mothers. In the sunlight he entered her. Eyes watched from a bush. Breath drew in envy. An hour later, Shef lay on the soft grass in the sunshine where the rays of the now hot sun came through the upper branches of the oak trees. He was torpid, completely relaxed. He was not asleep. Or he was, but at some dim level he remained awake, conscious that Godive had slipped away. He had been thinking of the future, of where they could go. Into the marshes, he thought, remembering his night spent with the Kingstane Edrich. He was still conscious of the sun on his skin, of the soft turf beneath his body, but they seemed further away. This had happened before, in the Viking camp. His mind was rising from the forest clearing, traveling out beyond the body, beyond the heart's confines. A voice spoke to him, rough, gravelly, laden with authority. Of mighty men, it said, the maid you have taken. Shef knew he was somewhere else. He was at a forge. Everything was familiar. The hiss as he wound the wet rags round the scorching handles of the tongs. The heft in his back and shoulder muscles as he lifted the red-hot metal out of the heart of the fire. The scrape and scratch of the top of his leather apron across his chest. The automatic duck and shake of the head as the sparks flew up toward his hair. But it was not his forge back in Emneth, nor Thorvin's forge within the enclosure of the rowan-berries. He sensed round him an enormous space, a gigantic open hall, so high he could not see the top, just mighty pillars and columns leading away to the top where the smoke clung. He took the heavy hammer and began to beat out a shape from the formless mass glowing on his anvil. What that shape should be, he did not know. Yet his hands knew, for they moved expertly and without hesitation, shifting the tongs, turning the bloom, striking from one direction and then another. It was no spear blade or axe head, no plowshare or coulter. It seemed to be a wheel, but a wheel with many teeth, sharp-pointed ones, like a dog's. Shef watched with fascination as the thing came to life beneath his blows. He knew in his heart that what he was doing was impossible. No one could make a shape like that straight from a forge, and yet he could see how it might be done if you made the teeth separately and then fitted them all together on the wheel you had originally made. But what would the point of it all be? Maybe if you had one wheel like that, turning one way, up and down like a wall, and another wheel, turning the other way, flat and level with the ground. Then if the teeth on the one wheel matched with the teeth on the other, the first could drive the second round. But what would be the point of that? There was a point. It had something to do with the object, the giant construction, twice man-height, over by one wall, just beyond his vision in the dimness. Shef realized, as his senses cleared, that there were other figures looking at him, figures on the same enormous scale as the hall. He could not see them clearly, and he did not dare look up for more than moments from his work, but he caught their presence unmistakably. They were standing together and watching him, even discussing him, he thought. They were Thorvin's gods, the gods of the Way. Nearest to him was a broad and powerful shape, an immensely scaled-up Viga Bran, giant biceps muscles rolling beneath a short-sleeved tunic. That must be Thor, thought Shef. His expression was scornful, hostile, faintly anxious. Behind the shape was another god, keen-eyed, sharp-faced, thumb stuck into a silver belt, eyeing Shef with a kind of concealed approval, as if he were a horse to be bought, a thoroughbred going at a bargain price from a foolish owner. That one is on my side, thought Shef. Or maybe he thinks I am on his. Others clustered behind the two. Tallest of them, and furthest away, a god leaning on a mighty spear with a triangular head. Shef became aware of two other things. He was hamstrung. As he moved around the forge, his legs trailed behind him uselessly, making him take the weight on his arms and pull himself from one place to another. High stools, stocks of wood, and benches were littered around in seemingly random fashion, but actually, he realized, to support him as he went from one workplace to another. He could prop himself on his legs, stand like a man balancing on two stout props. But there was no spring, no movement at all from the thigh muscles to the calf. A dull ache spread upward from his knees. And there was someone else watching him, not one of the mighty figures, but a tiny one, down in the shadows of the smoke-filled hall, like an ant or a mouse peering out from the wainscoting. It was Thorvin. No, it was not Thorvin, but a smaller and a slighter man with a long face and sharp expression, both accentuated by the thinning hair falling back from the high forehead. But it was someone dressed like Thorvin, all in white with the rowan berries round his neck. He had something of the same expression, too, thoughtful, intensely interested, but here also cautious and fearful. The small figure was trying to speak to him. "Who are you, boy? Are you a wanderer from the realms of men, set for a while in Volan's place? How have you come here, and by what fortune did you find the way?" Shef shook his head, pretending it was just a toss to keep the sparks out of his eyes. He tossed a wheel aside into a bucket of water and began to set to another piece of work. The 3 quick raps, the turn, the 3 raps again, and a glowing something flying through the air into the cold water, to be instantly replaced on the anvil by another. What he was doing Shef did not know, but it filled him with wild excitement and a furious impatient glee, like a man who would one day be free and did not want his jailer to know the joy inside him. Shef realized that one of the giant figures was coming toward him, the tallest of them, the one with the spear. The mouse man saw too, and ducked back into the shadows, now visible only as the palest of blurs in the gloom. A finger like the trunk of an ash turned Shef's chin upward. One eye looked down at him, from a face like the blade of an axe, straight nose, jutting chin, sharp gray beard, wide cheekbones. It was a face that would have made Ivar seem a relief, as something at least comprehensible, ravaged only by human passions like envy, hate, and cruelty. This was far different. One touch of the thoughts behind that mask, Shef knew, and any human mind would go insane. Yet it did not seem entirely hostile, more thoughtful, considering. "You have far to go, mannikin," it said. "Yet you have begun well. Pray that I do not call you to me too soon." "Why would you call me, High One?" said Shef, amazing himself with his own temerity. The face smiled like a glacier calving. "Do not ask," it said. "The wise man does not pry or peek like a maiden searching for a lover. He looks even now, the gray, fierce wolf, into Asgarth's doors." The finger dropped. The great hand came sweeping across, over forge and anvil and tools, over benches and buckets and the smith altogether, brushing them all away like a man sweeping nutshells from a blanket. Shef felt himself hurled into the air, spinning end over end, apron flying away from him. His last memory, the little face-shaped blur in the shadows, watching and marking him. In a heartbeat he was back on the grass, back beneath the open sky of England, in the forest clearing. But the sun had moved off him, leaving him in shadow, cold and suddenly afraid. Where was Godive? She had crept from his side for a moment, but then... Shef was on his feet, wide awake, staring round for an enemy. Tumult in the bushes, thrashing and fighting, and the sound of a woman trying to scream, with a hand over her mouth and an arm round her throat. As Shef sprang toward the struggle, men rose from their cover behind the tree trunks, and closed on him like the fingers of doom. Leading them came Muirtach the Gadgadil, a newly livid weal across his face and an expression of bitter, contained, contented fury twisting it. "Nearly you got away, boy," he said. "You should have kept running, not stopped to try out Ivar's woman. But a hot prick knows no sense. It will be cold soon enough." Hard hands closed on Shef's shoulders as he lunged towards the bushes, desperate to reach Godive. Had they seized her already? How had they found them? Had they left some trail? A jeering laugh rose above the babble of Gadgadlar voices. Shef recognized it even as he writhed and fought, drawing all the Vikings to him. It was the laugh of an Englishman, of his half-brother, Ulfgar. Chapter 10. When Muirtach and the others had dragged him back inside the stockade, Shef had been close to collapse. He had been exhausted in the first place. The shock of recapture had also bitten deep into him. The Vikings had been rough with him as well as they pulled him back, punching and cuffing him repeatedly as they hustled him through the woods, eyes alert all the time for any fringe of scattered Englishmen still lurking in the trees. Then, as they came out onto the meadows and sighted their comrades rounding up such horses as remained, jerking their captive off his feet again and again in rough triumph, they had been badly scared. Having one trophy to take back to Ivar was not much of a set-off against all they had lost. Dimly, through weariness and horror, Shef realized that they were in the mood now to work out all their earlier fears on such little satisfaction as they could find. But before he could take in much of that thought, they dragged him to the pen, beat him unconscious. He only wished he had not had to come round. They had thrown him inside the stockade at mid-morning. He had been unconscious the whole of the long, warm, late summer day. When he finally blinked, his blood-sealed eyelids open, he was sore, stiff, bruised, but no longer dizzy or bone-weary. But he was also chilled to the bone, dry-mouthed with thirst, weak from hunger, in a state of deadly fear. At nightfall he looked round to try to see some prospect of escape or rescue. There was none. Iron anklets on his feet were lashed to stout pegs. His hands were bound in front of him. In time he might have worked the pegs out or chewed through the rawhide lashings on his wrists, but the slightest movement in either direction brought a growl and a kick from the nearby guard. They had, Shef realized, almost no prisoners to watch. In the confusion of the night attack, almost all the accumulated slave booty of the campaign had fought itself free and vanished, taking the Vikings' profits with them. Only a few other figures, newly captured prisoners secured like himself, dotted the floor space of the pen. What they said brought Shef no comfort. They were the very few survivors of King Edmund's picked men, who had fought to the last in the final attempt to destroy the Ragnarsons and cripple the Viking army's leadership. All were wounded, usually badly. They expected to die, and talked quietly among themselves as they waited. Mostly they regretted their failure to make a clean sweep of their enemies in the first few minutes of their attack. But then, they said, it could never have been expected that they could get to the heart of the great army without resistance. They had done well, burned the ships, killed the crews. "We have gained great glory," said one. "We stand like eagles on the bodies of the slain. Let us not repent whether we die now or later." "I wish they had not taken the king," said one of the warrior's comrades after a silence, speaking with difficulty through the wheezing of his pierced lung. At that they nodded soberly, and their eyes moved together toward a corner of the pen. Shef shivered. He had no wish to face the aggrieved King Edmund. He remembered the moments when the king had come toward him, pleading with him, the Gatterling, the Thrall, the child of no father, to stand out of the way. If he had done so, the English would be counting the night still as a victory, and he would not have to face the wrath of Ivar. Dazed as he had been, Shef had heard the taunts of his captors about what their chief would do with him. He remembered the fool of a boy who had shown him round these self-same pens only the evening before, and his stories of how Ivar dealt with those who crossed him. And he, Shef, had taken his woman, taken her away, taken her carnally, taken her so that she would not be returned. What had happened to her? Shef wondered detachedly. She had not been dragged back with him. Someone had taken her off. But he could hardly worry about her any more. His own fate was too all-encompassing. Above the fear of death, the shame of treachery, there loomed the fear of Ivar. If only, Shef thought again and again during the night, if only he could die now of cold. He did not wish to see the morning. The thump of a boot in the back stirred him from torpor in the growing light of the next day. Shef sat up, conscious above all of the dry, swollen stick of his tongue. Round him the guards were cutting lashings, hauling bodies away. Some had been granted Shef's wish in the night. But in front of him squatted a small, slight figure in a stained and dirty tunic, drawn lines of fatigue on the sallow face. It was Hund. He was holding a crock of water. For some minutes, Shef thought of nothing else, while Hund carefully, and with many agonizing pauses, allowed him to drink a mouthful at a time. Only when he felt the blessed fullness under his breastbone, and knew the luxury of being able to roll an excess mouthful round his tongue and spit it onto the grass, did Shef realize that Hund was trying to speak to him. Shef, try to take this in. We have to know some things. Where is Godive? I don't know. I got her away. Then I think someone else snatched her. But they had me before I could do anything about it. Who do you think took her? Shef remembered the laugh in the thickets, the sense he had, and had dismissed that there were other fugitives in the wood. Alfgar. He was always a good tracker. He must have followed us. Shef paused again for thought, dispelling the lethargy of cold and weariness. I think he must have gone back, led Murtagh and the others to us. Maybe they did a deal. They got me, he got her. Or maybe he just snatched her while they were busy with me. There weren't enough of them to risk following very far. Not after the fright they'd had. So, Ivar is more concerned about you than about her. But he knows you got her away from the camp. That's bad. Hund passed a hand worriedly across his sparse, scanty beard. Shef, think back. Did anyone see you actually kill any of the Vikings with your own hands? I only killed one. That was in the dark, and no one saw. It was no great deed. But someone may have seen me get into the pen and start freeing the prisoners. Freeing Alfgar. Shef's mouth twisted. And do you know, I broke the Viking shield wall with a burning timber, when all the king's comrades could not do it. Shef turned his palms and looked mutely at the pads of white skin, the tiny thorn holes where the blisters had been. Yes, still that might not be a cause for blood vengeance. Ingolf and I have done a lot of favors during this last day and a night. There are many chieftains who would be dead or crippled for life if it had not been for us. You know, he will even stitch together entrails, and sometimes the man will live, if he is strong enough to stand the pain and there is no poison inside the body. Shef looked more attentively at the stains on his friend's tunic. You are trying to beg me off? From Ivar? Yes. You and Ingolf? But what do I matter to him? Hund dipped a lump of hard bread in the remaining water and passed it over. It's Thorvin. He says it is business of the way. He says you have to be saved. I don't know why, but he is totally set on it. Someone spoke to him yesterday, and he came running over to see us at once. Have you done something I don't know about? Shef lay back in his bonds. A lot of things, Hund. But I'm sure of one thing. Nothing is going to get me away from Ivar. I took his woman. How can I pay boot for that? When bale is highest, boot is nighest. Hunt filled the crock with water once again from a skin, placed a handful of bread beside it on the ground, and passed over the length of dirty homespun he had been carrying over his arm. Food is short in the camp, and half the blankets are being used for shrouds. That's all I can find for now. Make it last. If you want to pay boot, see what the king can do. Hunt jerked a chin toward the corner of the pen, beyond where the dying warriors had sat, called something to the watching guards, rose, and left. The king, thought Shef. What boot will Ivar take for him? Is there any hope? Hissed Thorvin across the table. Killebrand looked at him with mild surprise. What sort of language is that from a priest of the way? Hope? Hope is the spittle that runs from the jaws of Fenris Wolf, chained till the day of Ragnarok. If we start only doing things because we think there may be some hope, why, we will end up no better than Christians, singing hymns to their God because they think he may give them a better bargain after death. You are forgetting yourself, Thorvin. Bronn looked with interest at his own right hand, spread out on the rough table next to Thorvin's forge. It had been split open by a sword blade between second and third fingers, cut clean open almost down to the wrist. Ingolf the leech was bending over it, washing the wound with warm water, from which a faint scent of herbs drifted. Then he slowly, carefully pulled the lips of the gash apart. White bone showed for an instant before the oozing blood covered it in the track of Ingolf's fingers. "This would have been easier if you had come to me straight away, instead of waiting a day and a half," said the leech. "Then I could have treated it while it was fresh. Now the wound has started to clot together, and I have to do this. I could take a chance and stitch it up as it is, but we do not know what was on the blade of the man who struck you." A trickle of sweat broke out on Bronn's eyebrow, but his voice remained mild, contemplative. "You go ahead, Ingolf. I have seen too many wounds go bad to take that risk. This is just pain. The flesh rot is certain death. Still, you should have come earlier. I was lying among the corpses for half a day, till some clever warrior noticed they had all gone cold and I hadn't. And when I came round and decided that this was really the worst wound I had, you were busy with more difficult tasks. Is it true you pulled old Bjor's entrails out, stitched them together, and pushed them back in again?" Ingolf nodded, pulling with sudden decision at a bone splinter with a pair of tweezers. "They tell me he calls himself Grinbjor now, because he swears he saw the gates of hell itself." Thorvin sighed gustily and pushed a tankard closer to Bronn's left hand. "Very well. You have punished me enough with your chatter. Tell me, then, is there any chance?" Bronn's face was paling now, but he answered with the same even tone. "I don't think so. You know how it is with Ivar." "I know," said Thorvin. "That makes it hard for him to be sensible over some things. I do not say forgive. We are none of us Christians to pass over an injury or an insult. But he will not even listen, or think about where his interest lies. The boy took his woman, took a woman that Ivar had plans for. If that fool Murtagh had brought her back, then maybe. But even then I don't think so, because the girl went willingly. That means the boy did something Ivar could not. He must have blood. There has to be something that would make him change his mind, accept compensation." Ingolf was stitching now, needle rising high over his right shoulder as he pierced and pulled again. Thorvin placed his hand on the silver hammer that hung on his chest. "I swear this may be the greatest service you or I may ever do for the way, Bronn. You know there are some among us who have the sight." "I have heard you talk of it," admitted Bronn. "They travel into the realms of the mighty, of the gods themselves, and return to report what they saw. Some think these are just visions, no better than dreams, a kind of poetry only. But they see the same things, or sometimes they do. More often it is as if they all saw different parts of the same thing, as there might be many reports of the battle the other night, and some would say the English had the best of it, and some would say we did. And yet all would be telling the truth, and all would have been at the same place. If they confirm each other, that means it must be true." Bronn grunted, perhaps in disbelief, perhaps in pain. "We are sure that there is a world out there and that people can go into it. Well, something very odd happened only yesterday. Farman came to see me, Farman who is priest of Frey in this army as I am priest of Thor, or Ingolf of Ivun. He has been in the other world many times as I have not. He says he was in the Great Hall itself, the place where the gods meet to decide the affairs of the 9 worlds. He was down on the floor, a tiny creature like a mouse in the wainscoting of one of our own halls. He saw the gods in conclave. And he saw my apprentice Shef. He is in no doubt. He had seen him at the forge. He saw him in the vision. He was dressed oddly, like a hunter in our own forest in Rogalan or Halogalan, and he stood badly, like one who has been crippled. But there was no mistaking the face. And the Father of gods and men himself, he spoke to him, if Shef can remember what he said. It is rare, Thorvin concluded, for any wanderer in the other world to see another one. It is rare for the gods to speak to or notice a wanderer, for both to happen. And there is another thing. Whoever gave that boy a name did not know what he was doing. It is a dog's name now, but that was not always so. You have heard of Skjold, founder of the Skjoldungs, the old Danish kings, the ones whom Ragnar and his sons would drive out if they could. The English call him Shield Sheafing, shield with the sheaf, and they tell a foolish tale of how he drifted over the ocean on a shield with a sheaf beside him, and that was how he got his name. But anyone can tell that sheafing means the son of sheaf, not with a sheaf. So who, then, is Sheaf? Whoever he was the one who sent the mightiest king of all over the waves, and taught him all that he knew to make the lives of men better and more glorious. It is a name of great good luck, especially if given in ignorance. Shef is only the way the English in these parts say sheaf. We have to save that boy from Ivar. Ivar the Boneless. People have seen him on the other side too, you know, but he did not have the shape of a human being. He is not a man of one skin, agreed Bronn. He is one of the brood of Loki, sent to bring destruction on the world. We have to get my apprentice away from him. How can we do it? If he will not do it on your urging, Bronn, or on mine, can we bribe him? Is there something he wants more than vengeance? I do not know how to take this talk of other worlds and wanderers, said Bronn. You know I am with the way because of the skills it teaches, like Ingolf's here, and because I have no love either for the Christians or for the madmen like Ivar. But the boy did a brave deed to come into this camp for a girl. It took guts to do that, I know. I went into the Breiðraborg to bait the Ragnarsons into this venture, as your colleagues told me to, Thorvin. So I wish the boy well. Now I do not know what Ivar wants. Who does? But I can tell you what he needs. Ivar may see that too, even if he is mad. But if he does not, then the snake eye will make him. As he spoke on, the other two nodded, thoughtfully. They were not Ivar's men who came for him, Shef noticed, as soon as they appeared. Just from his few days in the Viking camp, he had come to be able to discriminate at least in an elementary way between the various grades of heathen. These were not the Gadgedlar, nor did they have the somehow non-Norse or half-Norse air of the Hebrideans and Manxmen, whom Ivar recruited in such numbers. Nor did they even have that vaguely footloose and less than respectable look that so many of even his Norse followers had. Younger sons and outlaws, the bulk of them, detached from their parent communities and with no homes to go to and no lives outside the camp. The men who came into the stockade now were heavily built, mature in years, almost middle-aged. Their hair was grizzled. Their belts were silver, gold armlets and neck rings shone on them, to prove years or decades of success. When the warden of the pen blocked their self-assured way, ordering them back, Shef could not hear the reply. It was given in a low voice, as if the speaker no longer expected to have to shout. The warden replied again, crying out and pointing down the ruined campsite, as if to the burned tents of Ivar. But before his sentence had ended, there was a thud and a groan, The leader of the newcomers looked down for a moment, as if to see if there was any chance of further resistance, slid the sandbag back up his sleeve, and marched on without deigning to look round again. In a moment, Shef found the lashings on his ankles cut and himself jerked to his feet. His heart leapt suddenly and uncontrollably. Was this death? Were they dragging him out of the pen to a clear patch of ground, where in an instant they could force him to his knees and behead him? He bit his lips savagely for an instant. He would not speak or plead for mercy. Then the savages would have the chance to laugh, to mock the way an Englishman died. He stumbled along in grim silence. Only a few yards. Outside the gate, along the fence posts of the pen, and then jerked to a stop in front of another gate. Shef realized that the leader of the newcomers was staring hard at him, deep into his eyes, as if trying to burn an understanding into the tough hide of Shef's face. "You understand Norse?" Shef nodded. "Then understand this. If you talk, doesn't matter. But if he in there talks, maybe you live. Maybe. Lot to be answered for. But there's something in there that could mean life for you. Could mean more for me. Whether you live or die, you may need a friend pretty soon. Friend in court. Friend on the execution ground. There's more than one way to die. All right. Throw him in. Rivet him good." Shef found himself hauled inside a shelter propped up against the side of the pen. An iron ring hung from a stout post, a chain from it to another ring. In an instant, the collar was being fitted round his neck, a bolt of soft iron forced through its two holes. A couple of blows with a hammer, a quick inspection, another blow. The men turned and tramped out. Shef's legs were free, but his hands still bound. The collar and chain round his neck gave him only a few feet of space to walk. There was another man in the shelter, Shef realized, secured as he was. He could see the chain running down from a post into the half-darkness. Something about the figure sprawled there on the ground filled him with unease, with shame and fear. "Lord," he said doubtfully, "Lord, are you the king?" The figure stirred. "King Edmund I am, son of Edwald, king of the East Angles. But who are you that talk like a Norfolk man? You are not one of my warriors. Did you come with the levies? Did they catch you in the woods? Move so I can see your face." Shef moved round. The sun, now westering, streamed in through the open door of the shelter and caught his face as he stood at the limit of his chain. He waited in dread for what the king would say. "So, you are the one who stood between me and Ivar. I remember you. You had no armor and no weapon, but you stood before Wigga, my champion, and held him for 10 heartbeats. If it had not been for you, those would have been the last heartbeats of the boneless one's life. Why would an Englishman wish to save Ivar? You ran from your master? Were you a slave to the church?" "My master was your Thane Wulfgar," Shef said. "When the pirates came, you know what they did to him?" The king nodded. With his eyes adjusting to the light, Shef could see the face that turned to him. It was pitiless, resolute. "They took his daughter, my foster sister. I came to try to get her back. I was not trying to protect Ivar, but your men were going to kill both of them, all of them. I just wanted you to let me pull her aside. Then I would have joined you. I am no Viking. I killed 2 of them myself. And I did one thing for you, king, when you had need of it. So you did. I called out for someone to break the ring, and you did it. You and a gang of churls from nowhere with the ship's timber. If Wigga had thought of that, or Tota, or Eddie, or any of the others, I would have made him the richest man in the kingdom. What did I promise?" He shook his head in silence, then looked up at Shef. "You know what they are going to do to me. They are building an altar now to their heathen gods. Tomorrow sometime they will take me out and lay me on it. Then Ivar will get to work. Killing kings is his trade. One of the men who guarded me told me he was standing by when Ivar killed the Irish king of Munster. Told me how he stood there while Ivar's men twisted the rope, and the veins stood out on the king's neck, and he called out curses by all the saints on Ivar's name. and then the crack as his back broke over the stone. They all remember that. But tomorrow Ivar prepares a new fate. They tell me that he meant to save this for the man who killed their father, for Ella of Northumbria. But they have decided I merit it just as much. They will take me out and lay me on their altar face down. In the hollow of my back Ivar will place a sword. Then, you have felt how your ribs make a house of bone, and how each of the ribs fits into its place on the backbone? Ivar will cut each of them away, working up from the lowest to the highest. They say he will use a sword only for the first cut. After that he will use hammer and chisel. When he has cut them all away, he will cut the flesh free, and then he will put his hands in and pull the ribs up and out. I expect I will die then. They say he can keep a man alive to that point if he is careful not to cut deep. But when they pull the ribs out, your heart must burst. When it is done, they pull your lungs out of your back, and then the ribs out, so they look like a raven's wings or an eagle's. They call it cutting the blood eagle. I wonder what it will feel like when he first puts the sword in the hollow of my back. You know, young churl, I think that if I can hold my courage at that point, the rest will be easier. But the feel of the cold steel on skin before the pain begins. I never thought that I would come to this. I have defended my people, kept all my oaths, been charitable to orphans. Do you know, churl, what the Christ said when he hung dying on the cross? Father Andreas's lessons had been confined usually to the merits of chastity or the importance of paying contributions duly to the church. Shef shook his head dumbly. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? The king paused for a long while. I know why he means to do it, though. After all, I am a king, too. I know what his men need. These few months have been bad ones for the army. They thought they would have an easy start here for their real march on York, and so they might have, if they had not done what they did to your foster father. But since then they have made no gains, caught few slaves, had to fight for every few beeves, and now, say what anyone wishes, there are many fewer of them than there were 2 nights ago. They have seen their friends die of wounds, and more of them are sitting waiting for the flesh rot. If there is nothing grand for them to see, then they will lose heart. Ships will row off in the night. Ivar needs a display, a triumph, an execution, or... Shef remembered the warning of the man who had pushed him into the pen. Do not speak too freely, Lord. They want you to speak, and me to listen. Edmund laughed in one sharp bark. The light had almost gone by now, the sun well down, though the long English twilight lingered. Then listen. I promised you a half of Redwald's hoard if you broke the Viking line, and break it you did. So I will give you the whole of it, and you may make your own bargain. The man who gives them this can have his life and more. If I gave it to them, I could be a Viking jarl. But Wigga and all the others died rather than speak. It would not be fitting for a king, one of the line of Wuffa, to give way out of fear. But you, boy, who knows? You may gain something. Now listen and do not forget. I will tell you the secret of the hoard of the Wolfingas. And from that I swear by God a wise man can find the hoard. Listen, and I will tell you. The king's voice dropped to a hoarse murmur, and Shef strained to hear. In Willow Ford by Woody Bridge, the old kings lie, keels beneath them. On down they sleep, deep home guarding. 4 fingers push in flattest line. From underground, grave the northmost. There lies Wuffa, Weha's offspring, on secret hoard. Seek who dares it. The voice tailed away. My last night, young churl. Maybe yours, too. You must think what you will do to save yourself tomorrow. But I do not think the riddle of an Englishman will prove easy to the Vikings. And if churl you are, the riddle of the kings will do you no good either. The king spoke no more, though after a while Shef tried faintly and despondently to rouse him. After an age, Shef's battered body, too, began to drift off into uneasy dozing. In his sleep the king's words repeated themselves, twining round and running into each other, like the dragon shapes carved on a burning stem post. Chapter 11. This time the great army was troubled and unsure. So much King Edmund had foreseen. It had been taken in its own base by a small state and a petty kinglet of whom no one had ever heard. And while they knew the matter had ended well enough, too many also knew in their hearts that for a time they had been outfought. The dead had been buried, the irreparable ships dragged on shore, the wounded had been treated. Arrangements had been made between this chieftain and that to sell or trade ships, to transfer or exchange men to bring contingents up to the mark. But the warriors, the rank-and-file oar-pullers and axe-wielders, still needed reassurance. Something that would show their leaders still had confidence, some ritual to demonstrate that they were still the great army, the terror of the Christians, the invincibles of the North. From the early morning, men were crowding down to the marked-out space outside the camp, which would be the site of the wapentake, the meeting where men could show their assent by Vapner Takkr, the clashing of weapons, of blade on shield, or, on rare occasions, under careless leaders, their dissent. From even earlier in the morning, from well before day, the Viking leaders had been making their plan, and considering the balance of forces, the sentiments that might swing their dangerous and unpredictable followers one way or the other. When they came for him, Shef was ready, at least physically. His hunger was a hole inside him, thirst once more drying his tongue and his lips, but he was awake, alert, and fully conscious. Edmund, too, was awake, he knew, but made no sign. Shef was ashamed to disturb him. The Snake Eyes men arrived with the same brisk certainty as the day before. In a moment, one had Shef's iron collar in his tongs and was forcing the rivet out. It came free, the collar jerked off, and brawny hands were pulling Shef out into the cold murk of an early autumn morning. Fog still clung to the river, condensed in drops on the bracken roof of the shelter. Shef stared at it for a moment, wondering if he might lick it off. "You were talking yesterday. What did he tell you?" Shef shook his head and gestured with bound hands to the leather bottle at a man's belt. Silently the man passed it over. It was full of beer, muddy, thick with barley husks, drawn all too obviously from the bottom of a cask. Shef drank it down in steady gulps, till he could tilt his head back and drain out the last drops. He finished, wiped his mouth, feeling as if the beer had swollen him out like an empty skin, handed the bottle back. There was a grunt of amusement as the pirates watched his face. "Good, eh? Beer is good. Life is good. If you want more of both, you'd better tell us. Tell us everything he said." Dolgfinn the Viking watched Shef's face with his usual unblinking intensity. He saw on it doubt, but no fear. Also stubbornness, knowledge. The lad would do a deal, he reflected. It would have to be the right one. He turned away and beckoned, a preconcerted signal. From a group a little way off, a large man came walking, gold round his neck, left hand resting on the silver pommel of a sword. Shef recognized him instantly. It was the big man he had fought in the skirmish on the causeway. Sigvarth, Jarl of the Small Isles. His father. As he strolled forward, the others drew back a few paces, leaving the two face to face. They studied one another for a few seconds, each staring the other up and down, the older man looking at the younger's physique, the younger staring intently into his father's face. "He's looking at me the same way I'm looking at him," thought Shef. "He's looking to see if he can recognize himself in me, just as I am at him. He knows." "We've met before," remarked Sigvarth. "On the causeway in the marsh. Murtagh told me there was a young Englishman walking round, claiming he'd fought me. Now they tell me you're my son, the leech's assistant, the boy who came with you. He says so. Is that true?" Shef nodded. "Good. You're a burly lad, and you fought well that day. See here, son." Sigvarth stepped forward and put a broad hand round Shef's biceps, squeezing gently. "You're on the wrong side. I know your mother's English. That's true of half the men in the army. English or Irish or Frankish or Finnish or Lapp, for that matter. But blood goes with the father. And I know you were brought up by the English, by that fool you were trying to rescue. But what have they ever done for you? If they knew you were my son, I dare say you had a hard life of it, eh? He looked into Shef's eyes, conscious that he had scored a point. "Now, you may be thinking that I just ditched you, and that's true, I did. But then I didn't know you were there. I didn't know how you'd grown up. But now you're here, and I see how you've turned out. Well, I reckon you'll be a credit to me, and to all our kin. So, say the word. I'm offering to recognize you as my true son. You'll have the same rights you'd have had if you'd been born on Falster. Leave the English. Leave the Christians. Forget your mother. And as my son, I'll speak for you to Ivar. And what I say, the Snake Eye will back up. You're in trouble here. Let's get you out of it." Shef looked over his father's shoulder, considering. He remembered the horse trough and the beatings. He remembered the curse his stepfather had laid on him and the accusation of cowardice. He remembered the incompetence, the dilly-dallying, the exasperation of Edrich at the way the English thanes preened and hesitated. How could anyone be victorious with people like that on one side? Over his father's shoulder he could see, in the front of the group that Sigvard had left, a young man gazing at them. A young man with decorated armor, a pale face, strong, projecting front teeth like a horse. He too was a son of Sigvard, Shef thought. Another half-brother for me. And he does not like what is going on. Shef remembered the laugh of Alfgar from the thickets. "What do I have to do?" he asked. "Say what the King Jatmund told you. Or find out from him what we need to know." Deliberately, Shef took aim, blessing the draught of beer that had moistened his mouth, and spat on his father's leather shoe. "You cut Wulfgar's arms and legs off while men held him. You let the men rape my mother after she had borne you a son. You are no Drengr. You are nothing. I curse the blood I had from you." In an instant, the Snake Eyes men were between them, hustling Sigvard away, holding his arms down as he struggled to draw his sword. He did not struggle very hard, Shef thought. As they forced him back, he was still staring at his son with a kind of baffled longing. He still thinks there is more to be said, thought Shef. The fool. "You've done it now," remarked Dogfinn, the Snake Eyes emissary, jerking his captive along by the rawhide round his wrists. "All right. Take him along to the wapentake. And get the kinglet out of there, and let's see if he's decided to be reasonable before the assembly sees him." "No chance," remarked one of his henchmen. "These English can't fight, but they haven't the sense to give in. He's for Ivar now, and Odin before nightfall." The Viking army was drawn up outside the east stockade, not far from the place where Shef had vaulted over to intercept Godive and kill Flann the Gadgeddil barely 3 days before. It filled 3 sides of a hollow square, the fourth, nearest the stockade, occupied only by the Jarls, the chieftains, the Ragnarsons and their immediate followers. Elsewhere the men crowded together behind their skippers and helmsmen, talking to each other, calling out to men from other crews, offering advice and opinion without reproof and without control. The army was a democracy in its way. Status and hierarchy were important, especially when it came to taking shares, but no man could be entirely silenced, if he cared to take the risk of giving offense. As they shoved their way into the square with Shef, a great yell went up and a simultaneous clash of metal. Vikings were hustling a tall man away toward a block in the corner of the square, the man's face standing out even from 30 yards away in a crowd. All the rest had the usual wind-burned faces of men who spend their time out of doors, even in an English summer. The tall one was deathly pale. Without ceremony, they thrust him over the block, one Viking seizing his hair and pulling it forward over the nape of his neck. A flash, a thud, and the head rolling free. Shef stared at it for an instant. He had seen several corpses in Emneth, and many in the last few days, but hardly one in broad daylight and with a moment to look. There will be no time once they give their decision, he thought. I must be ready as soon as they clash their weapons. "What was that?" he asked, nodding towards the head being thrown into a pile. "One of the English warriors. Someone said he had fought well and truly for his lord, and we should take ransom. But the Ragnarsons say now is not the time for ransoms. It is time to give a lesson. Now you." The warriors pushed him forward and left him standing 10 feet in front of the chieftains. "Who wishes to press this case?" called one of the chieftains in a voice that could compete with a North Sea gale. Slowly the hubbub faded to a buzz. Ivar Ragnarsson stepped forward from the ranks of the leaders. His right arm was bound in front of him in a sling. Broken collarbone, thought Shef, noting the angle at which the arm was slung. That's why he could not wield a weapon against Edmund's warriors. "I present the case," said Ivar. "This is not an enemy, but a traitor, a truth-breaker. He was not one of Jotmund's men. He was one of my men. I took him into my band. I fed and lodged him. When the English came, he did not fight for me. He did not fight at all. He ran in while the warriors fought and took a girl from my quarters. He stole her away, and she had never been returned. She is lost to me, though she was lawfully mine, given to me by Sigvard Jarl in the sight of all men. I claim ransom for the girl, and he cannot pay it. Even if he could pay it, I would still kill him for the insult done me. But even more than that, the whole army has a claim against him for treachery. Who supports me?" "I support you," called another voice, a burly, grizzled man standing close to Ivar. Ubi, perhaps, or Halfdan? One of the Ragnarssons at any rate, but not the leader, not Sigurd, who still stood aloof in the middle of the line of men. "I support you. He has had a chance to show his true loyalty. He has refused it. He came to our camp as a spy and a thief and a stealer of women. What penalty do you assess?" called the herald's voice again. "Death is too easy," cried Ivar. "I claim his eyes for the insult put on me. I claim his balls as compensation for the woman. I claim his hands for the treachery against the army. After that, he may keep his life." Shef felt the shudder running through him. His spine seemed to have turned to ice. In an instant he thought the cry would go up and the clash of arms, and then in 10 heartbeats he would be facing the block and the knife. A figure strolled slowly forward from the ranks, a massive, bearded, leather-jacketed figure. His hand was in a great white bandage with spots of dark blood showing through it. "I am Bronn. Many men know me." A yell of approval and agreement came from the men behind him. "I have 2 things to say. First, Ivar, where did you get the girl? Or where did Sigvard get her? If Sigvard stole her, and the lad here stole her back, where is the wrong in that? You should have killed him when he tried it. But since you did not, it is too late to start calling for vengeance now. And there is a second thing, Ivar. I was coming to help you when the warriors of Jotmund advanced on you. I, Bronn, champion of the men of Halogalan. I have stood in the front for 20 years. Who can say that I ever held back when the spearmen were fighting? I got this wound there, right by you, when you yourself were hurt. And I challenge you to tell me I lie. When the fight was nearly over and the English king was breaking out, he came straight toward you with his men. You were hurt and could not raise a sword. Your men were dead, and I had only my left hand, and no other man stood by you. Who stood in front of you with his sword but this youth here? He held them off, till I and Arnkettle came down with his band and trapped the king. Tell me, Arnkettle, do I lie?" A voice from the other side of the square. "As you say, Bronn. I saw Ivar, I saw the Englishmen, I saw the boy. I thought they had killed him in the stir and was sorry. He stood bravely. So, Ivar, the claim for the woman falls. The claim for treachery cannot be true. You owe him your life. I do not know what he has to do with Jotmund, but I say this. If he is good at stealing women, I have a place for him in my crew. We need some new ones. And if you cannot look after your women, Ivar, well, what is that to do with the army?" Shef saw Ivar stepping forward towards Bronn, his eyes fixed on him, a pale tongue flickering on his lips like a snake. A hum of interest came from the crowd, not a hostile sound. The warriors of the army liked entertainment, and here some was promised. Bronn did not move, but thrust his left hand into his broadsword belt. As Ivar got to 3 paces of him, he held up his bandaged hand for the crowd to see. "When your hand is mended, I will remember what you say, Bronn," remarked Ivar. "When your shoulder is whole, I will remind you of it." A voice called out behind them, cold as stone. The voice of Sigurd Ragnarsson, the Snake-Eye. "The army has more important things to do than talk of boys. I say this. My brother Ivar must pursue his own claim for the stolen woman. In payment for his life, Ivar must give the boy his own life, and not cripple him so that he cannot live it. But the boy came into this camp as one of us. He did not behave as a true comrade when we were attacked, but thought first of his own advantage. If he is to join the crew of Killer Bronn, we must teach him a lesson. Not a hand, or he cannot fight. Not a testicle, for no woman theft is involved. But the army will take an eye." With great effort, Shef stood firm as he heard the beginnings of the cry of assent. "Not both eyes. One. What does the army say?" A roar of approval, a clash of weapons. Hands dragging him not to the block but to the opposite corner of the square. Men parting, pushing each other aside to reveal a brazier, coals glowing red, Thorvin pumping at a bellows. From a bench rose Hund, face pale with emotion. "Hold still," he muttered in English as the men kicked Shef's legs from beneath him and thrust his head back. Dimly, Shef realized that the brawny arms holding his head in a grip like a clamp were Thorvin's. He tried to struggle, to call out, to accuse them of treachery. A cloth thrust into his mouth, pushing the tongue back from his teeth. The white-hot needle coming closer, closer. A thumb pushing his eyelid back while he tried to scream, to twist his head, to clench his eyes tight shut. Inexorable pressure. Only the searing point coming closer and closer to his right eye. Pain. Agony, the white fire running from the eyeball into every corner of his brain. Tears and blood streaming down his face. Through it all, dimly, the sound of sizzling, of steel being tempered in the tub. He was hanging in the air. There was a spike through his eye, a continuous burning pain that made him twist his face and clench the muscles in his neck to try to reduce it. But the pain never went away or grew less. It was there all the time. Yet it did not seem to matter. His mind was unaffected, continuing to think and to ponder without distraction from the screaming pain. Nor was his other eye affected. It remained open all the time, never even blinking. Through it, and from wherever in all the worlds he was, he could see out across a vast panorama. He was high up, very high up. Below him he could see mountains, plains, rivers, and here and there on the seas little collections of colored sails that were Viking fleets. On the plains, scattered dust clouds that were giant armies marching, the Christian kings of Europe, and the pagan nomads of the steppe, permanently mustering for war. He felt that if he narrowed his eye, a certain way, just so, he could focus in on anything he wanted to. Read the lips of the commanders and the cavalrymen, see the words of the emperor of the Greeks or the Khakan of the Tartars, even as they formed them. Between himself and the world below, he realized, birds were floating, giant ones keeping station with never a flap or a flutter, just the little tremor along the trailing feathers of the wings. Close to him 2 passed by, staring at him with brilliant and intelligent yellow dots of eyes. Their feathers were glossy black, their beaks threatening, stained. Ravens. The ravens that came to peck out the eyes of hanged men. He stared at them as unblinkingly as they at him. They slanted their wings hastily and swooped away. The spike through his eye. Was that all that was holding him? So it seemed. But then he must be dead. No one could survive a spike through the brain and the skull, into the wood behind. Through the feel of the bark, he could sense a bursting of sap, a steady pumping of fluid, up from roots unimaginably deep to branches far above him, so high that no man could ever climb them. His eye stabbed him again, and he twisted, his hand still hanging loose below him like a dead man's. There were the ravens again, curious, greedy, cowardly, clever, alert for any sign of weakness. They drifted in toward him, flapped their wings, came suddenly closer, landed heavily on his shoulders. Yet this time he knew he need not fear their beaks. They clung to him for reassurance. A king was coming. The figure appeared in front of him, moving upward from a spot on earth from which he had averted his eye. It was a terrible shape, naked, blood running from it down its ruined loins, an expression of ghastly pain on its face. Its back lifted up behind its shoulders in a parody of the raven's wings. Its chest was shrunken and twisted in. Gobbets of spongy matter hung over its nipples. It carried its own backbone in its hand. For a moment, the two figures hung there eye to eye. The creature recognized him, the Hanged One thought. It pitied him. But it was going beyond the 9 worlds now, to some other destiny where few, if any, would follow. Its blackened mouth twisted. "Remember," it said. "Remember the verse I taught you." The pain in Shef's eye redoubled, and he shrieked out loud, shrieked and twisted against the spike that restrained him, the bonds that held him down, the soft, gentle, immovable hands. He opened his eye and stared out, not at the panorama of the 9 worlds from the great ash tree, but into the face of Hund with the needle. He shrieked again and threw up a hand to fend him off, and the hand clutched Hund's arm with desperate force. "Easy, easy," said Hund. "It's all over now. No one can touch you. You are a Carl of the army and the crew of Bran of Halogalan, and the past is forgotten." "But I must remember," cried Shef. "Remember what?" Water filled both his eyes, the good one and the ruined socket. "I don't remember it," he whispered. "I have forgotten the king's message." Carl. Chapter 1. For many miles the track had run over flat, well-drained land, the southern half of the great Vale of York, rolling up from the marshes of the Humber. Even so it had been hard going for the great army. 8,000 men, as many horses, hundreds of camp followers and bedfellows and slaves for the market, all trampling along together. Behind them even the great stone-laid roads built by the Rome folk of old turned into muddy tracks splashing as high as the horses' bellies. Where the army marched along English lanes or drover roads, it left nothing but a morass behind. Bran the champion lifted his still bandaged hand, and the troop of men behind him, 3 ships' crews, a long 105, eased their reins. The ones at the very rear, the last men in the army, immediately faced about, peering at the gray, wet landscape behind them, from which the autumn light was already beginning to seep. The 2 men at the very point of the troop stared closely at what lay in front of them. A deeply mudded track, 4 arm spans wide, descending down and round a bend to what must be the bed of another small stream. A few 100 yards ahead, the men could see the land rising again and the unhedged track running across it. But in between, along the bed of the stream, ran a belt of tangled forest, large oak and chestnut trees swaying their brown leaves in the rising wind, crowding up to the very edge of the road. "What do you think, young Marshal?" asked Bran, pulling at his beard with his left hand. "It may be that with your one eye you can see further than most men with 2. "I can see one thing with half an eye, old K-handed one," replied Shef equably, "which is that horse turd by the side of the road there has stopped steaming. The main body is getting further away from us. We're too slow. Plenty of time for the Yorkshiremen to get in behind them and in front of us." "And how would you deal with that, young defier of Ivar?" "I would get us all off the road and all go down the right-hand side. The right hand, because they might expect us to go down the left with our shields toward the trees and the ambush. Get down to the stream. When we get to it, blow all our horns and charge it as if it were the gap in an enemy stockade. If there's no one there, we look stupid. If there's an ambush there, we'll flush them out. But if we're going to do it, let's do it fast." Bran shook his massive head with a kind of exasperation. "You are not a fool, young man. That is the right answer. But it is the answer of a follower of your one-eyed patron, Odin the betrayer of warriors, not of a Carl of the great army. What we are here for is to pick up the stragglers, to see that no one falls into the hands of the English. The snake-eye does not care for heads thrown into the encampment every morning. It makes the men restless. They like to think every one of them is important, and that anyone who gets killed for a good reason, not just by accident. If we went off the road, we might miss someone, and then his mates would come round asking for him sooner or later. We will take the risk and go down the track." Shef nodded and swung his shield off his back. pushing his arm through the elbow strap to grip the handle behind the boss. Behind him there was a clanking and rustling as 125 men moved their weapons to a ready position and urged their horses forward. Shef realized that Bronn had these conversations in a way to train him, to teach him to think like a leader. He bore no grudge when his advice was overruled. Yet deep down he struggled with the thought that these wise men, these great and experienced warriors, Bronn the champion, Ivar the boneless, even the matchless Snake-Eye himself, were wrong. They were doing things the wrong way. Their wrong way had smashed every kingdom they had ventured against, not just the tiny and petty kingdom of the East Anglians. Even so, he, Shef, once Thrall, slayer of 2 men, a man who had never stood in a battle line for 10 heartbeats together, he was sure that he knew better how to array an army than did they. Had he seen it in his visions? Was the knowledge sent to him by his father god in Valhalla? Odin the traitor, god of the hanged, betrayer of warriors, as Bronn obliquely continued to suggest? Whatever the cause, Shef thought, if I were the marshal of the army, I would call a halt 6 times a day and blow the trumpets, so the flank guards and the rear guard would know where I was, and I would move no further till I heard the trumpets in reply. It would be better if everyone knew the time when the trumpets would blow. But how could that be, once we are all out of sight of each other? How do the black monks in the minsters know when it is time for their services? Shef chewed on the problem as his horse took him down between the trees and shadows began to fall across the path. Again and again these days his head swam with thoughts, with ideas, with difficulties to which there seemed to be no solution in the wisdom of his time. Shef's fingers itched to hold a hammer again, to work in the forge. He felt he could beat out a solution on an anvil instead of restlessly brooding in his own brain. There was a figure on the road ahead of them. He spun about when he heard the horses, then let his sword slide back down when he recognized them. "I am Stof," the man said, "one of the band of Homely out of Reba." Bronn nodded. A small band, not very well organized. The sort of group that would let a man slip out of line and not think to inquire what had happened to him till too late. "My horse went lame and I dropped behind. Then I decided to turn him loose and go on with just my own pack." Bronn nodded again. "We have spare horses here. I will let you have one. It will cost you a mark of silver." Stoff opened his mouth to protest, to start the automatic haggling expected of any deal in horseflesh, but then closed it suddenly as Bronn waved his men on. He grabbed the reins of the horse Bronn was leading. "Your price is high," he said, "but maybe now is not the time to be arguing. There are Englishmen around. I can smell them." As he said the words, Shef saw a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye. A branch moving. No, the whole tree sweeping downward in a stately arc, the ropes tied to its top suddenly visible as they tightened into a straight line. An instant later, movement all along the left-hand edge of the track. Shef threw his shield up. A thump, an arrow point just protruding through the soft lindenwood, an inch from his hand. Shouts and screams behind him, horses rearing and kicking. Already he had hurled himself off the horse and was crouching below its neck, its body between him and the ambush. His mind registered a dozen facts as if in one flash of lightning, far quicker than any words. That tree had been cut through after the great army had passed through. The rear guard was even further behind than they had thought. The attack would be coming from the left. They wanted to drive their enemies into the wood to the right. No escape forward over the felled tree, none back through the confusion of shot horses and startled men. Do what they least suspected. Shef ran round the front of his horse, shield up, and hurled himself straight at the steep left bank of the track, his spear gripped underhand. 1 leap, 2, 3, not pausing lest the muddy bank give way. A makeshift barricade of branches and a face glaring over it at him, an Englishman fumbling an arrow out of his quiver. Shef drove the spear through the barricade at groin level and saw the face contort in agony. Twist, wrench backward, reach over and drag the man forward through his own barricade. Shef drove his spear point into the ground and vaulted over body and branches, turning instantly and stabbing at the ambushers, first one side, then the other. He realized suddenly that his throat was raw with shouting. A much bigger voice was bellowing in unison. Bronn, down on the track, not fit to fight one-handed, but directing the startled Vikings up the bank and into the breach he had made. One instant a dozen figures were closing on Shef, with him stabbing furiously in all directions to keep them off. The next, there was an elbow in his back. He was stumbling forward. There were mailed men on either side, and the English were backing hastily, turning suddenly in open flight. Churls, Shef realized, leather jackets, hunting bows, and billhooks, used to driving boar, not to fighting men. If the Vikings had fled into the woods as they had been expected to, no doubt they would have been in a killing ground of nets and pits, where they would have wallowed helpless till speared. But these Englishmen were not warriors to stand and hew at each other over the war linden. No point, certainly, in trying to pursue them through their own woods. The Vikings looked down, stabbed or cut thoughtfully at the few men their charge had caught, making sure none would live to boast of the day. Shef felt a hard hand slap him on the back. "You did right, boy. Never stand still in an ambush. Always run away, or else run straight toward it. But how do you know these things? Maybe Thorvin is right about you." Bronn clasped a hammer pendant round his neck, and then began once more to bellow orders, hustling his men off the track and round the felled tree trunk, stripping gear off dead or crippled horses, looking briefly at the 10 or 12 men wounded in the skirmish. "At this range," he said, "these short bows will send an arrow through mail, but only just. Not enough punch in them to get through the ribs or into the belly. Bows and arrows never won a battle yet." The cortege wound its way up the slope on the other side of the little stream, out of the woods and into the last of the autumn light. Something lay on the track in front of them. No, some things. As the Vikings crowded forward again, Shef realized that they were warriors of the army. 2 of them stragglers like Stuff, dressed in the grubby wadmal of the long-service campaigner. But there was something else about them, something horrifying, something he had seen before. With the same shock of recognition he had experienced in Emneth, Shef realized the men were too small. Their arms were hacked off at the elbow, their legs at the knee. A reek of seared flesh told how they had lived. For they were still alive. One of them lifted his head from the ground as the riders came toward him, saw the shocked and angry faces. "Bercy," he called. "Scully the Bald's crew. Friend here, Vinir. Do what you must. Give us the warrior's death." Bronn swung from his horse, his face gray, drawing his dagger left-handed. Gently he patted the living corpse's face with his bandaged right hand, steadied it, drove the dagger home with one hard thrust behind the ear. Did the same for the other man, lying mercifully unconscious. "Pull them out of the road," he said, "and let's get on. Heimnars," he added to Shef. "Now I wonder who has taught them to do that." Shef made no reply. Far off, but caught in the last rays of the sun now streaming almost horizontally through a breach in the clouds, he could see yellow stone walls, a thicket of distant houses on a slight hill in front of them, smoke streaming away from 1,000 chimneys. He had seen them before. Another moment of recognition. "Eforwich." "Jovrik," repeated the Viking standing next to him, struggling with the unfamiliar consonants and diphthongs. "To hell with that," said Bronn. "Just call it York." After dark, the men on the city walls looked down on the innumerable twinkling points of the great army's cooking fires. They were on the round bastion of the southeast corner of the old and impressive square Roman fortress, once home of the 6th Legion, placed there to hold the North in awe. Behind them inside the 320-acre defended site bulked St. Peter's Minster, once the most famous home of learning and scholarship in the whole northern world. Inside the walls, too, lay the king's quarters, the houses of 100 noble families, the jammed-together barracks of their thanes and companions and hired swords. And the forges, the arsenals, the weapon shops, the tanneries, the sinews of power. Outside there lay a sprawling town with its warehouses and jetties down on the ooze. But this was dispensable. What mattered lay inside the walls. Those of the old legionary fortress or its matching walled site across the river centered on St. Mary's, once the Roman colonia where the time-expired legionaries had settled and had walled themselves in, as was their custom, against the turmoil or resentment of the natives. King Ella stared down grimly at the countless fires, the burly captain of his guard, Cuthred, at his side. Close by stood the Archbishop of York, Wulfhere, still in his purple and white, and flanked by the black figure of Erkenbert the deacon. "They have not been much delayed," said Ella. "I thought they might be held up by the Humber marshes, but they slipped across. I hoped they might run out of supplies, but they seem to have managed well enough." He might have added that he hoped they might have been discouraged by the desperate assault of King Edmund and the East Anglians, of which so many tales already were told. But that thought sent a chill to his heart. All the tales that were told ended with a description of the death by torment of the king. And Ella knew, he had known ever since the Ragnarsons were identified in England, that they had the same or worse in store for him. The 8,000 men camped round the cooking fires out there had come for him. If he fled, they would come after him. If he hid, they would offer money for his body. Wulfhere, even Cuthred, could hope to survive a defeat. Ella knew he must beat the army or die. "They have lost many men," Erkenbert the deacon said. "Even the churls are out to delay them, to cut off their rear guards and their forage parties. They must have lost hundreds of men already, maybe thousands. All our people are rallying to the defense." "That's true," agreed Cuthred. "But you know to whose credit that is." The group turned together to look at the strange contrivance a few yards from them. It was like a shallow box, on long handles, so that it could be carried like a stretcher. Between one pair of handles ran an axle with wheels on it, so that it could be trundled on level ground. Inside the box lay the trunk of a man, though now that the box was tipped forward he was upright, able to see over the battlements like the rest. Most of his weight was taken by a broad strap round his chest and under his armpits. His groin rested on a padded projection. He braced himself on the bandaged stumps of his knees. "I serve as a warning," rumbled Wulfgar, his voice shockingly deep-toned, coming from such a seemingly small man. "One day I will serve as vengeance, for this and all the heathens have done to me." The other men did not reply. They knew the effect the mutilated East Anglian thane had had, the almost triumphal progress he had made from his home, ahead of the army, halting in every village to tell the churls what lay in store for them and their womenfolk. "What good has all the rallying done?" King Ella asked bitterly. Cuthred screwed up his face in calculation. "Not slowed them, not lost them many. Made them keep together. May even have tightened them up. Still around 8,000 of them." "We can put half as many again in the field," said Archdeacon Erkenbert. "We are not the East Anglians. 2,000 men of military age live in Ifrwich itself. And we are strong in the strength of the Lord of Hosts." "I don't think we've got enough," said Cuthred slowly, "not even counting the Lord of Hosts. It sounds good to say you're 3-2, but if it's a fight on level ground, it's always 1-1. We've got champions as good as theirs, but not enough of them. If we marched out to fight them, we would lose." "Then we will not march out against them. We stay here. They have to come to us, try and climb the walls." "They will destroy our properties," cried Erkenbert. "Kill the stock, carry off the young people, cut down the fruit trees, burn the harvest. And there is worse. The rents on church properties are not due till Michaelmas. None have yet been paid. The churls still have their money in their pouches or hidden in the ground. But if they see their lands ravaged and their lords penned inside a wall, will they pay?" He threw his hands up theatrically. "It would be a disaster. All over Northumbria the houses of God would fall into ruin. The servants of God would starve." "They won't starve for loss of a year's rents," said Cuthred. "How much of last year's have you got set aside in the minster?" "There is another solution," said Ella. "I have proposed it before. We could make peace with them, offer them tribute. We could call it Wergild for their father. It would need to be a mighty tribute to attract them. But there must be 10 households in Northumbria for every man out there in the army. 10 households of churls can buy off a carl. 10 households of thanes can buy off one of their nobles. Some of them will not want to accept, but if we make the offer publicly, the rest may argue them round. What we would ask for from them is a year's peace, and in that year, for they will come again, we will train every man of military age in the kingdom till he can stand against Ivar the Boneless or the devil himself. Then we can fight them 3-2, Cuthred? Or 1-1 if we have to." The burly captain snorted in amusement. Brave words, Lord, and a good plan. I'd like to do it. Problem is—"
He pulled the laces on the pouch at his belt and tipped the contents into his palm. "Look at this stuff. A few good silver pennies that I got from selling a horse when I was down south. The rest is imitations from the Archbishop's mint here. Mostly lead, if it's not copper. I don't know where all the silver's gone. We used to have plenty of it. But there's been less and less of it all over the north for 20 years now. We use the Archbishop's money, but the Southerners won't take it. You have to have something to trade to deal with them. You can be damned sure the army out there won't take it. And it's no good offering them grain or honeycombs." "But they're here," said Ella. "We must have something they want. The church must have reserves of gold and silver." "You mean to give church treasures to the Vikings to buy them off?" gasped Erkenbert. "Instead of marching out to fight them, as is your Christian duty? What you say is sacrilege, church breach. If a churl steals a silver plate from the least of God's houses, he is flayed and his hide nailed to the church door. What you suggest is 1,000 times worse." "You imperil your immortal soul even to think of it," cried the Archbishop. Erkenbert's voice hissed like an adder. "It was not for this that we made you king." The Heimnar Wulfgar's voice cut across them both. "And you forget, besides, who you are dealing with. These are not men. They are spawn from the pit. All of them. We cannot deal with them. We cannot have them out there for months. We must destroy them." Spittle began to show round his pale lips, and he lifted an arm for an instant as if to wipe it away before the truncated limb fell back. "Lord King, heathens are not men. They have no souls." 6 months ago, Ella thought, I would have led the host of the Northumbrians out to fight. It's what they expect. If I order anything else, there is the risk of being called a coward. No one will follow a coward. Erkenbert has as good as told me. If I do not fight, they will bring that simpleton Osbert back. He is still hiding up there in the north somewhere. He would march out to fight like a gallant fool. But Edmund has shown what happens if you fight on even ground, even when you catch them by surprise. If we march out in the old style, I know we will lose. I know we will lose, and I will die. I must do something else, something Erkenbert will accept. But he will not accept an open payment of tribute. Ella spoke with sudden decision, the weight of kingship in his voice. We will stand a siege and hope to weaken them. Cuthred, check defenses and provisioning. Send away all useless mouths. Lord Archbishop, men have told me that in your library there are learned books by the old Rome folk who wrote on matters of war, especially of siegecraft. See what aid they can give us in destroying the Vikings." He turned away, left the wall, Cuthred and a trail of lesser nobles following. Wulfgar was tipped back on his stretcher and carried off by 2 stout thralls down the stone steps. "The East Anglian Thane is right," whispered Erkenbert to his archbishop. "We must get these people away before they destroy our rents and seduce our thralls, even our nobles. I can think of some who might be tempted into thinking they can do without us." "Look it out. Vigetius," Wulfhere replied. "The book called De Re Militari. I had not known our lord was so learned." "He has been in the forge 4 days now," observed Bronn. He and Thorvin, with Hund and Hund's master Ingolf, stood in a little knot a few yards away from the glowing fire of a smithy. The Vikings had found it, still stocked with charcoal, in the village of Osbaldwich, a few miles outside York. Shef had taken it over immediately, called urgently for men, iron, and fuel. The 4 stared at him through the wide-flung doors of the smithy. 4 days, repeated Bronn. He has hardly eaten. He would not have slept except the men told him if he did not sleep, they still had to, and made him cease the din of hammering a few hours a night. "It doesn't seem to have done him much harm," said Hund. Indeed, his friend, who he still thought of as a boy, a youth, seemed to have changed totally in the course of the past summer. His frame was not massive by the demanding standards of the army, full of giants, but there seemed to be no excess flesh on it. Shef had stripped to the waist in spite of the gusts of an English October. As he moved round the forge, pecking now at something small and delicate, shifting the red-hot metal with tongs, barking quickly at his iron-collared English assistant to pump harder at the bellows,
His muscles moved under the skin as if they lay directly beneath it, without blurring fat or tissue. A quick jerk, metal sizzling into a tub, another piece snatched from the fire. Each time he moved, separate muscles slid smoothly over each other. In the red light of the forge, he might have seemed a bronze statue of the ancient days. Except that he had not their beauty. Even in the light of the forge, the sunken right eye seemed a crater of decay. On his back, the thrall marks of flogging showed vividly. Few men in the army would have been so careless as to display such shame. "No harm in the body, maybe," replied Thorvin. "I cannot speak for the mind. You know what it says in the Volundle." He sat. He did not sleep. He struck with the hammer. Always he beat out the baleful work for Nivad. "I do not know what cunning thing our friend is beating out in his mind, or who he is doing it for. I hope he will be more successful than Volund, more successful at gaining the desire of his heart." Ingolf turned the questioning. "What has he been making these 4 days?" "This, to begin with." Thorvin held up a helmet for the others to scrutinize. What Thorvin held up was like no helmet they had ever seen. It was too big, bulbous as the head of a giant insect. A rim had been welded round it, filed to bright razor sharpness in the front. A nose guard ran down in front, ending in bars running back to cheek protectors. A flared skirt of solid metal covered the nape of the neck. More surprising to the watchers was the inside. A leather lining had been fitted to the helmet, suspended by straps. Once the helmet was on, a lining would fit the head snugly, but the metal would not touch it. A broad strap and a buckle fitted under the jaw to hold all firm. "Never seen the likes," said Bronn. "A blow on the metal will not crash into the skull. Still, it's better not to get hit, I say." As they talked, the racket at the forge had ceased, and Shef had been seen diligently fitting small pieces together. Now he walked over to them, smiling and sweating. Bronn raised his voice. "I say, young waker of warriors untimely, if you avoid the blow, you don't need the helmet. And what in the name of Thor is that you are holding?" Shef grinned again and held up the strange weapon from the forge. He held it out horizontally, balancing it after an instant on the edge of one hand, just where wood joined metal. "And what do you call that?" asked Thorvin. "A hewing spear? A haft-axe?" "A beard-axe that's had bastards by a plowshare," suggested Bronn. "I don't see the use of it." Shef picked up Bronn's still bandaged hand and gently rolled back the sleeve. He put his own forearm next to his friend's. "How good a swordsman am I?" he asked. "Poor. No training. Some talent." "If I had the training, would I ever be fit to stand against a man like you? Never. Look at our arms. Is yours twice as thick round as mine, or just half as thick again? And I am not a weak man. But I am a different shape from you, and yours is the shape for a swordsman, even more an axeman. You swing a weapon as if it were a stick for a boy to slash thistles. I cannot do that. So if I were ever to face a champion like you, and one day I will have to face a champion like you, Murtagh maybe, or worse." All 5 men nodded silently. "So I have to even things up. With this, you see." Shef began to twirl the weapon slowly. "I can thrust. I can cut forehand. I can strike backhand without reversing the weapon. I can change grip and strike with the butt. I can block a blow from any direction. I can use 2 hands. I need no shield. Most of all, a blow from this, even in my hands, is like a blow from Bronn, which few survive." "But your hands are exposed," said Bronn. Shef beckoned, and the Englishman in the forge nervously moved over. He held 2 more metal objects. Shef took them and passed them over. They were gauntlets, leather-lined, leather-palmed, with long metal projections designed to fit halfway up the forearm. Yet the striking thing about them, the men saw as they peered more closely, was the way the metal moved. Each finger had 5 plates. Each plate fitted to the next on small rivets. Larger plates fitted over the knuckles and the backs of the hands, but they too moved. Shef pulled them on and slowly flexed his hands, opening and closing them round the shaft of his weapon. "They are like the scales of Fafnir the dragon," said Thorvin. Fafnir was stabbed in the belly from below. I hope to be harder to murder. Shef turned away. I have another task to do. I could not have done all this in time without Halfi here. He is a good leather worker, though he is slow with the bellows. Motioning the Englishman to kneel before him, he began to file at the iron collar. You will say there is not much point in freeing him, since someone will enslave him again immediately. But I will see him outside the army's watchfires in the night, and his master is shut up tight in York. If he has any sense or luck, he will run away, run far away, and never be caught again. The Englishman looked up as Shef began gently to pry the soft iron from his throat. You are heathens, the slave said, not understanding. Priest said your men with no mercy. You cut the arms and legs from the Thane. I saw him. How can it be that you set a man free where the Christ priests hold him a slave? Shef lifted him to his feet. He replied in English, not in the Norse they had been using before. The men who crippled the Thane should not have done what they did. Yet I say nothing of Christians and heathens, except that there are evil men everywhere. I can give you only one rede. If you do not know who to trust, try a man who wears one of those. He gestured at the 4 men watching, who, following the speech, silently raised their silver pendants. Hammers for Bran and Thorvin. The apples of Idun for the 2 leeches, Hund and Ingolf. Or others like them. It may be a boat for Njörð, a hammer for Thor, a penis for Frey. I do not say they will help you, but they will treat you as a man, not as a horse or a heifer. You do not wear one, said Halfi. I do not know what to wear. Around them the normal noise of the camp was turning to hubbub as news spread. Voices were raised. Warriors shouted to each other. The men in the smithy looked up as one of Bran's men appeared, a broad grin splitting the tangle of his beard. We're off, he cried. The Jarls and the Ragnarsons and the Snake Eye have all stopped riding round and pondering and scratching their arses. We take the wall tomorrow. Let the women and girls there beware. Shef looked darkly at the man, finding no humor in his words. My girl was called Godive, he said. That is, God's gift. He pulled on his gauntlets, swung his halberd thoughtfully. I shall call this Thrall's Reek, the vengeance of the slave. One day it will do vengeance for Godive, and other girls as well. Chapter 2. In the grey morning light, the army began to filter through the narrow, hovel-lined streets of the outer town of York. All 3 main bridges over the Ouse were commanded by the walls of the old Colonia, on the south bank of the river, but this had caused no difficulty for the skilled shipwrights and axemen who filled the Viking ranks. They had torn down a few houses and an outlying church for some bigger timbers, and had thrown a wide bridge over the Ouse close to their own encampment. The army had crossed, and were now lapping their way up like the tide toward the yellow stone walls at the heart of the town. There was no sense of hurry, no shouting of commands, just 8,000 men less the crews detailed to guard the camp, pressing forward toward their obvious goal. As they tramped up through the narrow streets, men turned aside in small groups to kick down doors or break open shutters. Shef turned his head, stiff and clumsy with the unaccustomed weight of the helmet, and raised brows in silent inquiry at Bran, strolling peacefully by his side, flexing the scarred hand just unwrapped from its bandages. There are fools everywhere, remarked Bran. The runaways say the king here ordered the place cleared days ago. The men inside the fortress, all the others off into the hills somewhere. But there's always someone who knows better, thinks it won't happen. Commotion broke out ahead of them to lend force to his words. Voices shouting, a woman shrieking, the sound of a sudden blow. Out from a shattered doorway squeezed 4 men, grins splitting their faces, a grubby, slatternly young woman writhing and twisting in their grip. The other men pushing up the hill stopped to exchange jokes. Make you too weak to fight, Tosti. You'd be better off with another pancake. Keep your strength up. One of the men pulled the girl's gown up over her head like a sack, pinning her arms and muffling her shrieks. 2 others seized her bare legs and pulled them roughly apart. The mood of the crowd passing by changed. Men began to stop and watch. Room for more when you're finished, Skakel? Shef's gauntleted hands clenched on the shaft of Thrall's reek. and he too turned toward the writhing, grunting group. Bronn's enormous fist closed gently over Shef's biceps. "Leave it, boy. If there's a fight, she'll be killed for sure. Easy targets always are. Leave them to it, and maybe they'll let her go at the end. They've a battle to fight, so they can't take too long." Reluctantly, Shef turned his eyes and walked on, trying not to hear the sounds coming from behind. And as they walked further, from other sides as well, the town, he realized, was like a cornfield in autumn. It seemed to be empty, but as the scythemen walked through it, cutting the wheat down into a smaller and smaller square, so its inhabitants became more and more visible, anxious, terrified, finally running anywhere to get away from the voices and the blades. They should have gone when they were told, he told himself. The king should have made sure. Why can no one see sense in this world? The buildings ended, and before them was a cleared zone of mud and rubble, with the yellow stone wall some 80 yards off, the wall the Rome folk had made. Bronn and his crew emerged from the alley, looked up at the top of the wall where figures moved and called jeeringly. A zip in the air, and an arrow thumped into the wattle and daub of a house wall. Another, and the Viking swore in anger as he looked at the shaft sticking from his hip. Bronn reached over and pulled it out, glanced at it, tossed it over his shoulder. "Hurt, Arnthor? Just got through the leather. 6 inches higher, and it would have bounced off my jacket." "No punch," remarked Bronn again. "Don't look at those fellows. Someone gets one in the eye now and then." Shef plodded forward, trying to ignore the zips and thuds like the others. "Have you done this kind of thing before?" he asked. Bronn halted, called to his crews to halt as well, turned toward the wall, and promptly hunkered down on his heels. "Can't say I have, not on this scale. But today we just do what we're told. The Ragnarsons say they've a plan, and they will take the city if everybody stands by to lend their weight where needed. So we watch and wait. Mind you, if anyone knows what they're doing, it should be them. Do you know their old man, their father Ragnar, tried to take the city of the Franks? Oh, it must be 20 years ago. Paris, it's called. So the Ragnarsons have thought a lot about stone walls and cities ever since, though it's a far cry from some wrath in Kilkenny or Meath to this. I'd like to see how they go about it." Shef leaned on his halberd and stared around him. To his front ran the stone wall, topped with battlements, men loosely scattered along it, no longer wasting arrows on the mass of the army drawn up on the fringe of the cleared zone facing them, but clearly ready to shoot at any forward movement. Surprising, Shef thought, how little range even a great stone wall could give you. The men on top of their walls 30 feet were impregnable, unreachable. Yet the archers on the wall could do virtually nothing to the men standing watching them. At 50 yards range you were in danger. At 10 you might well be dead. At 80 you could stand in the open and make your preparations at leisure. He looked more closely at the wall. To the left, 200 yards away, it ended in a round, jutting tower from which men could shoot along the line of the wall, at least for as far as their bows would carry. Beyond the tower the ground dropped toward the brown and muddy ooze. Immediately beyond it on the other bank, the wooden stockade that guarded the river fringe of the Colonia, Marystown as the locals called it. It too carried a frieze of men, watching anxiously the preparations of the heathens so close, so out of range. The army waited, 6 and 8 deep, facing the wall on a 500-yard front. More packed into the mouths of the streets and alleyways, the steam of their breath rising into the air. Dull metal, grubby wool, and leather were picked out only here and there by the bright paint on shields. The warriors looked calm, patient, like farm hands waiting for the owner. There came a blare of horns from the center of the waiting ranks, maybe 50 or 60 yards to Shef's right. Shef realized suddenly that he should have been studying the gate in the center of the wall. A wide street ran out from it, no longer prominent in the waste of mud and trampled wattle where houses had been, but clearly the main road out to the east. The gate itself was new, not work of the Rome folk, but massively formidable for that. Its timbers were seasoned oak tree trunks, fully as high as the towers on either side of it. Its hinges were the heaviest iron that English smiths could make. Yet it was weaker than stone. Opposite it now, the 4 Ragnarsons strode forward. Shef picked out the tallest of them, looking almost frail beside his mighty brothers. Ivar the Boneless. Clad for the occasion in flaring scarlet cloak, grass-green breeches beneath his long mail coat, shield and helmet silver-painted. He paused and waved to his nearest supporters to a roar of recognition. The horns blew again, and the English on the wall responded with a cloud of arrows, to hiss by, thud into shields, bounce away from mail. This time the snake-eye waved, and suddenly hundreds of men were trotting forward, the Ragnarsson's own picked followers. The first line of them carried shields, not the usual round ones for combat, but large rectangles, capable of covering the body from ankle to neck. They ran forward through the arrow sleet and halted, forming a V, aimed at the gate. The second and third line were bowmen. They too ran forward, crouched behind the shields, and began to shoot up. Now men began to fall on both sides, shot through throat or brain. Shef could see others crouching, struggling with arrows this time deeply embedded through mail and flesh. A trickle of wounded men was already beginning to walk back from the Viking ranks. But the job of these first attackers was only to sweep the battlements clear. Crawling forward from the mouth of the street up which it had been towed came the Ragnarsson's pride. Shef, looking at it as it emerged from the ranks of men, saw it for a moment as a monstrous boar. The legs of the men who pushed it from inside could not be seen. 20 feet long, it was armored on either side with heavy overlapping shields, roofed over with more. Inside was an oak trunk ram which swung on iron chains from its frame. 50 men, picked for strength, heaved it along, pushing it on 8 double-sized cartwheels. From its front poked the iron snout of the ram. As it rolled ponderously forward, the warriors on either side of it cheered and began to surge forward with it, ignoring the English arrows. The Ragnarssons were on either side of the ram, waving their men back and trying to get them into some sort of column. Shef looked grimly at the flurry of saffron plaids. Murtagh was there, his long sword still not drawn, also waving and cursing. "Well, that's the plan," said Bronn. He had still not bothered to stand up. "The ram bashes the door down, and then we all walk in. Will it work? That's what we're fighting the battle to find out." The ram was only 20 yards from the gate now, level with the foremost archers, accelerating to a rapid walk as the men pushing saw their goal through the frontal slit. On the battlement, men appeared suddenly, drawing an instant hail of shot from the Viking archers. They leveled their bows, and fire arrows shot down from wall to ram, thumping into the heavy timbers. "Won't work," Bronn said. "Somewhere else, maybe, but in England, after harvest, you'd have to dry that wood for a day at your forge before you could get it to take light." The fires fizzled and guttered. The ram was at the gate, still accelerating till it stopped with a crash. A pause as the champions left their drag ropes and stepped across to the handles on the ram itself. The whole structure shifted as they swung it back on the iron chains hanging from the roof of the frame. Then a heave forward, propelled by 100 arms and the massive weight of the tree trunk itself. The gate shook. Shef realized suddenly that the excitement of battle was beginning to take hold. Even Bronn was on his feet now, and everyone was beginning to edge forward. He himself was 10 yards further forward than he had been. No reply from the battlements, no harassing fire hoping to take its toll. Now all attention on both sides was fixed on the gate. The ponderous frame of the boar was shifting again as the men heaved the trunk back. Another drive forward, a crash which carried even over the noise of thousands of voices, another tremor from the massive gate. What were the English doing? If they let the boar carry on its routing, their gate would soon be in splinters and the army surging through. Heads began to appear at the gate towers, bobbing up in spite of the waves of shafts directed at them. Each man, they must be strong men up there, held a boulder, heaved it over his head, hurled it over and down at the overlapped shields of the ram. It was a target that could not be missed. Shields cracked and broke, but they were nailed firmly in place and sloping. The boulders fell, rolled to one side. Something else was happening. He was closer now, just behind the line of the Ragnarsson archers. Men behind him, darting forward with bundles of retrieved arrows. What was it? Ropes. They had ropes in the gate towers, both of them, lots of ropes, and the men in the towers, still out of arrow shot, were heaving mightily at them. A Ragnarsson ran across his view. Ubi, it seemed to be, shouting at the men pressing forward. He was telling them to throw javelins up over the battlements, to come down where the men seemed to be pulling. A few men ran forward to cast, not many. It was blind shooting, and a costly throwing spear was not something to waste idly. The ropes tightened. Up over the edge of the gate came a round object, a great roller teetering slowly toward the edge. It was a pillar, a stone pillar from the Roman days, sawn off at both ends. Falling from 30 feet, no frame could stop it. Shef passed Thrall's reek to Bronn and ran forward, yelling inarticulately. The men inside the bore could see nothing of what was happening above their heads, but others could. The trouble was, no one had a clear idea of what to do. As Shef reached the frame, several men were clustered at its rear, urging its crew to drop the handles, turn back to the drag ropes, and haul the whole contrivance back to safety. Others were calling to Muirtach and his stormers to come to the outside and add their weight to the withdrawal. As they did so, the English archers rallied again, and the air was once more full of the zip and thud of missiles, this time coming at killing range. Shef pushed a man aside, another, and ducked into the rear entrance of the ram. Inside there was an immediate reeking fog of sweat and steaming breath, 50 heroes gasping with exertion and confusion, some already at the drag ropes, others turning away from the massive swinging trunk. "No!" Shef bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Get back to the handles!" Faces gaped at him, men began to throw their weight on the ropes. "You don't need to push the whole thing back. Just swing back the ram." An arm caught him in the back. He was hurled forward. Other bodies charged past him. He found a rope thrust in his hand. "Pull, you useless budach, or I'll cut your liver out," screamed Muirtach in his ear. Shef felt the frame tremble, the wheel behind him start to turn. He threw his weight on the rope. 2 feet would do it, maybe 3. They couldn't throw that great thing right out from the gate. A ground-trembling crash, another violent blow in the back, his head making contact with the timber. A sudden terrible shrieking like a woman's that this time went on and on. Shef stumbled to his feet and looked around. The Vikings had been too slow. The stone pillar, finally hauled over the edge by 100 arms, had come down squarely on the iron snout of the ram, driving it into the ground, snapping chains and tearing out their fixing bolts. It had also smashed the front of the frame and come down finally across the hips of one of the crew. He was the one, a massive, grizzled man in his 40s, who was shrieking. His mates backed away, frightened, shamed, ignoring the 3 or 4 silent bodies caught by flailing chain or smashing timber. At least apart from the one man, no one was making any noise. They would begin to babble in a moment, but for a moment Shef knew he could bend them to his will. He knew what must be done. "Muirtach, stop that noise!" The cruel dark face gaped at him, seemingly without recognition, then stepped forward, pulling a dirk from his hose top. "The rest of you, roll the ram back, not far, 6 feet. Stop. Now." He was at the timbers at the front, examining the damage. 10 of you, outside. Take broken wood, spear shafts, anything. Roll that column right hard up against the gate. It's only a few feet wide. If we get the front wheel right up to it, we can still swing the ram. Now re-rig these chains. I need a hammer, 2 hammers. Start pulling the ram back, right back on its slings." Time passed in a frenzy. Shef was aware of faces staring at him, of a silver helmet pushing in and out of the rear entrance, of Muirtach wiping a dirk. He paid no attention. For him, the chains and posts, the nails and broken timbers, were glowing lines in his head, shifting as he thought how they should be. He had no doubt what to do. A roar of excitement outside as the army tried a sudden escalade with makeshift ladders against a seemingly undefended wall, only to be hurled back and off as the English rallied in defense. Inside, gasps of effort, mutters. "It's the smith, the one-eyed smith. Do as he says." Ready. Shuffling to the back, Shef waved the champions to their ropes again, saw the ram rumble forward till its wheels lay against the column, and its head, the shattered iron snout, chopped off and discarded, was once again flush with the gate, oak against oak. The champions seized their handles once more, waited for the word, swung back all together and forward, and forward. They were singing now, a rowing song, putting their bodies into the stroke, heaving mindlessly and without direction. Shef ducked out of the frame once more and into the daylight. Round him the aimless muddy waste of the morning had taken on the look of a battlefield. Bodies on the ground, hurt men walking or being carried away, spent shafts littering the earth or being picked up by scavenging archers. Anxious faces turning first toward him, then toward the gate. It was beginning to split. Movement ran across it now as the ram struck. One post was slightly out of line with the other. The men inside were inching the ram forward to get a better stroke. In 50 breaths, maybe 100, it would go. The champions of Northumbria would surge out, waving their gold-handled swords, to meet the champions of Denmark and the Vik and the apostates of Ireland. It was the turning point of the battle. Shef found himself staring into the face of Ivar the Boneless, only a few feet away, the pale eyes fixed on him, full of hatred and suspicion. Then Ivar's attention changed. He too knew the battle had reached its crisis. Turning, he waved both arms in prearranged signal. From the houses down toward the ooze, a horde of figures trotted. They carried long ladders, not makeshift like those of the last escalade, but carefully made and concealed ones. Fresh men who knew what they were doing. If the champions were at the gate, Ivar would send a wave in at the corner tower, which all the bravest and the best of the English would have left, to join the climactic struggle at the gate. The English are finished, Shef thought. Their defenses are down in 2 places. Now the army will go through. Why did I do this to them? Why have I helped Ivar and the army, the ones who burned out my eye? From the other side of the quaking gate there came a curious dull twang, like a harp string snapping, but immensely louder, fit to be heard above the din of battle. Up into the air there rose a mass, a mighty mass, a boulder bigger than 10 men could lift. That's impossible, Shef thought. Impossible. But the boulder continued to rise, up and up, till Shef had to tilt his head back to look at it. It appeared to hang for an instant, then down. It landed square on the center of the ram, smashing through shields and frame and supports as if they were a child's house of bark. The ram's head kicked up in the air and jerked sideways like a dying fish. From inside, hoarse cries of pain. The scaling parties now had ladders up against the wall. They were scrambling up. One ladder had been pushed away, the rest were standing firm. 200 yards further off, across the ooze, something was happening on top of the wooden stockade of Marystown. Men crouched round some kind of machine. Not a boulder this time, a line rising as it streaked across the river, then falling as it headed for the ladders. The hero on top of the one nearest them had his hand on the stone battlement, and was just reaching over to scramble across. The streak intersected with his body. He smashed forward as if struck in the back by a giant, smashed so hard the ladder broke under him with the impact. As the ladder fell beneath him and he turned, arms flung wide, Shef saw the giant bolt projecting from the man's spine. He folded over backward as if in 2 pieces, and fell slowly onto the heap of his mate scrambling beneath him. An arrow, but not an arrow. No human being could have shot it, nor heaved the boulder. Yet these things had happened. Shef walked forward slowly and considered the rock lying amid the ruins of the ram, ignoring the pitiful struggles and cries for help beneath it. These things had been done by machines, and such machines. Somewhere inside the fort, maybe among the black monks, there must be a machine master such as he had never imagined. He must find out. But now, anyway, he knew why he had helped the army. Because he could not bear to see a machine mishandled. But now there were machines on both sides. Bronn had seized him, thrust Thrall's reek into his hands, was hustling him away, snarling angrily at him. "Standing there like a whittle. They'll have a war band out any moment." Shef saw they were almost the last men left on the cleared ground, the place of slaughter. The rest had filtered back down the hill as they had filtered up. The Ragnarsons' assault on York had failed. Very carefully, tongue protruding between his teeth, Shef laid the keen blade of his meat knife to the thread. It snapped. The weight on the end of the wooden arm dropped, the other end flew up. A pebble arced lazily across the forge. Shef sat up with a sigh. "That is how it works," he said to Thorvin. "A short arm, a heavy weight. A long arm, a lighter weight. There it is." "I am glad you are satisfied at last," replied Thorvin. 2 days you have been playing with bits of wood and string, while I do all the work. Now maybe you can bear a hand."
"I will, yes, but this is important too. This is the new knowledge that those of the Way must seek."
"It is, and important. But there is the day's work to be done as well."
Thorvin was as keenly interested as Shef in the experiments, but after a few attempts to help had realized that he was merely standing in the way of the excited imagination of his former apprentice, and had gone back to the enormous pile of work an army in being created for its armorers. "But is it new knowledge?" Hund asked. "Ingolf can do things no Englishman has ever been able to, and he learns how to do them by trial, and by taking to pieces the bodies of the dead. You are learning by trial, but you are only trying to learn what the black monks already know, and they are not playing with models." Shef nodded. "I know. I am wasting my time. I understand now how it can be done, but there are all kinds of things I do not understand. If I had a real weight here, like the one they really shot, then what kind of a weight would I need to put in the other arm? It would be far greater than a dozen men could lift. And if it was as heavy as that, how could I wind down the long arm, the shooting arm? It would need some sort of a windlass. But I know now what the sound was that I heard just before the rock came over. It was the sound of someone cutting the rope to release the rock. And there is another thing that bothers me even more. They shot one rock. That smashed the ram. If they had not hit with that one shot, the gate would have been down and all the machine masters would be dead. They must have been very sure they could hit with the first shot." He swept suddenly at the lines he had been drawing in the dirt. "It is a waste of time. Do you see what I mean, Thorvin? There must be some sort of skill, some sort of craft, which would tell men where it would go without me having to try again and again. When I first saw the stockade round your camp by the Stour, I was amazed. I thought, how do the leaders know how many logs to bring with them to build a stockade that will hold all their men? But now I know how even the Ragnarssons do it. They notch a stick for each ship, 10 notches to a stick, and then they throw the sticks down in turn in separate piles, one pile for each of the 3 walls, or the 4 walls, or however many there are. And when there are no more sticks, they pick up the piles and count them. And that is the reckoning of the greatest leaders and captains in the world, a pile of sticks. But what they have over there in the city is the knowledge of the Rome folk, who could write in numbers as easily as they could write in letters. If I could learn to write in Roman numbers, then I would build a machine." Thorvin laid down the tongs and looked thoughtfully at the silver hammer displayed on his chest.
"You should not think the Rome folk had the answers to everything," he remarked. "If they had, they would still be ruling England from York. And they were only Christians when all is said and done."
Shef jumped impatiently to his feet. "Ha! How do you explain the other instrument, then? The one that shot the great arrow? I have thought and thought about that. Nothing will do. You could not make a bow big enough. The wood would break. But what can shoot except a bow?" "What you need," said Hund, "is a runaway from the city or from Marystown. One who has seen the machines work."
"Maybe one will come," said Thorvin.
A silence fell, broken only by the renewed pounding of Thorvin's hammer and the puffing of the bellows, as Shef blew angrily at the forge. Runaways were a subject better avoided. After the failure of the assault, the Ragnarssons, in rage, had turned on the countryside around the city of York, a defenseless countryside since its armed men and nobles, its thanes and champions, were shut up with King Ella inside the city.
"If we cannot take the town," Ivar had cried, "we will ravage the Shire."
Ravage it they had.
"I'm getting sick of it,"
Bronn had confided to Shef after the last sweep of an already gutted countryside, all crews taking their turn.
"Don't think I'm a milksop or a Christian. I want to get rich, and there are few things I won't do for money. But there's no money in what we're doing. Not much sport either to my eye in what the Ragnarssons and the Gadgedlar and the Riffraff are doing. No fun going through a village after they've been through. They're only Christians, I know, and maybe they deserve what they get for cringing to the Christ God and his priests. It still won't do. We're picking up slaves by the 100, good quality stuff. But where to sell them? Down south? If you do that, you need to go with a strong fleet and a sharp eye open. We aren't popular down there. and I blame Ragnar and his brood for that. Round in Ireland? A long way and a long time before you get your cash. And slaves apart, there's nothing. The churches got their gold and silver into York before we arrived. What money the peasants have got, or the thanes, it's poor stuff. Very poor stuff. Strange. It's a rich land, anyone can see. Where's all their silver gone? We'll never get rich the way we're going. Sometimes I wish I had not taken the news of Ragnar's death to the Brethraborg. No matter what the priests of the way said to me, it's little enough I have got out of it. But Bronn had taken the cruise out again, probing up across the Shire to the Shire of Stranshall, hoping for a haul of gold or silver. Shef had asked not to accompany him, sickened with the sights and sounds of a land crisscrossed by the Ragnarsons and their followers, each one intent on showing to the others his skill on racking secrets and information, and buried treasure out of churls and thralls who had no information, and certainly no treasure to yield. Bronn had hesitated, scowling. "We are all in the army together," he had said. "What we decide together all must do, even if some of us don't like it. If we don't like it, we have to talk the others round, in open meeting. But I don't like the way you think you can take some bits of the army and leave the others, young man. You are a carl now. Carls do what is best for each other. That is why we are all given a voice." "I did what was best when the ram broke." Bronn had grunted doubtfully and had muttered, "For your own reasons." But he had left Shef behind with Thorvin and a mountain of smithy work in the guarded camp that watched York, ever alert for a sally. Shef had begun immediately to play with models, to imagine giant bows, sling stones, mallets. One problem at least he had solved, if not in practice or even in theory. Outside the smithy there was a pad of running feet, a gasping of exhaustion. The three men inside moved as one to the wide open doors. A few feet beyond them, Thorvin had set up a line of poles connected with yarn from which he had hung the rowan berries that indicated the limits of his precinct, the holy place. To one of the posts clung a panting figure dressed in rough sacking. The iron collar round his neck indicated his status. Desperately, his eyes moved from one to the other of the three faces staring at him, then brightened with relief as he saw, finally, the hammer round Thorvin's burly neck. "Sanctuary," he gasped. "Give me sanctuary." He spoke in English, but used the Latin word. "What is sanctuarium?" asked Thorvin. "Safekeeping. He wants to come under your protection. Among the Christians, a runaway may grasp a church door in some churches, and then he is under the protection of the bishop till his case is tried." Thorvin shook his head slowly. He could see now the pursuers coming into view, 6 of them, Hebrideans by the look of them, among the most ardent of the slave-takers, not hurrying now that they could see their quarry. "We don't have that custom here," he said. The slave wailed with fear as he saw the gesture and felt the presences behind him, and clung tighter to the fragile poles. Shef remembered the moment when he too had walked forward to Thorvin inside his enclosure, not knowing if he was walking to his death or not. But he had been able to call himself a smith, a fellow of the craft. This man looked as if he was just extra labor, knowing nothing of any value. "Come along, you," the leader of the Hebrideans said, clouting the cringing figure round one ear, and began to pry his fingers from the pole. "How much do you want for him?" said Shef impulsively. "I'll buy him off you." Guffaws of laughter. "What for, One-Eye? You want a bum, boy? I've got better down in the pen." "I said I'll buy him. Look, I've got money." Shef turned towards Thrall's reek, stuck in the ground at the entrance to the precinct. From it, he had hung his purse with the few coins in it that Bronn had doled out as his share of the meager plunder so far. "No chance. Come down to the pens if you want a slave. Sell you one any time. I've got to take this one back, make an example of him. Too many down there run from one master, think they might run from another. Got to show them it doesn't pay." The slave had caught something of the dialogue and wailed with fear again, this time more desperately, as the men gripped his arms and hands and began to pull him off. Trying as they did so not to damage the precinct markers, he thrashed and fought. "The pendants!" he cried. They said the pendant men were safe. We cannot help you, Shef replied, speaking again in English. You should have stayed with your English master. My masters were the black monks. You know what they are like to their slaves, and my master was the worst of all, Erkenbert the deacon, who makes the machines. An angry Hebridean lost patience with the man's struggles, whipped a sandbag from his belt, and struck out. He missed his blow, caught the slave along the jaw instead of on the temple. A crack, the jaw lolling forward, blood trickling from the corner of the mouth. Ernert, he a del, mate del sheens. Shef seized his gauntlets, pulled them on, ready to jerk his halberd out of the ground. The knot of struggling men swayed back a few paces. Hold on, he said. The man's valuable. Don't hit him again. 10 words, he thought. 10 words might be all I need. Then I will know the principle of the great bow. The slave, fighting now with the frenzy of a tormented weasel, got a foot free, kicked out. A Hebridean grunted, bent forward, cursing. That's enough, snapped the head of the gang. As Shef leapt forward in entreaty, he whipped a knife from his belt, stepped forward, and drove upward, backhand. The slave, still held, arched and contorted, went limp. You blockhead, yelled Shef. You killed one of the machine men. The Hebridean turned back to him, mouth twisting with anger. As he started to speak, Shef punched him full in the face with his armored glove. He sprawled backward, landed on the ground. A dead silence fell. The Hebridean climbed slowly to his feet, spat one tooth, then another, into his hand. He looked at his men, shrugged. They dropped the slave's corpse, turned, walked off together toward their camp. You've done it now, boy, said Thorvin. What do you mean? Only one thing can happen now. What's that? Holmgang. Chapter 3. Shef lay on the straw pallet close to the banked fire of the forge, moving uneasily in his sleep. Thorvin had forced a heavy dinner on him, which should have been welcome after days of increasingly short commons in a camp dependent entirely on foraging for its food. But the rye bread and fried bullock lay heavy on his stomach. Heavier still were his thoughts. They had explained the rules of Holmgang to him, far different from the impromptu brawl in which he had killed the Irishman Flann months before. He knew he was at terrible disadvantage, but there was no getting out of this. The whole army looked forward to the morning's duel as a major distraction. He was trapped. And he still thought about the machines. How were they built? How could better ones be built? How could the walls of York be breached? Slowly he slipped into heavier slumber. He was on some distant plain. In front of him loomed monstrous walls, on a scale to dwarf the walls of York or any other walls that had ever been built by mortal man. High above were the figures he had seen before in his dreams, his visions, as Thorvin called them, the massive figures with the faces like axe blades and the expressions of severe gravity. But now their expressions were also of concern, alarm. In the foreground, moving up to the walls, he saw there was a figure even more gigantic than those of the gods, so enormous that it towered up even to the height of the walls on which the gods were standing. But it did not have the proportions of a human being. Stumpy-legged, fat-armed, swollen-bellied, and gap-toothed, it looked like an immense clown. A Whittle, one of the children born deformed, who, if Father Andreas were not on hand very swiftly, would quietly have found their way into the fen in Emneth. The giant was urging on an immense horse, fully built to his own scale, and drawing a cart, on it a block of stone large as a mountain. Shef realized the block was to fill a gap in the great wall. The wall was not complete, but nearly so. The sun in this strange world was setting, and he knew that if the wall were finished before the sunset, something appalling, something incurably dreadful would take place. That was why the gods looked their alarm, and why the giant was urging on his horse. His stallion Shef saw, with whoops of glee and anticipation. A whicker from behind. Another horse, this time a more normally proportioned one. A mare, too, with chestnut hair and mane blowing around her eyes. She whickered again, then turned coyly as if unaware of the effect her call had had. But the stallion had heard. His head rose. He shook in his traces. His members started to slide out of its sheath. The giant shouted, beat the stallion round the head, tried to cover its eyes. Its nostrils flared, a whinny of rage. Yet another encouraging whicker from the mare, now close by, heels kicking skittishly. The stallion reared, lashed out with mighty hooves at the giant, at the traces. Over went the cart, out tipped the stone, the giant dancing with vexation. The stallion was free, lunging towards the mare to sheathe his erect, chain-long penis. But she was coy, prancing away, provoking him to follow, then darting sideways. The two horses gyrated, suddenly dashed off at full gallop, the stallion slowly gaining on the mare, but both rapidly out of sight. Behind them, the giant cursed and leapt in comic pantomime. The sun set. One of the figures on the wall strode forward grimly, pulling on a pair of metal gloves. There is a forfeit to be paid, thought Shef. Again he was on a plain facing a walled city. It too was mighty, the walls rising far above the heights of those at York. But this time it was at least on a human scale, as were the thousands of figures milling about within the walls and outside the walls. Outside the walls, the figures were heaving at a monstrous image, not a boar, like the Ragnarsson's battering ram, but a giant horse, a wooden horse. What is the point of a wooden horse? Thought Shef. Surely no one could be deceived by it. Nor were they. Arrows and missiles flew out against the horse from the walls, or flew at the men heaving at its mighty wheels. They bounced away, scattered haulers, did not dislodge or discourage the hundreds of new hands rushing to take the place of the fallen. The horse edged up to the walls, overtopping them. What would take place now, Shef knew, was the crisis of something that had gone on for many years, that had swallowed thousands of lives and would yet swallow thousands more. Something told him also that what happened here would fascinate men for generation upon generation, but that few men would ever understand it, preferring instead to make up their own stories. A voice Shef had heard before spoke suddenly in his mind, the voice that had warned him before the night battle by the Stour, still with the same note of deep, interested amusement. "Now watch this," it said. "Watch this." The horse's mouth opened. Its tongue slid out to rest on the walls. From the mouth, Thorvin was shaking him, dragging relentlessly at his shoulder. Shef sat up, still groping for the meaning of his dream. "Time to rise," said Thorvin. "You have a hard day ahead of you. I only hope you live to see the end of it." Erkenbert the archdeacon sat in his tower room high above the great hall of the minster and pulled the candlestick closer to him. There were 3 candles in it, each of best beeswax, not stinking tallow, and the light they gave was clear. He viewed them with satisfaction as he took the goose feather from its inkpot. What he was about to do was difficult, was laborious, and its results might be sad. In front of him lay a confusion of scraps of vellum, written on, crossed out, written on again. Now he took his quill and a fresh, large, handsome piece. On it he wrote, "De parochia quae dicitur Shirlam, de sunt numi, XLVIII. De parochia quae dicitur Fulford, de sunt numi, XXXVI. De parochia quae dicitur Hadinatunus, de sunt numi, LIX. The list crept on and on. At the end he drew a line beneath the record of the minster's unpaid rents, drew a deep breath, and began the mind-wrenching toil of adding the numbers up. "Octo et sex," he muttered to himself. "Quattordecim, et novo sunt, viginta tres, et septem." To assist himself, he began to draw little lines on a discarded sheet, hatching them through when he completed a 10. He began also, as his finger crawled down the list, to put a little mark between the XL and the VIII, the L and the IX, to remind himself which bits were to be added and which were to be left. Finally, he came to the end of his first calculation, wrote down firmly, CDXLIX, and began to work his way down again with the figures he had omitted before. 40 et 30 sunt 70, et 50, 100 et 20. The novice who decorously moved an eye round the doorway a few minutes later to see if anything was required returned in awe to his fellows. "He is saying numbers of which I have never heard," he reported. "He is a marvelous man," said one of the black monks. "God send there may be no harm in the learning of such black arts." 2490, pronounced Erkenbert, writing it down. MMCDXC. The two figures now lay next to each other. MMCDXC and CDXLIX. After another interval of crossing and hatching, he had the answer. MMCM XXXIX. And now the real toil began. That was the sum of the failed rents for 1 quarter. What would this represent for a full year, if by divine punishment the scourges of God, the Vikings, were permitted to lie so long upon the backs of the suffering people of God? Many, even among arithmetici, would have taken the easier route and added the same figure up 4 times. But Erkenbert knew himself superior to such subterfuges. Painstakingly he set up the complex procedure for the most difficult of all diabolical skills, multiplication in Roman numerals. When all was done, he stared at the figure disbelievingly. Never in all his experience had he come upon such a sum. Slowly, with shaking fingers, he snuffed the candles in recognition of the growing gray light of dawn. After matins, he would have to seek out the archbishop. It was too great. Such losses could not be borne. Far away, 150 miles to the south, the same growing light reached the eyes of a woman, snuggled deep in a nest of down mattress and woolen rugs, piled high against the cold. She stirred, shifted. Her hand touched the warm, naked thigh of the man next to her, recoiled as if it had touched the scales of a mighty adder. He is my half-brother, she thought, for the 1000th time. Son of my own father. We are in mortal sin. But how could I tell them? I could not tell even the priest who married us. Alfgar told him we had sinned carnally while fleeing from the Vikings, and now prayed God's forgiveness and blessing on our union. They think he is a saint. And the kings of Mercia and of Wessex, they listen to all he says of the menace of the Vikings, of what they did to his father, of how he fought at the Viking camp to set me free. They think he is a hero. They say they will make him an alderman and set him over a shire. They will bring his poor, tormented father home from York, where he is defying the heathens still. But what will happen when our father sees us together? If only Shef had lived. As she thought the name, Godive's tears started to leak slowly, as they did every morning, through closed eyelids onto the pillow. Shef marched down the muddy street, between the lines of booths which the Vikings had set up to keep out the winter weather. His halberd rested on his shoulder, and he wore his metal gloves, but the helmet remained at Thorvin's forge. Mail and helmets may not be worn in Holmgang, they had told him. The duel was fought as a matter of honor, so mere expediencies like surviving and killing your enemy were not the point. That did not mean you would not be killed. And a Holmgang was a 4-man affair. Each of the 2 principals took turns to strike at the other, but each principal was covered from the blows of the other by his second, the shield-bearer, who carried a shield for him and intercepted the strokes. Your life depended on the skill of your second. Shef had no second. Bronn and all his crews were still away. Thorvin had pulled his beard frantically, thumping his hammer again and again into the ground with frustration. But as a priest of the way he could take no part. If he offered, his offer would be refused by the umpires. The same went for Ingolf, Hund's master. The only person he might have asked was Hund, and as soon as Shef framed the thought, he knew that Hund, once he realized the situation, would surely volunteer. But he had immediately told his friend he must not think of helping. All other considerations apart, he was sure that at the critical moment, with a sword blow descending, Hund would stop to observe a heron in the marsh or a newt in the fen, and would probably kill them both. "I will see it through myself," he told the priests of the way, who had gathered together from the whole army to advise him, much to Shef's surprise. "This is not why we spoke for you to the Snake-Eye and saved you from the vengeance of Ivar," said Farman sharply. Farman, the priest of Frey, famous for his wanderings in the other worlds. "Are you then so sure of the ways of fate?" Shef had replied, and the priests had fallen silent. But in truth, as he walked toward the place of the Holmgang, it was not the duel itself which bothered him. What bothered him was whether the umpires would let him fight on his own. If they did not, then he would stand for the second time in his life at the mercy of the army's collective judgment, the Vapnatakkr. At the thought of the roar and the clash of weapons that accompanied a decision, his guts knotted within him. He marched through the gates of the stockade and out onto the trampled meadow by the river where the army was assembled. As he walked forward, a buzz of comment rose, and the watching crowd parted to let him through. At their center stood a ring of willow wands only 10 feet across. The Holmgang should strictly be fought on an island in a stream, Thorvin had told him. But where there was no ayat suitable, a symbolic one was marked out instead. In a Holmgang there was to be no maneuvering. The participants stood and cut at each other till one was dead, or could fight no more, or ransomed himself off, or threw down his weapons, or stepped outside the marked area. To do either of the two last meant submitting yourself to the mercy of your opponent, who could demand death or mutilation. If a fighter showed cowardice, the judges would certainly order either or both. Shef saw his enemies already standing by the willows. The Hebridean whose teeth he had knocked out, whose name he now knew was Magnus. He held a naked broadsword in his hand, burnished so that the serpent markings on its blade wriggled and crawled in the dull gray light. By him stood his second, a tall, scarred, powerful-looking man of middle age. He held an oversized shield of painted wood, with metal rim and boss. Shef looked at them for a moment, and then looked deliberately round for the umpires. His heart checked as he recognized instantly, in a little group of 4, the unmistakable figure of the boneless one. Still wearing scarlet and green, but the silver helmet put aside, the pale eyes with their invisible eyebrows and lashes stared straight into his own. But this time, instead of suspicion, they held assurance, amusement, contempt, as they recognized Shef's uncontrollable start of fear and the immediate attempt to replace it with impassivity. Ivar yawned, stretched, turned away. "I disqualify myself from judgment in this case," he said. "This barnyard cock and I have another score to settle. I will not have him say that I took advantage to judge unfairly. I leave his death to Magnus." A rumble of agreement came from the nearest watchers, and a buzz as the information was passed to those further back. Everything in the army, Shef realized again, was subject to public agreement. It was always best to have public opinion on your side. Ivar's withdrawal left 3 men there, all obviously senior warriors, well armed, necks, belts, and arms flashing with silver to show their status. The middle one he recognized was Halfdan Ragnarsson, the eldest of the brothers, a man with a reputation for ferocity, for fighting when there was no need, not as wise as his brother Sigurd, nor as dreadful as his brother Ivar, but not a man to show mercy on the unwarlike. "Where is your second?" said Halfdan, frowning. "I do not need one," replied Shef. "You must have one. You cannot fight a Holmgang with no shield or shield-bearer. If you present yourself without one, then that is as good as surrendering to the mercy of your enemy. Magnus, what do you want to do with him?" "I do not need one." This time Shef shouted, stepped forward, jammed the butt of his halberd upright in the earth. "I have a shield." He raised his left forearm, on which he had strapped a square buckler a foot across, fastened firmly at wrist and at elbow, made entirely of iron. "I do not fight with board and broadsword, but with this and this. I do not need a second. I am an Englishman, not a Dane." A growl rose from the audience as they heard him, a growl with a note of amusement in it. The army liked a drama, Shef knew. They might bend the rules if there was something to bet on. They would support a man who was in the wrong if he showed enough daring. "We cannot accept this proposal," said Halfdan to the other two judges. "What do you say?" A disturbance behind, someone forcing his way through the ring, stepping forward to join Shef as he stood before his judges. Another large and powerful figure laden with silver. The Hebridean stood frowning a little way apart. Shef saw with shock that it was his father Sigvard. Sigvard looked across at his son, then turned to the judges. He spread his burly arms with a cunning air of conciliation. "I wish to act as this man's shield-bearer." "Has he asked you to?" "No." "Then what standing do you have in this affair?" "I am his father." Another growl from the audience with a rising note of excitement. Life in a winter camp was cold and boring. This was easily the best entertainment anyone had had since the failed assault. Like children, the warriors of the army were anxious not to see the show end too early. They pressed closer, straining to hear and to pass on the news to those further back. Their presence affected the umpires. They had to judge correctly, but also gauge the mood of the crowd. As they began to mutter quietly among themselves, Sigvard turned quickly toward Shef. He stepped close, bent the inch or two needed to be on a level, and spoke with a note of entreaty. "Look, boy, you turned me down once before when you were in a fix. That showed guts, I've got to say. Look what it cost you. Cost you an eye. Don't do it again. I'm sorry what happened to your mother. If I'd known she had a son like you, I wouldn't have done it. Many men have told me what you did at the siege with the ram. The army's full of it. I'm proud of you. Now let me carry this shield for you. I've done it before. I'm better than Magnus, better than his mate Kolbeinn. With me as shield-bearer, nothing will get through to you. And you've knocked that Hebridean fool as dizzy as a dog once already. Do it again. We'll finish the pair of them." He gripped his son's shoulder hard. His eyes shone with emotion, a mixture of pride, embarrassment, and something else. It was the lust for glory, Shef decided. No one could be a successful warrior for 20 years, a jarl, the leader of war bands, without the urge to be at the front, to have all eyes fixed on one, to break down destiny by sheer violence. Shef felt suddenly calm, composed, even able to think of how to save his father's face while rejecting him. He knew now that his worst fear would not be realized. The umpires would let him fight on his own. It would be too much of an anticlimax to decide anything different. Shef stepped clear of his father's near embrace. "I thank Sigvard Jarl for his offer to bear my shield in this holmgang. But there is blood between us. He knows whose it is. I believe that he would support me loyally in this affair, and his help would mean much to a young man like myself. But I would not show Drengskaper in accepting the offer." Shef used the word for warriorhood, for honor. The word one used to show that you were above trifles, that you did not care for your own advantage. The word was a challenge. If one man laid claim to Drengskaper, his opponent would be ashamed to show less. "I say again, I have a shield, I have a weapon. If this is less than I should have, so much the better for Magnus. I say it is more. If I am wrong, then that is what we are fighting to see." Halfdan Ragnarsson looked at his two co-arbiters, saw their nods of assent, and added his own. The two Hebrideans walked immediately inside the round of withies and took up their stations, one beside the other. They knew any hesitation or further argument would look ill to the army. Shef walked over to face them, saw the two junior umpires taking their places in either hand, while Halfdan, in the middle, repeated the rules of the combat. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sigvard still standing well to the front of the others, joined now by the young man he had seen before, the one with the horse's projecting teeth. Hjörvar Jarlsson, he thought detachedly. His half-brother. Just behind the pair of them stood a rank of men with Thorvin in their center. Even though he strove to keep his mind on Halfdan's exposition, he saw that each was wearing a silver pendant, prominently displayed. Thorvin had at least mustered a body of opinion in case it could have an effect. Combatants must strike alternately. If you try to strike twice, even if your enemy is off guard, you forfeit the home gang and become liable to the judgment of the umpires. And it will not be light. So begin. Magnus, as injured party, shall be the first to strike. Halfdan stepped back, eyes wary, sword drawn to strike up any illegal blow. Shef found himself in the midst of a great silence, face to face with his two enemies. He swung his halberd forward and trained the point on Magnus's face, left hand gripping the weapon just below its massive and complex head. His right hand down by his right side, ready to seize the haft, to block or parry in any direction. Magnus frowned, realizing he must now step to one side or the other and signal his direction. He stepped forward and right, to the very edge of the line Halfdan had drawn in the mud to separate the combatants. His sword swung down, forehand, aimed at the head, the most elementary stroke possible. He wants to get this over with, thought Shef. The blow was merciless and lightning quick. He swung up his left arm to catch it squarely in the center of the iron buckler. A clang, a recoil. The blow left a dull line and a dent in the length of the buckler. What it had done to the edge of the sword blade, Shef, as a smith, did not like to think. Magnus was back behind his line now, Kolbeinn stepping forward with the shield to cover him. Shef raised a halberd with both hands over his right shoulder, stepped forward to the edge of the line and stabbed point first straight forward at Magnus's heart, ignoring the covering of the shield. The triangular lance head drove through the lindenwood as if it were cheese, but as it did so, Kolbeinn jerked it up so that the point stabbed past Magnus's cheek. Shef jerked back, twisted, jerked again, freeing the weapon with a crunch of broken wood. Now there was a gaping hole in the gay blue paint of the shield, and Kolbeinn and Magnus looked at each other with grave expressions. Magnus came forward again, and realized that he must not strike on the buckler side. He swung backhand, but still at the head, still thinking that a man without proper sword and shield must needs be at a disadvantage. Without shifting grip, Shef swung the head of his halberd 18 inches sideways at the descending sword, catching it not with the axe side, but with the reverse, the thumb-wide iron spike. The sword flew out of Magnus's grasp to land well on Shef's side of the line. All eyes flew to the umpires. Shef stepped back a pace, 2 paces, looked firmly at the sky. A buzz as the audience realized what was happening, a low growl of approval, a growl that went on as the keenly intent audience began to realize the potentialities of Shef's weapon, and the problem the two Hebrideans were facing. Stone-faced, Magnus stepped forward, recovered his blade, hesitated, then saluted briefly with it and returned to his side of the line. This time Shef swung the weapon over his left shoulder, and struck like a woodsman felling a tree, left hand sliding down the weapon as it swung, concentrating all his force and all the weight of the 7 feet of metal behind the slicing half-yard of blade. Kolbeinn leapt quickly and decisively to save his partner, and got the shield well up above head height. The axe slashed through its edge, and swung on, turned only slightly by the resistance of the metal rim, shore through 2 feet of lindenwood, and embedded itself with a thunk in the muddy ground. Shef jerked it free and stood once more on guard. Kolbeinn looked at the half-shield still strapped to his arm and muttered something to Magnus. Impassive, Halfdan Ragnarsson stepped forward, picked up the severed oval of wood, and tossed it to one side. "Shields may only be replaced at the agreement of both parties," he observed. "Strike!" Magnus stepped forward with something like desperation in his eyes now, and swung a wicked blow with no warning, just above knee-height. A swordsman would have jumped it, or tried to. It was just above the height a man might be expected to manage. Shef moved his right hand slightly and stopped the blow dead with his weapon's metal-reinforced shaft. Almost before Magnus could regain the shelter of his partner's shield, he was stepping forward, this time swinging upward with the spike side foremost. A thump as it met the remnants of the shield, a resistance which this time was not one of wood alone. Kolbeinn staring at the foot-long spike which had driven through shield and forearm, splitting ulna and humerus bones. Stone-faced, Shef slid his hand high up the head of the halberd, gripped tight and jerked back. Kolbeinn staggered forward, put a foot over the line, recovered himself and straightened up, face white with shock and pain. There was a simultaneous yell as his foot went down, and then a confusion of cries. "Fight's over! Past the mark! He struck at the shield-bearer! He struck at the man! If the shield-bearer puts his arm in the way, first blood to the smith, settle all bets!" "Stop it now! Stop it now!" Thorvin called out. But over him an even louder voice, that of Sigvard. "Let them fight it out. These are warriors, not girls to snivel at a scratch." Shef looked sideways, saw Halfdan, grave but fascinated, wave the opponents on. Kolbeinn was shaking, starting to fumble with the buckles of the useless shield, clearly unable to hold it up much longer. Magnus, too, had gone white. Each strike with the halberd had come close to killing him. Now he had no protection left. Yet there was no escape, no chance to run or surrender. White-lipped, he stepped forward with the resolution of despair, raised the sword, and swung straight down. It was a blow any active man could dodge without thinking. But in a holmgang you had to stand still. For the first time in the contest, Shef twisted his left hand and swung a parry, full force, with the axe edge of the halberd. It met the descending broadsword halfway down the blade and battered it aside, knocking Magnus off balance. As he recovered, he glanced at his weapon. It had not snapped off, but was cut halfway through and bent out of line. "Swords may only be replaced," intoned Halfdan, "by the agreement of both parties." Magnus's face sagged with despair. He tried to pull himself together, to stand straight for the death blow that must come. Kolbeinn shuffled a little forward and tried to pull his shield arm up into place with his other hand. Shef looked at the blade of his halberd, running a thumb over the nick that he had just put in it. Some careful work with the file, he reflected. The weapon was called Thrall's Reek. He was fighting because the man over there had murdered a thrall. Now was the time for vengeance, for that thrall and no doubt for many others. But he had not knocked the Hebridean down because he had murdered a slave, but because he, Shef, had wanted the slave. Wanted to know about the machines the slave had made. Killing Magnus would not bring the knowledge back. Besides, he had more knowledge now. In the utter silence, Shef stepped back, drove his halberd point first into the mud, unstrapped his buckler, threw it down. He turned to Halfdan and called out in a loud voice, making sure the whole army could hear him. "I give up this holmgang, and ask for the judgment of the umpires. I regret that I struck Magnus Ragnarson in anger, knocking out 2 of his front teeth, and if he will release me from the holmgang, I offer him self-doom for that injury, and for the injury just inflicted on Kolbeinn, his partner, and I ask for his friendship and support in the future." A groan of disappointment mingled with shouts of approval. Yelling and pushing in the crowd as the 2 points of view found expression. Halfdan and the umpires pushed together to confer, after a few moments calling over the 2 Hebrideans to join their discussion. Then an agreement, slow quietening as the crowd waited to hear the decision and to ratify it. Shef felt no fear, no memory of the last time he had stood to hear a Ragnarsson pronounce. He knew he had judged the mood of the crowd rightly, and that the umpires would not dare to go against that. "It is the judgment of all us 3 umpires that this holmgang has been fought well and fairly, with no discredit to any participant, and that you, Shef," he struggled with the English name, could not pronounce it, "Shef, son of Sigvard, had the right to offer to submit to judgment while it was your turn to strike." Halfdan stared round and repeated the point. "While it was your turn to strike. Accordingly, since Magnus Ragnarson is also prepared to accept a judgment, we declare that this contest may be ceased without penalty to either side." Magnus the Hebridean stepped forward. "And I declare that I accept the offer of Shef Sigvardsson to self-doom for the injuries inflicted on me and on Kolbeinn Kolbrandsson, and we value them at 1/2 a mark of silver for each of us." Whistles and hoots at the low rate set by the proverbially grasping islanders. "On one condition, that Shef Sigvardsson in his smithy makes weapons for both of us similar to the one he wields, at the price of 1/2 a mark of silver each. And with this we admit him to our full friendship and support." Magnus walked forward, grinning, clasped hands with Shef as Kolbeinn too shambled forward. Hund was inside the ring as well, seizing Kolbeinn's bleeding and already swollen arm, plucking over the filthy state of the sleeve. Sigvard was there also, hovering behind the duelers, trying to say something. An icy voice cut through the babble. "Well, you are all agreed on one thing and another. If you had meant to stop fighting as soon as 2 drops of blood were shed, you could have done it all behind the privy and not wasted the whole army's time. But tell me this, little dunghill cock." The boneless one's voice fell now into a pool of silence as he stalked forward, eyes blazing. "What do you think you can do to get my full friendship and support, eh? For there is blood between us too. What can you offer me in exchange for it?" Shef turned and pitched his voice high, allowing once again the note of challenge and contempt to brazen it, so that the army would know Ivar had been dared. "I can give you something, Ivar Ragnarsson, that I already tried to get for you once, but that we know you cannot get for yourself. No, I do not mean a woman's skirts." Ivar swayed back, eyes never leaving Shef's face, and Shef knew that now Ivar would never leave him, never forget him till one or the other was dead. "No. Give me 500 men, and I will give you something to share with all of us. I will give you machines stronger than the Christians, weapons greater than the one I used here. And when I have all those, I will give you something else. I will give you York." He ended with a shout, and the army shouted with him, clashing their weapons in tumult and approval. "It is a good brag," replied Ivar, glaring round at Sigvard, at the Hebrideans, at Thorvin and his group of pendant-wearers, all clustered in support of Shef. "But it will be a sad one for the boy if he fails to carry it out." Chapter 4. Hard to tell when dawn comes in an English winter, Shef thought. The clouds come down to the ground. The showers of rain or sleet come sweeping across. Wherever the sun may be, it has to cut through layer after layer before the light gets through. He needed light for his own men. He needed light to see the English. Till he had it, they could all wait. He moved his aching body beneath the layer of sweat-sodden wool that was his tunic, and the layer of stiff boiled leather that was still the only armor he had had time to acquire. The sweat was chilling now, after the hours of gasping, whispering labor. More than anything, he would like to strip everything off and rub himself dry on a cloak. The men in the darkness behind him must feel the same. But each of them now had only one thing to think about, one duty to carry out, and that duty something painfully and repetitively drilled into them. Only Shef had the image in his mind of all the things that had to happen, all the parts that had to fit. Only he could see the hundreds of things that could go wrong. Shef was not afraid of death or maiming, of pain or shame or disgrace, the usual terrors of the battlefield, to be dispersed by action and excitement and battle fury. He was afraid of the unpredicted, the unexpected, the broken spoke, the slippery leaves, the unknown machine. To an experienced Jarl of the pirates, Shef would already have done everything wrong. His men were formed up, but cold, tired, stiff, and uncertain as to what was happening. But this was going to be a new kind of battle. This one did not depend on how men felt or how well they fought. If everyone did as he was supposed to, nothing needed to be done well. It just needed to be done. This would be battle like plowing a field or tearing out tree stumps. No valor, no heroic deeds. Shef's eyes caught a spark of flame. Yes, more sparks, a growing bush of flame, more flames further away, all from separate sources. The shapes of buildings could be seen now, and smoke was beginning to pour from them, blown by the wind. The flames lit up the long line of wall with the gate that the Ragnarsson's ram had assaulted 2 weeks before. All along the line, facing that eastern wall, men were setting fire to the houses. Long trails of smoke billowing out, men rushing forward through it with ladders raised. A sudden assault, arrows flying, the blast of war horns, more men coming forward as the first ones withdrew. The noise and flames and rushes were harmless. Soon enough the English leaders would realize this was a feint attack, would turn their attention elsewhere. But Shef remembered the desperate slowness and confusion of the Emneth levies. With the English, what the leaders thought hardly mattered much. By the time they persuaded their men not to believe the evidence of their eyes, he sincerely hoped that he would have the battle won. The flame, the smoke.
war horns on the ramparts blowing an alarm, faint signs of activity on the walls he could now see in front of him. Time to start. Shef turned to his right and began deliberately to walk along the long line of houses above the north wall, his halberd swinging easily. 400 double paces to count. As he reached 40, he saw the great square bulk of the first war machine, its crew clustered round it in the mouth of the alleyway where they had heaved it up with such immense labor. He nodded to them, reached out the butt of his halberd, and tapped the man in front, Egil the Herseer from Skåne. Egil nodded solemnly and began to tramp his feet up and down, laboriously counting under his breath every time his left foot touched ground. Nothing in the whole job had been harder than making them do that. It was not warlike. It was not the way Drengir should behave. Their men might laugh at them. Anyway, how could a man keep count of so many? 5 white pebbles Shef had given Egil, 1 for each 100, and a black one for the final 60. At 560 paces, Egil would move off, if he did not lose the count, if his men did not laugh. By then, Shef would have reached the far end of his line, turned and paced back to his own station in the middle. He did not think Egil's men would laugh. The 10 counters he had picked were all famous warriors. Dignity was something they defined. That was a leader's job in the new kind of battle, Shef thought as he paced on. Picking men the way a carpenter picked pieces of wood for a house frame. He counted 80, saw the second war machine, tapped Skuli the Bald, saw him grip his pebbles and start his count, paced on, and fitting together the pieces of the plan the way a carpenter would. There had to be an easier way to do it all, he told himself as he passed the 3rd and 4th machines. This would be easy for the Rome folk with their number craft, but he knew no forge hot enough to beat out this skill for him. Bronze 3 crews manned the next 3 machines in the line. The Hebrideans came next, half a dozen of them clutching their newly forged halberds. Strange, the volunteers he had got. After the home gang, he had asked Sigurd Snake-Eye for 500 men. He had needed more like 2,000 in the end, not only to man the machines and make up the diversion squads, but above all else to form the labor gangs to forage for wood, to cut it into shape, to find or forge the massive nails he needed, to manhandle the great contrivances up the muddy slope from the fosse. But the men who had done the work had not been provided by Sigurd, Ivar, or any of the Ragnarssons, who after a few days had held aloof. They had been the men from the small crews, the uncommitted, the fringes of the army. A high proportion of them wore the pendants of the way. Shef was uneasily aware that Thorfinn's and Bronn's beliefs about him were beginning to leak out into the ranks. People were beginning to tell stories about him. If all went well, they would have another to tell soon enough. He reached the last machine at the count of 412, turned on his heel, striding out more briskly now as he realized his count was over. The light was strengthening all the time. The din was at its peak over by the eastern wall, smoke still rising in the murky air. Unbidden, a verse came into his mind, a little English verse from his childhood. In Willow Ford, by Woody Bridge, the old kings lie, keels beneath them. No, that was wrong. It was, dust rose to heaven, dew fell to earth, night went forth. That was the verse. So what was the other verse? He stopped, doubled over as if stricken by cramp. Something horrible in his head just when he had no time to deal with it. He struggled to rise, saw Bronn approaching, concern on his face. I lost my count. No matter. We can see 40 paces now. We'll move when Gumi does. Just one thing. Bronn bent and muttered in Shef's ear. Our man's come up from the rear. He says the Ragnarssons aren't behind us. They're not following our lead. We'll do this ourselves, then. But I tell you, the Ragnarssons, anyone, those who don't fight, don't share. They're moving. Shef was back by his own machine in the comforting smell of sawdust. He ducked inside its shell, hooked the axe blade of his halberd over a broken nail he had hammered in himself last night, stepped to his appointed place at the rearmost push bar, and hurled his weight forward. Slowly the machine began to creak along the level ground and toward the waiting wall.
To the English sentries, it seemed as if the houses moved. But not the little squat wattle and daub houses they knew were there. Rather, it seemed to them as if thanes' halls, church towers, belfries were rolling toward them out of the rising mist. For weeks they had looked down from their wall at everything the eye could see. Now things were coming toward them at their own level. Were they rams? Disguised ladders? Screens for some other kind of devil work? 100 bows bent, loosed arrows. Useless. Anyone could see the constructions coming toward them would take no heed of bolts from a breastbow. But they had better weapons than that. Snarling, the thane of the northern gate hurled a white-faced ferdman, a conscript in the service of some petty lord, back to his place on the battlements, seized one of his slave errand-runners, and barked at him. "Go to the eastern tower. Tell the machine folk there to shoot. You, same tale, western tower. You, back to the square. Tell the men with the stone hurler that there are machines coming up to the northern wall. Tell them machines, definitely. Whatever is going on over there, this is not a feint attack. Go on, all of you, move." As they scattered, he turned his attentions to his own troops, the ones off guard pounding up the ladders to their places, the ones who had seen already shouting and pointing at the shapes rolling closer. "Keep your minds on what you're doing," he bellowed. "Look down, for God's sake. Whatever these things are, they can't come up to the wall. And once they get close enough, the priests' weapons will destroy them." If the Rome soldiers still had been in the fortress, Shef had realized, there would have been a deep ditch at the base of the wall, which any stormer would have had to cross before trying any kind of escalade. Centuries of neglect and refuse tipping had filled this in, had created a swelling, turf-grown mound 5 feet high and as many broad. A man who ran up it would still be a dozen feet below the often-patched battlements. It had not seemed dangerous to the defenders. Indeed, without their knowing it, it had become one more hindrance to the enemy. As the siege tower rolled up to the wall, the men at the front raised a yell. The push teams stepped up their pace to a half-trot. The machine rolled forward, met resistance from the swelling mound, shuddered to a halt. Immediately a dozen men ran forward from their positions behind the tower. Half of them held up heavy square shields to block the arrow shower. The others carried picks and shovels. Without words, they set instantly to cutting a track along the marks of the front wheels, throwing the earth aside like badgers. Shef walked forward between the sweating push teams and peered through the light planking across the machine's front. Weight, that had been the problem. In essence, the tower was simply a square frame, 8 feet wide, 12 feet long, 30 feet high, running on 6 cartwheels. It was unstable and unwieldy, and the whole of both lower sides were made of the heaviest beams the houses and churches of Northumbria could provide. As defense against the English bolt-throwers, they had had to save weight somewhere, and Shef had decided to skimp at the front. The wood there was only shield thickness. As he looked out, arrows thumped into it, driving their points through. Only inches away, the diggers shoveled frantically to gain the extra 2 feet to advance the wheels. That was it. As he turned to call to the push teams, there was a tumult of yells behind him, and a great crash. Shef spun round, heart leaping. A bolt? One of the giant boulders? No, not so bad. Some burly Englishman on the wall had hurled down a rock, weighing 50 pounds at least. It had crashed through the shielding and bounced into the front of the machine, splintering the planks. No matter. But there was a man down, too, Ustein, lying with his leg crooked right under the left-hand wheel, gaping up at the engine towering over him. "Hold it!" The men checked as they gathered their muscles for the final heave that would have gone straight over Ustein's smashed leg. "Hold it! Drag him clear, Stubby." "All right. Pick and shovel party back into cover. Heave now, boys, and make it a good one. There. She's home. Hammer in the piles, Bron, so she doesn't roll back. Drop the ladders. Archers, to the top platform. Storming party after me." One pair of ladders took the heavily armed and armored men up 12 feet, all of them gasping now with exertion, but swept along with excitement. More ladders, another 12 feet. A hand passed Shef his halberd, forgotten in the rush. He seized it, watched the men jamming close together on the top platform. Were they level with the wall? Yes. He could see the battlements below him, not much more than knee-height. There was an Englishman shooting upward. The point found a gap between the planks, whirred through till the shaft caught and snapped, ended an inch from his good eye. Shef broke it off and dropped it. The men were ready now, all waiting for the signal. Shef laid the razor edge of his halberd to the rope and cut. Immediately the drawbridge began to fall forward, slowly for a moment, then hurtling forward like a great hammer, its front edge weighted with sandbags. A thump, a cloud of sand blowing in the wind as a bag burst, bowstrings twanging just above him as the archers tried to keep the battlements clear. Then a great grunt as Bronn propelled his massive frame onto the drawbridge and hurled himself across, beard-axe raised. As Shef leapt to follow, arms closed round him from behind. He found himself staring over his shoulder at Ulf, the ship's cook, the biggest man in 3 crews after Bronn. "Bronn said not you. He said keep you out of trouble for a few minutes." The men poured by, first the detailed storming party, then the rest of the machine's crew, flinging themselves up the ladders and across the drawbridge without a pause. Then the men from the pick and shovel teams followed the rest of Bronn's crew. Shef struggled in Ulf's grip, feet off the ground, hearing the clash of weapons, the screaming and shouting of the battle. As complete strangers from other crews began to haul themselves up the ladder, Ulf released his grip. Shef leapt out onto the drawbridge, out into the open air, and for the first time could see how his plan had worked. In the gray light, the cleared ground between wall and outer city was dotted with immense bulks, giant animals of some unknown species that had crawled there to die. That one must have shed a wheel or broken an axle on a bit of uneven ground, maybe an old cesspit. The one beyond them, the Hebridean one, seemed to have reached the wall successfully. The drawbridge was still in place from tower to battlements, and as he watched, another group of men trotted over it. Another not as successful. They had cut the rope, and then the drawbridge had fallen just feet short of the wall. It hung limply, like an enormous tongue from an eyeless face. Mailed bodies lay at the base of the wall beneath it. Shef stepped off the drawbridge to let another wave of stormers pass by, then began to count. 3 towers had not reached the wall. 2 had failed to get their men over the wall once they had reached it. That meant, at most, 5 successful breaches. That had been enough. But they would have lost more if they had been slower, Shef thought. Or if they had not all come at once. There must be a rule there. How would you say it? Maybe in Norse, Hugva ekki hugjask. Hit him, don't think about it. One heavy blow, not a string of little ones. Bronn would think that a good rule once it was explained to him. He looked up and saw in the sky what for weeks he had seen in his dreams, in his nightmares. The gigantic boulder rising with superhuman ease, still rising after all sense demanded that it must stop, reaching a peak, starting to come down, not on him, on the tower. Shef cringed in terror, not for his own skin, but for the appalling crash that must come, the ripping and rending as all the timbers and wheels and axles he had sweated over sprang apart. The Viking on the bridge cringed too and threw up a useless shield. A thud, a ripple of loose earth. Hardly believing, Shef gaped at the boulder now embedded in the earth 20 feet from the side of his tower, looking as if it had been there since the dawn of creation. They had missed by yards. He had not thought they could. The man in front of him, a burly figure in mail, was hurled aside. Blood in the air, a thrum like the bottom note of a giant's harp. A line in the air that came too fast to be seen and drove in and through the warrior's body. The bolt machine as well as the boulder machine. Shef stepped to the edge of the wall and looked down at the broken body now sprawled at its foot. Well, they might be in action now, but one had missed and both were too late. They must still be captured. "Come on, don't stand there like young maidens who've just seen the bull." Shef gestured angrily at the men clustered in the tower's exit. "It will take them an hour to wind their machines again. Follow me now, and we'll see they don't get the chance." He turned and loped along the walkway behind the battlements, Ulf striding like an enormous nursemaid a pace behind. They found Bronn just inside the now opened gates, in an open space scattered with the familiar debris of battle. Split shields, bent weapons, bodies, incongruously a torn shoe somehow parted from its owner. Bronn was breathing hard and sucking a scratch on his bare arm above his gauntlets, but otherwise was unhurt. Men were still pushing through the gates, being hailed and directed by the skippers according to some plan already agreed upon, all done with an air of frantic haste. As they approached, Bronn called 2 senior warriors over to him and gave brief instructions. Sumarfugel, take 6 men, go round all the bodies here, strip all the Englishmen, and pile what you find over by that house there. Mail, weapons, chains, jewelry, purses. Don't forget to check under their armpits. Thorstein, take another 6 and go do the same job up along the walls. Don't get cut off and don't take any risks. Bring back all the stuff you find and pile it with Sumarfugel's. When you've done that, you can sort out our own dead and wounded. Now, you there, Thorvin. The priest appeared through the gates, leading a laden pack-horse. You've got your gear. I want you to stay here till we've secured the minster, and then come right along as soon as I send a squad for you. Then you can set your forge up and start melting down the take. The take! Bronn's eyes gleamed with delight. I can smell that farm in Halogalan already. Estate, county. All right, let's get going. Shef stepped forward as he swung on his heel and grabbed an elbow. Bronn, I need 20 men. What for? To secure the shooting machine up in the corner tower, and then go on to the throwing one. The champion turned, still eyeing the confusion around him. He grasped Shef's shoulder in enormous metal fingers, squeezed gently. Young madman, young snot-nose, you have done great things today, but remember, men fight to rake together money. Money! He used the Norse word fe, which meant every form of property together, money and metal and goods and livestock. So forget your machines for a day, young hammerer, and let's all go get rich. But if we have... Shef felt the fingers tighten crushingly on his collarbone. Now I have told you. And remember, you are still a carl in the army, like all of us. We fight together, we share together. And by the shining tits of Gerd the maiden, we are going to loot together. Now get in the ranks. Moments later, 500 men were tramping in dense column into the mouth of one of the streets of the inner city, heading firmly in the direction of the minster. Shef, at the rear, stared at a mail-clad back, hefted his halberd, looked longingly over his shoulder at the little groups left behind. Come along, urged Ulf. Don't worry, Bronn left enough men there to guard the loot. It's share and share alike in the army, and everyone knows it. They're only there to keep off any stragglers from the English. The advancing column had speeded up almost to a trot, and at the same time had shaken out into the familiar wedge shape Shef remembered from his first skirmish. Twice it met resistance. Makeshift barricades across the narrow street, desperate Northumbrian thanes hacking at their enemies across the war linden, while their churls and followers hurled javelins and stones from the houses above them. The Vikings stormed up, exchanged blows, poured into the houses, dislodged the archers and spear-throwers, broke down interior walls to take the English from flank and rear, acting all the time without orders and without pause, with a dreadful killing urgency. Each time there was a check, Shef seized his chance to struggle closer to the front, aiming for the broad back of Bronn. He had to let them take the minster, he realized. But maybe once the loot had been secured, the precious relics of centuries, he could be spared some men to seize the machines. And above all, he must be near the leaders to save prisoners' lives, the lives of the skilled men, the number workers. The Vikings were up to a trot again, Bronn only a couple of ranks in front of him. A turn in the narrow street, the men on the inside slowing fractionally to let their mates on the outside keep up. And there was the minster looming suddenly above them like the work of giants, not 60 paces off, set back in its own precinct from the lesser buildings huddled round it. And there, too, were the Northumbrians again, coming on one last time with the valor of desperation, and the house of their god behind them. The Vikings checked their rush, heaved shields high again. Shef, still thrusting forward, found himself suddenly level with Bronn, saw a Northumbrian broadsword swinging like a meteor at his neck. Without thought he parried, felt the familiar clang of a breaking blade, stabbed forward with the lance head of the halberd, twisted and jerked to tear his enemy's shield aside. His back to bronze, he lashed out blindly with a full-armed sweep. Space round him, enemies to all sides. He swung again, the axe blade of the halberd hissing in the air, changed grip, and swept back as his enemies tried to dart in beneath the blows. A miss and another miss. But in those instants the Vikings had reformed. Their wedge surged forward, the broadswords cutting from all angles, Bronn leading them, swinging his axe with a joiner's precision. As one wave, the storming column broke over the English defenders, trampling them down. Shef found himself propelled forward at a run into open space, clear ground all around him, the minster in front, whoops of exultation in his ears. Dazzled by the sudden gleam of sunshine, he saw in front of him saffron cloaks. Unbelievably, the familiar grinning face of Murtagh, driving a spike into the ground. A line of spikes roped together like the rowanberry line that guarded Thorvin's forge. The whoops died uncertainly. "Well run, boys, but you're off limits here. No one over the rope, do you hear?" Murtagh backed away, spreading his arms as Bronn stepped forward. "Now take it easy, lads. You'll get your share, I make no doubt. But it's all been fixed over your heads. You'd have got your share even if your attack had failed now." "They came in the back," shouted Shef. "They never followed us this morning at all. They broke in the west gate while we attacked the north." "Broke in nothing," snarled a furious voice. "They were let in. Look." Out from the minster door, as composed as ever, still dressed in scarlet and grass green, strolled Ivar. By his side paced a figure in a garb Shef had not seen since the death of Ragnar a year before. A man in purple and white, a strange, tall hat on his head, a gold-decorated crook of ivory in his hand. As if automatically, he raised his other hand in benediction. The Archbishop of the metropolitan province of Eforwich himself, Wulfhere Eborachensis. "We've done a deal," said Ivar. "The Christ folk offered to let us into the town on condition the minster itself was spared. I gave my word on it. We can have everything else, the town, the shire, the king's property, everything, but not the minster or the belongings of the church. And the Christ folk will be our friends and show us just how to wring this land dry." "But you are a Jarl of the army," bellowed Bronn. "You have no right to make deals for yourself and leave the rest of us out." Theatrically, Ivar moved one shoulder, rotating it and grimacing with exaggerated pain. "I see your hand is recovered, Bronn. When I too am fit, we will have several matters to talk over. But keep your side of the rope, and keep your men in hand, or they'll suffer for it. Boys, too," he added, his eyes falling on Shef. From behind the minster, men had been pouring, the Ragnarsons' personal followers in hundreds, fully armed, fresh, confident, eyeing their scattered and weary comrades coldly. The Snake-Eye stepped out from among them, his two other brothers flanking him, Halfdan looking grim, Ubi for once shamefaced, eyes on the ground as he spoke. "You did well to get here. Sorry you got a surprise. It will all be explained in full meeting. But what Ivar says is right. Stay outside this rope. Keep away from the minster. Apart from that, you can get as rich as you like." "Small chance of that," shouted an anonymous voice. "What gold do the Christ priests leave for anyone else?" The Snake-Eye made no reply. His brother Ivar turned, gestured. Behind the Ragnarsons a pole rose into the sky, was driven firmly into the packed earth in front of the minster doors. A jerk on a rope, and from it spread, fluttering limply in the damp wind, the famous Raven banner, the brothers' personal ensign, wings spread wide for victory. Slowly the once united group who had stormed the wall and fought their way through the city lost cohesion, began to break up, mutter among themselves, count their losses. "Well, they may have the minster," muttered Shef to himself, "but we can still get at the machines. Bronn," he called. "Bronn, now can I have those 20 men?" Chapter 5. A group of men sat together in pale winter sunlight in a leafless copse outside the walls of York. Cords encircled them, rowan berries dangling scarlet between the spears. It was a conclave of priests, All the priests of the Asgarth way who had accompanied the army of the Ragnarsons, Thorvin for Thor, Ingolf for Idun, but others too, Vestmund the Navigator, Charter of the Stars, priest of Njörð the sea god, Geirulf the Chronicler of Battles, priest of Tyr, Skaldfinn the Interpreter, priest of Heimdall, most respected of all for his visions and his travels in the other worlds, Farman, priest of Frey. Within their circle was planted the silver spear of Odin, next to it the sacred fire of Loki. But no priest in the army cared to take the great responsibility of the spear of Odin. There had never been a priest of Loki, though that he existed was never forgotten. Inside the roped circle, but sitting apart and silent, were two laymen, Bronn the champion and Hun the apprentice of Idun, there to give evidence and, if asked, advice. Farman spoke, looking round the group. "It is time to consider our position." Silent nods of agreement. These were not men to talk without need. "We all know that the history of the world, Heimsins Kringla, the circle of the earth, is not foreordained. But many of us have seen for many years a vision of the world as it seems it must be. A world where the Christ God is supreme, where for 1,000 years and more men are subject to him alone and to his priests. Then at the end of that 1,000 years, the burning and the famine, and all through the 1,000 years the fight to keep men as they are, to tell them to forget this world and think only of the next, as if Ragnarok, the battle of gods and men and giants, were already decided and men were sure of victory." His face was as stern as stone as he looked at the circle of priests. "It is against that world that we have set our faces, and it is that future which we mean to avert. You will remember that by chance I heard in London of the death of Ragnar Harrybreeks. Then it came to me in my sleep that this was one of those moments when the history of the world may take a different turn. And so I called on Bronn." He waved a hand at the massive figure hunkered down a few feet away. "To take the news to the sons of Ragnar, and to take it in such a way that they could not refuse the challenge. Few men might have survived that errand, yet Bronn did it as a duty to us, in the name of the one who will come from the north. Come from the north, we believe, to set the world on its true path." The men in the circle touched their pendants respectfully. Farman went on. "It was in my mind that the sons of Ragnar, falling on the Christian kingdoms of England, might break their power and be a mighty force for us, for the way. I was a fool to guess at the meaning of the gods, a fool, too, to think that good might come from the evil of the Ragnarsons. They are not Christians, but what they do gives the Christians strength, torture, violation, the making of Heimnars." Ingolf, Hun's master, cut in. "Ivar. He is of the brood of Loki, sent to afflict the earth. He has been seen on the other side, and not as man. He is not one to be used for any good purpose." "As now we see," replied Farman. "For far from breaking the power of the Christ God Church, he has made alliance with it, for his own ends, and only that fool of an archbishop would trust him. Yet for the moment, both are stronger." "And we are poorer," growled Bronn, driven beyond respect. "But is Ivar richer?" asked Vestmund. "I cannot see what Ivar and his brothers have from this deal they have made, except entry into York." "I can tell you that," said Thorvin, "for I have looked well into this matter. We have all seen how poor their money is here. Little silver, much lead, much copper. Where has all the silver gone? Even the English ask each other that. I can tell you. The Church has taken it. We do not understand, even Ivar cannot know, how rich the Church in Northumbria is. They have been here 200 years, and all that time they have taken gifts of silver, and of gold, and of land. And from the land they wring more silver, and from the land they do not own they wring yet more. To splash a child with water, to make her wedding holy, in the end, to bury them in holy soil and take away the threat of eternal torment, not for their sins, but for failure to pay the toll. But what do they do with this silver? Farman asked. They make ornaments for their god. It all lies now in the minster, as useless as when it was first in the soil. The silver and the gold in their chalices, in their great roods and rood screens, in the plates for the altar and the boxes for the bodies of their saints. It comes out of the money. The richer the church, the poorer the coinage. He shook his head in disgust. The church will hand nothing over, and Ivar does not even know what lies in his hand. The priests have told him that they will call in all the coins of the realm and melt them down, purge out the base metal and leave him only the silver. And then with that they will make him a new coinage, a coinage for Ivar the Victorious, King of York, and Dublin too. The Ragnarsons may not be richer, they will be more powerful. And Bronn, son of Barn, will be poorer, snarled an angry voice. So what we have done, summed up Skaldfinn, is to bring the Ragnarsons and the Christ priests together. How sure are you now of your dream, Farman? And what of the world's history and of its future? There is one thing I did not dream then, replied Farman, but I have dreamed him since, and that is the boy Shef. His name is Shef, put in Hund. Farman nodded agreement. Think of it. He defied Ivar. He fought the Holmgang. He broke the walls of York. And he walked up to Thorfinn's meeting months ago and said he was one who came from the north. He only meant he came from the north part of the kingdom, from the North folk, protested Hund. What he meant is one thing, what the gods mean is another, said Farman. Do not forget also, I saw him on the other side, in the home of the gods itself. And there is another strange thing about him. Who is his father? Sigvard Jarl thinks he is, but for that we have only his mother's word. It comes to me that perhaps this boy is the beginning of the great change, the center of the circle, though no one could have guessed it. And so I have to ask his friends and those who know him a question. Is the boy mad? Slowly, eyes turned to Ingolf. He raised his eyebrows. Mad? That is not a word to be used by a leech. But since you put it to me in that way, I will tell you. Yes, of course the boy Shef is mad. Consider. Hund found his friend, as he had known he would, standing amid a litter of charred wood and iron at the northeast tower, above the Aldwark, surrounded by a knot of interested pendant-wearers. He slipped between them like an eel. Have you worked it out yet? He asked. Shef looked up. I think I have the answer now. There was a monk with each machine, whose duty was to see it destroyed instead of captured. They started the job, then scuttled back to the minster. The men they left behind had no great desire to see the burning finished. This slave was captured. He nodded at a collared Englishman inside the ring of Vikings. He told me how it worked. I haven't tried to rebuild the machine, but I understand it now. He indicated the pile of charred timbers and iron devices. This is the machine that fires the bolts. Shef pointed. See, the spring is not in the wood. It is in the rope, twisted rope. This axle is turned and twists the rope, which puts more and more force on each bow arm and the bowstring. Then, at the right moment, you release the bowstring. Wham! Said one of the Vikings. And there goes old Tony. A grunt of laughter. Shef pointed at the toothed wheels on the frame. See the rust on them? They're as old as time. I do not know how long it is since the Rome folk left, or if these things have been lying round in some armory ever since. But anyway, they were not made by the Minster folk. It is all they can do to use them. What of the great boulder machine? They burnt that better. But I already knew how they were made before we got over the wall. The Minster folk had all that in a book, and the parts of the machine also, left over from olden times, so the slave says. I am sorry they burnt it all, for that alone. And I should like to see the book that tells how to build machines. That and the book of numbercraft. Erkenbert has the numbercraft, said the slave, suddenly catching the Norse word in Shef's still faintly English pronunciation. He is the arithmeticus. Several Vikings clutched their pendants protectively. Shef laughed. Arithmeticus or no Arithmeticus, I can build a better machine than him. Many machines. The Thrall says he heard a Minster man say once of themselves and the Rome folk, that the Christians now are as dwarves on the shoulders of giants. Well, they may have the giants to ride on, with their books and their old machines and old walls left over from time past. But they are dwarves just the same. And we are—
Do not say it, cut in a Viking, stepping forward. Do not say the ill-luck word, Skef Sigvardsson. We are not giants, and the giants, the Jötnar, are the foes of gods and men. I think you know that. Have you not seen them? Shef nodded slowly, thinking of his dream of the uncompleted walls and the gigantic, clumsy stallion master. His audience stirred again, looking at each other. Shef threw the iron parts he was holding onto the floor. "Let the slave go, Steinulf, in payment for what he has told us. Show him how to get well away from here, so the Ragnarsons do not catch him. We can make our own machine without him now."
"Have we time to do it?" asked a Viking.
"All we need is wood, and a little work in the forge. There are still 2 days till the army meeting."
"It is new knowledge," added one of the listeners. "Thorvin would tell us to do it."
"Meet here tomorrow, in the morning," said Shef decisively. As they turned away, one of the Vikings said,
"There will be a long 2 days for King Ella. It was a dog's deed of the Christian archbishop to hand him over to Ivar. Ivar has much in store for him."
Shef stared at the departing backs and turned again to his friend. "What is that you have there?" "A potion from Ingolf. For you." "I need no potion. What is it for?" Hunt hesitated. "He says it is to ease your mind, and to bring back your memory." "What is wrong with my memory?" "Shef, Ingolf, and Thorvin say— They say you have forgotten even that we blinded your eye. That Thorvin held you, and Ingolf heated the needle, and I held it in position. We only did it so it would not be done by some butcher of Ivar's. But they say that it is not natural for you never to speak of it. They believe you have forgotten your blinding, and forgotten Godive, for whom you went into the camp." Shef stared down at the little leech with his silver apple pendant. "You can tell them. I have never forgotten either for a moment. But still," he stretched out his hand, "I will take your potion."
"He took the potion," Ingolf said. "Shef is like the bird in the old story," Thorvin said. "The one the Christians tell of how the English in the north became Christian. They say that when the King Edwin called a council to debate whether he and his kingdom should leave the faith of their fathers and take a new one, a priest of the Aesir had said they might as well, for following the old gods had brought him no profit. But then another counselor said, and this is a truer tale, that to him the world seemed like a king's hall on a winter evening, warm and brightly lit inside, but outside dark and cold, and a world no one could see. And into that hall, said the counselor, flies a bird, and for a moment it is in the light and the warm, and then flies out into the dark and cold again. If the Christ God can tell us more surely about what happens before man's life and after man's life, said the counselor, we should seek to learn more of his teaching. A good story with some truth, Ingolf said. I see why you think Shef could be like that bird. He could, or he could be something else. When Farman saw him in his vision in Asgarth, he says he had taken the place of the smith of the gods, Volund. You do not know that story, Hunt. Volund was caught and enslaved by the wicked king Nithad, and hamstrung so that he could work, but not run away. But Volund enticed the king's sons to his forge, killed them, made brooches of their eyeballs and necklaces of their teeth, gave them to their father, his master, enticed the king's daughter to his forge, stupefied her with beer, raped her. Why would he do that if he was still a prisoner? Asked Hund. If he was too lame to run away? He was the master smith, said Thorvin. When the king's daughter awoke and ran to her father and told him the tale, and he came to kill the slave smith with torments, then Volund put on the wings he had made secretly in his forge, and flew away, laughing at those who thought him crippled.
So why is Shef like Volund?
He can see up and down, in a direction other men cannot see. It is a great gift, but I fear it is the gift of Odin. Odin Allfather, Odin Bulwark, Odin Bale-worker. Your potion will make him dream, Ingolf. But what will be in those dreams?
Shef's sinking mind was brooding on taste. The potion Ingolf had sent him had tasted of honey, which was a change from the foul brews he and Hunt usually concocted. Yet beneath the sweetness there had been another taste. Of mold? Of fungus? He did not know, but something dry and rotten beneath the mask. He had known as soon as he drank it that there would be something to be endured. And yet his dreams started sweetly, like one he had had many times before any of his troubles began, before even he had known that they meant him for a thrall. He was swimming in the fen, but as he swam on and on, the power of his strokes doubled and redoubled, so that the bank seemed to fall away behind him, and he was swimming faster than a horse could run. Now his strokes took him clear from the water, and he was lifting in the air, no longer striking with his arms, but first climbing, and then, as fear left him, sweeping forward again, rising higher and higher in the air like a bird. The country beneath him was green and sunny, with the new leaves of spring breaking out everywhere, and meadow rolling higher and higher to sunlit uplands. Suddenly dark. In front of him now there was an immense column of darkness. He had, he knew, been there before. But then he had been in the column, or on the columns, looking out. He did not want to see again what he had seen then. The King Edmund, with his sad and tortured face and his backbone in his hand. If he flew in carefully and did not look out or back, he might not see him this time. Slowly, cautiously, the wandering soul closed on the enormous darkened tree trunk. To it was nailed, as he had known there would be, a figure with a spike projecting from its eye. He looked at the face with care. Was it his own? It was not. Its one whole eye was closed. It appeared to take no interest in him. By the figure's head there hovered two black birds with black beaks, ravens. They turned bright eyes on him, cocking their heads curiously. The flight pinions of their wings ruffled and shifted slightly, as they maintained their positions without strain or effort. The figure was Odin, or Woden, and the ravens were his constant companions. What were their names? That was the important thing. He had heard them somewhere. In Norse they were... That was right. Hugin and Munin. In English that would be Huge and Mune. Hugin, Huge. That meant mind. That was not the one he wanted. As if dismissed, the one raven spiraled down, perched on its master's shoulder. Munin, Mune. That meant memory. That was what he wanted, but he would have to pay for it. He had a friend, a protector among the gods, so much he realized already. But it was not Odin, whatever Bronn might think. So a price must be paid. He knew what the price must be. Again unbidden, another scrap of verse came to him, again in English. It described the hanged man on the gallows who swayed there, creaking for the birds, unable to raise a hand to protect himself, while the black ravens came for his eyes, for his eye. The bird was there suddenly, so close that it blocked out all other sight, its black beak like an arrow, only an inch from his eye. Not his good eye, though, his bad eye, the one he had already lost. But this was memory, back in a time when he still had it. His hands were down, he could not move them. That was because Thorvin was holding them. No, he could move them this time, but he must not, he would not. The bird realized he would not move. It came forward with a shriek of triumph, driving its nail of a beak deep through his eye and into his brain. As the white-hot pain stabbed through him, the words shot into his head, the words of the doomed king. In Willow Ford by Woody Bridge the old kings lie, keels beneath them. On down they sleep, deep home guarding. 4 fingers push in flattest line, from underground, grave the northmost. There lies Wuffa, Weha's offspring, on secret hoard.
Seek who dares it. He had done his duty. The bird released him. He fell instantly from the tree trunk, tumbling without control, hands still locked, toward the ground miles below. Plenty of time to think what to do. No need for hands. He could just turn his body whichever way was needed. Turn and roll till he was heading out into the sun once more. Turn and dip till he was spiraling down gently to the place where he should be, where his body lay on straw. Strange to see the land from here, and the people and the armies and the merchants coming and going, many of them spurring furiously, but not moving at all beneath his enormous 20-mile circuits. He could see the fen, he could see the sea, he could see the great tumuli, the barrows swelling up beneath green turf. He would remember that, think of it another time. Now he had only one duty, and he would carry it out as soon as his spirit was back in its right place, in the body he could now see on its mattress, in the body he was entering. Shef jerked from sleep in one motion. "I must remember, but I cannot write," he called in dismay. "I can," said Thorvin, on his stool 6 feet away, dimly visible by the banked fire. "Can you? Write like a Christian?" "I can write like a Christian. But I can write like a Norseman, too, or a priest of the way. I can write in runes. What do you want me to write?" "Write it quickly," said Shef. "I bought this from Munin with pain." Thorvin kept his eyes down as he took a beech board and a knife and prepared to cut. "In Willow Ford by Woody Bridge the old kings lie, keels beneath them." "It is hard to write English in runes," Thorvin muttered. But he muttered it beneath his breath. The army mustered, in distrust and ill humor, 3 weeks before the day the Christians celebrated the birth of their God, on the open space outside the city's east wall. 7,000 men take up a good deal of space, especially when all are both fully armed and heavily wrapped against the wind and intermittent sleet. But since Shef had fired the remaining houses on that side, there was room enough to spread everyone in a rough half-circle from wall to wall. In the midst of the semicircle stood the Ragnarssons and their supporters, the raven banner behind them. A few paces away, gripped and encircled by a flutter of saffron plaids, waited the black-haired figure of the king, of the ex-king Ella. His face was as white, Shef reflected, from his place in the semicircle 30 yards away, as white as the white of a cooked egg. For Ella was doomed. The army had not pronounced yet, but it was certain as fate. Soon Ella would hear the clash of weapons by which the army signaled assent, and they would start on him as they had on Shef, as they had on King Edmund, on King Maelgwala, and all the other Irish kinglets on whom Ivar had sharpened his teeth and his techniques. There was no hope for Ella. He had put Ragnar in the Ormgarth. Even Bronn, even Thorvin accepted that a man's sons had a right to take revenge in kind. More than a right, a duty. The army watched judiciously to see that the job was well done and warrior-like. But it sat, or rather stood, also in judgment on its own leaders. It was not only Ella who was at risk here. Not even Ivar Ragnarsson, not even Sigurd the Snake-Eye himself, could this time be absolutely sure of walking from the meeting with a whole skin, or with an undamaged reputation. There was tension in the air. As the sun reached what passed for midday in the English winter, Sigurd called the army to business. "We are the great army," he called out. "We are met to talk over what has been done and what should be done next. I have things to say. But first I hear that there are men in the army who are not content with how this city was taken. Will one of them speak openly before us all?" A man stepped forward from the ring, walked into the open space in the middle, and turned so that both his own supporters and the Ragnarssons could hear him. It was Skulli the Bald, who had led the second tower up to the wall, but had wrecked it without getting over. "Put up job," muttered Bronn. "Been paid to speak, but not too hard." "I am not content," called out Skulli. "I led my crews to attack the wall of this city. I lost a dozen men, including my brother-in-law, a good man. We got over the wall just the same and fought our way up to the minster. But then we were prevented from sacking the minster, as was our right. and we found that we did not need to lose the men because the city was already taken. We got neither plunder nor compensation. Why did you let us attack the wall like fools, Sigurd, when you knew we had no need to?" A rumble of agreement, some catcalls from Ragnar's crews. Sigurd stepped forward in his turn, silencing the noise with a wave. "I thank Skuli for saying this, and I admit that he has right on his side. But I want to say two things. First, I did not know he had no need to. We could not be sure that we would get in. The priests could have been lying to us. Or if the king had found it, he might have put his own men on the gate that was opened. If we had told the whole army about it, some slave might have heard and passed the news. So we kept it to ourselves. The other thing I have to say is this. I did not think Skuli and his men would get over the wall. I did not think they would even get to the wall. These machines, these towers, they are something we have never seen before. I thought they were a toy, and that everything would be finished with just some arrow shot and wasted sweat. If I had known different, I would have told Skuli not to risk his life and waste his men. I was wrong, and I am sorry." Skuli nodded in a dignified way and walked back to his place. "Not enough," yelled a voice from the crowd. "What about compensation? We're guild for our losses." "How much did you get from the priests?" yelled another. "And why don't we all share?" Sigurd raised a hand again. "That's more like it. I asked the army. What are we here for?" Bronn stepped out, waving his axe, back of his neck purpling instantly with the effort in his shout. "Money!" But even his voice was drowned in the chorus. "Money! Wealth! Gold and silver! Tribute!" As the tumult died down, Sigurd shouted back. He had the meeting well in hand, Shef realized. All this was going according to a plan, and even Bronn was going along with it. "And what do you want money for?" called Sigurd. Confusion, doubt, shouts of different answers. Some ribbled. The snake-eye drove on over them. "I'll tell you. You want to buy a place back home, with people to till it for you, and to never touch a plow again. Now I'm telling you this. There's not enough money here to get what you want. Not good money." He threw a handful of coins derisively on the ground. The men recognized the useless low-alloy coinage they had found so often already. "But that isn't to say we can't get it. Just that it's going to take time." "Time for what, Sigurd? Time for you to hide your take?" The snake-eye stepped a little forward, his strange white-rimmed eyes searching the crowd for the man who had accused him. His hand reached for his sword pommel. "I know this is open meeting," he called, "where all may speak freely. But if anyone accuses me or my brothers of not acting like warriors, then we will call him to account for it outside the meeting. Now I tell you, we took a ransom from the minster, right enough. Those of you who stormed the wall took loot as well, from the dead and from the houses inside the wall. All of us profited from what was taken outside the minster. But all the gold was inside the minster." That was Bronn shouting, still incensed and well forward so that he could not be mistaken. A cold look from Sigurd, but no check. "I tell you, we will all pool all that we took, ransom, loot, whatever, and divide it up crew by crew, as has always been the custom of the army. And then we will lay a further tribute on this shire and this kingdom, to be delivered before the end of the winter. They will pay in bad metal, sure enough. But we will take that metal and melt the silver out of it and coin it again ourselves, and that we will divide up so that everyone gets his share. Only one thing. To do that, we need the mint." A buzz as the unfamiliar word was repeated. "We need the men to make the coins and the tools to make them with, and they are in the minster. They are the Christian priests. I have never said this before, but I say it now. We have to make the priests work with us." This time the dissension in the army went on a long time, with many men stepping forward and speaking confusedly. Shef realized slowly that Sigurd's point was being carried, had a certain appeal to men tired of profitless harrying. Yet there was a determined resistance, from adherents of the way, from men who simply disliked and distrusted Christians, from those who still resented losing the sack of the minster. and the resistance was not dying down. Violence at a meeting was almost unheard of, for the penalties were so severe. Yet the crowd was fully armed, even to mail, shields and helmets, and every man in it used to striking out. There was always the chance of an outburst. The Snake Eye was going to have to do something, Shef thought, to get the crowd back under control. Just at the moment, one man, it was Egil from Skåne, who had taken a tower to the wall, had got the attention of the army with a furious diatribe about the treachery of the Christians. "And one more thing," he shouted. "We know the Christians never keep their word to us, because they think that only the followers of their God will live after death. But I tell you what is more dangerous. They make other men start to forget their word as well. Start to think a man may say one thing one day and another, and tell the priest and ask for forgiveness, and wipe away the past like a housewife wiping shit off a baby's bottom. And I say this for you, the sons of Ragnar." He turned to face the cluster of brothers, stepping closer to them in defiance. A brave man, thought Shef, and an angry one. He threw back his cloak deliberately to reveal the silver horn of Heimdall gleaming on his tunic. "How have you remembered your father who went to his death in the Ormgarth here, inside this city? How have you remembered the boasts you made in the hall at Roskilde, when you stood on the stock and made your vows to Bragi? What happens to the oath-breakers in the world we believe in? Have you forgotten?" A voice supported him from the throng, a deep voice, a solemn one. Thorvin's, Shef realized, quoting the holy poems. "Their men writhe in woe and anguish, murder wolves and men forsworn. Nithig sucks blood from naked bodies, the wolf tears them. Do you wish more?" "Men forsworn!" shouted Egil. He turned and walked to his place, showing the Ragnarsons his back. Yet they seemed pleased, almost relieved. They had known someone would say it. "We have been challenged," called Halfdan Ragnarsson, speaking for the first time. "Let us reply. We know well what we said in the hall at Roskilde, and this was it. I swore that I would invade England in vengeance for my father." All four brothers, bunching together, began to call out the words in unison. "And so I have. And Sigurd, he swore to defeat all the kings of the English and bring them into subjection to us. 2 I have defeated, and the rest will follow." Yells of approval from the Ragnarsson followers. "And Ivar, he swore to wreak vengeance on the Black Crows, the Christ priests who counseled the Ormgarth." Dead silence for Ivar to speak. "And this I have not done. But it is unfinished, not forgotten. Remember, the Black Crows are now in my hand. I shall decide when to close it." Still dead silence. Ivar went on. "But Ubi, my brother, he swore." The brothers in unison again. "To capture King Ella and kill him with torments for Ragnar's death." "And this we shall do," called Ivar. "So 2 of our boasts will be completed, and 2 of us free before Bragi, the oath god. And the other 2 we shall yet complete. Bring out the prisoner." Murtagh and his gang were hustling him forward instantly. The Ragnarssons were counting on this, Shef realized, to alter the mood of the crowd. He remembered the youth who had shown him round the slave pens back at the camp on the Stour, with his tales of the cruelty of Ivar. There were always some who would be impressed, yet it was not clear that this crowd was. They had Ella well out in front now, and were hammering a thick pole into the earth. The king was even whiter than before, the black hair and beard showing it even more clearly. He was not gagged, his mouth was open, but no sound came out. There was blood on the side of his neck. "Ivar's cut his voice cords," said Bronn suddenly. "They do it with pigs so they can't squeal. What's the brazier for?" The Gadgadlar, hands padded, were lifting forward a brazier full of glowing coal. Irons projected from it ominously, already shining red-hot. The crowd surged and muttered, some pushing forward for a closer look, others sensing, apparently, that this was a distraction from their real business, but unsure how to reject it. Murtagh whisked the cloak suddenly from the doomed man so that he stood naked before them, not even a loincloth to cover him. Some laughter, some jeers, some groans of disapproval. For Gadgadlar gripped him and spread-eagled him upright between them. Ivar stepped in front, a knife glinting in his hand. He bent towards Ella's belly, between the king and Shef's horrified gaze, not a dozen yards off. A mighty contortion, a thrashing of limbs, held mercilessly by the four apostates. Ivar stepped back, a coil of something blue-gray and slippery in his hand. "He's opened his belly and pulled his gut out," commented Bronn. Ivar stepped over to the pole, pulling gently but remorselessly on the uncoiling intestine, watching the look of despair and agony on the king's face with a half-smile. He reached the pole, took a hammer, nailed in the free end he had extracted. "Now," he called out, "King Ella will walk round the pole till he pulls his own heart out and dies. Come, Englishman. The quicker you walk, the quicker it will be over. But it may take a few turns before you reach that. You have 10 yards to walk by my count. Is that so much to ask? Start him, Murtagh." The henchman stepped forward, brand glowing, thrusted against the doomed king's buttock. A convulsive start, a face turning gray, a slow shuffle. This was the worst death a man could face, thought Shef. No pride, no dignity. The only way out, to do what your enemies wanted and to be jeered for it, knowing you must do it and come to an end, and yet not able to do it quickly, the hot irons behind, so you could not even choose your own pace, not even a voice to scream, and all the time your bowels pulling out from inside. He passed his halberd silently to Bronn and slipped back through the shoving, craning crowd. There were faces looking down from the tower where he had left his helpers to keep an eye on their machine. A rope snaking down as they realized what he wanted. A scramble up the wall to the familiar clean smell of new sawn wood and new forged iron. "He has walked round the pole 3 times, said one of the Vikings on the tower, a man with the phallus of Frey round his neck. "That is no way for any man to go." Bolt in place, the machine swiveled round. They had thought, yesterday, to rest the bottom frame on a pair of stout wheels. Barb upright between the vanes, 300 yards. It would still shoot a little high. Shef aimed the tip of the barb on the wound at the base of the king's belly as he hobbled round to face the wall a 4th time, red-hot brands urging him on. Shef squeezed the release slowly. The thump, the line rising and falling, clear through the center of Ella's chest and straining heart, and on into the ground behind him, almost between Murtagh's feet. As the king was hurled backward by the force of the blow, Shef saw his face change, relax in peace. Slowly the crowd rippled, every face in it turning to face the tower from which the shot had come. Ivar bent over the corpse, but then straightened, turning to, hands clenched. Shef took one of the new halberds and went down the wall toward the throng, wanting to be recognized. At the edge of the semicircle he stopped, vaulted onto the battlement. "I am only a carl," he called out, "not a jarl. But I have 3 things to say to the army. First, the sons of Ragnar fulfilled this bit of their bragi boast because they had no heart to fulfill the rest. And second, whatever the Snake Eye says, when he sneaked into York by the back door with the priest holding it open for him, he was not thinking of the army's good, but of his own and of his brothers. He had no mind to fight and no mind to share." Shouts of anger, the Gadgadlar whirling, looking for the gate into the city and the steps up to where Shef stood. Others obstructing them, grabbing at their plaids. Shef raised his voice even more above the din. "And third, to treat a man and a warrior the way they treated King Ella has no drengskapper. I call it nithingswerk." The work of a nithing, a man beneath honor, a man with no legal rights, worse than an outlaw. To be proclaimed nithing before the army was the worst shame a carl or a jarl could endure, if the army agreed. Some people were shouting agreement. Shef could see Bronn down there, axe raised now and ready to strike, his men clustering behind him, thrusting off Ragnar's and followers with their shields. A stream of men coming from the other side of the circle to join him. Egil, the Heimdall worshipper, at their head. Who was that moving out? Sigvard, face flushed as he shouted reply to some insult. Skuli the Bald wavering by Ella's corpse as Ubi bellowed something at him. The whole army was moving, dividing. After 100 heartbeats there was a space between the 2 groups, and both were edging further away from each other. the Ragnarsons in front of the furthest group. In front of the nearer one, Bronn, Thorvin, a handful of others. "It is the way against the rest," muttered the Frey worshipper behind Shef. "And some of your friends thrown in. 2-1 against us, I reckon." "You have split the army," said a Hebridean, one of Magnus's crew. "It is a great deed, but a rash one." "The machine was wound," replied Shef. "All I had to do was shoot it." Chapter 6. As the army marched away from the walls of York, snowflakes started to drift out of the windless sky. Not the great army. The great army would never exist again. That part of the once great army which now refused the command of the Ragnarsons and could no longer live in fellowship with them, perhaps 20 long hundreds of men, 2,400 by the Roman count. With them were a host of horses, pack mules, and 50 wooden carts creaking along with their burden of heavy loot. Bronze and iron, smith tools and grindstones, along with the chests of poor coinage and a meager handful of true silver from the division. Their burden, too, of wounded men not fit to march or straddle a pony. From the city walls the rest of the army watched them go. Some of the younger and wilder members had whooped and jeered, even launched a few arrows at the ground behind their former messmates. But the silence of the marching column, and of their own leaders on the wall, cast down their spirits. They pulled their cloaks tighter about them and looked up at the sky, the lowering horizon, the frost-bitten grass on the slopes outside the city. Grateful for their own billets, stored firewood, shuttered windows, and draftless walls. "It will snow harder before tomorrow's dawn," muttered Bronn from his position at the rear of the column, the main point of danger till they were well past the Ragnarsons' reach. "You are Norsemen," replied Shef. "I thought snow would not bother you." "All right while the frost stays hard," said Bronn. "If it snows and then thaws like it does in this country, we'll be marching through mud. Tires the men out, tires the beasts out, slows the carts even more. And when you're marching in those conditions, you need food. You know how long it takes an ox team to eat its own weight? But we must put some distance between us and those behind. No telling what they'll do now." "Where are we making for?" asked Shef. "I don't know. Who's leading this army anyway? Everybody else thinks you are." Shef fell silent in consternation. As the last bundled figures of the rear guard disappeared from view among the ruined houses of outer York, the Ragnarsons on the wall turned and looked at each other. "Good riddance," said Ubi. "Fewer mouths to feed, fewer hands to share. What are a few hundred way-folk anyway? Soft hands, weak stomachs." "No one ever called Vigga Bronn soft-handed," replied Halfdan. Since the home gang, he had been slow to join in his brother's attacks on Shef and his faction. "They're not all way-folk either." "It doesn't matter what they are," said Sigurd. "They're enemies now. That's all you ever need to know about anyone. But we can't afford to fight them just yet. We have to keep our hold on." He jerked his thumb at the little cluster a few yards away from them on the wall. Wulfhere, the archbishop, with a knot of black monks, among them the scrawny pallor of Erkenbert the deacon, now master of the mint. Ivar laughed suddenly. His 3 brothers looked at him with unease. "We don't need to fight them," he said. "Their own bane marches with them. For some it does." Wulfhere too scowled at the retreating column. "Some of the blood wolves gone," he said. "If they had gone earlier, we might never have needed to treat with the rest. But now they are within our gates." He spoke in Latin to make sure hostile ears did not overhear. "We must in these days of strife live by the wisdom of the serpent," replied Erkenbert in the same language, "and by the cunning of the dove. But both our foes without the gates and those within may yet be overcome." "Those within I understand. There are fewer of them now, and they may be fought again. Not by us in Northumbria, but by the kings of the south. Burgred of Mercia, Ethelred of Wessex. That is why we sent south the crippled Thane of East Anglia, slung between his ponies. He will show the southern kings the nature of the Vikings, and wake their drowsy spirits to war." "But what, Erkenbert, is your plan for those now marching away? What can we do in dead of winter? The little deacon smiled. "Those marching in winter need food, and the ravagers of the north are accustomed to take it. But every mouthful they steal now is one less for a man's children before spring comes. Even churls will fight with that incentive. I have seen to it that the word of their coming will run before them." The attacks began as the short winter daylight seeped from the sky. At first they were little more than scuffles, a churl appearing from behind a tree, launching a stone or an arrow downwind, and then fleeing hastily, not even waiting to see if he hit the mark. Then a little knot of them coming in closer. The marching Vikings unslung bows if they had them, tried to keep the bowstrings dry, shot back. Otherwise they ducked heads behind shields, let the missiles bounce off, shouted derisively to their foes to stand and fight. Then one, irritated, launched a spear at a darting figure who seemed to come too close, missed and plunged off the track with a curse to recover it. For an instant a snow flurry hid him. When it cleared, he was nowhere to be seen. With difficulty his crewmates halted the column, plodding head down, and set off grimly to rescue him, a group 30 strong. As they lurched back with the body, already stripped and mutilated, the arrows came whipping from behind them again, out of the murk of the dying day. The column was now spread over almost a mile of road. Skippers and helmsmen pushed and cursed the men into a thicker, shorter line. Bowmen on both flanks, carts in the center. "They can't hurt you," Bronn bellowed repeatedly. "Not with hunting bows. Just shout and bang your shields. They'll wet themselves and run. Anyone gets hit in the leg, sling him on a pack-horse. Dump some of that junk in the carts if you have to. But keep moving forward." Soon the English churls began to recognize what they could do. Their enemies were laden with gear, heavily wrapped and muffled. They did not know the country. The churls knew every tree, bush, path, and patch of mud. They could strip to tunics and hose, rush in light-footed, strike and slash and be away before an arm was free of its cloak. No Viking would pursue more than a few feet into the gloom. After a while, some village war leader organized the growing number of men. 40 or 50 of the churls came in together on the west flank of the column, beat down the few men they faced with clubs and billhooks, started to drag off the bodies like wolves with their prey. Furious, the Vikings rallied and charged after them, shields up, axes raised. As they straggled back, snarling, having caught no one, they saw the halted carts, the ox teams poleaxed where they stood. The wagon tilts pulled open, their cargo of wounded men a burden no longer, the snow already blotting out the stains. Prowling up and down the column like an ice troll, Bronn turned to Shef at his side. "They think they've got us now," he snarled. "But come daylight, I'll teach them a lesson for this if it's the last thing I ever do." Shef stared at him, blinking the snow from his eyes. "No," he said. "You are thinking like a carl of the army. There is no army anymore. So now we must forget to think like carls. Instead, we must think as you say I do, like a follower of Odin, orderer of battle." "And what are your orders, little man? Little man who has never stood in a battle line." "Call over the skippers, as many as are within earshot." Shef began to draw swiftly in the snow. "We marched through Eskrick here, before the snow got bad. We must be a short mile north of Rickle." Nods, understanding. The area around York was well known from much foraging. "I want 100 picked men, young men, quick on their feet, not yet tired, to push ahead now and secure Rickle. Take some prisoners, we'll need them. Chase the others out. We will stay there the night. Not much, 50 huts and a church of wattles, but they will shelter a lot of us if we pack in close. Another long 100 in 4 small groups to keep moving up and down on our flanks. The English won't rush in if they even think there might be someone out there to cut them off. Without their cloaks, they'll keep warm running. Everyone else, just keep going and keep the carts going. As soon as we reach Rickle, use the carts to block all the gaps between the huts. Oxen and all of us on the inside of the ring. We'll make fires and rig up shelters. Bronn, pick the men, get everyone moving." 2 crowded hours later, Shef sat on a stool in the Thane's longhouse of Rickle, staring at a grizzled elderly Englishman. The house was packed with Vikings, stretched out or squatting on their heels, already steaming as massed body heat dried the sodden clothes on their backs. As ordered, none paid any attention to what was going on. Between the two men on the rough table stood a leather mug of beer. Shef took a pull at it, looked closely at the man facing him. He seemed to still have his wits about him. There was an iron collar round his neck. Shef pushed the mug toward him. "You saw me drink. You know there is no poison. Go on, drink. If I wanted to harm you, there are easier ways." The thrall's eyes widened at the fluent English. He took the mug, drank deeply. "Who is the lord you pay your rents to?" The man finished the beer before he spoke. "Thane Ednoth holds much of the land from King Ella. Killed in the battle. The rest belongs to the Black Monks. Did you pay your rents last Michaelmas? If you did not, I hope you hid the money. The monks are severe with defaulters." A flash of fear when Shef spoke of the monks and their retribution. "If you wear a collar, you know what the monks do with runaways. Hund, show him your neck." Silently, Hund unslung his Edoin pendant and handed it to Shef, pulled back his tunic to reveal the calluses and wheals worn into his neck by years of the collar. "Have any runaways been here? Men who spoke to you of these?" Shef bounced the Edoin pendant in his hand, passed it back to Hund. "Or those?" He pointed to Thorvin, Vestmund, Farman, and the other priests clustered nearby. Following the gesture, they too silently displayed their insignia. "If they did, maybe they told you such men might be trusted." The slave lowered his eyes, trembled. "I'm a good Christian. I don't know about no pagan things. I'm talking about trust, not pagan or Christian. You Vikings are men who take slaves, not men who set them free." Shef reached forward and tapped the iron collar. "It was not the Vikings who put that on you. Anyway, I am an Englishman. Can you not tell from my speech? Now listen closely. I am going to let you go. Tell those out there in the night to stop the attacks, because we are not their enemies. They are still in York. If your fellows let us pass, no one will get hurt. Then tell your friends about this banner." Shef pointed across the smoky, steaming room to a clutch of the army's drabs, who rose from the floor and stretched out the great banner at which they had been frantically stitching. There, on a background of red silk, taken from the carts of plunder, a double-headed smith's hammer in white linen was picked out with silver thread. "The other army, the one we have left, marches behind the black raven, the carrion bird. I say that the sign of the Christians is for torture and death. Our sign is the sign of a maker. Tell them that, and I will give you an earnest of what the hammer can do for you. We're taking off your collar." The slave was shaking with fear. "No, the Black Monks, when they return, they will kill you most horribly. Remember this and tell the others. We offered to free you, we pagans. But fear of the Christians is keeping you a slave. Now go. One thing I ask, in fear. Do not kill me for speaking of it, but your men are emptying the meal bins, taking our winter store. There'll be empty bellies and dead bairns before spring comes if you do that." Shef sighed. This was going to be the hard bit. "Bronn, pay the thrall. Pay him something. Pay him in good silver, mind, not the Archbishop's dross."
"Me pay him? He should pay me. What about the war guild for the men we have lost? And since when did the army pay for its supplies?"
"There is no army now, and he owes you no war guild. You trespassed on his land. Pay him. I'll see you don't lose by it." Bronn muttered under his breath as he untied his purse and began to count out 6 silver Wessex pennies. The slave could scarcely believe what was happening, staring at the shining coins as though he had never seen money like this before. Perhaps he hadn't.
"I will tell them," he said, almost shouting the words. "About the banner, too."
"If you do that and return here tonight, I will pay you 6 more, for you alone, not to share." Bronn, Thorvin, and the others looked doubtfully at Shef as the slave went out, with an escort to see him outside the sentry fires.
"You'll never see money nor slave again," Bronn said.
"We'll see. Now I want 2 long hundreds of men with our best horses, all with a good meal inside them, ready to move as soon as the slave returns." Bronn pushed a shutter open a crack and looked at the night and the whirling snow. "What for?" he grunted. "I need to get your 12 pennies back. And I have another idea." Slowly, intense concentration furrowing his brow, Shef began to scratch lines into the table in front of him with the point of his knife. The black monks of St. John's Minster at Beverley, unlike those of St. Peter's at York, did not have the safe walls of a legionary fortress round them. Instead, their tenants and the men of the flatlands east of the Yorkshire wolds could easily put 2,000 stout warriors into the field, with many more half-armed spearmen and bowmen to back them. All through the autumn raids of York, they had known themselves safe against anything but a move by a major detachment of the great army. They had known it must come. The sacristan had appeared months since with all the minster's most precious relics, reappearing days later with word only for the abbot himself. They had kept half their fighting force mobilized, the rest dispersed among their holdings to oversee the harvest and the preparations for winter. Tonight they felt secure. Their watchers had seen the great army split, one detachment even marching away to the south. But a midwinter night in England is 16 hours long between sunset and dawn. More than time enough for determined men to ride 40 miles. Guided on their way through muddy, meandering farm tracks for the first few miles, then picking up speed as they walked or trotted their horses along the better roads of the wolds. They had lost a little time circumventing each village they came to. The slave, Tidda, had guided them well, abandoning them only as the first paling sky had shown them the steeple of Beverley Minster itself. The guard huts just beginning to disgorge sleepy female quern slaves, to light the fires and grind the grain for the breakfast porridge. At the sight of the Vikings they ran shrieking and wailing to drag incredulous warriors from their blankets, to be called fools for their pains, and to become part of the utter confusion which was the English way of taking surprise. Shef pushed open the great wooden doors of the minster and walked in, his companions jostling behind. From inside the minster came the antiphonal song of the choir monks, facing each other across the nave and singing sweetly the anthems which called the Christ-child to be born. There were no other worshippers, though the doors were unbolted for them. The monks sang lauds every day, whether they were joined or not. At dawn on a winter morning, they would not expect to be. As the Vikings paced down the aisle which led to the high altar, still wrapped in sodden cloaks, no weapons showing except for the halberd over Shef's shoulder, the abbot looked at them in shocked horror from his great seat in the choir. For a moment, Shef's nerve and wit faltered in the face of the majesty of the church he had grown up in, worshipped in. He cleared his throat, unsure how to begin. Gudmund behind him, a skipper from the Swedish shore of the Kattegat, had no such doubts or scruples. All his life he had wanted to be at the sack of a really first-class church or abbey, and he had no intention of letting a beginner's nerves spoil it. Courteously, he picked his young leader up and put him to one side, seized the nearest choir monk by his black robe and hurled him into the aisle, dragged his axe from under his cloak and embedded it with a thunk into the altar rail. "Grab the black robes," he bellowed. "Search 'em. Put 'em in that corner there. Toffee, get those candlesticks. Frani, I want all that plate. Snock and Oogie, you're lightweight. See that statue there?" He waved at the great crucifix high above the altar, looking down at them with sorrowing eyes. "Shin up it and see if you can get that crown off. Looks genuine from here. The rest of you, turn everything over and shake it. Grab everything that looks as if it might gleam. I want this place clear before those bastards behind us have got their boots on. Now you!" He advanced on the abbot, shrinking back in his throne. Shef forced his way between them. "Now, Father," he began, speaking again in English. The familiar language drew a basilisk stare from the abbot, terrified but at the same time mortally offended. Shef wavered a moment, then remembered the inside of the minster door, covered, like many, with skin on the inside. Human skin, flayed from a living body for the sin of sacrilege, of laying hands on church property. He hardened his heart. "Your guards will be here soon. If you want to stay alive, you will have to keep your men off. No, then you die now. the point of his halberd pushed at the priest's throat. "For how long?" The abbot's shaking hands were on the halberd, could not move it back. "Not long. Then you may hunt us, recover your stolen goods. So do as I say." Crashes of destruction behind, a monk being dragged forward by Gudmund. "I think this is the sacristan. He says the hoard is empty." "True," the abbot admitted. "All was hidden months ago." "What's hidden can be found again," said Gudmund. "I'll start on the youngest, just to show I mean it. 1, 2 dead, the hoard keeper will speak." "You will not," Shef ordered. "We'll take them with us. There will be no torture among those who follow the way. The Asa gods forbid it. And we have taken a fair haul. Now get them out where the minster guards can see them. We still have a long ride ahead." In the growing light, Shef noticed something hanging on the wall. A flattened roll of vellum with no image on it that he could recognize. "What's that?" he asked the abbot. "It has no value to one like you. No gold, no silver on the frame. It is a mappa mundi, a map of the world." Shef tore it down, rolled it, thrust it deep inside his tunic as they hustled the abbot and the choir monks out to face the ragged battle line of Englishmen at last roused from bed. "We'll never make it back," muttered Gudmund again as he clutched a clanking sack. "Not going back," answered Shef. "You'll see." Chapter 7. Burgred, king of Mercia, one of the 2 great kingdoms of England still unconquered by the Vikings, paused at the entrance to his private chambers, dismissed the crowd of attendants and hangers-on, doffed his mantle of marten fur, allowed his snow-soaked boots to be removed and replaced by slippers of soft whithawed leather, and prepared to enjoy the moment. By command, the young man and his father were waiting for him, as was the atheling Alfred, there to represent his brother Ethelred, king of Wessex, the other surviving great English kingdom. The issue before them was the fate of East Anglia. Its dead king with no successor, its people demoralized and uncertain. Yet Burgred knew well that if he marched an army to take it over, to add it to Mercia by force, the East Angles might well fight, Englishmen against Englishmen, as they had so often before. But if he sent them a man of their own, he calculated, one of noble blood, one who nevertheless owed absolutely everything, including the army he led with him, to King Burgred, well, that they might swallow. Especially as this particular noble and grateful young man had such a very useful father, one who, so to speak, Burgred allowed himself with a grim smile, carried his anti-Viking credentials with him. Who could fail to rally to such a figurehead? A figurehead and trunk indeed. Burgred blessed silently the day the 2 ponies with their leaders and their slung stretcher had brought him in from York. And the beautiful young woman, too. How affecting it had been. The young man, fair hair swept back, kneeling at his father's feet, before ever they had unstrapped him from his litter, and begging forgiveness for having married without his father's consent. The pair might have been forgiven for more than that, after all they had been through, but no, young Ulfgar had been the essence of propriety all through. It was the spirit that would one day make the English the greatest of all nations. Decency, mused Burgred. Gedefenlickness. What Ulfgar had really muttered as he knelt at his father's feet had been, "I married Godive, father. I know she's my half-sister, but don't say anything of it, or I'll tell everyone you're mad. And then an accident could happen to you. Men with no arms smother easily. And don't forget, we're both your children. If we succeed, your grandsons could still be princes. Or better." And after the first shock, it had seemed well enough to Wulfgar. True, they had committed incest, sib-laying, as the English called it. But what did a trifle like that matter? Thrith, his own lady, had committed fornication with the heathen Viking, and who had done anything about that? If Ulfgar and Godive had an incest child like Sigemund and his sister in the legends, it could be no worse than that gatterling brat he, Wulfgar, had been fool enough to rear. As the king of the Mercians strode into the room, the men in it rose and bowed. The one woman, the East Anglian beauty with the sad face and the brilliant eyes, rose and made her courtesy in the new style of the Franks. 2 attendants. They had been arguing quietly about the right thing to do, lifted Wulfgar's padded box to the vertical before leaning it back against the wall. At a gesture they resumed their seats, stools for all but the king and the Heimnar. Wulfgar, too, was lifted into a high seat with wooden arms. He could not have balanced himself to sit on a stool. "I have news from Eforwich," began the king. "Later news than you brought," with a nod to Wulfgar, "and better news. Still, it has decided me to act. It seems that after the surrender by the church of the town and of King Ella— "Say, rather," cut in the young atheling from Wessex, "the disgraceful betrayal of King Ella by those he had protected." Burgred frowned. The young man, he had noticed, had little sense of respect to kings, and none at all for senior members of the church. After the surrender of King Ella, he was unhappily put to death in vile manner by the heathen Ragnarsons, and especially the one called the Boneless, just as happened to your master, the noble Edmund, he added, nodding again to Wulfgar. But it seems that this caused dissension among the heathens. Indeed, there is a strange story that the execution was put to an end by a machine of some kind. Everything at Eforwich seems to have something about machines attached to it. Yet the important news is the dissension, for after it the Viking army split. Mutters of surprise and pleasure. Some of them have now left Eforwich and are marching south. A lesser part of the army, but still formidable. Where, I must ask myself, are they heading? And I say, they are heading back to East Anglia from where they came. "Back to their ships," snapped Ulfgar. "That could well be. Now, I do not think the East Anglians will fight them again. They lost their king and too many leaders, thanes and warriors, in the battle by the Stour, from which you, young man, so valiantly fought your way. Yet, as you have all been telling me," Burgred glanced sarcastically at Alfred, "the Vikings must be fought. So I shall send East Anglia a war leader with a strong force of my men to support him till he can rally his own. You, young man, Ulfgar, son of Wulfgar, you are of the North folk. Your father was a thane of King Edmund. Your family has lost more, suffered more, and dared more than any other. You will put the kingdom back on its feet. Only it can no longer be a kingdom." Burgred locked eyes with the young atheling, Alfred of Wessex. Eyes as blue and hair as blond as Ulfgar's, a true prince of a royal line. But something queer, cross-grained about him. A clever look. They both knew that this was the sticking point. Burgred of Mercia had no more claim to East Anglia than Ethelred of Wessex. Yet the one who filled the gap would clearly become the mightier of the two. "What would my title be?" asked Ulfgar carefully. "Alderman, of the North folk and the South folk." "Those are two shires," objected Alfred. "A man cannot be alderman of two shires at once." "New times, new things," replied Burgred. "But what you say is true. In time, Ulfgar, you may win a new title. You may be what the priests call subregulus. You may be my under-king. Say, will you be loyal to me and to Mercia? To the mark?" Ulfgar knelt silently at the king's feet and put his hands between the king's knees in token of subjection. The king patted his shoulder and lifted him up. "We will do this more formally by and by. I just wanted to know we are all agreed." He turned to Alfred. "And yes, young atheling, I know you have not agreed. But tell your king and brother the way of it is now this. Let him stay his side of the Thames, and I'll stay mine. But north of the Thames and south of the Humber, that belongs to me. All of it." Burgred let the tense silence hang a moment, and then thought to disperse it. "One strange piece of news they told me. The Ragnarsons have always led the great army, but they have all stayed in Eforwich. Those who marched away are said to have no leaders or many. But one report is that among their leaders, or their main leader, is an Englishman. A man of the East Angles by his speech, the messenger said. But he could only give me what the Vikings call him, and they speak English so badly I could not make it out as a man's name at all. They call him Shef Sigvardsson. Now what could that be in English? Even in East Anglian?" "Shef!" It was the silent woman who had spoken, or gasped. Her eyes, her brilliant liquid eyes, blazed with life. Her husband stared at her like one who measures a back for the birch. while her father-in-law goggled and reddened. "I thought you saw him dead," snarled the Heimnar accusingly at his son. "I will yet," muttered Alfgar. "Just give me the men." Nearly 200 miles to the north, Shef turned once again in his saddle to see if the rear guard was keeping up. Important to have everyone well closed up, all within earshot of each other. Shef knew that 4 times his own number were pounding the filthy road behind him, unable to attack while Shef held his 30 hostages, the choir monks of St. John's and their abbot Saxwulf. It was important, too, to keep up the pace, even after their long night's ride, to outrun the news of their coming and prevent any arrangement being made for their reception. The smell of the sea led them on, and there, as they came trampling over a slight rise, there as an unmistakable landmark was Flamborough Head itself. Shef urged the vanguard on with a yell and a wave. Gudmund dropped back a yard or 2, hand still clutching the bridle of the abbot's horse. Shef waved him over. "Keep up, and keep the abbot close to me." With a whoop he spurred his tiring gelding forward, catching up just as the whole cavalcade, 120 raiders and 30 hostages, stormed down the long slope into the squalid huddle of Bridlington. Instant confusion. Women running, snatching up blue-legged, ragged children, men seizing spears, dropping them again, some racing for shelter down to the beach and the boats drawn up on the dirty snow-covered sand. Shef wheeled his horse and thrust the abbot forward like a trophy, instantly recognizable in his black robes. "Peace!" he shouted. "Peace! I want Ordloff." But Ordloff was already there, the Reeve of Bridlington, the capturer, though no one had ever credited him with it, of Ragnar. He stepped forward from his people, eyeing the Vikings and the monks with amazement, reluctantly taking responsibility. "Show them the abbot," Shef snapped to Gudmund. "Make those behind keep their distance." He pointed at Ordloff the Reeve. "You and I have met before, the day you netted Ragnar." Dismounting, he drove his halberd spike-deep into the sandy soil. Putting his hand on the Reeve's shoulder, he drew him a little away, out of earshot of the wrathfully glaring abbot, began to speak in urgent tones. "It's impossible," said Ordloff a minute later. "Can't be done." "Why not? It's a high sea and cold, but the wind is from the west." "Southwest, a point west," corrected Ordloff automatically. "You can run down coast with it on your beam, to the spurn. 25 miles, no more. Be there by dark. Never out of sight of land. I'm not asking for a sea crossing. If the weather changes, we can drop sea anchor and ride it out." "We'd be pulling into the teeth of it once we got to the spurn." Shef jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "Best rowers in the world, right with you. You can set them to it and stand back at the steering oar like lords. Well, what happens when I get back and the abbot sends his men down to burn me out? You did it to save the abbot's life. I doubt he'll be grateful. You can take your time coming back. Time enough to hide what we'll pay you. Silver from the minster. Your silver. Your rents for many a year. Hide it, melt it down. They'll never trace it. Well, how do I know you won't just cut my throat? And my men's? You don't. But you have little choice. Decide." The Reeve hesitated a moment longer, remembering Merla, his wife's cousin, whom the abbot behind him had enslaved for debt. Thought of Merla's own wife and bairns, living still on charity with their man fled in terror. "All right, but make it look as if you're treating me rough." Shef exploded with feigned rage, swung a blow at the Reeve's head, whipped a dirk from its scabbard. The Reeve turned away, shouting orders at the little knot of men who had collected at a few yards' distance. Slowly, men began to push beached fishing boats towards the tide, to step masts, haul sailcloth from sheds. In a tight huddle, the Vikings pressed down to the water's edge, hustling their captives. 50 yards away, 500 English riders pressed forward, ready to charge sooner than see the hostages taken off, held back by the bright weapons waving over tonsured heads. "Keep them back," snapped Shef to the abbot. "I'll let half your men go when we board. You and the rest go in a dinghy once we're afloat." "I suppose you realize this means we lose the horses," said Gudmund gloomily. "You stole them in the first place. You can steal some more." So we pulled into the mouth of the Humber under oars just at dusk, beached for the night when we were sure no one could see us, then rode upriver in the morning to meet the rest of you, with the take." "How much is it?" asked Bronn, sitting with the other members of the impromptu council. "I've weighed it out," said Thorvin. "Altar plate, candlesticks, those little boxes the Christians keep saints' finger bones in, box for the holy wafers, those things for burning incense, some coins, a lot of coins. I thought monks weren't supposed to have property of their own, but Gudmund says they all had purses if you shook them hard enough. Well, after what he gave the fishermen, we still have 92 pounds weight of silver. Better than that is the gold. The crown you took off the Christ image was pure gold, and heavy. So was some of the plate. That's another 14 pounds. And we reckon gold as outvaluing silver 8 for 1. So that counts as 8 stone of silver, 100 weight to add to your 92 pounds. 200 pounds all told," said Bronn thoughtfully. "We will have to divide it all between crews and let the crews make their own division." "No," said Shef. "You say that a lot these days," Bronn said. "That is because I know what to do. Others don't. The money is not to be divided. It is the war chest of the army. That was why I went for it. If we divide it up, everyone will be a little richer. I want to use it so that everyone becomes a lot richer." "If it's put like that," said Thorvin, "I think the army will accept it. You got it. You have a right to say how you think it should be used. But how are we all going to get a lot richer?" Shef pulled from the front of his tunic the mappa mundi he had taken from the minster wall. "Look at this," he said. A dozen heads bent over the vast vellum sheet, faces wearing different degrees of puzzlement at the scrawled, inked marks. "Can you read the writing?" asked Shef. "In the middle there," said Skaldfinn, the Heimdall priest. "Where the little picture is, it says Hierusalem. That is the holy city of the Christians." "Lies, as usual," commented Thorvin. "That black border is supposed to be ocean, the great sea that runs round Midgard, the world. They are saying their holy city is the center of everything, just as you would expect." "Look round the edges," rumbled Bronn. "See what it has to tell us of places we know. If it is lying about them, then we can guess it is all lies, as Thorvin says." "Dacia et Gothia," read Skaldfinn. "Gothia. That must be the land of the Gautar, south of the Swedes. Unless they mean Gotland. But Gotland is an island, and this is marked as being mainland. Next to it they have Bulgaria." The council broke into laughter. "The Bulgars are the enemies of the Emperor of the Greeks in Miklagarth," said Bronn. "It is 2 months' travel from the nearest of the Gautar to the Bulgars. On the other side of Gothia they have Slesvig. Well, at least that is clear enough. We all know Slesvig of the Danes. There is some more writing by it. Hic abundant leones. That means, there are many lions here." Again a roar of laughter. "I have been to Slesvig market 12 times," said Bronn, "and I have met men who have spoken of lions. They are like very large cats, and they live in the hot country south of Sarkland. But there has never been one lion in Slesvig, let alone many. You wasted your time bringing back this. What do you call it? This mappa. It is just nonsense, like everything the Christians count as wisdom." Shef's finger continued to trace lettering, while he muttered to himself the letters that Father Andreas had half-successfully taught him. "There is some English writing here," he said. "In a different hand from the rest. It says, South Brutus. That is, South British." "He means the Bretons," Bronn said. "They live on a large peninsula on the other side of the English Sea." "So that is not so far wrong. You can find truth on a mappa, if you put it there." "I still don't see how it is going to make us rich," replied Bronn. "That is what you said it was going to do." "This won't." Shef rolled the vellum up, thrust it aside. "But the idea of it may. We need to know more important things. Remember, if we had not known where Rickal was, that day in the snow, we might have been cut off and destroyed in the end by the churls. When I set off for Beverley, I knew the direction, but I would never have found the minster if we had not had a guide who knew the roads. The only way I found Bridlington and the man who could sail us out of a trap was because I had traveled the road already. You see what I mean? We have plenty of knowledge, but it all depends on people. But no one person knows enough for all the things we need. What a mappa should be is a store of knowledge from many people. Now, if we had that, we could find our way to places we had not seen before. We could tell directions, work out distances. So we make a knowledge mappa, said Bronn firmly. Now tell me about Rich. We have one other precious possession, said Shef. And this we did not get from the Christians. Thorvin will tell you. I bought it myself. From Munin, the Raven of Odin. I bought it with pain. Show them, Thorvin. From inside his tunic, Thorvin pulled a thin, square board. On it were lines of small runic letters, each one scratched with a knife and then marked out with red dye. It is a riddle. The one who solves the riddle will find the Horde of Redwald, king of the East Angles. That is what Ivar was searching for last autumn. But the secret died with King Edmund. A royal horde, said Bronn. Now that could be worth something, all right. But first we have to solve the riddle. That is what a mappa can do, said Shef firmly. If we write down every piece of knowledge we can find, in the end we will have the right number of pieces to solve the riddle. But if we do not write them down, by the time we come on the last piece we need, we will have forgotten the first. And there is another thing. Shef struggled with an image in his mind, a trace of memory from somewhere of looking down on the land in a way no man could ever in reality see it. Even this mappa, it has one idea. It is as if we were looking down on the world from above, seeing it all spread out below us, like an eagle would see it. Now that is the way to find things. Gudmund, the skipper, broke the considering silence. But before we see or find anything, we have to decide where we go now. More important even than that, said Bronn. We must decide how this army is led, and under what law it shall live. While we were men of the great army, we lived under the old Hermannalög of our ancestors, the warrior's law. But Ivar the Boneless broke that, and I have no wish to return to it. Now I know that not everyone in this army wears the pendant. He looked significantly at Shef and Gudmund in the group around the table. But it is in my mind that we should now agree to live under a new law. Vegmanalög, I would call it. The law of the Way Folk. The first stage to that, though, is for the army to agree in open assembly to whom it will give the powers to make the laws. While they worked it out, Shef's mind drifted away, as it often did, from the wrangling debate that immediately broke out. He knew what the army would now have to do. March out of Northumbria to get away from the Ragnarsons, cross the shires of Burgred, the powerful king of the Mark, as fast as possible. Establish themselves in the kingless realm of the East Angles, and take toll of the population in return for protection. Protection from kings, protection from abbots and bishops. In a short while, toll on that scale would make even Bronn feel contented. Meanwhile, he would work on the mappa, and on the riddle. And most important of all, if the army of the Way was to protect its shires from other predators, he would have to give them new weapons, new machines. As he began to draw in his mind's eye the lines of the new catapult, a voice broke through to his half-attention, arguing violently for a place in the council for all hereditary jarls. That would include Sigvard, his father, whose crews had joined the column, leaving York almost at the last moment. He wished Sigvard had remained behind, and his horse-toothed son, Hjörvard. Still, maybe they need not meet. Maybe the army would not make the rule about jarls. Shef went back to wondering how he could replace the power of the slow and clumsy counterweight. His fingers itched again to hold a hammer. Chapter 8. 4 weeks later, the itch in Shef's fingers had been eased. Outside the makeshift camp where the Wayman army had halted for the winter, he stood on the catapult range. But the machine he stood behind was not one the Rome folk would have recognized. "Lower away!" he shouted to his 8-man team. The long boom creaked down towards his waiting hands, the 10-pound rock in its leather sling dangling from 2 hooks, one fixed, one free. "Take the strain." The 8 brawny Vikings on the other end of the catapult's arm put their weight on the ropes and braced themselves for a pull. Shef felt the arm. It was the top 16 feet of a longship's mast, sawn off a little above deck level. Flex, between their weight and his, felt himself beginning to lift off the sodden ground. "Pull!" The Vikings heaved as one, each man putting his full body weight and back strength into it, as beautifully coordinated as if they had been heaving up a longship's yard in an Atlantic swell. The short arm of the catapult jerked down. The long arm whipped up. The sling, whirling round with sudden, vicious force, reached the point where the free hook was pulled off its ring and swung loose. Up into the murky sky soared the boulder. For a long moment it seemed to pause at the top of its arc, then began the long descent to splash into the fenland soil 250 paces off. Already a half-score of ragged figures were racing forward at the other end of the practice range, jealously competing to seize the ball and run back with it. "Lower away!" bellowed Shef at the top of his lungs. His crew, as always, took not the slightest notice. They whooped and cheered, beating each other on the back, watching for the fall of the shot. "A furlong if it's an inch!" shouted Steinulf, bronze helmsman. "Lower away! This is a speed test!" bellowed Shef again. His team slowly remembered his existence. One of them, Ulf the cook, ambled round and patted Shef tenderly on the back. "Speed test be buggered," he said companionably. "If we ever have to shoot it fast, we will. Now, it's time to get the food on." His mates nodded agreement, picked up their jackets from where they had draped them over the catapult's gallows-like frame. "Good fun, good shooting," said Kolbane the Hebridean, newly sporting his Wayman pendant, the phallus of Frey. "We'll come down again tomorrow. Time to eat." Shef watched them trail back toward the palisade, the cluster of tents and roughly roofed booths, which were the winter camp of the Wayman army, wrath and frustration at his heart. He had got the idea for this new model catapult while watching Ordloff's fishermen hauling on their mast ropes. The giant boulder thrower of the monks at York, the machine that had destroyed the Ragnarsson's ram 3 months before, had got its power from a counterweight. The counterweight itself was hauled into the air by men heaving at a windlass. All the counterweight really did was to store up the power the men had put into heaving on the windlass handles. So why store the power? He had asked himself. Why not just have men attach ropes to the short arm and heave down on it directly? For small stones like those they had roughly chipped into spheres, the new machine, the pull-thrower as the Vikings called it, was magnificent. It threw in a perfectly straight line and could be aimed for direction within a couple of feet. The effect of the missile it hurled was literally pulverizing, turning rock to powder and smashing through shields like paper. As they learned how to shoot the weapon with maximum efficiency, its range steadily increased out to 1/8 of a mile. And he was sure, if only they would do as they were told, that he could launch 10 rocks while a man counted to 100. But his team had no notion of the catapult as a weapon. To them it was just a toy, maybe useful one day against a stockade or a wall, otherwise a diversion during the tedium of a winter camp in the fens, with even the traditional Viking amusements of raiding the surrounding countryside for girls and money severely forbidden. But these throwers would work against anything, Shef thought. Ships, armies. How would a drawn-up battle line fare against a rain of boulders from men well out of bowshot, each one sure to kill or cripple? He became aware that a cluster of excited, grinning faces was staring at him. The slaves. Runaways from the Northfolk or from the lands of the King of the Mark, drawn to the camp here in the flat, soggy borderland between the streams of Nene and Welland, by the astonishing rumor that here their collars would be removed, that food was to be had in return for services. They had been told, though they didn't believe it yet, that they would not be re-enslaved once their masters moved on. Each of the ragged figures was clutching one of the 10-pound stones, which they had spent the last day or so chipping into shape with a couple of Thorvin's least valued chisels. "All right," said Shef. "Take the pegs out, dismantle the machine, take the beams back, and wrap them in their tarpaulins." The men shuffled and looked at each other. One of them, nudged forward by the rest, spoke haltingly, eyes on the ground. We was thinking, master, you being from Emneth and that, and talking like us and all, so get on with it. We was wondering, you being one of us and all, if you would let us have a shot. We know how to do it, cried one of his supporters. We watched. We ain't got the beef they got, but we can pull. Shef stared at the excited faces, the scrawny, underfed physiques. Why not, he thought. He had always assumed that what you needed most for this task was raw strength and weight. But coordination was even more important. Maybe 12 lightweight Englishmen would be as good as 8 heavyweight Vikings. It would never have been true with swords or axes, but at least these ex-slaves would do what they were told. All right, he said. We'll shoot 5 for practice. Then we'll see how many you can loose while I count 5 score. The freedmen cheered and capered, pushing for the ropes. Hold on. This is going to be a speed test. So, first thing, put the stones close there in a pile so you won't have to move more than a step to get them. Now pay attention. An hour later, his new team dismissed to store what they now called their machine. Shef walked thoughtfully towards the booth of Hund and Ingolf, where the sick and injured lay. Hund met him coming out of the booth, wiping bloody hands. How are they? Shef asked. He meant the casualties from his other machine, the torsion catapult, or twist shooter as the Vikings called it, the dart machine which had released King Ella into death. They'll live. One lost 3 fingers. Could as easily have been his hand, or arm for that matter. The other has most of his rib cage stove in. Ingolf had to cut him to get a piece out of his lung. But it's healing well. I've just smelt his stitches. No sign of the flesh rot. That's 2 men badly hurt by that machine in 4 days. What's the matter with it? Nothing wrong with the machine. It's these Norsemen. Strong men, proud of their strength. They twist the cogwheels tight. Then one of them will throw his weight on the lever just to wring an extra turn out of it. The bow arm snaps, and someone gets hurt. Then it's not the machine at fault, but the men who use it? Exactly. What I need are men who will take so many counted turns and no more, who will do what they're told. Not many of those in this camp. Shef stared at his friend. Not speaking Norse, certainly. The seed of an idea had been planted. The winter dark upon them now, he would take a candle and continue to work on the new mappa, the map of England as it really was. Nothing left to eat, I suppose, but the rye porridge? Silently Hund passed him his bowl. Sigvarth looked round with a trace of uncertainty. The priests of the Way had formed the holy circle within the rowan-hung cords, spear planted and fire burning. Once again the laymen of the Way were excluded. No one was present in the dim, sail-roofed shed except the 6 white-clad priests and Sigvarth Jarl of the Small Isles. It is time we came to a clearer understanding, Sigvarth, said Farman the priest. And that is, how sure are you that you are the father of the boy, Shef? He says so, replied Sigvarth. Everyone thinks he is, and his mother claims him, and she should know. Of course she might have done anything once she escaped from me, a girl on the loose for the first time. She might have enjoyed herself. Yellow teeth flashed. But I don't think so. She was a lady. I think I know the main story, said Farman. You took her from her husband. But a thing I cannot understand is this. She escaped from you, or so we hear. Are you usually as careless as that with your captives? How did she escape? And how could she have got back to her husband? Sigvarth rubbed his jaw reflectively. This is 20 years back now. Still, it was funny. I remember pretty well. What happened was this. We were coming back from a trip down south. Hadn't gone very well. As we came back, I decided, just for luck, to look into the wash and see what we could find. Usual stuff. Pushed ashore. English all over the place, as always. Came down on this little village, Emneth, grabbed everyone we could. One of them was the Thane's lady. I forget her name now. But I don't forget her. She was good. I took her for myself. I was 30 then, she was maybe 20. That's often a good combination. She'd had a child, she was broken in all right. but I got the impression she had not had much joy from her husband. She fought me fiercely to start with, but I'm used to that. They have to do it to show they aren't whores. Once she knew there was no choice, though, she buckled down to it. Had a trick, a way to her. She used to lift herself right off the ground, me too, when she reached her moment. Thorvin grunted disapprovingly. Farman, one hand clutching the dried stallion penis that was his badge of office, as the hammer was Thorvin's, hushed him with a gesture. But it's not so much fun in a rolling longship. After we pushed up the coast a bit, I looked out for a good place. Bit of a strandhug, I thought. Light fires, warm up, roast some beef, get out a couple of barrels of ale, have some sport for an evening, put the boys in good heart for the ocean crossing. But not take any risks, mind, not even with the English. So I picked a spot. Stretch of beach backed by good high cliffs. One stream leading down to it through a gully. I put 6 men there just to make sure none of the girls we'd caught escaped. I put 1 man on each of the cliffs to either side, with a horn to blow if he saw any sign of a rescue party turning up. And because of the cliffs, I gave each of them a rope tied to a stake. If we were surprised, they blew the horns, the party in the gully ran back, and the ones on the cliff slid down the ropes. We had the boats, 3 of them, tethered bow and stern. Bow to the beach, stern to an anchor well out to sea. In a hurry, all we had to do was pile in, loose the bow ropes, haul ourselves off on the stern rope, and set sail. But the main thing is, I had the beach sealed off tight as a nun. You would know, said Thorvin. Sigvard's teeth flashed again. None better, unless he's a bishop. But she got away, Farman prompted. Right, we had our fun. I did it with her on the sand twice. It got dark. Now, I wasn't passing her round, but the men had 12 girls they were sharing, and I felt like joining in. Ha! I was 30 then. So I hauled in my boat, I left my clothes on the sand and got in it with her. I pulled out on the stern rope, maybe 30 yards out, and made fast. I left her there, dived in the sea, and swam back. Fine, big blonde girl there, I fancied. She'd been making a lot of noise. But after a while, I'd got a roast rib in one hand and a mug of ale in the other. The men started shouting. Just outside the light of our fires there was a shape on the sand, a big shape. Beached whale, we thought. But when we ran over it, wheezed and came at the first man there. He backed off. We looked for our weapons. I thought it might be a Ross whale. Whale Ross, some say. And right that moment there was a lot of shouting from the top of one cliff. The lad up there, Stig was his name, shouting for help. Not blowing his horn, mind, but wanting help. Sounded as if he was fighting something. So I climbed up the rope to see what it was. And what was it? Nothing when I got there. But he said, near in tears, he'd been attacked by a scoffin. A scoffin? Said Vigleik. What's that? Skaldfinn laughed. You must talk more to old wives, Vigleik. A scoffin is the opposite of a skuggabaldur. The one is the get of a male fox and a she-cat, the other of a tom and a vixen. Well, Sigvard concluded. By this time everyone was getting unsettled, so I left Stig up there, told him not to be a fool, slid back down the rope, and told everyone to get back on board. But when we hauled the boat in, the woman was gone. We searched the beach. I checked the party in the gully. They hadn't moved an inch while we were getting ready. Swore no one had passed. I went up both ropes to both cliffs. No one had seen anything. In the end, I was so angry, what with one thing and another, that I threw Stig down the cliff for sniveling. He broke his neck and died. I had to pay Wergild for him when I got home. But I never saw the woman again till last year, and then I was too busy to ask for her story. Aye, we know what you were busy with, said Thorvin. The business of the boneless one. Are you a Christian to whine about it? What it comes to, said Farman, is that she could have swum away in the confusion. You swam to shore. She would have had to do it fully dressed, for her clothes were gone too. And not just to shore, a long way in the dark sea to get round the cliffs. For she was not on the beach, I am sure of that. A whale Ross, a scoffin. A woman who vanishes and reappears carrying a child, mused Farman. All this could be explained. Yet there are more ways than one of explaining it. You think he is not my son, challenged Sigvard. You think he is the son of one of your gods. Well, I tell you, I honor no god save Ran, the goddess who lives in the deep, whom drowned sailors go to. And the other world you talk of, the visions you boast of, I have heard them speak of it in camp about this way of yours. I think them all born of drink and sour food, and one man's blather infecting another, till everyone must tell his tale of visions to keep in with the rest. There is no more sense in it than there is in Scoffin's. The boy is my son. He looks like me. He acts like me. Like I did when I was young. He acts like a man, snarled Thorfinn. You act like a rutting beast. I tell you that though you have gone many years without regret and without punishment, still there is fate for such as you. Our poet said it when he saw the hell world. Many men I saw moan in pain, walk in woe the ways of hell, streaming red their wretched faces, punishment for the pain of women. Sigvard rose to his feet, left hand on sword. And I will tell you a better poem. The boneless one skald made it last year, of the death of Ragnar. We struck with the sword. I say it is good for swain to meet swain in the sway of brands. Not flinch from fighting. The friend of warriors shall earn women by war, by the way of the Drangar. That is poetry for a warrior, for one who knows how to live and how to die. There will be a place for such a one among the halls of Odin, no matter how many women he has made weep. Poetry for a Viking, not a milksop. In the silence, Farman said mildly, Well, Sigvard, we thank you for your tale. We will remember you are a Jarl and one of our council. You will remember you live by the law of the Waymen now, no matter what you think of our beliefs. He pulled open the ropes of the precinct to let Sigvard out. As the Jarl left, the priests began to talk in low tones. Shef, who was not Shef, knew that the darkness round him had not been breached by light for twice 100 years. For a while the stone chamber and the earth round it had glowed with the phosphorescence of corruption, lighting up the silent, heaving struggle of the maggots as they consumed the bodies, the eyes and livers and flesh and marrow of all that had been placed there. But the maggots were gone now, the many corpses reduced to white bone, as hard and inert as the whetstone lying under his own fleshless hand. They were nothing but possessions now, without life of their own, as unchallengeably his as the chests and coffers round his feet and under his chair, as the chair itself, the massive wooden high seat in which he had settled himself 7 generations ago, for eternity. The chair had rotted underground with the owner. The two had grown into one another. Yet still the figure sat unmoving, the empty eye sockets staring out into the earth and beyond. He, the figure in the chair, remembered how they had placed him there. The men had dug the great trench, slid into it the longship on its rollers, placed the high seat as he had directed on the poop, by the steering oar. He had settled himself in it, placed the whetstone with its carved savage faces on one armrest, laid his long broadsword on the other. He had nodded to the men to continue. First they brought in his war stallion, held it facing him, and poleaxed it where it stood. Then his 4 best hounds, each one pierced to the heart. He watched carefully to see that each one was quite dead. He had no mind to share his everlasting tomb with a trapped meat-eater. Then the hawks, each one quickly strangled. Then the women, a pair of beauties, weeping and calling out in spite of the poppy forced upon them. The men strangled them quickly. Then they brought in the chests, 2 men to each one, grunting with the weight of them. He watched carefully again to see there was no delay, no reluctance. They would have kept his wealth if they dared. They would dig it up again if they dared. They would not dare. For a year to come the barrow would glow blue with the light of corruption beneath it. A man with a torch would ignite the bale fires of the reek coming out of the ground. Tales would spread, till all feared and dreaded the grave mound of Kar the Old, if grave it was for Kar. The chests stacked, the men began to deck over the belly of the long-ship with its freight of corpses. Others piled stones around and behind him till they reached the height of the top of his seat with its silken canopy. Over them they laid stout beams, and over them in turn a sheet of lead. Around his feet and over his chests they tucked tarred canvas. In time the wood would rot, the earth fall in on the longship's hold. The dead women and beasts would lie mingled in confusion. Still he would sit here, looking out over them, the earth held at bay. They had been buried dead. He would not be. When all was done, a man came to stand in front of the seat. Call the Niggard, men would call him, son of Car the Old. "It is done, father," he said, face twisting between fear and hate. Car nodded, eyes unblinking. He would not wish his son luck or farewell. If he had had the black blood of his ancestors, he would have joined his father in the mound, preferring to sit with his treasures for eternity, than to hand them over to the new king pushing up from the south, to enjoy life with dishonor, to be an under-king. The trusted warriors, 6 of them, began to slaughter the slave laborers and stack them round the ship. Then they and his son scrambled out. A few moments later the loose earth of the digging began to fall in clods on the deck, covering it quickly, mounting up over the planks and the canvas and the sheet of lead. Slowly he saw it rise, to his knees, to his chest. He sat unmoving even when earth began to trickle into the stone chamber itself, to cover his hand on the whetstone. Still a glimmer of light. More earth raining down. The glimmer gone, the dark deepening. Car settled back finally, sighing with relief and contentment. Now he had things as they should be, and so they would stay forever. His. He wondered if he would die down here. What could kill him? It did not matter. Whether he died or lived, he would always be the same, the hog boy, the hogbui, the dweller in the mound. Shef woke with a start and a gasp. Underneath the coarse blankets his body streamed sweat. Reluctantly he pulled them back, rolled with a grunt from the string bed to the wet, tramped earth floor. He seized his hemp shirt as the freezing air hit him, pulled it on, groped for the heavy wool tunic and trousers. Thorvin says these visions are sent by the gods for my instruction. But what did that tell me? There was no machine in it this time. The canvas flap over the booth door pulled back, and Pata the freedman shuffled in. Outside, the late January dawn showed only thick mist rising from the waterlogged ground. The army would froust late in its blankets today. The names of the men in the dream, Car and Kol. They did not sound English, nor Norse altogether. But then the Norsemen were great ones for shortening names. Gudmund was Gumi to his friends. Thormod became Tommy. The English did it too. Those names in King Edmund's riddle. Wuffa, Weha's offspring. "What's your long name, Pata?" he asked. "Paldrit, master. Haven't been called that since my mother died." "What would Wuffa be short for?" "Don't know. Wulfstan, maybe. Could be anything. I knew a man once called Wiglaf. Very noble name. We called him Wuffa." Shef pondered as Pata began to blow carefully on the embers of last night's fire. Wuffa, son of Weha. Wulfstan or Wiglaf, son of Weostan, it might be, or Whaleward. He did not know those names. He must find out more. As Pata fiddled with wood and water, his pans and the everlasting porridge, Shef unrolled the vellum mappamundi from its waxcloth wrapping, spread it out, corners weighted, on his trestle table. He no longer looked at the completed side, the side with the map of Christian learning. On the reverse, he had begun to draw a different map, a map of England, putting down all the information he could uncover. He would sketch in rough outlines, names, distances, on birch bark. Only after information had been checked and proved consistent with what he knew already would he ink it in on the vellum itself. Yet the map still grew with every day, dense and accurate for Norfolk and the Fens, doubtful and patchy for Northumbria away from York, completely blank down in the south, apart from London on the Thames and the vague mention of Wessex to the west of it. Padda had found a Suffolk man among the freedmen, though. In return for his breakfast, he would tell Shef all he knew about the Shire. "Call him in," said Shef, unrolling fresh birch bark and testing the point of his scratching tool as the man entered. "I want you to tell me all you can about places in your Shire. Begin with the rivers. I know already of the Yare and the Waverley." "Ah," said the Suffolk man reflectively. "Well, below that you've got the Old, which reaches the coast at Aldborough. The Deben next. That comes into the coast 10 miles south of Aldborough at Woodbridge, near where they say the old kings lie. We had our own kings in Suffolk once, you know, before the Christians came." Minutes later, Shef pounded into the forge where Thorvin was preparing for another day of forging iron cogwheels for the twist shooters. "I want you to call the Army Council together," he demanded. "Why?" "I think I know how to make Bronn rich." Chapter 9. The expedition set out a week later under a lowering sky an hour after dawn. The Council of the Wayman army had refused to sanction abandoning the base and marching out in full force. There were still the ships to be guarded, hauled up on the banks of the Welland. The camp held not only warmth for the remaining weeks and months of the winter, but also a laboriously gathered food supply. And it could not be denied that many of the councillors were reluctant to believe Shef's passionate conviction that his Mappa held the secret of generations of wealth. Yet it was obvious that more than a few crews were needed. The kingdom of the East Angles was a kingdom no more, and all its mightiest warriors and noblest thanes were dead. Still, there was the chance that they might rally if provoked. A small party of Vikings could be cut off and massacred by overwhelming numbers. Bronn had rumbled that, foolish as he thought the whole expedition might be, he had no wish to be woken one morning by the heads of his messmates being thrown into the camp. In the end, Shef had been allowed to call for volunteers. In the tedium of winter encampment there had been no trouble in finding them. 1,000 Vikings rode out on their ponies, 8 long hundreds and 40, riding crew by crew as was their custom. Hundreds of pack ponies carried tents and bedding, food and ale, led in strings by English thralls. At the center of the column, though, was something new. A string of carts, carrying ropes and beams, wheels and levers, all the beams carefully notched and marked for reassembly. A dozen pull-throwers, 8 twist shooters. Every machine Shef and Thorvin had been able to construct in their weeks at the base was here. If he had left them behind, they would have been forgotten, dispersed, used for firewood. Too much work had gone into them for that to happen. Round the carts there clustered a mob of thralls, the runaways of the region, each catapult crew stepping by its cart and its machine, each crew captained by one of Shef's original dozen. The Vikings did not like this. Yes, every army needed a gang of thralls to dig latrines, light fires, groom horses. But gangs this size, all eating their share of the supplies, and starting to think they might not be thralls after all. Even the followers of the Way had never considered admitting men who did not speak Norse to full fellowship. Nor did Shef dare to suggest it. He had made clear to Padda and the rest of the machine captains that they had better tell their men to keep their heads down. "If someone wants you to grind his meal or pitch his tent, just do it," he had told them. "Otherwise, keep out of the way." Yet he wanted his recruits to feel different, to take pride in the speed and dexterity with which they leapt to their places, turned the levers or whirled the beams. To mark them out, every catapult man now wore an identical jerkin, made only of rough sackcloth, hodden gray, over the rags they had been wearing when they arrived. On it, each man had carefully stitched a white linen double-headed hammer, front and back. Each man, too, had a belt or at least a rope round his middle, and all those who owned them bore knives. Maybe it would work, thought Shef, watching the carts creak forward, Vikings in front and behind, jerkined freedmen in the middle. Certainly they were much better already with the catapults than the Vikings they had replaced, and even on a winter day in the raw cold they looked cheerful. A strange noise split the sky. At the front of the train of carts, Quicka, a thrall who had come in a few days before, escaped from the shrine of St. Guthlac at Crowland, had brought with him his treasured bagpipe. Now he led the carts along, cheeks puffed, fingers skipping briskly on the bone pipe. His mates cheered and stepped out harder, some of them whistling in unison. A Viking from the vanguard turned his horse, scowling angrily, front teeth sticking out. It was Hjörvar Sigvardsson, Shef saw. His half-brother. Sigvard had volunteered instantly to join the expedition with all his crews, too quickly to be turned down, quicker even than Thorvin or the Hebrideans or the still-doubting Bronn. Now Hjörvar trotted back menacingly towards the piper, sword half-drawn. The music wailed discordantly and died. Shef turned his pony between them, slipped off it, and handed the reins to Padda. "Walking keeps you warm," he said to Hjörvar, staring up at the angry face. "Music makes the miles go faster. Let him play." Hjörvar hesitated, jerked his pony's head round. "Suit yourself," he flung over one shoulder. "But harps are for warriors. Only a Hornung would listen to a pipe." Hornung, Gatterling, thought Shef. How many words there are for bastard. It doesn't stop men putting them in women's bellies. Maybe Godive has one by now. "Keep playing," he shouted to the bagpiper. "Play the quick-beam dance. Play it for Thunor, son of Woden, and to hell with the monks." The piper started again to play the jerky quick-step tune, louder this time, backed by united defiant whistling. The carts rolled forward behind the patient oxen. "You're sure King Burgred means to take over the East Angles?" King Ethelred asked. His question ended in a fit of coughing, sharp, high-pitched, going on again after it had seemed to stop. Ethelred's younger brother, Alfred the Atheling, looked at him with concern. Also a reluctant calculation. Alfred's father, Ethelwulf, king of Wessex, conqueror of the Vikings at Oakley, had had 4 strong sons, Ethelstan, Ethelbald, Ethelbert, Ethelred. By the time the 5th came along, it had seemed so unlikely that he would ever be called upon to rule that the royal mark of the House of Wessex, the Ethel name, had seemed unnecessary. He had been called Alfred after his mother's people. But now the father and 3 of the strong sons were dead. None killed in battle, but all killed by the Vikings. For years they had marched in all weathers, lain in damp cloaks, drunk water from streams that flowed through the camps of armies, careless of where they dumped their waste or relieved themselves. They died of the bowel cramps, of the lung sickness. Now Ethelred had contracted the wasting cough. How long might it be, Alfred thought, till he was the last Atheling of the royal house of Wessex? Till then, though, he must serve. "Quite sure," he replied. "He said so openly. He was mustering his men when I left. But he's not making it too obvious. He has an under-king, an East Angle, to put in charge. That will make it easier for the East Angles to accept his rule, especially as he has a totem, the man with no limbs, the one I told you of." "Does it matter?" Ethelred dabbed wearily at spittle-slimed lips. "The East Angles have 20,000 hides. That, added to what Burgred has already, will make him stronger than us, far stronger than the Northumbrians. If we could trust him to fight the heathens only, but he may prefer easier prey. He could say it was his duty to unite all the kingdoms of the English, ours included. So, we must put in a claim. See, Essex is ours already. Now the border of Essex and the Southfolk runs—" The 2 men, the king and the prince, began slowly to thrash out a claim to territory, a likely dividing line. They had no image of the territory they were discussing, only knowledge that this river was north of that one, this town in this or that shire. The debate took even more toll of Ethelred's waning strength. "You're sure they've split?" said Ivar Ragnarsson sharply. The messenger nodded. "Almost half of them marched south. Maybe 12 long hundreds left behind. But no quarrel. No. The word in the camp was they had some scheme for getting the wealth of King Jatmund, whom you killed with the Blood Eagle." "Nonsense," snarled Ivar. "You heard what they got from the raid on the minster at Beverley?" asked Halfdan Ragnarsson. 100 pounds of silver, and the same again in gold. That's more than we've taken anywhere. The boy is good at new schemes. You should have settled with him after the Holmgang. He is a better friend than enemy." Ivar turned on his brother, eyes pale, face whitening in one of his celebrated rages. Halfdan stared back at him placidly. The Ragnarsons never fought each other. This was the secret of their power. Even Ivar in his madness knew it. He would take his rage out on someone else in some other way. Another matter to keep secret. But they had done it before. "Only now he is an enemy," said Sigurd decisively. "We have to decide if he is our main one at this moment. And if he is, Messenger, you can go." The brothers put their heads together in the little room off the draughty hall of King Ella and Ifrwich, and began to reckon numbers, rations, distances, possibilities. "The wisdom of the serpent, the cunning of the dove," said Erkenbert the archdeacon with satisfaction. "Already our enemies destroy themselves and each other." "Indeed," agreed Wulfhere. "The heathen make much ado, and the kingdoms are moved. But God hath showed his voice, and the earth shall melt away." They spoke over the clanging of the dies, as each of the lay brothers in the monastic mint put his silver blank in place, struck it firmly with his hammer to drive the embossed design into one side, moved it to the other die, struck again, first the spread-winged raven for the Ragnarsons, then the letters S.P.M., Sancti Petri Moneta. Collared slaves shuffled by, carrying man-loads of charcoal, rolling out carts of rejected lead, copper, slag. Only choir monks touched the silver. They shared in the wealth of the minster, and anyone who thought for a moment of his own advantage could reflect on the rule of St. Benedict and the archbishop's power of chastisement written into it. It was long since a choir monk had been flogged to death in chapter, or bricked alive into the vaults. But such cases had been known. "They are in God's hand," concluded the archbishop. "Surely a divine vengeance will fall upon those who stole the goods of St. John's at Beverley." "But God's hand shows itself through the hands of others," said Erkenbert, "and we must call for help from those. The kings of the Mark and of Wessex, a mightier power than they." Wulfhere looked down with surprise, doubt, comprehension. Erkenbert nodded. "I have drafted a letter for your seal, to Rome." Pleasure showed on Wulfhere's face, perhaps anticipation of the much-rumored pleasures of the Holy City. "A vital matter," he announced. "I shall take the letter to Rome myself, in person." Shef stared thoughtfully at the reverse side of his mappa, the map of England. Halfway through his work, he had discovered the concept of scale, too late to apply consistently. Suffolk now bulked incongruously large, taking up a whole quadrant of the vellum. At one edge was his detailed drawing of all the information he had been able to wring out about the north bank of the Deben. It fits, he thought. There is the town Woodbridge. That is in the first line of the poem, and the line must mean the town, because otherwise it would make no sense. All bridges are wood bridges. But more important is what the Thrall says about this place, with no name, downstream of the bridge and the ford. That is where the barrows are, the resting place of the old kings. And who are the old kings? The slave knew no names, but the Thane of Helmingham, who sold us mead, listed the ancestors of Redwald the Great, and among them were Wiglaf and his father Weohstan, Wulfa, then Weha's offspring. If the slave had remembered well, then there were 4 barrows together in a line running roughly south to north, the northmost of those. That was the place of the hoard. Why had it not been plundered? If King Edmund had known it was the secret hiding place of the treasures of his realm, why was it not guarded? Or maybe it was guarded, but not by men. That was what the slave had thought. When he had realized what Shef intended to do, he had grown silent. No one could find him. He had preferred to take his chances of recapture than go to rob the grave. Shef turned his attention to practicalities. Diggers, guards, spades, ropes, boxes, and slings for hauling up earth from deep down. Lights. He had no intention of digging in daylight with an interested county watching. "Tell me, Thorvin," he said, "what do you think we might find inside this barrow? Other than gold, we hope." "A ship," said Thorvin briefly. Close on a mile from the water? See on your map. You could carry it up the slope there. The barrows are ship-shaped. And the Thane told us Wiglaf was a sea king from the shores of Sweden, if he told us true. In my country, even rich farmers, if they can afford it, will have themselves buried sitting upright in their boats. They think that this way they can sail over the seas to Odensaker, to the undying shore, where they will join their ancestors and the Asa gods. I do not say they are wrong. Well, we will soon know. Shef looked at the setting sun, glanced through the tent flap at the picked men. 50 Viking guards, a score of English diggers, quietly making ready. They would move only after dark. As he rose to make his own preparations, Thorvin caught his arm. Do not take this too lightly, young man. I do not believe, much, in Draugr or in hog-boys, the living dead or dragons made from corpses' backbones. Yet you are going to rob the dead. There are many tales of that, and all say the same. The dead will give up their goods, but only after a struggle, and only for a price. You should let a priest come with you, or Bronn. Shef shook his head. They had argued this out before. He had made excuses, given reasons, none of them true. In his heart, Shef felt he alone had the right to the hoard, bequeathed him by the dying king. He went out into the falling dusk. Many, many hours later, Shef heard a mattock strike on wood. He straightened from his crouch over the black hole. It had been a night to forget so far. They had found the site without trouble, guided by the map. They had encountered no one. But where to begin digging? The guards and the diggers had clustered together in silence, waiting for orders. He had had torches lit to see if he could discover signs of soil disturbance. But the moment the first resinous bundle had crackled to life, a sudden blue flare of flame had run up the barrow and into the sky. Shef had lost half his diggers in that moment. They had simply bolted into the night. The Viking escort had held together much better, instantly drawing weapons and facing about them as if expecting to be attacked any moment by the vengeful dead. Yet even Gudmund the Greedy, keenest treasure hunter of all, had suddenly lost enthusiasm. "We'll spread out a bit," he had muttered. "Not let anyone get too close." Since then no Viking had been seen. They must be out there in the dark somewhere in little knots, backs together. Shef had been left with 10 English freedmen, teeth chattering with fear. Lacking knowledge or plan, he had simply taken them all to the top of the barrow and told them to dig straight down, as near to the center as he could measure. At last they had hit something. "Is it a box?" he called hopefully down the shaft. The only response was frantic tugs on the ropes that led down into the 8-foot deep hole. "They want to come up," muttered one of the men standing round it. "Haul away, then." Slowly the mud-stained men were dragged up out of the earth. Shef waited with what patience he could for a report. "Not a box, master. It's a boat. The bottom of a boat. They must have buried on upside down." "So break through it." Heads shook. Silently one of the ex-slaves held out his mattock. Another passed a faintly glowing fir brand. Shef took both. There was no point now, he realized, in asking for further volunteers. He drove the halberd in his hand deep into the ground by its spike, took a rope, tested its anchor stake, glanced round at the dark figures, only their eyeballs showing in the night. "Stay by the rope." Heads nodded. He lowered himself awkwardly, torch and mattock in one hand, into the dark. At the bottom he found himself standing on gently sloping wood, obviously near the keel. He ran his hand over the planks in the faint torchlight. Overlapping, clinker-built, and he could feel heavily tarred. How long might that have lasted in this dry, sandy soil? He lifted the mattock and struck. Struck again, more firmly, heard the sound of splintering wood. A rush of air and a foul stench enveloped him. His torch glowed with sudden force. Cries of alarm and scamperings from above. Yet this was not a stench of corruption. More, he felt, like the smell of a cow byre at winter's end. He struck again and again, widening the hole. Beneath it, he realized, there was vacancy, not earth. The barrow builders had succeeded in creating a chamber for the dead, and for the hoard, had not merely left it buried in the ground for him to sift through a shovel at a time. Shef dropped the rope through the hole he had made and swung himself after it, torch in hand. His feet crunched on bones, human bones. He looked down and felt a wave of pity. The ribs he had snapped were not those of the master of the horde. They were a woman's bones. He could see her cloak brooch glinting below the skull. But she lay face down, one of a pair, stretched out lengthwise along the floor of the burial chamber. Both women's spines, he could see now, were snapped by the great quernstones that must have been hurled down upon them. Their hands had been tied. They had been lowered into the tomb. Their backs had been broken, and then they had been left to die in the dark. The quernstones showed what they had been and what they were there for. They were the master's grinding slaves, here to grind his meal and prepare his porridge into eternity. Where the slaves were, there the master would be. He lifted his torch and turned toward the stern of the ship. There, on his high seat, sat the king, gazing out over hounds and horse and women, his teeth grinning out through shriveled skin. A gold circlet still lay on the bald skull. Stepping closer, Shef stared into the half-preserved face, as if looking for the secret of majesty. He remembered the urge of Kar the Old, to keep things his, to have them under his hand forever rather than live without them. Beneath this king's hand there was a regal whetstone, the ensign of the warrior king who lived by sharpened weapons alone. Shef's torch suddenly went out. Shef stood stock still, skin crawling. In front of him there was a creak, a shifting of weight. The old king lifting himself out of his chair to settle with the invader who had come to take what he had hoarded. Shef braced for the touch of bony fingers, the awful teeth in the dried leather face. He turned from his place and in the pitch black walked back 4, 5, 6 paces, hopefully to the point where he had first descended. Was the blackness just perceptibly reduced? Why was he shaking like a common slave? He had faced death above. He would face death here in the darkness. "You have no right to the gold now," he said into the blackness, groping his way back to the high seat. "Your children's children's child gave it to me, for a purpose." He groped till his fingers found the torch, then bent over while he worked his flint and steel and tinder out of their pouch, strove to catch a spark. "Anyway, old bones, you should be glad to give your wealth to an Englishman. There are worse than me who would take it from you." Torch alight again, he propped it against a rotting timber, stepped up to the seat with its grisly occupant, put his arms round the body and lifted it carefully, hoping the remains of flesh and skin and cloth would hold the crumbling bones together. Turning, he laid it down to face the women's bodies in the well of the boat. "Now you 3 must fight your own battles down here." He took the gold circlet from the skull and pressed it down on his own head. Turning back to the empty chair, he picked up the whetstone, the scepter that had lain under the king's right hand, and tapped its solid 2-foot weight meditatively into one palm. "One thing I will give you for your gold," he added, "and that is vengeance for your descendant. Vengeance on the boneless one." As he spoke, something rustled in the dim darkness behind him. For the first time, Shef recoiled with shock. Had the boneless one heard his name and come? Was he trapped in the tomb with some monstrous serpent? Mastering himself, Shef stepped towards the noise, torch high. It was the rope by which he had climbed down. The end of it had been cut. From above, dimly, he heard grunts of effort. Earth began as it had done in his dream of Kar the Old, to patter down through the hole. It took all his effort of will to reason this out. It was not a nightmare, not something to destroy one's wits. Call it a puzzle, something to work out and solve. There are enemies up there. Pata and his men might have become frightened and run off, but they would not have cut the rope or thrown earth down on me, nor would Gudmund. So someone has driven them off while I was down here, maybe the English, come to defend their king's mound. But they do not seem to want to come down after me. Still, I will never get out this way. But is there another way? King Edmund had spoken of this as Redwald's hoard, but this is the Mound of Wuffa. Could he and his ancestors have been using this as a hiding place for wealth? If so, there might be a way to add to it. or to withdraw it. But the mound was solid above. Is there another way? If there is, it will be close to the gold, and the gold will be as close as it can be to the Guardian. Stepping over the bodies, he walked to the chair and pulled it to one side, to reveal 4 stout wooden boxes with leather handles. Sound leather handles, he noted, fingering one. Behind them, cut neatly out of the planking where the bow of the boat curved down, a square black hole, hardly bigger than a man's shoulders. That is the tunnel. He felt immense relief, an invisible weight lifted from him. It was possible. A man from outside could crawl along that, open a box, close a box, do what he needed. He would not even have to face the old king he knew was there. The tunnel must be faced. He pushed the circlet down on his head again, gripped the torch, now burned almost to its end. Should he take whetstone or mattock? I could dig myself out with the mattock, he thought. But now I have taken his scepter from the old king, I have no right to put it down. Torch in one hand, whetstone in the other, he stooped and crawled into the blackness. As he inched forward, the tunnel narrowed. He had to thrust first with one shoulder, then with the other. The torch burned down, scorching his hand. He crushed it out against the earth wall and crawled on, trying to believe that the walls were not closing on him. Sweat sprang out on his head and ran into his eyes. He could not free a hand to wipe them. Nor could he crawl back now. The tunnel was too low for him to raise his hips and edge backward. His hand before him met not earth floor, but vacancy. A push and his head and shoulders were over a gap. Cautiously he reached forward again. Solid earth 2 feet ahead, leading only downward. The builders did not want to make this too easy, he thought. But I know what must be there. I know this is not a trap, but an entrance. So I must crawl down round the bend. My face will be in the soil for a foot or two, but I can hold my breath for long enough. If I am wrong, I will die smothered, face down. The worst thing will be if I struggle. That I will not do. If I cannot get through, I will push my face in the earth and die. Shef crawled over the edge and twisted his body down. For a moment he could not make his muscles force him on, as his legs retained a lingering grip on the level floor he had left. Then he pushed himself down, slid a foot or two, and stuck. He was jammed upside down in the tunnel in the pitch black. Not a nightmare, no panic. I must think of this as a puzzle. This cannot be a blind alley, no sense to it. Thorben always said that no man bears a better burden than sense. Shef groped round him, a gap, behind his neck. Like a snake he slid into it. And there was level floor again, with this time a gap leading upward. He heaved himself into it, and for the first time in what seemed an age, stood upright. Beneath his fingers he found a wooden ladder. He climbed unsteadily upward. His head bumped against a trap-door. But a door designed to be approached from outside would not open so readily from within. There could be feet of earth heaped on top of it. Pulling the whetstone from his belt, he braced himself against the shaft wall and stabbed upward with the sharpened end. The wood splintered, creaked. He struck again and again. When he could get a hand through broken wood, he wrenched more free. Sandy soil began to patter down into the tunnel, rushing faster and faster as the hole widened and the pale sky of dawn appeared above. Shef hauled himself exhaustedly from the tunnel, emerging inside a copse of dense hawthorns, no more than 100 paces from the barrow he had entered so long ago. On the barrow top stood a knot of figures, staring down. He would not hide nor crawl away from them. He straightened up, settled the circlet, hefted the whetstone, and walked quietly over toward them. It was Hervard, his half-brother, as he had almost expected. Someone saw him in the growing light, cried out, fell back. The clump of men drew away from him, leaving Hervard in the middle, by the still unfilled hole. Shef stepped over the body of one of his English diggers, cut from shoulder to chest by a broadsword. He was aware now that Gudmund had a group of men drawn up 50 yards off, weapons drawn but unready to interfere. Shef looked wearily at the horse-toothed face of his half-brother. "Well, brother," he said, "it seems you want more than your share. Or are you maybe doing this for someone who is not here?" The face in front of him tightened. Hjörvarth pulled his broadsword free, thrust his shield forward, and paced down the slope of the barrow. "You are no son to my father," he snarled, and swung his broadsword. Shef lifted the wrist-thick whetstone into its path. "Stone blunts scissors," he said as the sword snapped. "And stone crushes skull." He whipped the stone round backhand and felt the crunch as one of the carved, savage faces at one end sank into Hjörvarth's temple. The Viking staggered, fell on one knee, propping himself for a moment with his broken sword. Shef stepped sideways, measured the blow, and swung with all his strength. Another crunch of bone, and his brother toppled forward, blood streaming from mouth and ears. Slowly, Shef wiped the gray matter from the stone and looked round at the gaping men from Hjörvarth's crew. "Family business," he said. "None of you need be concerned." Chapter 10. His appeal to the Viking council was not going Sigvard's way. His face, white and strained, stared across the table. "He killed my son, and for that I demand compensation." Bronn lifted a great hand to silence him. "We will hear Gudmund out. Continue." "My men were spread out in the darkness around the mound. Hjörvarth's men came on us suddenly. We heard their voices, knew they weren't Englishmen, but were not sure what to do. They pushed aside those who challenged them. No lives lost. Then Hjörvarth tried to kill his brother Shef, first by burying him alive in the barrow, then by attacking him with the sword. We all saw it. Shef was armed only with a stone rod." "He killed Padda and 5 of my diggers," said Shef. The council ignored him. Bronn's voice rumbled gently but decisively. "As I see it, there can be no claim for compensation, Sigvard, not even for a son. He tried to kill a fellow member of the army, protected under our Wayman law. If he had succeeded, I would have hanged him. He tried, too, to bury his brother in the barrow. And if he had succeeded in that, think what we would have lost." He shook his head with disbelieving wonder. "At least 200 pounds weight of gold, much of it of workmanship far exceeding the value of the raw metal. Carved bowls from the Rome folk, great torques of pale gold from the land of the Irish, coins with the heads of unknown Rome folk rulers, work of Cordoba and Miklagard, of Rome and Germany. And added to it, sackloads of silver wedged into the tunnel mouth where the king's depositors had put them over the generations. Enough there, all told, for every man of the whole Wayman army to be rich for life, if they lived to spend it. Secrecy had vanished with the dawn." Sigvard shook his head, his expression unchanging. "They were brothers," he muttered. "One man's sons." "So there must be no question of vengeance," Bronn said. "You cannot avenge one son on another, Sigvard. You must swear to that." He paused. "It was the doom of the Norns. An ill doom, maybe, but not to be averted by mortals." Sigvard nodded this time. "Aye, the Norns. I will swear, Bronn. Hjörvarth will lie unavenged. For me." "Good. Because I tell you all," Bronn looked round the table, "with all this wealth in hand, I have grown nervous as a virgin at an orgy. The countryside must be buzzing with tales of what we have found. Shef's freedmen talk to the churls and the thralls. News goes both ways. They have heard that a new army has marched into this kingdom, an English army from the Mark, come to re-establish the kingdom. You can be sure they have already heard of us. If they have any sense, they will be marching already to cut us off from our ships, or to pursue us there if they are too late. I want camps struck and the men marching before the sun sets. March through the night and the next day. No halt before sunset tomorrow. Tell the skippers. Get the beasts fed and the men in ranks." As the group broke up and Shef moved to see to his carts, Bronn caught him by the shoulder. "Not you," he said. "If I had polished steel, I would make you look in it. Do you know you have white hairs on your temples? Gudmund will take care of the carts. You travel in the back of a cart with my cloak over you as well as your own." He passed over a flask. Drink this. I saved it. Call it a gift from Odin, for the man who found the greatest hoard since Gunnar hid the gold of the Niflungs." Shef caught the odor of fermented honey. Odin's mead. Bronn looked down at the ghastly, ruined face. One eye sunk and shriveled, cheekbones standing out over tight-drawn muscles. "I wonder," he thought. What price did the Draugr in the mound take for his treasure? He clapped Shef again on the shoulder and hurried away, shouting for Steinulf and his skippers. They marched with Shef in the back of a cart, flask drained now, lulled to half-sleep by the rocking motion, wedged in between 2 treasure chests and a catapult beam. Close beside each treasure cart marched a dozen men of Bronn's own crews, now detailed as close escort. Round them clustered the freedmen catapulteers, spurred on by the rumor that they too might earn a small share, hold money for the first time in their lives. To front and rear and on the flanks rode strong squads of Vikings, alert for ambush or pursuit. Bronn rode the length of the column, changing horses as often as one flagged beneath his weight, continually cursing all to greater effort. Someone else's job now, thought Shef. He slid again into a deeper slumber. He was riding across a plain. More than riding, spurring frantically. His horse groaned under him as he raked the rowels again across its bleeding ribs, fought against the bit, was mastered and driven on. Shef rose in his saddle and looked behind. Over the brow of a low hill, a horde of riders pouring after him, one well out in front on a mighty grey. Athils, king of Sweden. And who was he, the rider? The Shef mind could not tell what body it occupied. But it was a man strikingly tall, so tall that even from the great horse he rode his long legs brushed the ground. The tall man had companions, the Shef mind noted. Strange ones, too. Nearest him was a man so broad in the shoulder that it seemed he had a milkmaid's yoke under his leather jacket. His face was broad also, his nose snub, his expression one of animal resource. His horse, too, was laboring, unable to bear the weight at the speed they were traveling. By him was a man unusually handsome, tall, fair, eyelashes like a girl's. 9 or 10 other riders pounded along at the same killing pace, in front of the tall man and his 2 nearest companions. "They will catch us," called the broad man. He detached a short axe from his saddle bow and shook it cheerfully. "Not yet, Böðvar," said the tall one. He halted his horse, pulled a sack from his own saddlebag, reached inside, pulled out handfuls of gold. He scattered them on the ground, wheeled the horse again, rode on. Minutes later, turning on the brow of a hill again, he saw the pursuing horde check, fragment, break into a cluster of men pushing and thrusting their horses against each other while they groped on the ground. The gray horse detached itself, came on, other riders spurring to catch up in its wake. Twice more the tall man did the same thing as the pursuit continued, each time losing more of the pursuers. But the spurs were having no effect now, the ridden horses moving at hardly a walk. Yet there was not far to go, to reach safety. What the safety was, the Shef mind did not know. A ship? A boundary? It did not matter. All that had to be done was reach it. Böðvar's horse collapsed suddenly, rolling over in a flurry of foam and blood from its nostrils. The broad man leapt nimbly free, clutched his axe, turned eagerly to face the riders now a bare 100 yards off. Still too many riders, and the king in front, Athils of Sweden on the grey horse Raffen. "Drag him, Huntey," said the tall man. He reached in the sack once again. Nothing there for his fingers to draw out, except one thing. The ring Sviegris. Even as death rode toward him, with safety a final spurt away, the tall man hesitated. Then, with an effort, he raised it and flung it far back down the muddy trail toward Athils, slipping instantly from his horse and running with all his might towards the safe haven across the ridge. At the ridge he turned. Athils had reached the ring. He slowed his horse, reached down with a spear, trying to pick the ring off the ground with its point and ride on without check. Failure. He wheeled his horse, confusing the men behind him, tried again. Again a miss. In hatred and indecision, Athos looked at his enemy there on the brink of escape, looked down again at the ring sinking in the muck. Suddenly he lunged from his horse, bent down, groped for his treasure, lost his chance. The tall man cawed with laughter, ran on after his fellows. As the broad one, Boudevard, turned questioningly towards him, he cried out in triumph, "Now I have made he who is greatest among the Swedes root like a swine." Shef sat up violently in the cart, mouthing the word Svinbait. He found himself staring into Thorvin's face. "Swineboat, is it? That is the word that King Rolf spoke on the Furisveller plain. I am glad to see you rested. But now I think it is time you stepped out like all of us." He helped Shef scramble over the side of the cart, jumped down beside him, spoke in a low whisper. "There is an army behind us. At every hamlet your thralls manage to get more news. They say there are 3,000 men behind us, the army of the Mark. They left Ipswich as we left Woodbridge, and they have heard now about the gold. Bronn has sent riders ahead to the camp at Crowland and told the rest of our army to meet us, ready for battle, at March. If we join with them, we are safe. 20 long hundreds of Vikings, 25 of Englishmen. But they will break as usual. If they catch us before March, it will be another story. They say a strange thing, too. The army, they say, is led by a Heimnar and his son." Shef felt a chill sweep through him. A volley of shouted orders rang out from ahead, with carts pulling aside and men suddenly unslinging packs. "Bronn halts the column every 2 hours to water the beasts and feed the men," said Thorvin. "Even in haste, he says it saves time." An army behind us, thought Shef, and us marching in haste for safety. That is what I saw in my dream. I was meant to learn from the ring's fiacres. But who meant it? One of the gods, but not Thor, not Odin. Thor is against me, and Odin only watches. How many gods are there? I wish I could ask Thorvin. But I do not think my protector, the one who sends the warnings, I do not think he likes inquiries. As Shef strode toward the head of the column, brooding on Sviagris, he saw Sigvarth by the side of the road, slumped on a folding canvas stool his men had placed for him. His father's eyes followed him as he passed. It was just dawn when Shef's weary eyes picked out through the February murk the bulk of Ely Minster, to the right of their line of march. It had been gutted already by the great army, but the spire was still there. "Are we safe now?" he asked Thorvin. "The thralls seem to think so. Look at them laughing. But why? It is a day's tramp yet to march, and the Markmen are close behind." "It is the fens beyond Ely," said Shef. "This time of year the road to March is a causeway for many miles, built up above the mud and water. If we needed to, we could turn and block the road with a few men and a barricade. There is no way round, not for strangers." There was a stillness spreading down the column, a stillness in the wake of Bronn. He suddenly stood before Shef and Thorvin, his cloak black with mud, face white and shocked. "Halt!" he yelled. "All of you! Feed, water, loosen girths." In a much lower voice he muttered to the two counselors, "Bad trouble. Meeting up ahead. Don't let it show on your face." Shef and Thorvin looked at each other. Silently they followed him. A dozen men, the Viking leaders, stood to one side of the track, boots already sinking in the mire. Unspeaking in the midst of them, left hand always on sword pommel, was Sigvarth Jarl. "It's Ivar," said Bronn without preamble. "He hit the main camp at Crowland last night. Killed some, scattered the rest. Certainly caught some of our people. They must have talked by now. He'll know where we're supposed to meet. He'll know about the gold. We have to figure that he's already marching to intercept us, so we've got him to the north and the English a couple of miles to the south." "How many men?" asked Gudmund. "They thought, the ones who escaped and rode to meet us, about 2,000. Not the whole York army, none of the other Ragnarssons there. Only Ivar and his lot." "We could take them if we were at full strength," said Gudmund. "Bunch of criminals. Gad Gedlar. broken men." He spat. "We aren't at full strength." "But we will be soon," went on Gudmund. "If Ivar knows about the gold, I bet everyone in that camp knew about it first. They were probably all piss-drunk celebrating when he turned up. As soon as their heads clear, the ones who got away will head straight for the meeting ground at March. We meet them there, we're at full strength, or damn near. Then we'll settle Ivar's lot. You can have Ivar yourself, Bronn. You have a score to pay."
Bronn grinned. It was hard, Shef reflected, to scare these people. They had to be killed one at a time till they were all dead to defeat them. Unfortunately, that was what was likely to happen. "What about the English behind us?" he asked. Bronn sobered again, drawn from his dream of single combat. "They should be a lot less of a problem. We've always beaten them. But if they come up on us from behind while we're engaged with Ivar, we need time. Time to pick up the rest of the army at March. Time to settle Ivar's hash." Shef thought of his vision. "We have to throw them something they want," he reflected. "Not treasure. Bronn would never let go of it." The old king's whetstone from the barrow was still in his belt. He pulled it out, stared at the bearded, crowned faces carved on each end. Savage faces full of the awareness of power. Kings have to do things other men would not. So do leaders. So do jarls. They had said there would be a price to be paid for the horde. Maybe this was it. When he looked up, he saw Sigvard was staring round-eyed at the weapon that had beaten out the brains of his son. "The causeway," said Shef hoarsely. "A few men can block it against the English for a long time." "They could," Bronn agreed. "But they will have to be led by one of us, a leader, one who is used to independent command, one who can rely on his own men, maybe a long 100 of them." For long moments the silence was unbroken. Whoever stayed behind was as good as dead. This was asking a lot, even of these Vikings. Sigvard stared at Shef coldly, waiting for him to speak. But it was Bronn's voice that broke the silence. "There is one here who has a full crew to back him, one who made the Heimnar that now is carried toward us by the English." "Do you speak of me, Bronn? Do you ask me to set my feet and those of my men on the path to hell?" "Yes, Sigvard, I speak of you." Sigvard started to answer, then turned and looked toward Shef. "Yes, I will do it. I feel that the runes are already cut that tell of this. You said my son's death was the will of the Norns. I think the Norns are weaving fates together on this causeway, too. And not the Norns alone." He raised his eyes to meet his son's. The front ranks of the army of the Mark, hurrying on through the night in pursuit of their fleeing enemies, fell into Sigvard's trap an hour after sunset. In 20 heartbeats of slaughter, the Englishmen, packed 10 abreast on the narrow causeway through the marsh, lost 50 picked champions. The rest, weary, wet, hungry, furious with their leaders, fell back in confusion, not even coming on again to recover the bodies and their armor. For an hour Sigvard's men, standing tensely ready, heard them shouting and haranguing each other. Then, slowly, the noise of men retreating, not frightened, unsure, wondering if there was a way round, waiting for orders, leaving it to the next man, ready for a night's sleep, even in a sodden blanket on the ground, before risking precious life against something unknown. 12 hours gained already, thought Sigvard, standing his men down. Though not for me. I may as well watch as anything else. I shall not sleep again after the death of my son, my one son. I wonder if the other is my son. If he is his father's bane. With dawn the English returned, 3,000 men, to see the nature of the barrier that blocked their way. The Vikings had dug into the sodden February soil on both sides of the track through the fens. A foot down they had reached water. 2 feet down and only mud came up. Instead of their normal earthwork they had dug a water-filled ditch 10 feet broad. On their side of it they had jammed into the ground such bits of timber as they could break up from the cart Shef had left behind.
a flimsy obstacle to be cleared in a few moments by a gang of churls. If there had been no men behind it. There was room on the causeway for only 10 to stand, for only 5 to wield weapons. The warriors of the mark, coming forward cautiously, shields raised, found themselves floundering thigh-deep in freezing water before they were in sword range of an enemy. Their leather shoes skidded on the bottom. As they edged on, bearded faces glared at them, two-handed axes resting on shoulders. Strike at the men? A man had to struggle up a muddy slope to get in a blow. While he did, the axemen could pick their spot. Strike at the timbers, then, at the breastwork. But take your eyes off the man above you, and he would cut arm from shoulder or head from neck. Gingerly, striving desperately for balance, the Mercian champions probed crabwise into battle, urged on by cries of encouragement from those not yet engaged. As the short day drew on, the fighting gathered momentum. Cuichelm, the Mercian captain, deputed by his king to advise and support the new alderman, lost patience with the tentative assaults, pulled his men back, ordered forward a score of bowmen with unlimited arrows to line the track. "Shoot at head level," he told them. "Doesn't matter if you miss. Just keep them down." Other men kept up a barrage with javelins just over the heads of their fighting fellows. Cuichelm's best swordsmen, spurred on with appeals to their pride, were told to go forward and fence, to not rush forward, tire them out for a while, then change places with the next rank. Meanwhile, 1,000 men had been sent miles to the rear to cut brushwood, bring it forward, throw it under the feet of the fighters, let them trample it under to make, in time, a solid platform. Alfgar, watching from 20 paces back, pulled his fair beard with vexation. "How many men do you need?" he asked. "It's only a ditch and a fence. One good push and we'll be through it. It doesn't matter if we lose a few." The captain eyed his master by title sardonically. "Try telling that to the few," he said. "Or maybe you'd care to try it yourself? Just take out that big fellow in the middle, the one laughing, with the yellow teeth." In the dim light, Alfgar stared across the cold water and the struggling men at Sigvarth, patting from side to side as he beat aside sword strokes, sparred to get in a blow. Alfgar thrust his hand into his belt as it began to tremble. "Bring my father forward," he muttered to his attendants. "There is something for him to see." "The English are bringing up a coffin," observed one of the Viking front-rankers to Sigvarth. "I would have thought they needed more than just one by now." Sigvarth stared at the padded box, held almost upright by its bearers, its occupant held in place by chest and waist straps. Across the water his eyes met those of the man he had maimed. After a moment, he threw his head back in a wild cry of laughter, raised his shield, shook his axe, called out in Norse. "What does he say?" muttered Alfgar. "He is calling to your father," translated Cuichelm. "Does he recognize the axe? Does he think it forgot something? Drop his breeches, and he will do his best to remember." Wulfgar's mouth moved. His son bent to hear the hoarse mumble. "He says he will give his whole estate to the man who takes that one alive." Cuichelm pursed his lips. "Easier said than done. One thing about these devils. You can beat them sometimes, but it's never easy. Never, never easy." From the sky above them came a shrill whistling, dropping closer. "Lower away!" barked the leader of Catapult Team 1. The 12 freed thralls on the ropes thrust right hand over left hand over right hand, shouting hoarsely as they did so. 1, 2, 3. The sling dropped into the leader's hands. As it came down, the loader sprang from his kneeling position, shoved a 10-pound rock into position, leapt instantly back into his place, reaching for the next one. "Take the strain!" Backs bent, the machine's arm flexed. The leader felt himself pulled up onto his toes. "Pull!" A simultaneous grunt, the lash of the sling, a rock whirling into the air. As it went, it span, the chipped grooves on its surface setting up an ominous whistling. In the same moment, the crew heard the cry from behind them of the leader of Catapult 2. "Take the strain!" Traction catapults were strange beasts in that they had most power at maximum range. They lobbed their missiles up in the sky. The higher they went, the harder they hit. The 2 teams of ex-slaves Shef had left behind with their cart and their machines had accordingly set up their pull-throwers, a carefully paced 200 yards behind Sigvard's breastwork on the causeway. Their missiles would strike 25 yards further on. The narrow causeway was the ideal killing ground for the machines. They threw perfectly straight, never deviating more than a few feet either side of the center. The English freedmen had perfected a drill designed to ensure that everyone did everything exactly the same way every time, and as fast as possible. For 3 minutes they shot, then stood easy, panting. The boulders dropped death from the sky on the Mercian column. The first one struck a tall warrior on the head as he stood unmoving, beating his skull almost into his shoulders. The second hit an automatically raised shield, shattering the arm behind it, caroming off to smash in a rib cage. The third hit a turned back, crushing the spine. In instants, the causeway was jammed with struggling men, attempting to get back and away from a death they still could not see or understand. On the packed mass the stones continued to fall, varying a few yards forward or back as the launcher's heaves fluctuated, but never missing the causeway itself. Only those who crowded forward into the ditch closest to the Vikings remained safe. At the end of the 3 minutes, the warriors leading the attack saw only chaos and ruin behind them. Those who fled to the rear saw now that at a certain distance they were safe. Quickhelm, in the fore, waved his broadsword, yelled out in rage to Sigvard, "Come out! Come out from your ditch and fight like men, with swords, not stones." Sigvard's yellow teeth showed again in a grin. "Come and make me," he called in an approximation of English. "You so brave. How many of you need?" More hours gained, he thought. How long does it take an Englishman to learn sense? Not quite long enough, he reflected, as the short February day drew toward its end in rain and sleet. The ditch and the stone-throwers had shocked them, but very, very slowly, maybe not quite slowly enough. They had got over their shock and worked out what they should have done in the first place, which was everything, and all at once. Frontal assault to keep Sigvard busy, spears and arrows launched overhead to harass, brushwood under the feet of the fighters to build up a platform. Men coming up in thin lines, eyes alert, to give poor targets for the stone-throwers. Others floundering through the marsh in small bodies, to try to climb the causeway behind his block, splitting his meager force, commandeered boats poling along to get behind him and threaten to cut off his retreat. Sigvard's men were looking behind them now. One solid push by the English, regardless of casualties, and they really would be through. One of the slaves from the stone-throwers was tugging at Sigvard's sleeve, talking in broken Norse. "We go now," he said. "No more rocks. Master Shef," he said, "shoot till rock's gone, then go. Cut ropes, throw machines in swamp. Go now." Sigvard nodded, watched the puny figure scamper away. Now he had his own honor to think of, his own destiny to fulfill. He walked forward toward the front line of the fighters, clapping men on the shoulder. "Move," he said to each one. "Get your horse. Get out of this now. Ride straight for march and they won't catch you." His helmsman Vestlithi hesitated as Sigvard tapped him. "Who's bringing your horse, Jarl? You'll have to move quick." "I have something to do yet. Go, Vestlithi. This is my fate, not yours." As the feet splashed away behind him, Sigvard faced the 5 leading champions of the mark, probing suspiciously forward, made wary of every opportunity by a long day of slaughter. "Come on," he called to them. "Only me." As the foot of the center man slipped, he leapt forward with appalling speed, slashed, countered, thrust sword through beard, leapt back again, feinting from one side to the other as the enraged Englishmen closed in. "Come on!" he shouted, yelling again the words of Ragnar's death song which Ivar Ragnarsson Skald had made. "We struck with the sword. 60 times and one I have fought in the front when foemen clashed. Never yet have I met, young though I started, to mar the mail-coats, my match in battle. The gods will greet me. I grieve not for death." Over the clash of combat, one man against an army, Wulfgar's deep tones carried. "Take him alive. Pin him with shields. Take him alive!" I must let them do it, thought Sigvard as he whirled and slashed. I have not bought my son quite enough time, but there is a way to buy him yet one more night. It will be a long one for me. Chapter 11. Shef and Bronn, standing close together, watched the battle line, 200 men wide, tramping slowly toward them across the level meadowland turf. Over the advancing line, battle standards waved, the personal flags of jarls and champions. Not the raven banner of the Ragnarsons, which flew only when all 4 brothers consented to it. But above the central reserve, a gust puffed out one long ensign, the coiling worm of Ivar Ragnarsson himself. Even at this distance, Shef thought he could catch the glint of the silver helmet, the scarlet cloak. "Going to be a killing ground today. We're too evenly matched," Bronn muttered. "Even the side that wins is going to take very heavy losses. Takes guts to walk forward in the front rank knowing that. Ivar's not in the front, pity. I was hoping he would be. I could have a go at him myself. The only cheap way for us to win this will be to kill a leader and take the heart out of the rest." "Is there a cheap way for them?" "I doubt it. Our lads have seen the money. They've only heard about it." "But you still think we're going to lose?" Bronn patted Shef reassuringly. "Heroes never think things like that, but everybody loses sometime, and we're outnumbered." "You haven't counted my thralls." "I've never known thralls to win battles." "Wait and see." Shef ran back a few paces from where he and Bronn had been standing, beneath the flag of the hammer, at the rear center of their own, the Wayman line. It was drawn up in exactly the same style as Ivar's force, but only 5 deep with fewer reserves. Shef had placed his wheeled torsion catapults, the dart shooters, in the line, screened only by a single rank of men and shields. Well back behind the line stood the traction catapults, the stone throwers, all of them except for the pair he had left with Sigvard, their half-crews clutching the flapping ropes. But it was the twist shooters that would do the work now. Using his halberd, Shef vaulted onto the central cart of the 9 he had left, still drawn up, oxen still hitched. He looked up and down the line of men, seeing the faces of his catapult crews turned toward him. "Clear your line!" The Vikings, masking the line of fire, shuffled sideways. The ropes were wound tight. Loaders stood ready with bundles of javelins. They were aimed and ready. The slowly advancing line of men was a target impossible to miss. Over the turf came the hoarse chanting of the Ragnarsson army. "Ver thick!" they shouted again and again. "Ver thick! Here I come!" "Guard yourself, here I come!" Shef dropped the head of his halberd forward as he shouted, "Shoot!" Black streaks rising at the launch, falling as they flashed through the air, plunging into the lines of advancing men. The lever men were rewinding furiously, javelins dropped into place. Shef waited until the last one was reloaded, the last hand up to signal readiness. "Shoot!" Again the thrums, the streaks, the swirls. A hum of excitement rose from the Wayman army. And there was something happening with the Ragnarsson line as well. They had abandoned their steady walk. Their chanting wavered and died. Now they were trotting forward, anxious to close before they were impaled like roast pigs, without a blow struck. Running 1/2 a mile in armor would tire them nicely. The shooters had done one job already. But they could not shoot much longer. Shef calculated that he could shoot twice more before the attackers reached the line, kill a few more men, unsettle the rest. As the machines leapt back on their wheels for the last time, he ordered them back. The crews lifted the trails, ran their machines back out of the line toward the carts, calling out with triumph. "Shut up! Man the throwers!" In seconds the ex-thralls were loading and aiming the machines. Vikings would never have done that, thought Shef. They would have needed time to tell each other what deeds they had done. He raised his halberd up, and 10 boulders were hurled simultaneously into the air. They reloaded as quickly as they could, inched the clumsy frames round as the captains lined them up. A rain of boulders whistled out of the sky, no longer in volleys, each machine shooting as fast as its crew could lower and load. Harassed and shaken, The Ragnarsson line broke into all-out charge. Already stones were flying high, landing behind the charging men. Still, Shef saw with satisfaction a long trail of smashed bodies and writhing injured, like a snail track behind the oncoming army. The two battle lines met with a roar and a crash of metal, instantly swaying back and then forward, as the impetus of the Ragnarsson rush was felt, held, returned. In moments the battle had become a line of single combats, men beating swords and axes on shields, trying to drag an arm down, stab under a guard, crush face or rib with shield boss. In unison the white-clad priests of the Way, grouped behind their men round the sacred silver spear of Odin, god of battles, began a deep chant. Shef hefted his halberd in indecision. He had done the job he meant to do. Should he now thrust forward to stand amid the fighters, one man amid 4,000? No. There was still a way to bring his machines to bear. He ran to the thralls round their throwers, shouting and gesturing. Slowly they took his meaning, ran back to the dart shooters, began to run the wheeled machines up onto the waiting carts. "Around their flank! Follow me! They battle face to face. We can get behind them." As the ox carts creaked with agonizing slowness round behind the Wayman position, Shef saw faces turning, wondering whether he was fleeing from battle. Fleeing in ox carts? Some of them he recognized. Magnus, Kolbein, and the other Hebrideans, clustered at the rear in reserve. Bronn had put them there, saying their weapons would be difficult to fence with in a packed mass. "Magnus, I want 6 of your men with each cart for close defense." "If we do that, there'll be no reserve left." "Do it and we won't need a reserve." Halberdiers closed round the carts as Shef led them in a long sweep round the flanks of both battling armies. First the Waymen, then the Ragnarsson troops, gaping in surprise. But with battle joined, unable to see the lumbering carts as anything but a distraction. At last they were in a position well to the rear right flank of the Ragnarsson army. "Stop! Wheel the carts left! Chock the wheels! No! Don't unload the machines! We'll shoot from inside the carts! Now! Drop the tilts!" Halberdiers whipped out the pins, let the wagon tilts fall forward. The wound and loaded catapults trained round. Shef stared carefully at the scene in front of him. The two battle lines were locked along a 200-yard front, making no attempt to outmaneuver each other. But at the center of the Ragnarsson line, Ivar had bunched a mass of men 20 deep, pushing steadily forward, aiming to break their outnumbered enemy by sheer weight. Above the central mass flew his standard. There was the place to aim, not at the front where Shef might hit his own men. "Aim for the center! Aim for the coiling worm! Shoot!" The catapults leapt in the air as they shot, their recoil on hard planks instead of soft ground, sending them skidding. The thralls seized them and ran them back again, levermen struggling to fit the winders back in place. Round the worm standard of Ivar there was chaos. In the throng of milling men, Shef saw for an instant a long spike with 2 bodies threaded on it like larks on a spit. There was another man threshing desperately to free a snapped javelin head from his arm. Faces were turning, and not just faces. He could see shields as well, as men realized the attack had come somehow from their rear and turned bodily to meet it. The worm standard still waved, its bearer still protected by the ranks of bodies that had been behind it. Reloading complete, Shef screamed the command, "Shoot!" This time the worm went down, to a roar of delight from the Wayman center. Someone seized it, heaved it defiantly up once more, but the Ragnarsson center had yielded 5 blood-soaked yards, the men in it trying to keep their footing as they stumbled back over wet soil and their own dead. But there were men running now toward the carts. "Change target!" shouted a captain, pointing at the advancing men. "No! The worm again! Shoot!" Another hail of darts into the tight-packed throng, and again the worm went down. No time to see if it would come up again, or if Bronn would now finish the job. The levermen were still winding desperately, but they would not get in another shot. Shef reached down with his armored gloves, seized Thrall's reek, and the helmet he had never yet worn in battle. "Halberdiers in the carts!" he shouted. "Just fend them off! Catapultiers, use your levers, use your mattocks! What about us, master?" 50 unarmed freedmen still clustered behind the carts, hammer emblems on their jerkins. "Shall us run?" Get under the carts. Use your knives." Moments later, the Ragnarsson's wave reached them in a turmoil of glaring faces and slashing blades. Shef felt a weight roll from him. There was no need for thought now, no responsibility for others. The battle would be won or lost elsewhere. All he had to do now was swing his halberd as if he were still beating out metal at the forge, ward and cut, lunge overhand, and stab downward. On level ground, the Ragnarsson followers would have rolled over Shef's outnumbered and half-armed force in instants. But they had no idea how to fight men in farm wagons. Their enemies were feet higher than themselves, behind oak planks. The halberds Shef had made for them gave Magnus and his Hebrideans extra feet of reach. Vikings lunging under the halberds and trying to haul themselves into the carts were simple targets for the clubs and mattocks of the English thralls. Knives in skinny hands ripped upward at thigh and groin from behind sheltering wheels. After a few desperate trials, the Vikings fell back. Orders barked from the more level-headed among them. Men slashed the oxen free, seized the drag poles, prepared to haul the carts off the thralls underneath. Javelins poised, ready for a united volley against the exposed halberdiers. Shef found himself staring suddenly into the eyes of Murtagh. The big man paced forward, his own ranks parting for him like a great wolf. He wore no mail, only the saffron plaid which left his right arm and torso bare. He had thrown away his targe, and carried only the dagger-pointed longsword of the Gadgedlar in 2 hands. "You and me now, boy," he said. "I'm going to keep your scalp and use it for a bum wipe." In answer, Shef jerked the pin free and kicked the wagon tilt down once more. Murtagh charged before he could straighten up, faster than Shef had ever seen a human being move. Reflex alone hurled Shef backward, stumbling on the wheel of the machine behind him. But Murtagh was already in the cart, sword point down for the thrust. Shef leapt back again, cannoning off Magnus, unable to drop his halberd enough to stab or guard. Murtagh was swinging already. A lunging lever from Quicka deflected his stroke, guided it onto the bowstring of the fully wound but unloosed catapult. A deep twang, a thwack louder than a whale fluke on water. "Son of the Virgin!" said Murtagh, staring down. One arm of the catapult, released, had slammed forward the 6 inches, which were all that it could travel. In those 6 inches, it had expended all the stored energy that could drive a barb a mile. The whole side of Murtagh's bare chest was crushed in, as if from the hammer blow of a giant. Blood ran from the Irishman's mouth. He stepped back, sat down, slumped back against the wagon wall. "I see you have turned Christian again," said Shef. "So you will remember an eye for an eye." Reversing his halberd, he drove its butt spike deep through Murtagh's eye and into the brain. In the brief seconds of the confrontation, everything had changed. Shef looked up and saw only backs. The Ragnarsson attackers had turned away, were throwing down their weapons, unbuckling their shields. "Brother!" they shouted. "Fellow! Messmate!" One, incongruously, was pulling open his tunic, hauling out a silver emblem. A wayman, maybe, who had decided to stay with a father or a chief rather than march out of York. Behind them, hundreds of men were moving forward in a bristling wedge, the giant figure of Bronn at its apex. In front of the wedge, the plain was covered only with men running, men limping, men standing in knots with their hands raised. The Ragnarsson army had broken. Its survivors had the choice only of running for their lives in heavy mail or hoping for immediate mercy. Shef lowered Thrall's reek, suddenly weary. As he started to clamber from the wagon, a flash of movement caught his eye. 2 horses, one a rider with a scarlet cloak, grass-green trousers. For an instant Ivar Ragnarsson stared from his saddle across the lost battlefield, at Shef standing on the cart. Then he and his horse Swain were away, clods flying in the air from the trampling hooves. Bronn strode over, clasped Shef's hand. "You had me worried there. Thought you were running away. But toward battle, not from it. A good day's work done." "The day's not done yet. There is still an army behind us," said Shef. "And Sigvard. The Mercians should have been at our backs this dawn. He has held them 12 hours longer than I thought possible. But maybe not long enough," said Magnus Gaptooth from his place on the wagon. He stretched out an arm, pointed. Far away, across the level plain, a stray shaft of winter sunlight sent up a prickle of darting reflections, the spear points of an army, deployed and advancing. "I need more time," said Bronn gruffly in Shef's ear. "Go talk, bargain, buy me some." He had no choice. Thorvin and Gudmund joined him as he walked toward the advancing Mercian battle line, different from the one they had just broken, only, to outward appearance, by the 3 great crosses towering above it. Behind them the Wayman army struggled to regroup. Perhaps a third of them were dead or gravely injured. Now even the walking wounded were furiously busy, stripping the surrendered Ragnarsson warriors of weapons and armor, scavenging the battlefield for whatever was usable or valuable, with the enthusiastic assistance of Shef's freedmen, herding the enemy wounded off in the direction of their ship, still under guard by the Wash, carrying such few as had survived the attentions of the body strippers off to the leeches. The army was a mere front, a few hundred of the fittest men in line to make a show. Behind them, rank on rank of captives, hands loosely roped, told to stand there and be counted in return for their lives. Half a mile behind them, thralls and warriors were hastily digging a ditch, setting up the machines, and rounding up horses and wagons ready for the next retreat. The Wayman army was not yet fit to fight. The heart had not gone out of it, not yet. But all tradition dictated a pause for celebration and relief after surviving a pitched battle against superior forces. Being asked to do the same again immediately was too much. The next few minutes, Shef thought, would be very dangerous. Men were coming to meet him and his small party. 3 men walking together, one a priest. 2 more pushing a strange, upright box on wheels. The thing in it, he realized an instant later, could only be his stepfather Wulfgar. The 2 groups halted 10 paces apart, surveyed each other. Shef broke the deep, hating silence. "Well, Ulfgar," he said to his half-brother, "I see you have risen in the world. Is our mother pleased?" "Our mother never recovered from what your father did. Your late father. He told us much about you before he died. He had plenty of time. Did you capture him then? Or did you stand back as you did in the fight by the Stour?" Ulfgar stepped forward, hand reaching for his sword. The grim-faced man beside him, the one who was not a priest, caught his arm quickly. "I am Cuichelm, Marshal of King Burgred of the Mark," he said, "charged to restore the shires of Norfolk and Suffolk to their new aldermen, and to make them subject to my king. And who are you?" Slowly mindful of the frantic preparation still going on behind, Shef introduced the others on his side, let Cuichelm do the same. Disclaimed hostile intention, declared intention to withdraw, hinted at compensation for damage. "You're fencing with me, young man," broke in Cuichelm. "If you were strong enough to fight, you wouldn't be talking. So I'll tell you what you have to do if you want to see tomorrow's dawn. First, we know you took treasure from the mound by Woodbridge. I must have it all for my king. It comes from his realm. Second," cut in the black-robed priest, staring fixedly at Thorvin, "there are Christians among you who have deserted their faith and betrayed their masters. They must be handed over for punishment." "You included," said Ulfgar. "Whatever happens to the others, my father and I will not see you march away. I will put the collar on you with my own hands. Think yourself lucky we do not treat you as we did your father." Shef did not bother to translate for Gudmund. "What did you to my father?" Wulfgar had not spoken till then. He sprawled in his box, held by the straps. Shef remembered the yellow, pain-racked face he had last seen in the trough. Now Wulfgar's face was ruddy, his lips showing red in the white-streaked beard. "What he did to me," he said, "I did to him, only more skillfully. First we took the fingers, then the toes, ears, lips. Not his eyes, so he could see what we did, nor his tongue, so he could still call out. Hands, feet, knees and elbows, and never allowed to bleed. I whittled him like a boy whittling a stick. In the end there was nothing left but the core. Here, boy, a memorial of your father. He nodded, and a servant threw a leather pouch in Shef's direction. Shef loosed the strings, glanced inside, hurled it at Quickhelm's feet. "You are in poor company, warrior," he remarked. "Time to go," said Gudmund. The two sides backed away from each other, turned at safe distance. As they stepped briskly toward their own lines, Shef heard the Mercian war horns bellow, heard a roar and a clash of mail as the English army came on. Instantly, as prearranged, the Wayman line turned tail and ran. The first stage of its long, planned retreat. Hours later, as the long winter twilight faded into dark, Bronn muttered dry-throated to Shef, "I think we may have done it." "For the day," Shef agreed. "I see no hope for the morning." Bronn shrugged massively, called the orders to stand down, light fires, heat water, make food. All day the Waymen had fallen back, screening Shef's machines, shooting as the Mercians deployed, making them check, loading the carts and pack horses hastily, and then falling back in sections to another line. The Mercians had followed them like men anxious to tether a savage dog, closing in, drawing back from the snarls and snaps, pressing forward again. At least 3 times the two armies had clashed hand to hand, each time when the Waymen had had some obstacle to defend. The ditch they had cut, a dike along the edge of the fen, the shallow muddy stream of the Nene. Each time, after half an hour's slashing and hewing, the Mercians had fallen sullenly back, unable to force the crossing, and in doing so exposed themselves again to the lash of the boulders and the barbs. The Waymen had fought better as their spirits rose, thought Shef. The trouble was, the Mercians were learning too. At the start they had flinched from the first whistle in the sky, the first displayed twist shooter in a battle line. Each ditch in the boggy soil made them hesitate. Sigvard must have taught them a bitter lesson in the fen. But as the day wore on, they grew bolder, seeing the true weakness of the Wayman numbers. Still holding a half-eaten bowl of porridge, Shef sank back on a pack saddle and fell into instant sleep. He woke, stiff, clammy, and bitterly cold, as the horns blew for first light. All round him men clambered to their feet, drank water or the last hoarded remains of ale or mead. They shuffled to the crude breastwork they had made in the hamlet Bronn had selected for their last stand. As the light grew, they looked out on a sight to daunt the boldest. The army they had fought the day before, like themselves, had grown steadily more ragged, clothes sodden, shields defaced with muck, its men grimed up to their eyebrows, weakened by a steady trickle of casualties and deserters, down to the point where it was barely half again their own size. It had gone. In its place, drawn up in front of them, rank on rank, horns blasting a continual challenge, stood a new army, as fresh as if it had never marched a mile. Shields blazed with new paint, mail and weapons glinted red in the dawn. Crosses towered over the ranks, but the banners were different. Next to the crosses, a golden dragon. From the line in front of them trotted a rider on a gray horse, his saddle and trappings bright scarlet, shield turned outward in sign of truce. "He wants a parley," Shef said. Silently, the Waymen shifted an upturned cart to one side, allowed their leaders to edge out. Bronn, Shef, Thorvin, and Farman. Gudmund and Steinulf. Still silent, they tramped behind the horsemen to a long trestle table set up incongruously in the midst of the standing men. To one side of it sat Quickhelm and Alfgar, faces set. Wulfgar in his vertical box a pace behind them. The herald waved the 6 counselors of the way to stools opposite. Between the two groups sat one man, young, fair-haired, blue-eyed, a golden circle on his head like the old king in the mound. He had a strange, intense look, thought Shef. As he sat down, their eyes met. The young man smiled. "I am Alfred, Atheling of Wessex, brother of King Ethelred," he said. "I understand that my brother's fellow king, Burgred of the Mark, has appointed an alderman for the shires once belonging to the king of the East Angles." He paused. "That cannot be allowed." Sour looks, silence from Alfgar and Quickhelm. They must have heard this already. "At the same time, I will not allow any Viking army from the north to base itself within any English shire, to rob and kill as has been your custom. Rather than do that, I will destroy you all. Another pause. But I do not know what to do with you. From what I hear, you fought and beat Ivar Ragnarsson yesterday. Him I will have no peace with, for he killed my brother's fellow King Edmund. Who killed King Ella? I did, said Shef. But he would have thanked me for it if he could. I told Ivar that what he did to the king was Nithingsverk. On so much we agree, then. The thing is, can I have peace with you, or must we fight? Have you asked your priests? Said Thorvin in his slow, careful English. The young man smiled. My brother and I have found that whenever we ask them anything, they demand money. Nor will they aid us even to keep off the likes of Ivar. But I am a Christian still. I believe in the faith of my fathers. I hope one day even you warriors of the North will take baptism and submit to our law. But I am not a churchman. Some of us are Christians, said Shef. Some of us are English. Are they full fellows of your army, with full rights to share? Bronn, Gudmund, and Steinulf looked at each other as they grasped the sense of the question. If you say they must be, then they are, said Shef. So, you are English and Norse. You are Christian and heathen. Not heathen, said Thorvin. Waymen. But you can get along together. Maybe that is a model for us all. Listen, all of you. We can work out a treaty. Shares and taxation, rights and duties, rules about wergilds and freedmen. All details. But the center of it must be this. I will give you Norfolk to rule under your own law, but you must rule fairly. Never let in invaders. And the one who becomes alderman, he must swear on my relics and on your holy things, to be the good friend of King Ethelred and his brother. Now, if that is to happen, who shall the alderman be? Bronn's scarred hand reached out, tapped Shef. He it must be, King's brother. He speaks 2 languages. He lives in 2 worlds. See, he has not the mark of the way on him. He has been baptized, but he is our friend. Choose him. He is a runaway, yelled Alfgar suddenly. He is a thrall. He has the marks of the whip on his back. And of the torturer on his face, said Alfred. Maybe he will see to it there is less of both in England. But console yourself, young man. I shall not send you back to King Burgred alone. He waved a hand. From somewhere behind them came a flutter of skirts. A group of women were led into view. I found this party left behind and wandering, so I brought them along lest worse befall. I hear one of them is your wife, young noble. Take her back to King Burgred and be grateful. His wife, thought Shef, staring deeply into Godive's gray eyes. She looked more beautiful than ever. What could she possibly think of him, covered in mire, stinking of sweat and worse, eye sunk in its socket? Her face showed utter horror. He felt a cold fist close round his heart. Then she was in his arms, weeping. He held her tight with one hand, looked round. Alfgar was on his feet, struggling in the grip of 2 guards, Wulfgar bellowing from his box, Alfred rising with alarm on his face. As the tumult ceased, Shef spoke. "She is mine." "She is my wife," shouted Alfgar. She is his half-sister, too, thought Shef. If I said that, the Church would intervene, take her away from him. But then I would be letting the rule of the Church shape me and the law of the Way, the land of the Way. This is the price the old Draugr demands for his gold. Last time it was an eye. This time it is a heart. He stood still as the attendants pulled Godive from him, drew her back to incest, her husband, and the blood-stained birch. To be a king, to be a leader, demands things that cannot be asked of an ordinary man. "If you are prepared to return the woman as a sign of good faith," said Alfred clearly, "I will take Suffolk into my brother's realm, but recognize you, Shef Sigwardsson, as Alderman of Norfolk. What do you say?" "Do not say alderman," said Bronn, cutting in. Use our word. Say he will be our Jarl.